Chapter 1. Head Storage. Fortes opened his eyes with great effort. The huge trees all around blocked his sight. A domineering snort came from the front. Fighting nation, that's all? You dare to come and die with a fighting power of 4,500. Fortes turned his head and looked at the place where the voice came from. A tall humanoid species shook his head. Fortes only felt a strong sense of oppression from the other party. He was already breathing in more than out. The man snorted again, "A mere SAIYAN dares to invade my planet. Don't be so brainless in your next life." After that, he glanced at Fortes with contempt again and turned away. The glasses on Fortes' eyes quickly calculated and showed a value of 25,000. Fighting nation? SAIYAN? Could it be? Fortes endured the severe pain all over his body in his heart, and couldn't help but recall what the human just said in his mind. Suddenly, Fortes felt a sharp pain in his head. When Fortes tried to open his eyes again, his eyes were full of excitement, but soon they dimmed. He seemed to be dying again. Fortes was an ordinary worker on Blue Star. He loved Dragon Ball very much and had read all the works of Dragon Ball countless times. It was just that when he was carrying goods, there were children around making trouble. He failed to dodge in time and was hit on the head by the goods and died on the spot. The soul came to the dead SAIYAN Fortes. The two souls had already merged. Fortes was in a complicated mood. He already knew that he had come to the Dragon Ball world he had dreamed of. The 17-year-old Fortes was sent by the Frisia Corps to kill all the people on this planet, but he didn't expect that the Frisia Corps' judgment failed. This planet actually had a combat power far beyond his own. At this time, it was 730 AE, and there were still 7 years before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Fortes, who got all the information, sighed softly. He was going to die again just after crossing over. Fortes clearly felt his body becoming stiff. If he continued like this, he would really die. Fortes, who had been ready to die, suddenly felt a strong unwillingness in his heart. Why did he work so hard in his previous life and finally come to the Dragon Ball world? Is it so short-lived? The strong unwillingness made Fortes endure the pain all over his body and crawl forward desperately. He had not walked far since he got off the aircraft when he was discovered by the strongest person on this planet. He almost killed him. Seeing that he was about to die, the strong person on this planet also left disdainfully. Fortes' injuries made it difficult for him to move at this time, but his unwillingness to his fate made him burst out with strength, and finally supported him to crawl to the front of the aircraft. With the desire to live, Fortes twisted his body into the aircraft. "The last strength, let me die in this vast universe," Fortes said softly. At the same time, he pretended to accidentally destroy the communication and positioning devices between the glasses and the aircraft. Fortunately, there is still some healing medicine on the aircraft. Although it cannot be completely restored, it is enough to relieve the injury and prevent himself from dying temporarily. Fortes swallowed the medicine with great effort while inputting the coordinates of the Earth on the aircraft. "With my fighting power, I will definitely die on this planet. Even if I don't die, I can't hold on to go back. After I just destroyed those possible surveillance, they can't get any news from me, including the previous news. I'm afraid they think I'm dead, and I, a small person, can't get other people's attention. I will be ignored in the end." Fortes lay in the aircraft with soreness all over his body and thought seriously. "Let's take a gamble. If I can reach the Earth alive." Fortes turned on the sleep mode, reduced his own consumption to the minimum, and fell into a coma. Fortunately, this planet is still close to the Earth. It only took a short week for Fortes' aircraft to arrive in the solar system. Are we almost there, solar system?" Fortes specially set it up to wake himself up when the aircraft arrived in the solar system. At this time, Fortes' injuries were even more serious, and he could only open his eyes with great effort. Soon, Fortes' aircraft passed through the Earth's atmosphere and entered the Earth. An old man on a small island raised his head in shock and murmured, "How can this be such a strong pressure, even more powerful than the great demon King Piccolo?" An old man who practiced in the mountains also opened his eyes in disbelief. "This evil air, I'm afraid the earth is in trouble." Then he walked out of the mountains. The gods Piccolo and Popo in heaven turned their heads and watched for a moment and ignored it. Fortes was seriously injured, and his combat power at this time was even it dropped to 400, but even with a combat power of 400, many martial artists on Earth gathered together. Boom! The aircraft landed on the ground, and a glimmer of light appeared in Fortes' eyes. He came to Earth alive, and because the gravity on Earth is 1/10 of that on planet Vegeta, Fortes could barely fly. The top priority now is to recover from his injuries. Fortes pondered for a moment and flew straight in one direction. He wanted to use the senzu beans to recover, but he couldn't feel the breath, so he could only fly in one direction, and he would always meet. After a while, Fortes saw a huge building that went straight to the sky in front of him, and his face was happy. "That's right, this is Karin Tower." Fortes no longer hesitated at this thought and flew straight up. And many martial artists who followed Fortes' breath followed all the way here, and everyone looked at each other when they met. "Teacher Wu Tian, what should we do next?" A martial artist wearing a white scarf looked at the respected Kame Sennin. "Wait, if this person wants to harm the earth, maybe we don't need to do anything. There are strong people on it, and he will solve it." Kame Sennin thought for a moment and decided. All the martial artists nodded, and everyone sat cross-legged around Karin Tower. This energy is too strong." Kat Sennin's face was covered with cold sweat. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Kat Sennin. Fortes endured the pain all over his body and nodded slowly and greeted, "Hello, Kat Sennin, can you give me some senzu beans?" Kat Sennin looked at Fortes in front of him in shock, looking him up and down. He couldn't even believe that someone could survive such a serious injury. Kat Sennin's eyes were thinking for a while. If he didn't give the senzu beans, the man in front of him might not be able to hold on for much longer. If he gave it, what if this person was not a good person? This person's aura is not so friendly. The cat immortal also looked into Fortes' heart. And there was only a simple voice, which was, "I want to live." Suddenly, a voice came from the cat immortal's ear, causing the cat immortal's pupils to dilate slightly, and he nodded gently, turned his head and opened the jar of senzu beans, took out one and threw it to Fortes. Fortes was even ready to fight with the cat immortal, and the cat immortal's actions made Fortes' tense muscles relax again. He nodded slightly to the cat immortal and swallowed the senzu beans into his stomach without hesitation. In an instant, several fatal injuries on Fortes' body were restored, and at the same time, an extremely powerful aura came out of Fortes. Unfortunately, the combat power test glasses had been destroyed by Fortes at this time, and he could not know his combat power now. The Kame Immortal and Son Gohan at the bottom of Karin Tower looked at each other in shock, and all the martial artists looked up with solemn expressions. The pupils of the cat fairy also shrank sharply, and he kept retreating because of the airflow from Fortes. In the heaven, the gods also felt a little regretful. If this person had malicious intentions, he would be powerless. Fortes closed his eyes and felt his own power, laughing wildly, "I finally made it." Then he slowly landed, stood in front of the cat fairy, saluted slightly and said, "Thank you for saving my life. If there is any disaster on the earth in the future, I, Fortes, will unconditionally help the earth 3 times. The cat fairy and the gods who were paying attention to this were relieved. At least they didn't save an ungrateful person. The gods' eyes were firm, and they sent a message downward again. The cat fairy nodded slightly, and said to Fortes in front of him, "Okay, I understand, Fortes, the god of our planet invites you to go to the heaven, are you willing?" Fortes was slightly stunned, "God? It happens that I also want to ask him for advice." After that, he flew directly upwards. Cat Immortal watched Fortes leave quickly and sighed softly, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Then he spoke to Master Kame below. It's okay, you can go back. Master Kame suddenly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. When they just felt that breath, they even felt a little desperate, but now it is obviously handled. Okay, Master Karan said that the matter has been resolved. Everyone, let's go. Master Kame said and turned around and left slowly. This. Everyone looked at each other, but they were relieved after all. Watching Master Kame leave, they also thought for a moment and left this place. Sun Gohan quickly followed Master Kame and chatted with him. I don't know what the two said, and soon they parted ways again. Fortes looked at the huge palace hanging in front of him and nodded softly. Here we are, this is the heaven. Fortes slowly landed in the heaven and looked at the gods. Piccolo and Popo walked out slowly. You must be the god, thank you for saving my life. Fortes said while clasping his fists in salute. Chapter 2. The god took a step forward. It's okay, fortunately we didn't save the wrong person. Do you want to stay here for a while? I think you seem to be a little rough in the application of Qi. Why don't we teach you? Fortes had the idea of mastering Qi on earth, and he nodded repeatedly. In this case, I will trouble the god. Although this person's Qi carries a sense of evil, I still find a trace of goodness in it, which is why I am willing to save him. I hope you can live up to our painstaking efforts. The god looked at Fortes and sighed in his heart. First of all, you must learn to control your breath, take back your aura, and you can burst out with more powerful combat power at any time. The god said seriously. Fortes nodded. His powerful strength only came from his racial advantage. Everything was instinctive, but he had never thought about how to control it. The god slowly stepped forward to demonstrate to Fortes, controlling his breath while explaining it to him. Fortes also listened carefully to the god's teachings. Suddenly, Fortes' breath suddenly contracted and decreased rapidly, and he actually controlled his combat power until he came to earth and was seriously injured. The god looked at Fortes in shock, and then smiled bitterly. It seems that your talent is really strong, and it must be a good result. The god smiled with relief, and then taught all his fighting skills to Fortes, who stood quietly by and listened. As a Namekian, the god Piccolo only needed sunlight and water to survive, but Fortes needed food, so Popo brought food to Fortes on time. At this time, Fortes' appetite would shock the two. Thank you, Mr. Popo, your cooking skills are really great, and I never get tired of eating. Fortes took a big mouthful of noodles and praised. 2 months later, the god looked at Fortes, who had mastered all his skills, in shock. Fortes had restrained all his breath at this time, and stood there with a smile like an ordinary person. Thank you for the god's teaching. Fortes stepped forward and bowed. No, Fortes, you have a strong talent, and I hope you can use it in the right way. The god nodded slightly. You have learned everything I have learned. How about you learn from Bobo next? Don't look at Bobo like this, Bobo is very powerful. The god smiled and looked at Fortes. Fortes thought for a moment, and finally shook his head. I can see that Mr. Bobo is very powerful, but I still have some things to do first, and I will ask Mr. Bobo for advice later. Are you leaving? The god thought of Fortes' origin and couldn't help guessing. I can't leave now, I still need to find someone to help me modify the aircraft. Fortes smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then, thank the god and Bobo for taking care of me during this time, I'm leaving first. Fortes' body slowly floated up and smiled at the two. After that, he flew down from the heaven. This breath is that person. The cat immortal suddenly opened his eyes and looked up and said. Sure enough, Fortes' figure soon appeared in front of the cat immortal. Cat immortal, thank you for saving my life, I'm leaving first. Fortes waved his hand at the cat immortal with a big laugh and continued to leave. Oh? Where is this? Fortes looked at the rich city below and his eyes lit up and slowly landed. Hee hee, you are the eldest daughter of the Universal Capsule Group. We brothers are short of money recently and want to borrow some from your family. A wretched voice came. Haha, yes, eldest daughter, how about lending us some money? Fortes turned his head and saw several people surrounding a teenage girl, smiling with ill intentions. Universal Capsule Group? The eldest daughter? Could it be Bulma's sister Thais? Coincidentally, I remember that Dr. Brief is also very powerful, and I can ask him for help. Fortes thought secretly. Seeing that these people were about to take Taisai away, Fortes stepped forward and blocked the hand that was about to be placed on Taisai. Who is it? Dare to meddle in other people's business? A gangster was slightly stunned, and turned his head with a grin. Several people slowly surrounded Fortes. Boy, do you still want to meddle in other people's business? Fortes stood in front of Taisai and inadvertently protected her behind him. One person sneered and punched Fortes. What? Ah! Quick! Let go! Fortes grabbed his fist with a cold face, and with a little force, he removed his arm. The other people were all shocked when they saw this scene, and took a step back tremblingly. Weird, monster! One person saw that Fortes seemed to have the idea of coming forward, and was frightened by him and shouted and ran away quickly. Fuck damn it, take my shot! Seeing that something was wrong, one of the men took out a gun from his arms, shouted and shot at Fortes. The sound of the gun made the surrounding environment quiet, and the guy who was originally running away slowly stopped and turned his head to look. The gangsters were frightened again, and saw Fortes slowly open his fist, and a crisp sound rang out. It was the sound of bullets falling on the ground. Originally, you still had a chance to survive, but it's a pity. Fortes smiled and shook his head, a light appeared on his hand, and suddenly the Qigong wave made the people in front of him disappear. Wow, is this a magic trick? It must be cool if it is written into a novel. Thais behind him has a big nerve inherited from the Brief couple. This is not a magic trick. My name is Fortes. Are you Thais? I have something I want to ask Dr. Brief for help. Fortes said with a smile. Yes, I am Thais, but I have run away from home and am looking for writing inspiration outside. However, since you saved me, I will take you there. Thais thought about it and nodded immediately. Then let's go, you tell me the place. Fortes picked up Princess Thais. Ah! Before Thais could react, Fortes slowly floated up. Wow, you can fly over there. Thais was shocked for a moment, and then quickly pointed in a direction. Fortes nodded lightly and slowly accelerated, and even used his air to block Thais in front of him to avoid Thais feeling uncomfortable. We are here, Zidu, look over there, the largest building is my home. Thais pointed to her home and showed Fortes the way. Oh? My daughter, you are back? Who is this? Dr. Brief was just watching the small animals he raised in the yard. Seeing Fortes holding Thais falling, he couldn't help asking. Yeah, Dad, this is Fortes. He just saved me and said he wanted to ask you for help. Thais nodded. Hello, Dr. Brief, I would like to ask you to help me transform the spaceship and these combat test glasses. Fortes said to Brief. Well, since you saved my daughter, this is no problem, but it may take a long time to build a spaceship from scratch. As for these glasses, I'll take a look at them later. Dr. Brief said, touching his chin. I have my own aircraft. I hope the doctor can help me transform it. There may be eavesdropping functions in these glasses. Please remove them. Fortes explained in the air. Okay, then bring your aircraft, and I'll go take a look at the glasses you mentioned first. Dr. Brief turned and walked towards the laboratory. Fortes didn't waste any words, flew upwards, quickly rushed to the place where he landed, picked up the aircraft with one hand, and flew to Zidu again. Is this your aircraft, Fortes? Thais asked curiously as she walked around the aircraft. Oh? Is this handsome boy Ty's boyfriend? Do you want to go out on a date with me? Mrs. Brief walked out with a drink and said with a smile. Ah, this. Fortes scratched his head awkwardly. Mom. I said he's not my boyfriend. Ty's looked helpless. If he's not, do you want to go out on a date with me? Mrs. Brief continued with a smile. Ah, Mrs. Brief, forget it. Fortes' mouth twitched slightly. Is that so? Okay then. Mrs. Brief did not look embarrassed by being rejected, and nodded with a smile. Fortes, you are back. Your glasses are not simple. I am afraid it will take 3 days to repair them and remove the eavesdropping devices. Dr. Brief walked out of the laboratory slowly and looked at Fortes. Oh? Is this your aircraft? Let me see. Brief looked at the aircraft behind Fortes and stepped forward to observe with interest. Dr. Brief, do you think you can add a gravity room to the aircraft, or can you build a gravity room first? Fortes looked at Dr. Brief, who was fiddling with the aircraft, and said. That's no problem, but if you build a gravity room, it has never been done before, so it may take some time. Dr. Brief touched his chin and thought. Okay, then I'll trouble Dr. Brief. Fortes stepped forward and saluted repeatedly. Oh, by the way, there is no need to add audio and music. Fortes suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly. Ah, don't you want it? Well, then it will be faster. Dr. Brief said with regret, shaking his head. Ha, ha ha ha. Fortes wiped the cold sweat off his face thankfully. Fortes, you will live in my house during this time. Let's go to our home. Tai-Sai looked at Fortes with starry eyes. Fortes thought for a moment and nodded. It was not a problem to live in the heaven forever. Chapter 3. So you are an alien, Fortes. No wonder you have a tail behind you. By the way, can I write you into the novel? Tai said to Fortes. Fortes nodded gently. Of course, how about I tell you about the situation in the universe? At this moment, Dr. Brief's voice came. Fortes, your glasses have been repaired, and I have removed all the monitoring functions you mentioned. Fortes' eyes lit up and he appeared in front of Dr. Brief in an instant. Doctor, I will release all my combat power, and you can see how many values there are. Dr. Brief nodded slightly. Fortes immediately stopped controlling his breath and released all the breath in his body. The animals around him couldn't help but tremble and crawled on the ground. Turtle Hermit suddenly raised his head and murmured, the previous breath is so powerful, but fortunately, the initial evil spirit has been eliminated. That's it, the old man can't control it. Then he picked up a book and continued to read. That aura, that person, I am ashamed of myself. Sun Gohan, who was in the mountains, exclaimed. Okay, the value is displayed, it says 15,000. Dr. Brief took off his glasses and spoke slowly. Fortes nodded gently, restraining all his aura. 15,000, not bad, next try to become a Super Saiyan in the remaining time. Fortes nodded confidently. Fortes, come on, keep talking. Tais hurriedly urged after Fortes and Dr. Brief finished talking. Here we go, Doctor, I hope you can make the gravity chamber first. Fortes nodded and said to Dr. Brief. Speaking of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, he is also the guy who forcibly recaptured the scions of our planet Vegeta. What, then you want to listen to him? No, when I return to planet Vegeta, I will lead the scions to break away from Frisia's army. What else is fun, tell me. Fortes explained the situation of the universe to Tais, and Tais was also taking notes seriously, and from time to time, she gave Fortes some suggestions of her own. Very good, Fortes, then I roughly understand, can I write a novel based on you? Tais looked at her notes with shining eyes. Of course. Fortes nodded gently. After studying with the gods before, and living in Dr. Brief's house for several months, in addition to daily practice, he usually accompanied Tais, which made Fortes' state of mind improve a lot. This is the S cell. As expected, S cells are easy to be born in a stable life. Fortes said secretly, but he didn't care too much. Fortes, I feel like something is missing if I don't install speakers. Dr. Brief walked out of the laboratory and said to Fortes. Doctor, how about we build one first, and then you can see if you can install speakers on my aircraft. Fortes looked at Dr. Brief's tangled expression and couldn't help but said with pain. Hey, I've already made the first one. Dr. Brief shook his head. What, really? Doctor, take me there. Fortes' eyes were instantly full of excitement. This is to adjust the gravity multiple. Limited by the new contact and material problems, I can only make you a gravity room with 50 times gravity in a short time. Dr. Brief took Fortes to the gravity room and introduced it. Is that so? Thank you, Doctor. Please add a gravity room to my aircraft, you can modify it as you like. Fortes touched his forehead and could already imagine the effort Dr. Brief had put in to install speakers. Okay, Fortes, this is what you said. Drive. Brief immediately returned to the laboratory happily to prepare to modify the aircraft. Fortes smiled at Dr. Brief's leaving figure, walked into the gravity room, and adjusted the gravity to 10, which is the gravity of planet Vegeta. After experiencing the initial discomfort for a moment, Fortes' breathing returned to normal. Sure enough, the gravity of planet Vegeta makes me feel more suitable. While speaking, Fortes continued to adjust the gravity to 20. Hey, I have never had gravity training before, and this sudden moment actually made me feel quite uncomfortable. Fortes was pressed by the sudden gravity, and his body couldn't help but bend a little, and then he straightened up. Let's get used to it slowly. Fortes said that he slowly started to exercise from push-ups, running, and other movements. When the gravity room was forcibly closed, Ties opened the door. Training maniac, it's time to eat. At this time, Fortes, who had adapted to the 20 times gravity, nodded with sweat all over his body and put his body after cleaning his body, he came out. During the meal, Fortes said to Dr. Brief with shining eyes, Doctor, can you make a gadget that can fire lasers in the gravity chamber to train reaction and evasion ability? When Fortes was training before, he thought of the original Vegeta who seemed to be practicing in that way. Dr. Brief nodded gently, that's not difficult. After we finish eating, I will make it for you in 20 minutes. Fortes nodded and happily ate several tables again. If ordinary people had SAIYAN's appetite, they would have gone bankrupt, but the Brief family was the richest in the world, so it was no problem to arrange for Fortes to have a full meal. Of course, the nervous Brief family was not shocked by Fortes' appetite. Let's go, Fortes, tell me more about the SAIYANs and the Emperor of the Universe. You see, my novel is not bad, and many people read it. Taisai watched Fortes finish the last bowl of rice and quickly wrapped him up. Okay, the data looks really good. Fortes nodded in surprise at the new book written by Tais, and followed her helplessly. Fortes, it's done. Dr. Brief shouted, and threw out 5 or 6 small satellite-shaped robots. Fortes responded immediately, and in a flash, he hugged the robots in his arms. Thank you, Doctor. Thais shrugged as she watched Fortes running to the gravity room, but fortunately she had just got the information she wanted, and she had the inspiration, so she didn't have to bother Fortes anymore. Don't be careless, start with 20 times the gravity. Fortes thought for a moment, then adjusted the gravity to 20, and started the robots at the same time. These robots quickly flew to the corner of the gravity room, and several red lasers shot at Fortes at the same time. Fortes chuckled and quickly dodged it, and then quickly trained in the gravity room. At first, several lasers would hit Fortes before Fortes could react. With continuous training, 20 times gravity would no longer have any effect on Fortes. Suddenly, Fortes dodged and changed the gravity of the gravity room to 30, and a sudden pressure came. Fortes' body stagnated slightly. Seeing the 2 lasers coming in front of him, Fortes gritted his teeth and dodged quickly, but the lasers behind him hit Fortes directly. A burning pain came from his back, and FORTES twisted his body suddenly to avoid it. At this time, other robots began to attack again. And FORTES was in a panic for a while. Time passed slowly. It had been 2 years since FORTES came to Earth, and Vegeta was in ecstasy at this time. Congratulations, King Vegeta! The prince has 1,000 combat power as soon as he appeared. What? Ha ha ha, my son will definitely lead us Saiyans out of Frisia's control. King Vegeta laughed and got up and walked towards the nursery. Starting the combat power tester, King Vegeta nodded excitedly. Sure enough, he is worthy of being my son, King Vegeta, and he has a combat power of 1000 at birth. Haha, come on, Vegeta Star cheers and celebrates today. King Vegeta happily ordered to the people below. King Frisia, the Saiyans of Vegeta Star are in a carnival today. I heard that the combat power of King Vegeta's son is 1000 at birth. Dodoria said respectfully, standing beside Frisia. Oh, ho, interesting, you should pay a little attention to this Prince Vegeta, a Saiyan. Frisia chuckled as he drank a sip of red wine while sitting in the stroller. Doctor, is 100 times gravity the limit now? FORTES walked out of the gravity room and wiped the sweat off his face. Yes, it's mainly a material problem. It's not that it can't be strengthened further, but it won't take long, and the gain will outweigh the loss. Dr. Brief nodded. It has been 2 years since FORTES came to the Dragon Ball world. FORTES has already adapted to the 100 times gravity. At the same time, he often goes to the heaven to ask Popo for advice, and also gets to know martial arts masters such as Master Roshi and Son Gohan. In the past 2 years, FORTES has not deliberately improved his combat power. He listened to the advice of the gods and Popo and laid a good foundation. Therefore, FORTES' combat power at this time is only 200,000. Doctor, thank you for your care during this time. I'm ready to leave. FORTES said seriously after finishing his meal with the Brief family. Ah? FORTES, where are you going? Tais suddenly said in surprise. The novels written by Tais about Saiyans have become popular, and in the past 2 years, Tais has grown up, and she has a special feeling for FORTES. It's already I have wasted a lot of time on Earth, and I am going to say goodbye to a few friends before leaving Earth. FORTES explained slowly. Chapter 4. Then why don't I go with you? Taisai obviously had an idea in her mind. FORTES shook his head decisively. Have you forgotten the Cosmic Emperor I told you about? I can't guarantee that I am absolutely safe in the universe now. Tais looked reluctant. Okay, then come and pick me up as soon as possible. FORTES nodded, turned his head and said something to the Briefs and rushed straight into the sky. Turtle Master, who was still reading a magazine, felt that FORTES' breath was approaching quickly and quickly hid the magazine in his hand with a serious face. Haha, don't hide it, old man, I've seen it. FORTES laughed. Hehe, you kid, what do you want to see the old man for? Turtle Master asked with an embarrassed face and a light cough. Nothing, I'm just going to leave the Earth, come to tell you. FORTES smiled and shook his head. Oh? Are you leaving so soon? Turtle Master looked at FORTES in surprise. It's been 2 years. I should go somewhere else. FORTES nodded. The two chatted for a while, and FORTES waved and left. This kid, is he so powerful? It seems that the universe is still very dangerous. Master Kame's eyes were deep under his sunglasses. It's FORTES, what do you want to see me for? Son Gohan put away his training movements, stood up and looked at FORTES who was slowly floating down. Uncle Gohan, I'm ready to leave the Earth. It's time to go somewhere else. FORTES said with a smile. That's right, your talent is really enviable, and it's time to go out and take a look. Son Gohan nodded suddenly. By the way, maybe in 5 years, a child of our clan will come to Earth. If you meet him, please adopt him. FORTES suddenly thought of Kakarot. Although he knew that there was a high probability that nothing would happen, he still mentioned it. Oh? Okay. Son Gohan's eyes lit up slightly and agreed. Okay, uncle, I'm leaving first, and I'll come back to see you later. FORTES smiled and waved his hand and slowly took off. Son Gohan nodded gently and watched FORTES leave. SAIYAN? Haha, it's really a big challenge. Son Gohan suddenly chuckled and turned around to continue practicing. Cat Immortal turned his head and saw FORTES looking at him with a smile. Hey, you kid, why are you walking without making any sound? Cat Immortal was obviously startled, shivering all over, and said unhappily. Hey, Cat Immortal, I'm ready to leave the earth, and I came to you to ask for something. FORTES walked to Cat Immortal with a smile on his face. Tell me, let me hear it. Cat Immortal stroked his beard and said calmly. Hey, can you give me some of your senzu beans? FORTES rubbed his hands and asked embarrassedly. This? Cat Immortal was slightly stunned. Seeing the hesitation of the Cat Immortal, FORTES quickly took out a universal capsule, pressed the button, and threw it out. The Cat Immortal looked at it with his peripheral vision, and a drop of saliva unconsciously flowed from his mouth. How about I exchange these fish with you? FORTES took out 3 universal capsules again and spoke to the Cat Immortal. The Cat Immortal was obviously entangled, and finally looked at the fish and coughed lightly. Since you are so sincere, I still have 3 cans of senzu beans, you can take 2 cans. FORTES' eyes flashed clearly, and he took out an empty universal capsule, checked the senzu beans, and put it away without hesitation. Ahem, thank you Cat Immortal. These senzu beans will still be very useful in the future, don't waste them. FORTES achieved his goal, and remembered the scene in the original book where a fat warrior ate a lot of senzu beans, and hurriedly reminded him. Watching FORTES flying to the heaven, the cat fairy nodded with a smile. Senzu beans? Okay, I got it. FORTES, you are here. FORTES had just flown to the heaven when the voice of the god came. I am leaving. It has been 2 years in a blink of an eye. The god looked at FORTES and couldn't help but sigh. Thank you for your care. FORTES said seriously. Haha, no problem, I hope you have a good trip. The god smiled and nodded. By the way, God, how did you, Anamkian, come to Earth? FORTES thought for a long time and told the life story of the god. What? The god's eyes widened, the crutches in his hand fell to the ground at some point, his whole body trembled slightly, and he looked at FORTES in surprise. I am Anamkian. The god murmured. Yes, you don't know. Although FORTES knew the situation a long time ago, he still pretended not to understand and asked. The god lost his memory after coming to Earth. Bobo stood up to explain for FORTES. I see. FORTES nodded in sudden realization. Suddenly, the god looked at FORTES excitedly. FORTES, can you take me to Namek? This. Speaking of coming to the Dragon Ball world, Namek must be visited, after all, a wish must be made, but FORTES has decided to go to Idrit and Metamor to study first. Just looking at the pitiful eyes of the gods, plus the care of the gods for him, FORTES nodded gently. Okay, God, I can take you to Namek, but can the earth leave you? The gods nodded. Don't worry, there will be no problem if the earth leaves the gods. Popo couldn't help but say, God, will you come back if you leave? The gods smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Popo, the earth is also my home, I just go back to see my hometown, and I will come back. Popo sighed lightly and said no more. Seeing this, FORTES took out a universal capsule, pressed it and threw it out. A puff of green smoke floated past, and the aircraft appeared in front of several people. Then, let's go, God, I'll take you to Namek first. It just so happens that I also need the Dragon Balls from Namek for something. FORTES opened the aircraft and said. The god was slightly stunned at first, thinking that if he could make Dragon Balls, then the people of the tribe would definitely be able to do it. As for why FORTES had not used the Earth Dragon Balls in the past 2 years, it could only be said that collecting Dragon Balls once was too troublesome and could only make one wish, so there was no need to collect them for the time being. The god followed FORTES on the aircraft. "Popo, I'll trouble you in the heavens, I will be back," the god again said. Popo nodded, watching the door of the aircraft close with tears in his eyes, and slowly took off. "God, we will arrive at Namek in 2 weeks, so I will go to practice first, you can do whatever you want here." FORTES nodded slightly to the god and walked into the gravity room installed in the aircraft by Dr. Brief. FORTES still adjusted it to 100 times the current maximum value. At the same time, the robots used for training around him started up one after another. Some rushed straight to FORTES to attack, and some floated in the air and fired lasers. FORTES handled them all with ease. Looking at the green environment in front of him, the god was full of excitement. After thinking for a long time, he finally stepped out of the aircraft. "The surrounding environment and the air between the air make me feel relaxed and happy. Thank you, FORTES." The god first felt the unique environment that made him adapt, and then turned to thank FORTES. "Hello, the elder is kind." Suddenly a voice came. The god and FORTES looked over and saw that it was a name Kian, but he was still in his childhood. For details, please refer to the childhood of Piccolo. 10 minutes ago, the great elder suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Nalu who was practicing outside, and told him, "Nalu, someone will land on our Namek in a while, you go and pick them up." Nalu nodded, without saying much, just flew to the place given by the great elder. "Oh? Who are you?" FORTES felt that the person in front of him actually had a combat power of 2000, and couldn't help asking curiously. "My name is Nalu, are you, a SAIYAN?" Nalu just focused all his attention on the immortal Piccolo, and now he looked at FORTES seriously. The floating tail behind FORTES made Nalu slightly startled, and he directly took a fighting posture. FORTES smiled and shook his head, and instantly appeared behind Nalu. "Young man, don't be too anxious. If I plan to attack Namek, the great elder will not let you come to pick us up." As he said, he raised his hand and gently patted Nalu. Boom! Nalu fell heavily to the ground. "FORTES, don't do that!" The god hurried forward to stop him. FORTES shrugged and threw a magic bean to the god. After eating the magic bean, Nir looked at FORTES cautiously with hesitation. If this person found the elder and had bad intentions, no one could subdue him. Suddenly, Nir's expression froze and he nodded gently. "Let's go, the elder wants to see you." Nir turned his head away angrily and flew forward side by side with the god Piccolo. FORTES didn't care either, just smiled and followed behind Nir. Soon, a towering terrain appeared in front of the few people. Nir looked up and said lightly, "The elder is on it." FORTES stopped wasting time, and the aura around him suddenly released to wrap up the god and Nir. The three of them quickly appeared on the top, and there was a semicircular building on it. The elder slowly opened the door and walked out leisurely. The elder now is not as old as in the original novel and can still walk. "Are you the great elder?" The voice of the god of heaven trembled. "You are Kadaz's child, right?" The great elder nodded slowly, looking at the god of heaven, Piccolo, his eyes full of memories. Chapter 5. Kadaz? "Is he my father?" the god said softly. "I lost my memory due to an accident since I arrived on Earth, and I forgot everything in the past. It was thanks to FORTES that I knew my origins." The god sighed. "I see, no wonder, no, why are you, incomplete?" The elder nodded first, then noticed the state of the god Piccolo at this time and asked hurriedly. The god Piccolo was slightly stunned, and then realized what the elder meant, and hurriedly explained. After listening to the words of god Piccolo, the elder shook his head helplessly and sighed, "You are a genius of our dragon clan. It's a pity. How can people only have goodness in their hearts?" It's stupid. The elder looked at FORTES and said, "Hello, SAIYAN, I see that Namek will face a disaster in the future, and I see your figure saving us." FORTES nodded slightly. "Grand Elder, if that's the case, then I won't say much. I hope you can help me develop my potential and borrow the Dragon Balls from Namek." The elder nodded and raised his hand. "Come closer, I need to touch your head." FORTES also understood the process, nodded gently, never resisted, and slowly walked to the elder. The elder put his hand on FORTES' head and said in shock, "You actually have such a huge potential." FORTES only felt that his combat power was increasing, until the elder's forehead broke out with a trace of cold sweat. FORTES also felt the powerful force in his body, slowly moved away from the elder, and then suddenly released all the breath in his body. "What, this guy, is he so powerful?" Nero looked at FORTES in shock. God Piccolo also looked up in disbelief. FORTES himself had already made him unable to see clearly, and who would have thought that the breath FORTES exuded at this time was even more desperate. Fortunately, he was not an enemy. FORTES also activated the combat power detector, and Dr. Brief had adjusted its accuracy to 100 million. And watching the floating numbers in front of him slowly pause, FORTES laughed, and his combat power at this time had reached 1.2 million. FORTES slowly landed, saluted to the elder with a solemn face and said, "Thank you, Elder. If Namek is in trouble in the future, I will definitely help." The elder nodded and said with a smile, "I can feel from your breath that you are not an evil person, and I also believe in Piccolo's vision. If you want to use the Dragon Ball, let Nero accompany you." FORTES nodded. Nero still looked at FORTES in shock, and only came back to his senses when he heard the elder calling his name, and nodded repeatedly. "Nero, take this Dragon Ball, they will give it to you." The elder took out a one-star bead from his arms. Nero took it and flew away with FORTES. The elder taught some dragon skills to the god Piccolo. "FORTES, I'm sorry about what happened before. You know, Saiyans are in the universe," Nero said after a moment of silence. "It's okay. When I become the Saiyan King in the future, I will change the Saiyans' atmosphere in the universe." FORTES smiled and shook his head. "But you are really amazing. I am a combat type named Kian and I can't see your movements at all," Nero continued. FORTES chuckled and encouraged, "How old are you? You already have such strong combat power. The future will definitely not be bad." The two chatted while flying and soon arrived at the first tribe. "Elder, the elder asked me to get the Dragon Ball." Nero looked at the tribal elder in front of him. "Well, the elder has already informed me. This is the guest." The tribal elder nodded and greeted FORTES in a friendly manner. "Hello, elder, thank you for your Dragon Balls." FORTES also saluted. The two quickly went through the 6 tribes that collected the Dragon Balls and collected all the Dragon Balls. "Elder, we are back." Nero and FORTES quickly came back, both holding several Dragon Balls in their hands. "Then I'll start. Come out, Porunga." Nero stood in front of the 7 Dragon Balls and slowly chanted the spell. In an instant, the entire Namek was instantly covered with dark clouds, a flash of light appeared, and a huge figure emerged from it. "This is so big," the god Piccolo couldn't help but say as he looked at Porunga's huge figure. Although they had expected it, FORTES and Nero were also shocked when they saw Porunga. "Owner of the 7 Dragon Balls, tell me your wishes quickly. I can help you realize 3 wishes." Porunga's majestic voice slowly sounded, and at the same time Porunga also said to the Long. The old man nodded slightly and said hello. Nero looked at FORTES, who thought for a moment and then said, "Restore the Shadera planet to its original form." Nero turned around and translated in Namek. A hint of red flashed across Porunga's eyes. "Your wish has been fulfilled." FORTES continued, 5 years later, if planet Vegeta explodes, please transfer all the Saiyans on planet Vegeta to planet Shadera. FORTES considered that he could not compete with Beerus within 5 years, so he should be prepared for the explosion of planet Vegeta. Nero nodded and continued to translate. Porunga closed his eyes, and after a moment, he slowly said, "Your wish has been fulfilled, and you have one last wish. Hide the Shadera planet temporarily, and tell me the coordinates of the Shadera planet." Fortes frowned and said. Nero quickly relayed the message, and Porunga waved his hand lightly, and the coordinates of the Shadera planet appeared in Fortes' mind. "Your wish has come true." After saying that, Porunga took the Dragon Ball into the air and disappeared. At the same time, the 7 Dragon Balls quickly flew around Namek. Fortes was about to go up and intercept the Dragon Ball, but the Great Elder smiled and waved his hand. "No need to do that. Anyway, I have nothing to do all day, so it's good to find Dragon Balls when I have nothing to do." "Well, thank you for your help, Great Elder." Fortes saluted the Great Elder again. "God, when are you going to return to Earth?" Fortes turned his head and looked at the God Piccolo. "Ah, this." God Piccolo obviously wanted to stay on Namek for a while. Fortes also understood what God Piccolo meant instantly, and handed over a universal capsule with a smile. "This is the spaceship made by Dr. Brief based on my aircraft. It can fly back to Earth in a week. I'll give it to you." God Piccolo was slightly stunned, and quickly took it, with a smile on his face. "In that case, thank you very much, Fortes." Fortes waved his hands repeatedly and said with a smile, "Why do we have to talk about this relationship? Besides, this was made by Dr. Brief, so I'm just borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha." "Fortes, are you leaving?" Nero couldn't help but ask after listening to the conversation between the two. Fortes pondered for a moment and shook his head gently. "I plan to stay on Namek for a while. After all, I am not used to the sudden increase in combat power just now. I still need to master it thoroughly." Nero's eyes lit up. "Fortes, why don't you come with me to my practice place and practice together?" Fortes smiled and looked at Nero. "What practice together?" He just wanted his guidance, but Fortes did not refuse. He nodded. "Okay, then the time will be troublesome." The two left quickly. The elder smiled and watched the others talking. Seeing that the elder seemed to be going back to the room, God Piccolo hurried forward to help him. The elder was not so weak at this time, but he did not refuse God Piccolo. The two slowly walked into the huge building. "Wow, Fortes, do you usually practice with this?" Nero looked at the gravity chamber that Fortes took out in surprise and couldn't help but try it out. "Hiss, is it so heavy?" Nero adjusted it 10 times, and the gravity in the gravity room had already pressed his waist so hard that he could hardly stand up straight. Fortes hurriedly stepped forward and adjusted the gravity to 5. "This is your first time to receive gravity training, so let's start from the beginning." Although Nero still felt the gravity all over his body, he could at least move with difficulty. "Fortes, how many times of gravity have you adapted to now?" Nero asked Fortes while moving slowly. "For me, 100 times of gravity is no problem. As for higher, I don't know for the time being. The gravity room I have is only 100 times of gravity at most." Fortes said. 100 times. Nero nodded gently. "Okay, this gravity room is given to you. You should know how to operate it. I'll go to practice next to it." Fortes patted Nero's shoulder and walked out of the gravity room. Took out a new universal capsule and threw it out, and a brand new gravity room appeared. Thanks to Dr. Brief, Fortes now has more than 40 gravity chambers. Without saying too much, Fortes directly adjusted the gravity of the gravity chamber to 100 times and began to get familiar with the surge of power. Originally, those robots could not keep up with him, let alone Fortes at this time. Even if the gravity chamber was full of robots, Fortes could easily avoid the attack. "Nero, you still have too many unnecessary movements. Control your breath, be as still as a mountain and as fast as a rabbit." Fortes and Neilu gave instructions while practicing. At this time, both of them were in an environment with 15 times the gravity. Chapter 6. Niru swung his arm suddenly, and his arm instantly became longer and wrapped around FORTES. "Hey, FORTES, you are careless," Niru said to FORTES with a smile, and at the same time, he tried to throw FORTES out with both hands. FORTES chuckled and flew out with Niru's force, but even though Niru had retracted his arm, FORTES still swam around along the trajectory. Suddenly, FORTES disappeared, and Niru looked around hurriedly. "Niru, you are slow to react." FORTES' voice came from behind Niru. "What?" Niru was startled, and before he could react, FORTES' fist hit Niru's back and knocked him out. FORTES stopped moving and waited for Niru to fly back slowly. "I didn't expect that even if you suppress your combat power, I can't pose a threat to you." Niru flew over and shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, you are already very good. In half a year, your combat power has reached 8,000, which is a full 4-fold increase. It's amazing." FORTES' eyes were full of praise. "Although I suppress my combat power to the same level as you, my original vision and reaction speed are still there. You have also learned to control the Qi. You have a good talent. Don't belittle yourself." FORTES smiled and nodded. Neilu did not despair. He nodded and couldn't help but sighed. "When my combat power can reach 1.5 million like you, I will be satisfied." After half a year of training, FORTES' combat power has reached 1.5 million. "Haha, I have disturbed you for so long, I should leave too." FORTES looked serious. Neilu looked at FORTES and slowly said, "Are you leaving?" The two have established a deep friendship in the past 6 months. Knowing that FORTES is leaving, Neilu is also a little sad. "Well, the time is not short. I still need to go to other planets to continue studying. Let's go and talk to the elder." FORTES explained and flew up slowly. Niru nodded and followed FORTES. "Are you leaving?" The elder looked at FORTES, who landed in front of him, and said slowly. "Yes, elder, these days have been troublesome enough, and it's time to leave." FORTES nodded. "Well, you have your own plans, I won't say much, the Namek people will always be your friends." The elder nodded and promised. The god Piccolo came out of the building behind the elder, and the breath of the gods on his body became more and more strong. "It seems that you are about to advance." FORTES looked at the god and said with a smile. "Well, after the guidance of the elder, it is already the last step to the second level god." The god nodded. "FORTES, are you leaving?" The god continued to ask. "Yes, I plan to go to another planet to continue learning martial arts." FORTES explained. "Well, I wish you good luck in martial arts." The god gave a sincere blessing. "Haha, thank you, goodbye everyone." FORTES slowly flew up, waved to a few people, took out the aircraft, entered the aircraft, and quickly left Namek. "FORTES, it's really amazing." Niru couldn't help but sighed as he watched the white light passing through the air when the aircraft left. Indeed, he seems to have planned everything, and everything is done step by step, as if it will come naturally. God Piccolo recalled what FORTES did on Earth and sighed. Niru nodded slightly to the elder and God Piccolo, and then returned to the place where he practiced. With determination in his eyes, he entered the gravity room and adjusted to 20 times the gravity to start practicing. "Let me see. It takes a week to get to Yadrit, and 3 weeks to get to Metamor. Well, let's go to Yadrit first and learn teleportation." FORTES has long been interested in the teleportation that Kakarot learned on Yadrit. There will be a catastrophe on our planet in the future. No, it seems that the future has changed again. Someone saved us. Yadrit, the Yadrit tribe leader sensed the future. Suddenly, the tribe leader opened his eyes, exhaled lightly, and disappeared in an instant. I saw that the tribe leader appeared in a wilderness, and at the same time, countless people who looked exactly like him appeared around him in an instant. "Are we there yet, Ydrit, hee, teleportation, here I come. Fortes looked at the huge planet in front of him and rubbed his hands and couldn't help but speak. Swish! The door of the aircraft was slowly opened. Fortes took a step forward and was slightly stunned at first. What are you doing? I am the leader of the Ydrit people. I foresaw the future and predicted that you would save our planet. I have come here to welcome you. The figures all spoke at the same time. Fortes was frightened and took a step back. What's going on with you? The figures slowly dissipated, and one person walked out, who was the chief of the Ydrit people. Haha, it's just a clone welcoming you, don't worry about it. The chief nodded with a smile. Fortes nodded suddenly. I have always heard that the secrets of Ydrit are outstanding, and I came here to learn a thing or two. Haha, let's go, I have been waiting for a long time. The chief smiled and led Fortes. What is this? Fortes looked at the cave in front of him and asked. This is the collection of the secrets of my Ydrit people. There are countless secrets in it that are engraved by our ancestors. You will understand when you go in. The chief explained while stroking his beard. If you want to learn the secret method, just make mental contact. When learning the secret method, don't be stubborn. If your mind can't bear it, you must stop in time. The chief seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly advised. Fortes was still a little confused at this time. Why did he learn it directly without knowing why? However, since the chief of the Ydrit people brought him here, he couldn't be nervous. Fortes nodded gently and saluted the chief slightly. Thank you, chief. Then I will go in first. The chief nodded slightly and watched Fortes enter the cave. This is eye-opening. As soon as Fortes entered, he was attracted by the scene in front of him. I saw a few stars in it, suddenly appearing beside Fortes and surrounding him. The scene in front of Fortes changed again. Is this the clone technique that the chief just performed? Forget it, don't learn this first. This is gigantism. This is not useful either. This is teleportation. Okay, put this here first. Fortes was feeling the secrets while selecting them. This one can strengthen mental power? It's still useful, keep it for now. Fortes remembered that to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he had to return to rationality from a gorilla, and my Saiyan god of war Broly might be able to control his power if his mental power was strong. That's right, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly in the future had been marked by Fortes in advance. Predict the future? Bardock will get it later, so I don't have to worry about it. I really want to learn all these secrets. Fortes looked at the secrets that were still floating, his eyes sparkling. Wait, this one, I can live in space, learn, I must learn this. Fortes reluctantly selected 3 secrets and stopped. It's not that he didn't want to continue looking, he selected 3 secrets and his mental power was close to the limit. If he chose more, he wouldn't be able to learn it, and those secrets also sensed this and left Fortes. Hey, then let's start learning from the instant movement of the Dragon Ball. Fortes' spirit slowly touched the teleportation. Is it so complicated? No wonder, Kakarot has been learning it for a year. Fortes felt the difficulty of teleportation and shook his head with a wry smile. Chief, that's a Saiyan. Several respected elders of Ydrit came to the chief. So what if he's a Saiyan? I don't think he's that cruel. Although his spirito is a bit irritable, he's also kind. An elder retorted. The chief smiled and stopped the noise of several people. I saw that in the future, under the leadership of Fortes, the reputation of the Saiyans will change greatly, and Fortes will save our planet in the future. Okay, don't say more. Several elders nodded. Although they had different opinions, they were all for the sake of the tribe and there was no life and death feud. So who of you is willing to teach him? The patriarch continued to ask. Several people looked at each other. The elder who originally supported Fortes was about to speak, but the elder who opposed spoke first and said, let me come and see for myself what this SAIYAN you are talking about is like. As soon as this was said, several people nodded with a smile. A few months later, FORTES finally walked out with his head covered. During this time, he had barely memorized the 3 secrets. As for why it took him several months, it can only be said that he had to rest for a long time after absorbing each secret, and then continue to absorb the secret after his spirit was completely restored. You are out. Ayudrit sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and looked at FORTES, who was slowly walking out. Hello, who are you? FORTES nodded gently and saluted slightly. I am the elder of Ayudrit, and I am here to teach you to learn the secrets. The elder slowly stood up and said. FORTES was slightly stunned, and immediately nodded happily. Hello, elder, I will trouble you to take care of it next. The elder looked indifferent, nodded slightly, and disappeared instantly. He appeared in front of FORTES and gently placed his hand on FORTES' shoulder. Swish! The two disappeared in an instant and appeared in a wilderness. Chapter 7. At this time, FORTES raised his left index and middle fingers and placed them between his eyebrows. After a moment, his body became illusory, and disappeared from the spot under the complicated gaze of the elder of the Ayudrit. This FORTES is so talented. Ordinary foreigners can basically only learn 1 secret method, but his mental power can receive 3 secret methods. The elder couldn't help but muttered as he looked at the place where FORTES disappeared. However, after spending time with him, I can see that he is not an ungrateful person. The elder smiled and shook his head. He was the one who opposed it the most at first, but after contacting FORTES, his thoughts turned around. At this time, FORTES suddenly appeared in front of the person he saw just after getting off the aircraft, that is, the chief of the Ayudrit. The patriarch felt the fluctuation of space and was slightly stunned. He smiled and nodded. FORTES, you have a good talent. You learned teleportation in just 6 months. Don't think that FORTES took 6 months. In fact, it was because there were 2 secrets in his mind that occupied his mental power. If he only studied teleportation seriously, he would only need 2 or 3 months to become a master. FORTES smiled. Thanks to the elder's teaching, otherwise even if I had the secret, it would take me 3 or 4 years to learn it. Goodbye, patriarch. FORTES waved his hand and put his fingers on his forehead again. This time he disappeared quickly. When he appeared again, he appeared directly in front of the elder. Very good, FORTES, you have learned teleportation well. Next, let me teach you the remaining 2 secrets. The elder nodded expressionlessly. Okay, elder. FORTES nodded quickly and sat down cross-legged. This secret method is actually equivalent to 2 secret methods. One ensures that you will not be blown up by the powerful spirito in your body in the universe, and the other allows you to breathe independently in a vacuum environment. As long as the spirito in your body is not exhausted, your body functions can remain normal. The elder also sat cross-legged in front of FORTES and explained. FORTES listened to the elder's words, and his calm face showed joy. Elder, in other words, this secret method can actually survive under any conditions. The elder was slightly stunned, thought for a moment and nodded slowly. If you say so, it seems that there is no problem. Of course, the premise is that you have enough spirito. FORTES suppressed the joy in his heart and nodded slowly. Thank you for the explanation, elder, please teach me carefully. The elder of Ayudrit showed a smile on his face, chuckled and nodded. While FORTES was trying hard to learn the secret method, something happened on Earth. Haha, Taisai, your sister is born. Taisai was standing at the door at this time. She heard the voice of her father, Dr. Brief, coming from the delivery room and breathed a sigh of relief. Just call you Bulma. Dr. Brief walked out while holding Bulma, thinking about the name. At the same time, Mrs. Brief also followed. Don't ask, the Brief family has advanced technology, and if it doesn't work, there are still senzu beans. Let me see Bulma, so ugly. Taisai came forward and said excitedly, but after seeing Bulma's face clearly, she shook her head in disgust. Haha, you were like this when you were a child. You will be a beautiful girl when you grow up. MRS. Brief couldn't help but laugh. Okay, that's right. Taisai nodded and walked forward to take Bulma away from Dr. Brief's arms. Bulma was not shy, and looked at her sister with a smile on her face. Bulma is very smart at first glance. She inherited her father's excellent genes. Taisai said with a smile. Another year passed, and it was still 3 years before the explosion of planet Vegeta in the original book. Fortes put his hands between his eyebrows and kept moving. He came to the patriarch according to the breath, and then went to the elders. This Fortes is really talented. The patriarch of the Udrit star smiled and shook his head. An elder appeared in front of him in an instant. Not only that, ordinary foreigners can only learn one secret method at most, but he can learn 3. The elder who had been teaching Fortes for so long also appeared, with a smile on his face. In just over a year, he has learned all 3 secret methods, and he has even become very proficient. Haha, you don't object to Fortes now. Another elder appeared beside him. Fortes is afraid that he will leave too. An elder said softly. As soon as the voice fell, Fortes appeared in front of everyone. Patriarch, elders, I have disturbed you for a long time, and I should leave too. Fortes bowed slightly to several people. So soon? The elder who taught Fortes had a complicated expression. Since in this case, Fortes, you can leave without worry. The patriarch nodded, slowly stood up and said. Several people disappeared at the same time and appeared in a wilderness, which was the place where Fortes' aircraft landed. I'm leaving. Everyone, stay safe. If there is anything on Udrit, please contact me at any time. Fortes stood at the door of the aircraft and waved his hand and shouted. After that, the aircraft slowly took off and quickly left Udrit. 2.5 weeks? In this case, we should improve our combat effectiveness during this time. Fortes looked at the estimated arrival time displayed on the aircraft and nodded slightly, then turned and walked into the gravity room. During the time on Udrit, Fortes did not deliberately strengthen his combat power. He had been practicing teleportation, strengthening his mental strength, and occasionally going to the outer space to adapt to the environment. Therefore, Fortes' combat power was only increasing slowly and normally at this time, but it had already reached a combat power of 2,009,998. 9,999. 10,000. Fortes supported his body with the index finger of his left hand. The gravity room opened 100 times the gravity. After doing 10,000 single-finger push UPS, Fortes tilted his body slightly, quickly put his left hand behind his back, and stretched out his right hand at the same time, supporting his body with his index finger of his right hand. Fortes finally came out sweating after practicing for an unknown period of time. Hey, SAIYANs still have to become stronger in battle. This kind of practice is too slow. Fortes, who had long been accustomed to the 100 times gravity, frowned and shook his head. These days of training and combat power only increased by 300,000, which made Fortes very dissatisfied. Ah! Fortes sighed helplessly, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to practice mental power. Since he learned the secret method of practicing mental power, he would actively practice mental power for 2 hours every day even if he did not practice combat power. Even if his mental power would slowly strengthen itself in daily life, it was like instinct, but it was still not as efficient as active practice. Suddenly, the speed of the aircraft slowly decreased. Fortes suddenly opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and looked at the planet outside. Fortes' mouth corners slightly raised. Metamor star, we are finally here. Fortes said softly. The aircraft slowly descended and entered Metamor star. When the aircraft was still in the air, and there were still 1,000 meters from the ground, Fortes noticed that hundreds of people were moving towards him. Interesting, it is worthy of being the star of martial arts, and martial arts are so developed. Fortes could not help but sigh. It's a pity, it seems that the original book destroyed the planet Metamor. Fortes frowned slightly. Boom! The aircraft suddenly made contact with the ground with a loud noise. Then the door opened, and Fortes slowly walked out and put away the aircraft. Hundreds of people gradually appeared around and surrounded Fortes. Are you, SAIYAN? What do you want to do on our Metamor planet? One of them looked at Fortes' tail and his eyes condensed, and he couldn't help but tense his muscles and stared at Fortes. Dart, calm down and relax. Suddenly a steady voice came. As soon as this voice appeared, the others slowly stood up and made way, and a Metamor star slowly walked out. Hello, SAIYAN, I am the leader of the Metamor star. I can feel that your aura is full of friendship, and the humans on our planet welcome all friendly people. The chief of the Metamor star nodded slightly to Fortes. If Fortes hadn't seen this person right in front of him, he really didn't want to believe that someone could do this. He couldn't even feel any breath. If this person had a trace of malice, he would be in danger. Hello, Chief, my name is Fortes. I have long been famous for the martial arts of Metamor star. Today I see that it is well deserved. Fortes bowed slightly. I wonder if the chief will allow me to learn the martial arts of Metamor star. Fortes continued. The chief of the Metamor star nodded slowly. Chi can't deceive people. I believe in you, Dart, and then you will introduce it to Fortes. I hope you can take a look at the settings. If there are any unreasonable places, I will change them. If you have any ideas, you can also mention them. I will consider them. Settings. Ordinary, God Dimension, Level 1 to 9. Mortal, Level 0. God, Level 1 and Level 2. King of Hell, Level 3 and Level 4. King of the Realm, Level 5 and Level 6. Great King of the Realm, Level 7. King of the Realm, God of Destruction, Level 9. Accepting a position will directly become the lowest dimension of the corresponding position. For example, if you take the position of King of the Realm, your dimension will directly become Level 5, but this is only brought by the position. You can cultivate yourself to Level 5 before you can continue to cultivate upwards. The higher the dimension, the longer the lifespan, and the combat power is related to the level. It doesn't matter if it's a high dimension, it doesn't mean that the combat power is strong. As for the angels, the Omni King and the others will not be considered for now, and will be set later. I won't say more about the enhancement multiples of Super Science, everyone should know it. The God Realm is divided into Level 1 to Level 9. The strength of the God of Destruction must at least reach Level 4 of the God Realm to inherit the position of the God of Destruction. Now the gods of destruction in the 12 universes are all Level 5 of the God Realm, and Beerus is considered to be in the late Level 5 of the God Realm. In the early stage, the combat power is so much, and in the later stage, the combat power is basically directly said to be in the God Realm. No matter how much combat power is, it can't beat the first level of the God Realm. From the first level of the God Realm, it is the watershed. In addition, the God of Destruction's God of Destruction form directly improves one realm. For example, Beerus is in the late Level 5 of the God Realm. When the God of Destruction form is activated, the combat power is the late Level 6 of the God Realm. The Destroyer God form is applicable to the God Realm 7th level before the God Realm 7th level. The effect gradually decreases from the God Realm 7th level, and it cannot reach the God Realm 8th level, and the God Realm 8th level is no longer effective. The adult angels have the God Realm 7th level as the base strength. For example, as the eldest sister, Kessie has the God Realm 8th level, and has reached the God Realm 9th level. Kessie is the strongest of the 12 universe attendant angels, so it should be no problem. We will see the strength of other angels later, or brothers can give me some advice. The strength of the High Priest and the King of all will be discussed later, and the protagonist should not have any conflicts with them. The Dragon Realm and the Time Realm are not considered for the time being. If there is a need or if these plots are written later, they will be added. Chapter 8. After the chief of the Metamor tribe finished speaking, he nodded slowly and turned to leave. At the same time, except for Dart, who he mentioned, the others all nodded slightly and turned away. Dart's face froze slightly. After hearing the chief's words, he also reacted and felt Forte's aura. After a moment, he sighed softly, "Sorry, Fortes, I was reckless. Come with me." Dart walked forward. Fortes smiled and shook his head, "It's okay, I don't take it to heart." At the same time, Fortes followed Dart. Soon, the two entered the city. Fortes could clearly feel the powerful energy in the people walking around him, and this seemed to be not an exception. Most people seemed to practice martial arts. "Fortes, look over there, that's our martial arts tower." Dart pointed to the 9-story tower visible to the naked eye in front and said proudly. Fortes looked ahead with interest, "What is this?" Dart knew that Fortes, as an outsider, naturally did not understand the martial arts tower, so he was not surprised and explained, "Each floor of the tower can only be entered by people with different combat power. My current combat power is 7,000, and I usually train myself on the 4th floor. Dart's eyes moved upwards, the Patriarch's combat power is as high as 300,000. He usually trains on the 8th floor. He is also the only one of us who trains on the 8th floor. As for the 9th floor, I heard that the combat power must reach more than 1 million to enter. Is that so? Why are there still levels?" Fortes frowned and asked in confusion. Seeing Fortes' puzzled look, Dart chuckled and explained, "Each level has its own training, harsh environment, gravity, opponents transformed by the martial arts tower, and even illusions. To avoid accidents, the chieftain specifically requested that we only fight one level at a time." Fortes nodded gently, with a gleam in his eyes, "Interesting, it's worthy of being the martial arts star, I really came to the right place." Dart raised his chest and nodded, "Of course, there's more to it. We, the people of Metamor, have also developed some skills that are very powerful, such as fusion, but the chieftain doesn't let us use them easily, saying that combat power is the foundation." Fortes nodded, it was true. "How about it, Fortes, do you want to challenge the martial arts tower first or let me take you to learn some skills?" Dart asked enthusiastically. Fortes thought for a moment and said, "Dart, can you teach me the fusion technique first?" Dart's face froze slightly, but he still nodded with gritted teeth when he saw Fortes' hopeful eyes. "Ahem, come with me, there are too many people here." Then he took Fortes to a training room. Dart shook his body, and another Dart appeared beside him. Fortes could clearly feel that the other Dart was an afterimage, which seemed to be a martial art like the afterimage fist. Dart's face turned slightly red, and the two Darts slowly began the starting posture of fusion, and then there was an awkward dance. In the end, the two index fingers touched each other and shouted about fusion. Because one of the Darts was an afterimage, there was no real fusion. Fortes also observed that Dart was not only dancing, but the chi in his body was still surging according to the rules. Dart slowly walked forward, not only those movements, but also the coordination of the chi in the body is needed to complete the fusion. Then Dart generously gave money to Fortes. After a while, Fortes' eyes glowed slightly, and he secretly thought that it was not in vain to come to the Metamor star. "Thank you brother Dart for your teaching," Fortes said seriously. Dart scratched his head and waved his hands, "Fortes, you are too polite. I can also feel the strength of your blood and chi. Do you want to participate in the martial arts conference on our planet?" Fortes was slightly stunned, turned his head and asked, "Martial arts conference? Please tell me in detail." "This martial arts conference is held every 10 years on our planet. It happens that the next martial arts conference will be held next month. I am afraid that there will be many masters participating. If you want to participate, I can help you," Dart explained. This is the same as the martial arts conference on Earth, but the quality is higher, FORTES thought while touching his chin. In this case, then I will trouble you to help me sign up. FORTES nodded slowly. Dart grinned, okay, FORTES, what do you want to do next? I will lead the way for you. Dart, I want to enter the martial arts tower to practice now, okay? FORTES said seriously. Dart was slightly stunned, sure, but outsiders usually have to learn some skills first, but if you want to go in, I'll take you there. FORTES nodded and followed Dart to the direction of the martial arts tower. The martial arts tower was surrounded 100 meters away. Dart walked to the gate. He bowed respectfully to the old man sitting on a chair. Elder, this is FORTES, he wants to enter the martial arts tower. Dart, oh? SAIYAN? I heard about it, okay, let's go in. The old man opened his eyes slightly and looked at the two of them, and nodded slowly. Thank you, Elder. Dart said with a smile, and FORTES also bowed slightly to him. Let's go, FORTES. Dart nodded slightly to FORTES. FORTES also walked slowly behind Dart, observing the surrounding environment. In front of the gate of the martial arts tower, Dart's expression was serious. FORTES, I know you are very strong, but I still want to remind you that if you feel that you have reached your limit, then don't continue to go up. If you can't hold on, exit the martial arts tower as soon as possible. FORTES smiled slightly and nodded gently, don't worry, I will pay attention. Seeing that FORTES took his words to heart, Dart nodded, opened the door, and the two walked in together. Then I'll go to the 4th floor first. You should slowly adapt and choose according to your physical condition. Dart gave another instruction and hurried to the higher floors. FORTES squinted his eyes and observed the surrounding environment. The interior of the martial arts tower was endless. This caused FORTES to be shocked for a moment. Thinking of the spirit time house on Earth, FORTES breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid there is space technology. Is this a training ground? There is gravity training. This is a severe cold and hot environment. Wait, this is a clone. FORTES was shocked and looked around the surrounding environment. The martial arts tower can actually create a clone with the same strength as itself according to its own strength, and the combat experience of this clone is also the highest among people at the same stage. It's just a pity. At most, it can only have a combat power of 1 million. FORTES shook his head regretfully. Chapter 9. But it's also very powerful. Wait, what is this? FORTES nodded gently and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Another different scene appeared in front of FORTES. Is this an illusion? FORTES' eyes lit up slightly, and an idea flashed through his mind. Maybe he could use the illusion of the 9th floor to break through the Super SAIYAN. And perhaps because of the secret method of Yudrit star studies, the illusion of the 1st floor was easily broken by him. FORTES tried all the environments of the 1st floor. Perhaps his combat power at the moment far exceeded the upper limit of the 1st floor, so he did not feel obvious pressure. FORTES did not stop and walked up along the steps. 2nd floor. 3rd floor. 4th floor. 5th floor. All the way to the 6th floor, the minimum requirement for this floor is 10,000 combat power. FORTES went straight to the illusion area. The scene now seems real. FORTES couldn't help but muttered. But if you stay in this environment all the time, although the improvement of mental power is obvious, the consumption is also great. FORTES felt the rapid consumption of mental power, sat down and used the secret method learned from Yudrit to cultivate his spirit. Half a day passed, FORTES' face turned slightly pale, and his mental power had been squeezed to the extreme. With a light breath, FORTES quickly left this place. This is really the right place. FORTES couldn't help but smile on his pale face. Without the consumption of mental power by the illusion, FORTES' mental power in his mind was recovering autonomously at this time, which did not affect his normal actions. After walking out of the illusion area, FORTES thought for a moment and came to the training area in the extremely cold and hot environment. The temperature here continued to rise during the day, reaching a maximum of 200 degrees, and the temperature continued to drop at night, reaching a minimum of -100 degrees. After FORTES figured out the rules of this place, he nodded slowly and officially began to practice. At the same time, FORTES found that the 6th level of gravity could be activated at any time. Although it was only 50 times the gravity, it was better than nothing. In this harsh environment, FORTES didn't know how long he survived, but Dart, who was outside the martial arts tower, was anxious. Oh, why hasn't FORTES come down yet? Ordinary people have to come out to rest for a while after practicing for a week. It's been almost a month, and the martial arts conference is about to start. Why hasn't he come out yet? Dart could only stop in front of the martial arts tower and wait for FORTES to come out, but time was passing, and there was only one day left before the martial arts conference. Dart gritted his teeth and turned to look for the leader of the Metamor Star. Chief, FORTES signed up for the martial arts conference, but he is still practicing in the martial arts tower. Dart stood in front of the chief and said helplessly. The chief pondered for a moment and exhaled. It would be a pity if FORTES missed the martial arts conference with such fighting power. Well, I'll go to the martial arts tower to find him. The chief disappeared directly on the spot, and Dart also breathed a sigh of relief. He also hoped to witness FORTES' fighting power. The clan leader started to search from the first floor. The space inside the martial arts tower is very large. And generally the two people will not meet. Therefore, the clan leader could only helplessly search for people on each floor. Half a day passed, and the clan leader explored the 5th floor. Even the clan leader couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is my first time to practice this kind of practice, but I have already surpassed the first 5 floors." The clan leader smiled bitterly and shook his head, and continued to walk up. Sure enough, the clan leader soon found FORTES, who had just finished training and was about to go to the 7th floor. FORTES has completely adapted to the environment of the 6th floor in the past month, and even the pressure brought by the illusion has gradually reduced. Seeing the chief of the Metamor people standing in front of him, FORTES was slightly stunned, and then he saluted with a smile, "Hello, chief. Are you going to practice?" The chief couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead and smiled bitterly, "You guy, don't you care about time when practicing? The martial arts conference will start in a while. Dart can't wait for you and asked me to find you." FORTES was stunned, and then realized that there was still a martial arts conference. At the same time, his heart was warmed by Dart's behavior. "Ah, sorry, chief, I trouble you. I was so busy practicing that I forgot about this, for a while." FORTES covered his face and smiled awkwardly. "No problem, since I found you, the remaining time is enough, let's go." The chief shook his head gently and walked down with FORTES. "See if you want to continue to go up. Have you adapted to the environment of the 6th floor?" The chief's expression was calm and he spoke slowly. "Yes, Metamor is really a martial arts planet. I have benefited a lot these days." FORTES nodded. "What is your current combat power?" The clan leader couldn't help but ask curiously. "This is my first time trying this kind of practice, and the effect is superb. My combat power has reached 3 million. FORTES didn't mean to hide it. After all, he already had enough S-cells at this time, and his combat power was also sufficient. As long as his emotions fluctuate violently, he can transform into a Super Saiyan. Of course, he is not so arrogant that he can become a Super Saiyan at any time. He hopes that after his own practice, he can transform naturally. 3 million. It's amazing. You are probably an outlier among Saiyans. Peace-loving Saiyans are rare." The clan leader couldn't help smacking his lips and sighed. "Haha, maybe." FORTES smiled awkwardly. When the two walked out of the martial arts tower, Dart had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing FORTES, he hurried up and couldn't help complaining. Hey, Ford, you are so obsessed with your practice. You asked me to sign you up for the martial arts competition. You must have forgotten it. I have been waiting for you all these days. Ford smiled apologetically and stepped forward, clasping his hands together and waving them repeatedly. Sorry, Dart, I accidentally forgot. Seeing Ford's sincere attitude in admitting his mistakes, Dart stopped caring about it, bowed to the clan leader and hurriedly took Ford's away. Ford's also followed Dart with a wry smile. The clan leader couldn't help but nod his head when he saw that Ford's was very easy to get along with despite having 3 million combat power. In addition, Ford's aura was friendly. So he didn't worry about it anymore and secretly came to the martial arts conference in advance. Prepare to see what exciting games Ford's will have in this martial arts conference. Dart and Ford's have arrived at the scene, and the draw will end in 2 hours. Dart breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the front. Go and draw the lot. Ford's was slightly stunned and asked, You're not going to participate? My current practice is not enough, I'll participate in the next martial arts conference. Dart shook his head. Chapter 10. Ford's nodded and walked forward. Seeing Ford's approaching, the staff nodded slightly. Hello, are you a contestant of the martial arts competition? Can you tell me your name? Ford's nodded. Hello, Ford's. The staff picked up the registration book next to him and flipped through it quickly, and soon saw Ford's name. Ford's, the draw has not yet started, draw the lot quickly. The staff moved aside. Ford stepped forward and reached into the box, took out a small blue ball with a number 4 written on it. The staff took it and said, You are number 4 in the 4th ring, go in quickly. Ford's nodded to Dart not far away, and walked into the gate. The 4th ring? Let me see. After Ford's entered, he looked around and saw 8 flags of different colors, one of which was a blue flag with the number 4 on it. Ford's walked straight forward, looking at the people who had surrounded the ring, and patted one of them on the shoulder. Brother, is this the 4th ring? The man who was patted did not speak, but just nodded gently. Ford's then sat down in the air, closing his eyes to recover his spirit while there was still some time. Boom! There was a huge bang, and at the same time a voice came out, This martial arts conference begins. Ford's could clearly feel that the atmosphere around him became fanatical, and even after this bang, countless people flew towards this side. At the same time, 8 huge monitors slowly rose above the 8 rings, on which was the real-time broadcast of the ring. Ford's looked at this scene in amazement, and couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. It really deserves to be a martial arts star. Number 1, Number 2, it's time to go on stage. There was a referee flying in the air on each ring, and the referee of the 4th ring slowly spoke. Both of them came to the ring quickly. Because the 2 of them were equally matched in strength, it took a long time for the 2 to decide the winner. However, the crowd on the side had no objection. They all stared at the 2 of them and cheered from time to time. Number 3, Number 4, it's time to go on stage. The referee said seriously. Ford's opened his eyes and quickly came to the ring. Although the opponent was a breath slower, he was already standing opposite Ford's. You are very strong. The opponent felt the pressure from Ford's and his muscles were tense. He said with a serious expression. Thank you, you are not bad either. Ford's nodded and raised his fists. At the referee's order, the 2 rushed to each other at the same time. The 2 collided. Ford stood firmly in place, but the opponent flew out directly. The sound around the 4th ring gradually died down, and even the referee was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly blew the horn. Number 4 wins. Number 5, Number 6, it's time to go on stage. Ford's walked down, and the people around him directly cleared an area around him. You are so awesome, let me introduce myself, I am Neela. Suddenly a voice came, and stretched out his right hand to Ford's. Ford's nodded gently, raised his hand to hold his right hand. He could feel the other party's powerful blood surging, and his fighting power must be good. Look, Neela has come into contact with this mysterious strong man. Neela's promotion is a sure thing, and with this strong man, I'm afraid there will be no chance in this martial arts conference. Someone around looked at the two and whispered. The two chatted for a long time, and suddenly, Neela turned his head suddenly and waved to FORTES, "It's my turn, I'll go up first." FORTES nodded gently, ready to pay attention to Neela's fight. When the referee gave the order, Neela started fighting with his opponent. It's better to say it's a teaching than a battle. Both of them showed a fighting power of 8,000 on the ring. Neela obviously had some strength left. While dodging, he was still instructing his opponent. FORTES touched his chin and observed, and couldn't help but sighed, this Neela is really powerful. If we fight at the same level, he is indeed an opponent. After fighting for a few moves, Neela no longer held back. The aura around him suddenly burst out and knocked the opponent back to the field. FORTES felt the fighting power released by Neela in an instant and nodded slightly. Sure enough, Neela's fighting power has exceeded 20,000. In the subsequent battles, the two people played more and more frequently. Fortunately, the numbers were very different. Both of them stood out from the fourth ring and entered the top 16. At the same time, the referee brought together the 16 players selected from the 8 rings, broadcast the whole process live, and started drawing lots. FORTES saw that the people around him had no intention of moving, smiled and shook his head, and immediately stepped forward and took out a ball first. On it was number 1. FORTES's head portrait instantly appeared on the big screen with number 1, and the others also stepped forward one by one. Dart looked at the battle that was about to begin for FORTES, and waved his hands excitedly. FORTES saw Dart's exaggerated movements in the audience and chuckled and waved his hands to him. The battle begins, the referee ordered. FORTES and his opponent quickly distanced themselves from each other. The top 16 players all had a combat power of more than 10,000, so the opponent was also observing FORTES cautiously. FORTES slowly adjusted his own breath to 20,000 and confronted the opponent. The opponent also exploded, and the breath around him competed with FORTES. Suddenly, the two disappeared at the same time, and bursts of bombardment broke out in the air. No one in the audience complained, most of them turned their eyes repeatedly, and soon there was a bombardment in that place. Soon, the two showed up and stood where their opponents had stood before. FORTES looked normal, but his opponent was sweating on his face. The opponent exhaled lightly. At this time, he had already seen that he was doomed to fail in this round. His mentality had been adjusted. He slowly raised his hands, and the white light in his hands continued to condense. FORTES looked at the opponent's movements and raised his hands, and the chi in his body surged wildly. The two looked at each other and pushed out the qigong waves in their hands at the same time. A huge bombardment sounded, and at the same time, a cloud of smoke rose on the ring. FORTES raised his hand and the smoke dissipated. The opponent was already unconscious on the spot. The referee quickly arranged for rescuers to come forward and take him away. Then let us congratulate FORTES for entering the quarterfinals. The referee stood in the air and spoke loudly. Wow! Cheers suddenly rang out in the audience. Dart shouted happily. Looking at the crazy people in the audience, FORTES' mouth twitched slightly. And he quickly got off the ring with his face covered. Not bad, FORTES, if I were to face you, I'm afraid I would lose quickly. Neela smiled and nodded at FORTES. The other 16 contestants also nodded to him. The fighting power displayed by FORTES at this time had already made them feel pressured. Chapter 11. FORTES watched these players fight in order. Although his fighting ability was far superior to theirs, their understanding of Qi was not inferior to his. FORTES had practiced on Earth with the school headed by the God of Heaven, and also strengthened his Qi training on the planet Yidrat. And the understanding and application of Qi by these people in this martial arts conference also benefited him a lot. Therefore, FORTES has never underestimated his opponent since the first battle of the top 16, and the fighting awareness of both sides on the ring is far superior to everyone else. FORTES took this opportunity to learn from him. Soon, the 8 qualified players were decided according to the order of the 16. Next, FORTES will fight against the winner of the top 8, the third and fourth of the top 16. With FORTES' previous performance, the opponent was obviously much more cautious. FORTES felt the opponent's chi of about 30,000, and he also suppressed the chi to 30,000. Both of them stood in place, staring at each other, trying to find each other's weaknesses. Everyone in the audience knew what the two were doing, and no one urged them. Some even held their breath for fear of disturbing them. The Earth School has more aspects of spiritual cultivation, so FORTES can still keep calm, but his opponent gradually began to get anxious. Although the audience around them did not speak in order not to affect them, how could there be no pressure in this grand scene? The opponent could not help but sweat a drop on his forehead. Seeing that FORTES was in good condition, he gritted his teeth, and there was a loud noise under his feet. The ring even broke into pieces, and he disappeared in front of everyone. FORTES also raised his hands and fiddled with them leisurely. Several loud noises were heard, and FORTES' arms fell off some dust from time to time. It was obvious that FORTES was dealing with the opponent's attack. The audience breathed a sigh of relief this time, and the breathing sound resumed. Oh, what a pity, he didn't keep his composure. Indeed, it seems that his condition is also declining, while the opponent's condition is almost at its prime. If he doesn't fight back, there will be no chance of a comeback. But it's also very powerful, but the opponent is even more powerful. Everyone in the audience discussed it with regret. At this time, the naked eye could only see FORTES swinging his arms on the ring, and his body turned slightly from time to time. The heads in the audience also shook randomly. After a while, FORTES put his hand down, and the figure of the opponent on the opposite side also slowly appeared. The opponent was panting, and although he was unwilling, he still smiled bitterly and said, "Your martial arts realm is very high. I am defeated. Next, let the Qigong wave send me away." As they said this, the two of them mobilized the qi in their bodies at the same time, looked at each other, and shot out the Qigong wave at the same time. The Qigong that FORTES blasted out was not too strong, just similar to that of his opponent. After the two Qigong waves collided, the opponent was blasted out of the ring by the aftermath because of excessive physical exhaustion. The referee hurried forward, number 1 wins and enters the semi-finals. The audience was silent for a moment, and then a cheer came out. FORTES nodded and smiled at the audience and left the ring. The remaining few people looked at FORTES with more attention. Even Neela did not say hello, but nodded to him with a wry smile, and the people around him also nodded slightly to him. FORTES smiled and nodded in return, and sat down in the air again, recovering his spirit while observing the next battle. The referee's voice has been heard, number 3 and number 4, go to the ring. Neela controlled his expression and walked up, and the other opponent also went up to the ring with a vigilant breath. Although the fighting power could not threaten him, he had learned a lot. After a hard fight, Neela won the battle with difficulty. Looking at Neela, who was slowly coming down, FORTES nodded slightly to him. Neela's expression was almost frozen, but he still saluted the people below. Neela had just sat down and started to recover, and the staff beside him came to Neela with the medicine. Neela drank it all, and FORTES was surprised to find that Neela's injuries recovered quickly. In just a few minutes, Neela recovered. Although he could still see that his spirit was a little sluggish, it was still harmless. It was a matter of spirit, and he could rest for a while. FORTES also watched the next 2 matches carefully. These inadvertently revealed moves made FORTES' face become more ruddy and more excited. After the 4 people were decided, the referee wanted to continue to choose 2 from 4 according to the previous rules, but a voice came. The referee was slightly stunned, turned his head and saw the tribe leader standing in the audience, and nodded gently. The next 4 contestants will compete for the championship. The next rule is a free-for-all. When the referee's voice came out, except for FORTES, the others were all slightly stunned. After all, it was always a regular game. However, although the referee changed the rules temporarily, the others did not say anything. The four people, including FORTES, looked at each other and couldn't help but chuckled, saying softly, "Interesting." The referee seemed to consider that they had suffered a great loss of mental strength in the battle, and hurriedly took out the microphone and said again, "Next, please adjust your state, and start the battle in 15 minutes. As soon as the referee finished speaking, FORTES watched the other three sit down and calm down to recover. Soon, the three opened their eyes one by one. They had restored their bodies to their peak, and there were still 2.5 minutes before they started to go on stage. FORTES looked at them in surprise and couldn't help asking, Are you done? Don't you need to rest for a while?" The three were slightly stunned, and couldn't help but laugh. "FORTES, haven't you learned about the martial arts skills of our planet these days? We just used a trick that can recover quickly. Of course, it can only be used once in a short period of time, after all, it is still consuming the body." Neela thought for a while and continued to add. Although they said that there were shortcomings, the pride in their eyes could not be concealed. The few people chatted for a while, and the referee's voice also interrupted. "Everyone, it's time to go on stage." The four people smiled and looked at each other, slowly took off, and each of the four occupied a corner of the ring. The referee saw that the four were ready and said directly, "The battle begins." As soon as the voice fell, Neela rushed towards FORTES. And the remaining two rushed towards each other. "Ha ha ha, FORTES, I have been watching you defeat your opponent in the ring. Now let me feel your strength firsthand." Neela laughed wildly and rushed to FORTES and punched him. FORTES raised his hand to catch the attack and punched again with his backhand. Chapter 12. The two of them fought back and forth, changing their bodies quickly. Neela was distracted, and FORTES found the right opportunity to punch Neela in the right face. Neela took a half step back, raised his hand to gently wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and nodded with a smile, "You are worthy of being praised by the patriarch. Let's get serious next." Neela's breath was no longer hidden, and he burst and gathered his energy crazily, and his combat power reached 50,000 directly. The other two also repelled each other with a palm, and looked at Neela's burst with a serious expression. The two looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Why is Neela so impatient? He showed his real skills so quickly. But even though they said so, the two of them started to burst at the same time. For a while, the other three people on the ring except FORTES all showed a combat power of 50,000. FORTES was slightly stunned, but he was unwilling to fall behind, and his breath was slightly raised, directly reaching a combat power of 100,000. Instantly, a strong pressure came over them, and Neela and the other two couldn't help but look at FORTES. The three looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and rushed towards FORTES at the same time. FORTES looked at the three people attacking, and controlled his combat power to 50,000 to deal with the three people. Seeing FORTES look down on them so much, the three people understood that FORTES wanted to train themselves, but they still couldn't help but be furious. The three people's attacks arrived at the same time. FORTES relied on the same combat power and similar martial arts realm to be suppressed by the three people for a while. And Neela and the other two also understood that if they didn't defeat FORTES first, they would probably miss the championship. Although FORTES was embarrassed at this time, he had a strong aura that prevented him from being injured. At the same time, he attacked again, and his gestures seemed more comfortable. The three looked at each other, their eyes were full of solemnity, but their hands kept attacking. They didn't dare to give FORTES a chance to breathe. In the battle with the three people, FORTES was suppressed by the three people at the beginning, and slowly had the power to fight back. Now he can compete with the three people. At this point, the three no longer had any hope for the championship. If they continued to fight, FORTES would definitely win. Therefore, at this time, the three Neela people had forgotten their desire to win and were only interested in enjoying the pleasure of fighting. Fortes had also long enjoyed the feeling of power from the punches. In a short while, Fortes still maintained a combat power of 50,000, and with a slight flick of his wrist, he actually knocked the 3 Neela people out. For a moment, the 4 people on the ring were stunned. The 3 Neela people took a long breath and smiled bitterly. It seems that you can't refuse to admit your age. Fortes also had a happy look on his face, and his martial arts realm had already advanced. The silent audience suddenly burst into cheers, not only for Fortes, but also for the 3 Neela people. The last move is to use the Qigong wave. Neela looked at Fortes with a serious expression, and at the same time, the aura around him was already moving. The other 2 also mobilized their auras, and the 3 Qigong waves actually slowly rotated. Fortes also had a solemn expression. 3 people with 50,000 combat power could actually condense a Qigong wave with 100,000 combat power. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Fortes did not dare to be careless. He raised his hands and the Qigong wave slowly condensed in his hands. The 4 looked at each other and fired Qigong waves at the same time. Boom! Smoke filled the air, and there was silence in the audience. The chief of the Metamor Star smiled and nodded, turned around and left the place. When the smoke dissipated, only Fortes was still standing there steadily, and the 3 people of Neela all fainted. Although the 3 people of Neela knew each other, they were not close friends. They rashly involved the chi together, which consumed a lot of energy. The mental strength of the 3 people had long been exhausted. They could not hold on after being bombarded by 2 Qigong waves and fainted. The medical staff on the side quickly took Neela and the other 2 away to recover. The referee slowly landed beside Fortes and said loudly, "Let us congratulate Fortes for winning the championship of this martial arts competition." The audience instantly heard more excited cheers, and Fortes' name also spread throughout the entire Metamor Star since the conference. "Finally found you, Fortes." Dart's voice came from behind. Fortes quickly lowered his head and looked around to make sure there was no one. "Haha, not really." Dart couldn't help but chuckled at Fortes' cautious look. Fortes shook his head. He didn't know how he escaped from the martial arts competition. Countless people asked him to give instructions and autographs. At the beginning, he smiled and said a few words. After looking at the dense figures behind him, Fortes had to escape quickly. Dart also knew Fortes' situation, and said with a serious expression, "Since you won the championship, you can get the guidance of the tribe leader. Of course, maybe your fighting power has exceeded that of the tribe leader, but the tribe leader also has a lot of good people. Skills." Looking at Dart, who winked at him, Fortes smiled and nodded, "Since you said so, I have to go to the Patriarch to learn something. This conference also allowed me to see a lot of magical skills." Dart immediately took Fortes to the Patriarch's mansion, and the door was wide open, obviously welcoming Fortes' arrival. The voice of the Patriarch came out, "Fortes, come in." Fortes was slightly stunned, and immediately stepped into the door, while Dart beside him wanted to follow Fortes in, but felt resistance in front of him. At the same time, the words of the Patriarch came out, "Dart, don't come in, I still have something important to discuss with Fortes." Dart curled his lips and nodded helplessly. Fortes walked into the door and saw the Patriarch standing in the yard waiting for him. "Fortes, you are here. Do you have any skills you want to learn?" Speaking of this, the chief of the Metamor people waved his hand, and a word made of air appeared in front of Fortes. "This control of air is really amazing." Fortes couldn't help muttering. At the same time, Fortes looked at these skills seriously. This is not necessary for cultivating spiritual power. Using air to transform into form, fighting spirit to transform into a horse? Forget it, this is not necessary. Quick recovery in a short time. This is okay. Fortes observed and decided immediately, "Chief, can you give me this recovery technique?" The chief nodded with a smile, "Won't you choose more?" Fortes still shook his head, "Dart has taught me the fusion technique, and I feel that the recovery technique is also very useful, but the rest is more like life use." The chief nodded. "No wonder, even if it is not an evil scion, it is still a scion, and likes to fight. The recovery technique mainly depends on your use of air. Since you have learned from Yadrit, you must have learned their use of air. These are all different paths to the same goal." Chapter 13. Recovery is more like squeezing out potential and restoring the heyday, so it can only be used once in a short period of time. Remember, otherwise your potential may be lost. When your combat effectiveness is higher in the future, I suggest you give up this skill." The chief of the Metamor Star had a serious expression, and FORTES nodded slightly. At the same time, the chief began to demonstrate, "Observe the movement of my chi." FORTES nodded slightly, feeling intently. After the chief's chi circulated in his body once, the vitality of the chief's cells seemed to become stronger. Soon, the chief stopped and looked at FORTES. FORTES nodded thoughtfully, and at the same time, the chi also circulated in his body. After the chi circulated in the body for a week, the acupuncture points that it passed through began to heat up slightly, and the cell activity of the body increased after being stimulated. FORTES felt the effect and stopped immediately. No wonder Neela and the others could recover quickly. FORTES pondered for a moment, then looked up at the leader of the Metamor people. "Leader, do you have anything to tell me?" The leader sighed and said, "Yes, I have also been to Yadrit and learned a secret method to predict the future. In the scene I saw, Metamor was destroyed." FORTES was silent. He had a premonition. After all, such a powerful skill came from hell. The leader continued, "But from the moment your spaceship landed on Metamor, the future I saw was changed, so you are allowed to enter all areas of our planet." FORTES nodded suddenly. With his own personality, even if the leader of the Metamor people did not speak, he would help them if he met them. "Is that why you are so friendly with me? You let me learn fusion and recovery techniques, and even showed me all your skills. Leader, don't worry. I, FORTES, and Metamor are friends forever." FORTES smiled and promised. The chief nodded gently. "I am relieved by your aura, but I don't want you to think that we are using you, so I thought about it again and said it." FORTES smiled and nodded. "Chief, if there is nothing else, then I will continue to practice in the martial arts tower." The chief nodded, and he disappeared on the spot. FORTES also walked out of the yard, and Dart was still waiting outside the door. "FORTES, you are out." Dart leaned against the wall and almost fell asleep. Seeing a figure coming out, he hurriedly said, "You are still here." FORTES walked forward and said, "Of course, what did the chief say to you?" Dart stretched and asked. "Nothing, just taught me skills and let me practice well." FORTES rolled his eyes at Dart and continued to move forward. "Hey, where are you going?" Dart hurriedly caught up with FORTES and asked. "Continue to practice in the martial arts tower." FORTES said as a matter of course. "Well, no wonder you are so powerful. How can you not be powerful if you practice with all your heart?" Dart shook his head and sighed. Dart went to the martial arts tower with FORTES. After entering the martial arts tower and bidding farewell to Dart, FORTES quickly climbed up the 7th floor. FORTES stepped in. The minimum combat power requirement for the 7th floor is 50,000. It is not that you can come up with 50,000 combat power, but at least you have to temper your body to the peak and reach the limit of 50,000 combat power. In the original work, Kakarot was even super blue. But he was injured by a pistol after recovering to his original state. This is because they only focused on the growth of chi when they practiced. When fighting, chi will wrap the body, and the body will be strong. Therefore, everyone in the original work more or less ignored the importance of the body. In the theater version, the original Broly and Furiko were both hit into the sun and destroyed. You know, they are all beings that can easily explode stars, but they were destroyed by the high temperature of the sun. Although it is understandable, it is still too ridiculous to think about it carefully. Therefore, FORTES concentrated on tempering his body in the martial arts tower and improving his combat effectiveness. The gravity of the 7th floor can be opened to 100 times, and FORTES opened it immediately. First, he came to the illusion area and consumed his mental power to the extreme. Then he stayed in the cold and hot environment for a long time to temper his body. It was like this. After practicing for an unknown period of time, FORTES walked out of the practice area with long hair and stubble on his face. He opened the universal capsule, took out the food from it and started eating frantically. After eating all the food, FORTES chuckled and lay on the ground, finally adapted to the environment of the 7th floor. Haha, very good. Just keep it like this. Wait for a rest and go to the 8th floor. FORTES actually lay on the ground and slumped directly after falling asleep. FORTES finally opened his eyes after a long time. Oh, I've been practicing so hard these days. It feels so good to have a good sleep. FORTES stood up and stretched. Very good. Let's start the 8th floor. FORTES put away the things he had scattered here and stepped directly onto the 8th floor. The maximum gravity of the 8th floor is 200 times, and the hottest temperature in the environment even reaches 1000 degrees, and the coldest temperature is -500 degrees. After feeling it, FORTES exhaled lightly, chuckled and continued to practice. FORTES was now covered with blood scabs, but the surging of chi and blood in his body was even more boiling. Even in the extreme environment, FORTES shaved off his hair and beard. After the temperature briefly returned to normal, FORTES slowly got up and came to the illusion area again to strengthen his mental strength. Even the leader of the Metamor Star people came to the martial arts tower to practice and saw FORTES' crazy look and couldn't help but feel incredible. It's the 8th level, and he will be able to enter the 9th level soon. The Patriarch sighed as he watched FORTES' progress from afar. At this time, FORTES' gravity was 200 times greater, and he stayed in the cold and heat all day to temper his body, increase his mental strength in the illusion, and his chi grew very fast. Finally, after a long observation by the chief of the Metamor people, FORTES actually stayed in the cold and heat for 7 days. If he could not still feel FORTES' body activity, he might not have been able to help but rescue FORTES. Finally, FORTES walked out slowly, with a happy look on his face. The blood scabs around his body fell off step by step as FORTES took steps, and FORTES' hair had already grown. FORTES, are you fully adapted to the environment of the 8th level? The chief of the Metamor people watched FORTES walk out, and could not help but appear in front of FORTES and asked. Chapter 14. Chief. FORTES was slightly stunned and nodded. Yes, I finally overcame the difficulties of the 8th floor. FORTES couldn't help but sigh. You are really a genius. No wonder the future of our planet has changed after you appeared. Well, then you continue to practice, I won't bother you. The chief turned around and left quickly without saying anything more, as if he was hit. FORTES took out the universal capsule and said, I've been tormented by what I've eaten these days. Now that the 8th floor practice is over, I should have a good meal first. FORTES took out the food and started to stuff it into his mouth. After being satisfied, FORTES looked at the highest floor. Haha, I'll pass the level after challenging this level. FORTES put away his things and strode forward. The 9th floor is indeed a level that can only be entered by 1,000,000 combat power. When he just entered the 9th floor, the gravity was always kept at 500 times, even FORTES felt a little uncomfortable at this time. FORTES went straight to the area he had never entered before, the battle area. This place can conjure an opponent with a combat power of 1,000,000, and this opponent is proficient in all the skills of the Metamor Star. FORTES watched the figures in front of him slowly gather together with excitement, and the aura around him could no longer be controlled. After the figure on the opposite side conjured up, it directly locked FORTES' position and rushed straight towards FORTES. FORTES did not react for a moment, and his combat power of nearly 10 million was suppressed by a combat power of 1,000,000. Being suppressed was really annoying. FORTES burst out with all his energy, and shocked the opponent back. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of continuing to attack, FORTES took a long breath. No longer careless, FORTES no longer suppressed his energy and confronted the opponent who had conjured up. At this time, the momentum of the two was almost equal. FORTES suddenly rushed forward, and the opponent also swung his fist. The two men fought to a draw for a while. FORTES did not dare to be careless at all and devoted himself to the battle. During the battle, FORTES gritted his teeth and retracted his energy to 1 million combat power, and the opponent gradually began to suppress FORTES. FORTES was sweating profusely, and continued to fight and gradually adapted to the opponent's suppression. After a long time, the two fought to a draw again. Once the battle was tied, FORTES retracted his energy again, so he was suppressed by the opponent again. FORTES was like a sponge, absorbing the opponent's combat experience with all his strength. I don't know how long the battle lasted, nor how many senzu beans I used. FORTES only knew that he had been fighting and being suppressed. In short, FORTES' combat power has finally been reduced to 1 million, the same as the opponent who was transformed. Although he was still being suppressed by him, FORTES still dealt with it with ease. Finally, after a long period of being suppressed, FORTES came out of the shadow of being beaten, and FORTES knocked him back with a punch. Then he quickly stepped forward to entangle it, and fought with it, and he was not at all inferior. After FORTES' last blow landed on the opponent, the illusory opponent slowly dissipated. FORTES' combat experience and combat effectiveness have improved a lot in recent days. FORTES exhaled lightly, stood at the edge of the battle area, bowed slightly to the inside and turned around. He walked into the severe cold and heat again. The highest temperature of the 9th floor even reached the surface temperature of the sun, and the lowest temperature reached -1000 degrees. Even FORTES' body could hardly withstand this torture. FORTES had no choice but to wrap his body with air to isolate the temperature. When the temperature changed, FORTES quickly retracted the air, feeling the normal temperature gradually changing to the extreme cold or extreme heat. When he really couldn't support it, FORTES had no choice but to protect himself with air. Dart stood at the entrance of the martial arts tower and couldn't help looking inside. This FORTES has been practicing in there for a year. Is he really okay? No, I want to find the clan leader. Dart said as he turned around and ran to the clan leader's mansion. No problem, FORTES has his own ideas. He is really a crazy cultivator. The clan leader smiled bitterly and shook his head. This clan leader, why don't you go and take a look? It's been a year. What if something unexpected happens? Dart said anxiously. The clan leader coughed lightly. It's not that I don't want to go, but I really can't go up. Dart was slightly stunned, and then his face was shocked. This FORTES has entered the 9th floor. The clan leader nodded lightly and turned his head to the side. Don't worry, nothing will happen to FORTES. You should practice hard and shine at the next martial arts conference. Dart nodded gently, walked out of the patriarch's house in a daze, and walked towards the martial arts tower in a trance. Looking at the martial arts tower in front of him, Dart came back to his senses and his face became firm. FORTES is so strong and still practices so hard, so I can't slack off. He rushed into the martial arts tower and continued to practice. FORTES was already covered in blood at this time. The extreme environment made him extremely painful. Fortunately, he could already fight with his body in the severe cold and heat. Although he was still in pain and even on the verge of death several times, it didn't matter. The senzu beans he took away from the earth were definitely enough. Every time he took senzu beans, FORTES' combat effectiveness would increase significantly, and his adaptation to the environment would also be stronger. Finally, after spending countless time, senzu beans, FORTES could finally survive in this extreme environment without expression. With a smile on his face, FORTES stepped out. At this time, FORTES' combat power has reached 30 million, which is still normal. This means that as long as FORTES successfully becomes a Super Saiyan, he will be the one who has been at the peak before Cell was born. No. No. FORTES was suddenly shocked. The god of destruction Beerus should have awakened in the year when planet Vegeta exploded. He ordered Frisia to destroy planet Vegeta and went to sleep again. Still dare not be too wasteful, FORTES couldn't help but sighed. Now there are less than 2 years before the destruction of planet Vegeta. The god of destruction Beerus may wake up at any time. We still have to keep a low profile next. FORTES frowned and said. FORTES shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and looked at the illusion area on the 9th floor. FORTES looked deep, thought for a long time, and still shook his head silently. Walked into the illusion area to continue to exercise his mental power. Chapter 15. He originally wanted to use the illusion to make himself feel emotional and angry enough to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. But now his thoughts have changed. Why not use the illusion to constantly draw out his emotions and then try his best to restore himself to the original state? Presumably, if he transforms at that time, he will directly become a Super Saiyan with full power. FORTES thought for a moment, and felt that his idea was feasible. He suddenly clapped his hands, stepped forward to set his requirements at the edge of the illusion area, and then stepped into it. It is worthy of being the 9th level illusion. Even after practicing for such a long time, FORTES' mental power is being consumed rapidly at this time. At the same time, various emotions appeared in his mind. FORTES frowned and sat down calmly. Finally, FORTES' mental power in his mind has been exhausted, his emotional fluctuations are more intense, and the scene in front of him is more real. FORTES' eyes are red at this time, and his breath can't be controlled. Ups and downs. There is even a sign that his hair has turned yellow. Everyone on the planet Metamor looked at the martial arts tower in shock. Dart could easily identify FORTES' aura, his face was pale, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy, is he so powerful already? The clan leader also stared at the front with deep eyes, and couldn't help muttering, is he so powerful already? Don't lose your original intention. When FORTES was about to completely transform into a Super Saiyan, a trace of mental power surged out again. FORTES' eyes became clear, and his hair, which was still flashing, turned black again. This time, FORTES no longer chose to suppress his emotions, but chose to let it go. Emotions can be born, but only you can control yourself. Mental power is also slowly increasing. In the first few months of practicing in the illusion, FORTES always had to burst out from time to time, as if he was venting. After the initial shock of the people on the planet Metamor, coupled with the promise of the clan leader, everyone no longer cared about this powerful aura. They were already accustomed to it, but they practiced harder. At this time, FORTES' face was ferocious and he glared at the front, but he sat on the table he took out from the universal capsule, took out the tea and tasted it slowly. Bah, I really can't get used to this tea. FORTES said softly, which formed a strong contrast with his angry expression. At this time, FORTES could control his emotions and would not be affected by rage or sadness. FORTES took another sip of tea and chuckled, the training on the planet Metamor can be perfectly completed, but the Super Saiyan still needs to be transformed. FORTES took back everything, walked out of the illusion area, stood straight in place, and his breath slowly increased. The 35 million combat power was controlled by him in the area around him. 3 million combat power plus S cells, and with the help of emotional fluctuations, can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Emotions are ultimately just the key to transforming into a Super Saiyan. If the combat power is high enough, he can kick the door open directly. At this time, FORTES' chi filled his whole body, and the S cells in his body also felt the powerful chi and began to stir. The two seemed to hit it off, and a wonderful reaction occurred when they met. FORTES' hair instantly turned yellow, and his powerful chi was always blocked in his body. The people on the outside world, Metamor, were not affected at all. Is this a Super Saiyan? It's really powerful. It seems that I have to stay in this realm for a while before I can reach full power. FORTES felt the powerful chi in his body and the slowly draining physical strength and spoke lightly. It stands to reason that the consumption of full power is almost zero. As for now, it's time to say goodbye. FORTES shook his head, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. He has also been in Midamore, the martial arts tower, for a long time. Maintaining the appearance of a Super Saiyan, FORTES continued to walk out. Although FORTES was trying his best to control his chi, when he met others' casual gazes would also see the powerful chi in FORTES' body at a glance. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of countless people, FORTES quickly came to the residence of the chieftain of the Midamore Star people. "Come in." The door slowly opened, and the chieftain's voice came out. "Are you leaving?" The chieftain looked at FORTES in front of him, felt the exaggeratedly strong aura in his body, and couldn't help but ask. "Yes, chieftain, thank you for your help over the years." FORTES nodded and saluted. "Even if I don't help you, you will come to this step sooner or later. Since you have decided, then go away, your future is definitely extraordinary." The patriarch smiled and shook his head. FORTES didn't hesitate, took out the aircraft directly, stepped forward. "Patriarch, please say hello to Dart for me." The patriarch nodded, watching FORTES' aircraft rushing into space quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Dart came to the patriarch, looked at the patriarch, and asked softly, "Patriarch, has Ford left?" The patriarch nodded gently. "Dart, Ford has completed his practice, and he asked me to say hello to you on his behalf." "Sure enough, he is already so powerful. Okay, Patriarch, then I will continue to practice. Can't be left behind by him." Dart was silent for a moment, smiled and ran away. The patriarch looked at Dart's back and nodded gently, looked up at the sky, and didn't know what he was thinking. FORTES looked at the time set on the aircraft and fell silent. Is there still a year? FORTES stroked his chin and continued to operate the aircraft. It turns out that the planet Shadala is so far away, in the southern galaxy, it's no wonder that it takes a long time to travel. FORTES frowned and thought, and suddenly saw a line of small words at the back. "If you don't consider safety issues, you can arrive in just 1 week with full-speed flight." FORTES was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but chuckled, as expected of Dr. Brief. "I should have thought of it earlier. Forget it, in this case, I'll go to the southern galaxy first, and then slowly wander to the planet Shadala on the road." FORTES nodded. "It's going to arrive in 5 days, as expected. Brief's products must be exquisite." After adjusting, FORTES took out the juice and began to enjoy the scenery of the universe. After practicing for so long, it's time to relax. Life is beautiful. FORTES lay on the bed, and behind him was the massage robot made by Dr. Brief. At a setting, no one should refute that the North Galaxy is Frisia's territory. I didn't find where Gula and Kurd ruled on the internet. This book sets Gula in the West Galaxy, Kurd ruled the East Galaxy. And Shadara planet is in the South Galaxy. Is that okay? If anyone has any objections, please raise them. If it is reasonable, I will modify it. Chapter 16. Okay. It's been a long time, but you still haven't come up. Are you so disrespectful? FORTES sat on a chair with a fishing rod in his hand, looking at the lake in front of him with a sullen face. Fish shadows were flying back and forth under the lake. FORTES watched as the food he had prepared for the nest was eaten up by the fish in the lake, but no fish was interested in the food on the hook. Looking at the fish that was still provoking him and swimming back and forth in front of him, veins on FORTES' forehead bulged. "I can't stand it anymore." FORTES roared and jumped down directly. Plop! FORTES sank to the bottom of the lake, and in a moment, FORTES flew up to the sky, holding a big fish in his left hand. "Damn it! You dare to tease me!" FORTES looked at the big fish in his hand that had been swimming around him for a long time and snorted coldly. The more he looked at it, the angrier he got. He suddenly raised his right hand and slapped the fish in the face. The big fish that was still struggling was slapped in the face and fainted instantly. Anyway, I caught it myself, it smells so good. Fortes took a bite of the roasted big fish and nodded with satisfaction. Fortes had been on this planet for several days. The unique conditions on this planet made him addicted to fishing, but he only caught a few fish successfully. These days, Fortes has completely relaxed and hidden his tail. With his yellow hair, the residents of the planets he passed by were not afraid. Fortes has appreciated the beauty of many planets and enjoyed countless pleasures that he had never seen before. At this time, Fortes slowly finished eating the fish and looked at the sky. I have played enough on this planet, and it's time to continue on my way. Fortes took out the aircraft and prepared to go to the next planet. This planet? Forget it, I will come to fish later. Fortes snorted coldly and turned to walk onto the aircraft. It has successfully entered full power. Hey, why practice so quickly? Relax first. Fortes looked at the scenery outside the universe and said comfortably. Oh? This planet looks good, it seems to be very prosperous. Forget it, let's go down and take a look. Fortes looked at the technological planet in front of him and couldn't help but say with interest. Look at my clothes, it's a high-tech product. Look at my flower pot, it automatically adds water. My weapon is extremely lethal. Fortes walked through the downtown with an expressionless face. Wow! Suddenly there was a noise in front. Fortes looked over with interest, and saw a thin girl surrounded by several people. You thief, hand over the things quickly. A cunning voice sounded. The girl bit her lip tightly. When can our things be stolen? The several strong men who surrounded her looked at each other subconsciously, and observed the surrounding environment with cold eyes. Hey, you stole our things and you still don't admit it. As he said that, he wanted to step forward and force it. You will definitely be punished. The main tribe will never let you go. The girl couldn't help but yelled. Several people looked at each other and laughed. The main tribe? Where is the main tribe? It's been a legend for many years, and you still believe it. However, it seems that some private topic has been touched. Several people seem to subconsciously approach the girl and separate the eyes of the audience who are watching from afar. Oh? There is also a yellow-haired one? Boy, you are in trouble. Someone accidentally saw Fortes was startled, and then he was angry. Oh. It's true, haha. No matter whether you are born with it or dyed it, you have to shave off a layer of skin today. Several people looked at the girl and surrounded her with a smile. What do you mean by the main tribe you are talking about? Fortes frowned and asked, and he subconsciously felt that it seemed to have something to do with him. Hey, boy, do you know what you are doing? Now I just let you suffer a little flesh and blood. If you ask again, you will be dead. Several people walked forward with a grim smile. Fortes raised his hand expressionlessly to block the oncoming fist, and said in a cold voice, Tell me, what's going on? You, let go. Fortes slowly exerted force with his fingers, and the man who was caught couldn't help but cry out in pain. You still think you are a Super Saiyan, right? Several people nearby rushed to attack, but were easily subdued by Fortes, and the big man who was looking at the girl was also knocked to the ground. You, let go quickly, I tell you, you are in big trouble. Several people said while enduring the pain. Oh, you still know Super Saiyan? Fortes' eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Can you tell me what the main race is? Fortes looked at the girl and said with a smile. The girl seemed to be frightened and froze in place, and Fortes frowned slightly. The tail behind him floated up involuntarily. Seeing the big men behind Fortes, they opened their mouths in surprise, and then looked at Fortes' yellow hair. Their lips moved slightly, but they were already extremely frightened and could no longer make a sound. Looking at the stinking liquid slowly flowing between the legs of these people, Fortes snorted lightly, and several people in front of him slowly dissipated. Fortes grabbed the girl and disappeared on the spot. The people walking around seemed not to see this scene. Fortes used his mental power to temporarily change the magnetic field around him. "Tell me, what's going on?" Fortes sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the girl in front of him. Are you really a SAIYAN?" The girl's eyes were blurred with tears, as if she couldn't believe it. Fortes exhaled lightly, his hair instantly turned black, and his tail kept shaking behind him. "Now you believe it, right?" The girl nodded blankly, tears quickly filling her eyes. "So it's true, haha, SAIYANs, super SAIYANs, our race's perseverance is not wrong." Fortes couldn't help rubbing his forehead. "So, can you explain it to me now?" "Lucia, the princess of the Sina tribe, greets you." The girl stood up with a serious expression and saluted Fortes. Fortes nodded slightly, and Lucia began to explain. It turned out that the SAIYANs of the former Shadera planet had 3 affiliated races, and the Sina tribe was one of them. The other 2 races are the SAIYANs guards when they are not fighting, the Tachan tribe, and a special race of green plants. They have a talent to help others recover from injuries at the cost of their lives. But the SAIYANs almost never let the green plants use their talents. The Tachan tribe has a little fighting talent, and the strongest of all generations has a fighting power of 20,000. Although the Sina people have no talents in combat or healing, they have extraordinary talents in technology. The technology of the planet Shadera is controlled by the Sina people. Chapter 17. Since the incident on Shadera, the SAIYAN king ordered them to leave first in order to avoid the war involving the 3 affiliated races, and to summon them again after Shadera recovered. Shadera had been in civil strife for a long time and had no time to take care of the 3 affiliated races, and even if there was a problem on Shadera, the 3 affiliated races did not dare to mess around. But since the destruction and explosion of Shadera, the 3 affiliated races first rushed to explore, and after finding nothing, the 3 affiliated races lived peacefully for a while. However, the Tachan tribe, which had the strongest combat ability, gradually had different thoughts. First, it used various means to force the Green Plant tribe to the brink of extinction, but fortunately, the Sina tribe secretly accepted it. The Sina tribe used technology to make the Tachan tribe fearful. The Sina tribe had a tribal precept that mechanical ascension was not allowed, otherwise the result would be destruction. If the Tachan tribe did not leave a way for the Sina tribe to survive, I am afraid that the Sina tribe would do something crazy. A few years ago, the technology of the Sina tribe actually detected the signal of the Shadera planet. The Sina tribe was instantly ecstatic and hurriedly wanted to explore the location of the Shadera planet. Although the signal of the Shadera planet only appeared for a moment, the Sina tribe still tried its best to explore the area where the signal was emitted. The Sina tribe's crazy behavior for several consecutive years also attracted the attention of the Tachan tribe. After investigation, they actually learned a piece of news that shocked their entire tribe. In order to prevent the Sina tribe from being nosy, King Tachan spoke several times, but the Sina tribe still went its own way, so the Tachan tribe made up their minds and quickly attacked to control all the Sina tribe members. The Sina tribe did not expect that the Tachan tribe would dare to take action when there was news from the main tribe, so King Sina sent his daughter away at the most critical moment and asked her to take away the information about the Shadera planet. Even if the Tachan tribe sent everyone out to search, such a large planet was hidden by Lucia for a long time. It was unlucky to be discovered today, but it was also discovered by Fortes. "My lord, this is information about the planet Shadela. Lucia dares to beg you to punish the Tadala tribe." Lucia's eyes flashed with hatred, and she lowered her head and handed out a disc with both hands. While Lucia was speaking, Fortes' mental power had been covering her. With Fortes' mental power now, he could easily tell that Lucia was not lying. Fortes took the disc, and it was obvious that Lucia had granted the authority. A star map slowly emerged above the disc, and one of the red dots marked the location of the planet Shadela. Fortes touched his chin and looked at Lucia in surprise. The dragon had hidden the planet Shadela, and only he could show it, but their tribe could capture the signal of the moment it was restored. In addition, through Lucia's mental fluctuations, FORTES was a little unbelievable for his loyalty. This is picking up a treasure. FORTES' mouth corners slightly raised. Are you sure that the Tadala tribe has betrayed? FORTES narrowed his eyes slightly. Lucia nodded without hesitation. They are already addicted to their current status and refuse to turn back. Let's go, let me take a good look at what happened. FORTES slowly floated up, and his momentum and pressure slowly increased. Yes. Seeing that the adult in front of him was about to take action, Lucia immediately nodded heavily and followed FORTES. Plop. FORTES turned his head and saw that Lucia had fallen to the ground. FORTES quickly dodged and helped Lucia up. Is this too hungry? FORTES felt Lucia's weak body and couldn't help sighing. He didn't even notice it just now. FORTES took out a fairy bean from his arms and put it in Lucia's mouth. Lucia chewed and swallowed it subconsciously. This is worthy of being an adult, and there is such a treasure. Lucia stood up and said in surprise. Let's go to the palace first. FORTES said lightly. Is it from our SAIYAN tribe or the Tachan tribe? Lucia couldn't help asking. Let's go to your place first and see where your people are. FORTES looked into the distance. Hey, the king is making things difficult for us. It would be better for me to catch the princess of the SAIYAN tribe. Okay, stop talking. Let's do it. If we find out the hidden information of the SAIYAN tribe, we will have made great achievements. Hey, why don't the SAIYAN tribe surrender quickly? Why are they obsessed with that legend? Isn't it better to surrender earlier? Why do we have to suffer here? Oh? The people of the SAIYAN tribe are still alive. FORTES' voice sounded, and Lucia behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the king still needs the SAIYAN tribe. Besides, if the legend is true, the king can also confuse the legend. The main tribe that may exist. A member of the Tachan tribe said while fiddling with the high-tech that he couldn't understand. Oh? Why did King Tachan think that if the main tribe came back, he would deceive the main tribe? FORTES continued to ask, touching his chin. You don't know this, right? I heard that the king has successfully instigated the 3 elders of the SAIYAN tribe to rebel. King Tachan? No, who are you? Several people suddenly turned around and looked at the place where the voice came from. Oh? Princess, there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. You dare to run back? And you brought a helper? Do you think we won't set up people here? Several people slowly surrounded them with a grin. Lucia was not panicked at all, and said slowly, then have you ever thought about how we got in with so many people outside? Several people were stunned, looked at each other, and almost simultaneously retreated several steps, looking at FORTES with serious expressions. They all knew that Lucia was a member of the SAIYAN tribe, and had almost no fighting ability, so the only problem was the man next to Lucia. Who are you? We, the Tachan tribe, should not have offended a strong man like you, right? One of the leaders spoke up. Are you telling the truth? The elders of the SAIYAN tribe are going to rebel? And what about the only remaining green plant tribe? FORTES took out a chair and sat down, looking at them expressionlessly. Are you sure you want to be an enemy of the Tachan tribe? Our king has a fighting force of 20,000. You can't afford to offend him. Several people slowly approached and threatened. FORTES glared, and a strong pressure pressed on them. What nonsense, just answer whatever you ask. Several people were frightened by FORTES' look and sat on the ground. Yes. Yes, the 3 elders of the SAIYAN tribe were dissatisfied with King Sina's obsession with the legendary main tribe, and decided to betray King Sina with the support of the king. As for the green plant tribe, there were not many people left, but our king kept them all to avoid any accidents in the future. Several people stuttered. Chapter 18. Lucia gritted her teeth and frowned, saying, these guys clearly agreed with what my father said. It's normal. People die for money and birds die for food. I'm also surprised that you can keep your loyalty for so long. The betrayal of a few people is nothing. Fortes chuckled and sighed. Lucia shook her head seriously. If there were no main tribe, we would have been extinct long ago. The few people listened to the conversation between the two, and looked at Fortes' appearance and the tail slowly floating behind him. Their mouths opened involuntarily and they stammered, You are, SAIYAN. Where are the people of the Sina tribe? Fortes' eyes were like torches. I'm in prison. Hearing Fortes' increasingly impatient voice, the few people hurriedly spoke. Fortes smiled slightly, Thank you, don't worry, they will all accompany you. After speaking, the Qigong wave shot out from his hand, and the few people had turned into ashes. Do you still need to take the things here? Fortes looked around and said to Lucia. Lucia shook her head, It's just some dispensable things. As long as the tribesmen are still here, they can be created again soon. Fortes nodded slightly and walked out of the gate. Let's go to the palace of the Tachan tribe first. Let me see where the Tachan king has such courage. King, there is news that Lucia's traces have been found, but when we sent people to look for her again, we lost the news again, and the people who sent the news also disappeared. King Tachan touched his chin and chuckled, Interesting, this Lucia is quite good at running. It's okay, you continue to chase, anyway, the three elders of the Sina tribe are not going to continue to make stupid mistakes. Yes. Just as the soldier-like man was about to retreat, a voice came from the gate. You said that you all knew that there were changes in the Shadala planet, how dare you do these things, power makes you unable to recognize yourself. Who is it? King Tachan suddenly looked outside the gate, frowned and scolded. Fortes and Lucia walked out one after another. Lucia, you dare to show your head instead of hiding well. King Tachan smiled contemptuously. Where are the loyal people of the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe? Fortes slowly sat on the chair. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? King Tachan narrowed his eyes and looked at Fortes. Oh? Aren't you paying attention to the planet Shadala recently? I'm here to prove to you that you are right. Fortes said with a smile. King Tachan frowned and suddenly couldn't help but take a half step back. You mean, the main tribe is back? Fortes slowly stretched out the tail wrapped around his waist and looked at King Tachan playfully. Bring King Sina and his people, as well as the people of the Green Plant tribe. Fortes sneered and ordered. Are you a SAIYAN? King Tachan was suddenly startled. Then he frowned and said, I'm afraid it's the weak SAIYANs on planet Vegeta who have forgotten their ancestors. King Tachan's eyes lit up slightly. It seems that the strongest on planet Vegeta has a combat power of about 20,000. How dare you come to me with a combat power of 20,000? King Tachan seemed to have thought it through, and his expression became more indifferent. You are using chicken feathers as a token of authority? How dare you kneel down? King Tachan's voice became more and more majestic. Looking at Fortes with contempt, and then looking at Lucia with a smile, My good niece, is this the helper you are looking for? Lucia chuckled disdainfully, King Tachan, did you make a mistake? Fortes slowly raised his breath, his eyes squinting at King Tachan, I'll only say this once, if I don't see anyone, you don't need to exist. King Tachan felt the pressure on him, and his expression gradually became terrified. This. Lord, calm down. No, I will let them go now. Then King Tachan shouted to the outside, Come, someone, bring the people of the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe to me. King Tachan stood up with a flattering smile, bent over and said, My lord, why don't you sit on this throne and rest for a while, and wait for those people to come? Fortes sat on King Tachan's throne nonchalantly, closed his eyes and rested, no longer paying attention to King Tachan, and Lucia stood quietly beside Fortes. King Tachan looked at the two people ignoring him, and a trace of resentment flashed in the depths of his eyes. After a moment, a noise came, and Fortes slowly opened his eyes. "Follow us, my tribesmen. The king is too emotional. He wants to lead our Xena tribe into the abyss. Yes, this time King Tachin finally released us. I'm afraid he will start the beginning of the reckoning. Why don't you surrender to us?" Before entering the palace, 3 voices were heard persuading loudly. "My lord, this is the voice of our elder." Lucia bent down slightly and explained to Fortes. "Bah, you bunch of traitors, dare to speak nonsense." Another majestic voice came out. "It's no wonder that this is the voice of King Sina. Humph, what about you Green Plant tribe? Do you want to surrender to the Tachin tribe? Why are there so few people left in our Green Plant tribe? Don't you know the reason? We would rather die than surrender." Fortes' expression eased slightly and nodded gently. Hundreds of people walked into the palace. "King Tachin, come to me if you want to kill or cut, don't embarrass my people." King Sina's eyes were cold. When they walked into the palace, they saw that the person sitting on the throne was not King Tating, and Lucia was standing beside that person, and King Tating was groveling beside him. This. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, looking up in confusion. "Father, this is the adult we have been looking for," Lucia suddenly said. As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Fortes in disbelief. The 3 elders and the people gathered around them changed their expressions. Impossible, how could the Shadera planet be destroyed long ago? Fortes has released his spiritual power since these people arrived, and now he has identified those who are against the SAIYANs. Fortes did not think much about the majority of people who stood on neutral ideas. After all, for such a long time, as long as they did not betray him, he would be satisfied. The most excited were the 4 or 5 remaining people of the Green Plant clan. They looked up with burning eyes, and saw that all the characteristics of Fortes were consistent with the appearance passed down by their tribe. Several people looked at each other, walked forward, knelt on their knees and said, "We have met the main tribe, please take us back." King Tachin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. The Green Plant clan he had recruited for a long time surrendered just by seeing the SAIYANs. Chapter 19. Fortes nodded gently, tapping the throne with his fingers. "Get up, I accept you. As for now, it's time to start the reckoning. Do you have any ideas?" Fortes said in a calm tone, and he looked amiable to his future subordinates. "All the people of the Tachin tribe must die." Several people from the Green Plant tribe said with hatred on their faces. "All the people of the Tachin tribe must die. As for the elders and these young people who have gone astray." King Sina stepped forward to plead but still didn't say it. Fortes frowned slightly at King Sina's hesitant expression and sighed, "Forget it, for your loyalty over the years, these people will be thrown into the cell, let them watch our future glory." King Tachin has learned about his fate from the words of these people, his eyes are fierce, and he took out a button and pressed it. "All the people of the Tachin tribe, those with a combat power of more than 5,000, come to the palace to resist the foreign tribes, and those with a combat power of less than 5,000, flee the planet as quickly as possible." King Tachin took out a loudspeaker from his arms and shouted. The throne where Fortes sat instantly deformed, and several chains flew out of the throne and entangled Fortes. As for the outside, King Tachin's voice had spread throughout the planet, and countless guards outside the palace came, and at the same time, strong men flew over from the entire planet one after another. At the same time, someone had organized the evacuation of the old and young of the Tachin tribe. Fortes looked at the chain that bound him, his expression gradually became solemn. "What is this?" King Tachin was relieved. This was built by the Sina tribe back then, specifically to trap the strong. Even with 3 million combat power, you can't easily break free. Fortes nodded seriously. Indeed, 3 million combat power is indeed impossible to break free. By the way, King Sina, can you prevent the spaceship from taking off? King Sina's originally worried expression relaxed instantly, broke a tooth from his mouth. took out a small part from it, and started it. My lord, all the spaceships built by the Sina tribe on the entire planet have failed. King Sina said respectfully to FORTES. FORTES nodded with satisfaction. Very good, in this case, let's start the settlement. King Tachin was surprised to see FORTES' aura becoming stronger and stronger, and he easily destroyed the chain that bound him and the throne together. King Tachin, you have many means, what else do you have? FORTES looked at King Tachin with a smile. The friendly and kind FORTES seemed to have turned into a tiger in the eyes of King Tachin. He couldn't help shaking all over. It's over. It's over. The Tachin tribe is over. It's boring. Why don't you dare to resist? I still like your face just now. FORTES smiled and shook his head and walked forward. At the same time, the qigong waves in his left hand kept shooting out, and the guards who came to support disappeared without making any sound. Why don't you give me some face and recover? FORTES said with a smile. King Tachin looked at FORTES approaching him in horror and couldn't help but retreat. Oh? You don't even give me this little face? In that case, then you go too. FORTES' face suddenly sank, and the qigong waves in his hand hit King Tachin, who had disappeared on the spot. The people of the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe looked at King Tachin, who had almost exterminated them and their tribe, and couldn't help but sigh. Oh? There are spaceships taking off outside. FORTES looked into the distance curiously. He felt countless weak auras slowly leaving in the distance. I'm afraid it's the spaceship that the Tachin tribe bought from aliens. King Sina hurried forward to explain. FORTES nodded lightly, stretched out his hand and sent out a qigong wave, and soon, those auras disappeared. Watching FORTES eliminate the people of the Tachin tribe who were able to resist while chatting and laughing, King Sina and others couldn't help but feel a chill. FORTES' qigong waves kept emitting outwards. After a while, he could no longer feel anyone with a combat power greater than 5,000. The Tachin tribe has no strong people anymore. Can you handle the rest of the things? FORTES said in a light tone. King Sina and others took a deep breath, stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Please rest assured, sir. Looking at the three elders and some tribesmen on the side, King Sina sighed softly, put them in jail first. Soon, with the support of FORTES, the Sina tribe had controlled the entire planet. As for the remaining Tachin tribe members who had no ability to resist, they were all killed under the strong demands of the few remaining Green Plant tribe members. Sir, it's over. Lucia, who was beside FORTES, bowed and said. FORTES opened his eyes and nodded softly. The depression has been released, let's go, make arrangements, and go to the Shadala planet. Lucia was slightly stunned, and a trace of warmth flashed through her heart. Thank you, sir. Are we going to the place where the signal was sent? FORTES nodded and walked outside. At this time, the planet was full of a sense of killing than when he first came. The genocide of the Tachin tribe even turned countless rivers red, and countless aliens were also very nervous. They could not leave this planet and were worried that the Sina tribe would clean them up at any time. Suddenly, the voice of King Sina resounded throughout the planet. Dear outsiders, I am very sorry that the recent conflict between our Sina tribe and the Tachin tribe has shocked you. From now on, you can continue to live a stable life. After King Sina finished speaking, the magnetic field that controlled the entire planet disappeared instantly. Many aliens were instantly ecstatic, but they all looked at each other, fearing that King Sina was deceiving them. After a long time, until a group of people could no longer resist the pressure in their hearts, they directly started the spaceship and flew away from the planet. Seeing that the spaceship left smoothly, countless spaceships soon rose one after another, away from this ominous place. In front of FORTES was King Sina with the remaining hundreds of people of the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe. My lord, all the problems of this planet have been dealt with, and we can set sail. King Sina saluted respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, let's go. FORTES nodded slightly and took the lead in walking into the spaceship prepared by King Sina. A group of people followed FORTES behind him. Everyone looked at FORTES and the slowly rising spaceship in front of them and couldn't help but show joy on their faces. Finally, I'm not dreaming. King Sina couldn't help but sigh. The Green Plant clan members around him nodded in agreement. Soon, the spaceship arrived at the place where the Sina clan received the signal. Looking at the empty space in front of them, everyone looked at FORTES. FORTES chuckled, stepped out of the spaceship, walked into the universe, and sent out several Qigong waves in all directions. The Shadera planet slowly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 20. This is the planet Shadera. This is what the Shadera planet looks like in the books that have been handed down. King Sina said excitedly. FORTES slowly walked into the spaceship. Let's go, land. Not to mention King Sina, even FORTES' mood gradually became complicated. This is the origin of the SAIYANs. As soon as the spaceship entered the gravitational range of the planet Shadera, the people around FORTES couldn't help but lie on the ground, with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. King Sina took out a button from his arms with difficulty and said, "Adjust the gravity in the spaceship to the normal level." After speaking, the gravity in the spaceship became 1/10 of that of the planet Shadera. King Sina and others stood up while coughing up blood. I really didn't expect the gravity of the planet Shadera to be so strong. FORTES looked at the embarrassed appearance of these people and sighed slightly. He took out the universal capsule and took out hundreds of senzu beans from it. Under FORTES' strong mental power, everyone had a senzu bean in front of them. After eating the magic beans, Lucia's eyes lit up slightly. "Thank you for the reward, sir." After saying that, she took it from the air, threw it into her mouth, and swallowed it directly. King Sina and others looked at Lucia, who recovered instantly, and hurriedly imitated Lucia's actions and swallowed the magic beans. "As expected of you, sir, you have such a magical thing." King Sina couldn't help but say. "That space technology is something that even we don't have control over, and there are magical beans that can instantly recover injuries." King Sina saw the value of the item that FORTES took out at a glance. FORTES glanced at King Sina and said nothing. The spacecraft slowly landed on the Shadera planet. FORTES suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the spacecraft. Everyone behind him was wearing a bracelet developed by the Sina tribe, which could keep themselves under normal gravity. Looking at the primitive planet in front of him, FORTES slowly said, "Lucia, I have a task for you. Can you build a palace for me in half a year?" Lucia was startled and stepped forward. "Don't worry, sir, it will only take 3 weeks." FORTES nodded gently, turned to look at King Sina, and threw out a universal capsule. "You can study this and strengthen the gravity chamber in it." King Sina showed a happy expression, nodded repeatedly, and took the universal capsule respectfully. "Oh, by the way, you can also divide an area on the Shadera planet and set the gravity there to 1/10. FORTES turned his head and ordered again. "As for you, move freely." FORTES looked at the few remaining green plant tribes and said in embarrassment. After everything was ordered, FORTES took out a universal capsule and opened it. The gravity chamber instantly appeared in front of everyone. FORTES walked forward while setting the gravity in it to 100. Lucia turned her head and looked at her tribesmen. "Tribesmen, this is the first task assigned by the adults. Now let's go collect materials. We will start construction in a week." The Sina tribe nodded heavily, and countless small aircraft appeared in the spaceship. The Sina tribe members all flew away to find various materials. King Sina was not worried about Lucia at all. He just looked at the universal capsule in his hand with a face full of novelty. At the same time, a temporary residence quickly appeared next to the spaceship. King Sina walked in quickly and began to study it impatiently. As for the Green Plant tribe, they found that no one paid attention to them, so they could only shrug helplessly. FORTES had senzu beans, and their usefulness to the SAIYANs was infinitely reduced. The Green Plant tribe was born close to plants, and they could contribute to the environment of the Shadera planet, so they slowly entered the forest. At the same time, on planet Vegeta, King Vegeta was kneeling on the ground trembling, and the god of destruction Beerus stepped on King Vegeta's head expressionlessly. "This is too much. Who is that guy?" Prince Vegeta frowned and said in surprise from a distance. "You kept the best and most comfortable pillow in the universe for yourself and gave the second one to me. Do you think I don't know?" God of Destruction Beerus said lightly. "You are not allowed to do this." Prince Vegeta shouted suddenly and rushed towards God of Destruction Beerus. God of Destruction Beerus turned his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Prince Vegeta felt trembling all over and fell to the ground uncontrollably. God of Destruction Beerus turned his head again and grabbed King Vegeta's hair, his eyes cold. "How dare you play tricks on God?" After that, he threw King Vegeta aside carelessly and shouted to the sky, "Whis! Lord Beerus, are you leaving?" Whis appeared in front of Beerus in an instant, politely. "Let's go." Beerus glanced at King Vegeta, who was like a dead dog, and shook his head in disdain. "Ho ho ho, okay, Lord Beerus." Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, and the two of them turned into a green light and disappeared on the spot. Watching the god of destruction Beerus completely leave, King Vegeta trembled and stood up, stepped forward to help Prince Vegeta up, and silently took him back to the bedroom, and then left. Wait, let's go to Frisia first." Beerus, who was watching the scene in front of him quickly moving backwards, suddenly spoke. "Okay, Lord Beerus." Whis nodded, and his walking trajectory changed slightly. Oh. Mr. Dodoria, do you think my planet is beautiful?" Frisia sat in the stroller, shaking red wine in his hand and said with a smile. "What are you talking about, King Frisia? Your planet must be beautiful." Dodoria, who was standing aside, nodded and praised. "Frisia, I have something to ask you for help." The voice of the god of destruction Beerus came. "Who?" Dodoria suddenly asked in surprise. Seeing the figure of the god of destruction Beerus, Frisia instantly got off the stroller and stood in front of Beerus honestly. "Hello, Lord Beerus, what do you want?" Seeing Frisia's actions, Dodoria quickly lay on the ground and dared not speak again. "Planet Vegeta, I am a little unhappy, please clean it up for me." Beerus disappeared after saying that. "SAIYAN, what a pity, such a good subordinate, forget it, Lord Beerus has spoken, oh ho ho ho." Frisia was silent for a moment, and then chuckled. "Mr. Dodoria, you didn't see everything just now, right?" Frisia suddenly looked at Dodoria who was still lying on his stomach. Yes, Lord Frisia, I accidentally fell asleep just now." Dodoria nodded quickly. Whis sensed Porunga's wish on planet Vegeta, thought about it for a moment, and didn't care. Of course, he didn't tell Beerus. After all, angels would not interfere with the decision of the god of destruction. Chapter 21. Oh, that's good. Mr. Dodoria is worthy of being my right-hand man. It's a pity for Prince Vegeta. Let's put him in the army. After half a year, planet Vegeta will disappear. Frisia's laughter echoed in the spaceship. Yes, King Frisia. Dodoria nodded honestly. Planet Shadera, at this time, has a bit of prosperity. Fortes sat on the throne and looked down. King Sina, are all the gravity rooms ready? Your Majesty, we have made 100 gravity rooms with gravity adjustable to 100, but, you really don't want us to make rooms for Saiyans to live in? King Sina said. No problem, let them build their own houses. Fortes waved his hand. That's right. After all this time together, the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe have seen the power of Fortes. Coupled with Fortes' daily kind personality, everyone strongly demands Fortes to be king. Fortes thought that being a king was too easy, so he might as well become the Saiyan Emperor in one step. At this time, the Saiyan Emperor only had a group of foreigners under his command, not even a single scion. It's time to go to planet Vegeta. FORTES said lightly, touching his chin. Lucia, how long will it take for the spaceship you made to reach planet Vegeta? FORTES had been asking Lucia and others to make the most powerful spaceship in recent days, so when FORTES asked, Lucia stepped forward. Your Majesty, based on the aircraft you brought out, we will transform and strengthen it, and it will only take 1 day to reach planet Vegeta. Lucia said excitedly. FORTES nodded gently, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, I will set off for planet Vegeta in 3 days. Thank you for making arrangements. King Sina and others all shook their heads. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your Majesty, I'm afraid we would have died long ago. At the same time, 2 strange beings have been born on planet Vegeta. Congratulations, Paragus, your son is born, and he has a full combat power of 10,000. King Vegeta was discussing things with several high-level Saiyan warriors, and suddenly a voice sounded. Paragus was slightly stunned, and a look of joy appeared on his face instantly. His son actually had such a talent. At the same time, the warriors around Paragus quickly saluted King Vegeta and said, Congratulations, King Vegeta, we Saiyans have a new star. Paragus' expression condensed slightly, and a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. He also knelt on one knee, my son and I will become a sharp sword for our Saiyans. King Vegeta nodded expressionlessly and chuckled, let's go see the genius of our Saiyans. After that, King Vegeta took the lead and walked out. Naba looked at Paragus, who looked worried, touched him lightly, and shook his head secretly. At this time, Broly was annoyed by the crying of Kakarot next to him. King Vegeta walked into the nursery and subconsciously glanced at the crying Kakarot. What is this? King Vegeta asked. This is Bardock's child, Kakarot, who is born with a combat power of only 2. The staff on the side hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Had. King Vegeta shook his head in disdain and stopped paying attention to Kakarot. The combat power detector beside his ear rang slightly. It turned out that the child with a combat power of 10,000 was next to Kakarot. King Vegeta looked at Broly with deep eyes. Paragus stepped forward in panic and said, King, Broly will become your sharpest sword. King Vegeta glanced at several high-level Saiyan warriors and nodded gently, well, very good, with such a genius, the king is no longer worried about our future. Let's go back to the palace to discuss matters. King Vegeta glanced at Broly and turned away. What? Frieza ordered all of us Saiyans to go back. Let's go back. This is not the first time. Bardock, why are you silent? This is not like your character. I just wonder if this is Frieza's conspiracy. Bardock shook his head and frowned. Even if it's us, there's nothing we can do. Frieza is too powerful. Ah! Are there still ants alive? No, no. Retreat? Bardock was just stunned for a moment, and his teammates were all killed. Bardock looked at the few people left on the planet, no longer hesitated, and attacked with all his strength. He easily killed the few people in front of him, and suddenly a man appeared behind Bardock and punched Bardock in the head. Ha ha ha, you bunch of demons, looking at your planet, the last native on this planet blew himself up. Bardock felt a golden light flashing in front of his eyes, and the scene of the explosion of planet Vegeta appeared in his mind. What? This? Could it be that Frieza asked us Saiyans to go back to destroy planet Vegeta? Bardock's mind was in a mess, and he thought subconsciously. No, Jin and Kakarot are still on planet Vegeta. Bardock struggled to get back on the aircraft and rushed to planet Vegeta. It just so happens that Frieza asked us to recall our people this time. We gather the strength of all our people, and maybe we can get rid of Frieza's control. King Vegeta said slowly while sitting on a chair. What? King, my son Nappa and Bardock's son Raditz are still following Prince Vegeta in Frieza's army. Nappa couldn't help but say. King Vegeta frowned. If we succeed, it's fine. If we fail, they are also considered as fire seeds. King, I don't understand why you want to rebel now. King Vegeta shook his head. Don't you understand? This time Frisia's order is to clean us up. Okay, you go down, Paragus stay. King Vegeta pinched his nose and said helplessly. Paragus, your child is too powerful, seriously threatening the rule of my royal bloodline. Either die or be thrown to a remote and uninhabited planet. King Vegeta's cold voice came. Paragus' expression froze, looking at King Vegeta in disbelief and said, King, I have also made a lot of efforts for the revival of our science. Humph, that's why I gave you one more choice. Now, get out of here, Vampa, that's where it is. King Vegeta snorted coldly, waved his hand and knocked Paragus out of the palace. A trace of hatred flashed in the depths of Paragus' eyes. He didn't dare to stay, and hurriedly took Broly away from Vegeta. Chapter 22. Jine, Jine. Leave quickly. Bardock rushed back to planet Vegeta as fast as he could. He didn't dare to delay for a moment, as Frisia could destroy planet Vegeta at any time. Bardock? What's wrong? Jine came out with a scarf around her neck, and couldn't help asking Bardock, who looked anxious. Frisia. I saw Frisia was going to destroy our planet Vegeta. Come on, leave with Kakarot. Bardock said hastily. Jine's heart tightened, and she didn't care whether Bardock's information was accurate or not. Kakarot is still in the nursery. Let's go. The two of them flew to the nursery in a hurry. Although Bardock was a low-level warrior, after training, his combat power was not inferior to that of King Vegeta. Therefore, Bardock's prestige on planet Vegeta was not low. Countless people greeted Bardock along the way, and Bardock was busy on his way and just nodded slightly. Is this Kakarot, my son? Bardock sighed as he looked at Kakarot, who had the same hairstyle as himself. Suddenly, Bardock snorted coldly, with only 2 points of combat power, you are worthy of being my son? Send him to a low-level planet to fend for himself. Jinnah, you leave too. As he said that, he loaded Kakarot into the aircraft. Many staff members of the Frisia army around him wanted to say something but stopped, but finally did not stop him. Bardock wanted Jinnah to leave as well, but Jinnah shook her head. Bardock, I won't leave. Bardock looked at Jinnah's firm eyes and was silent for a moment, then nodded gently, and operated the aircraft for a while. Destination, Earth. Kakarot, you have to live well. Bardock took a last look at Kakarot and sighed in his heart. Swish! The aircraft where Kakarot was quickly flew away from planet Vegeta. Oh, it's finally time to destroy planet Vegeta. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, have you ever seen a planet explode? That's the most beautiful scenery in the universe. Frisia smiled as he looked at planet Vegeta in front of him. At the same time, FORTES aircraft had landed on planet Vegeta. King Vegeta had summoned all warriors with a combat power of more than 5,000 to the palace. Suddenly, a picture flashed before Bardock's eyes again. Frisia was in the universe, releasing a huge ball of light from his fingers and slowly moving towards planet Vegeta. Bardock's eyes instantly turned red, and he went forward to hug Jin. You go back first, I'm going to stop Frisia. Jin nodded gently with tears in her eyes, turned around and left. At this time, Gura, who was sitting in the spaceship and moving slowly, saw Kakarot flying out of planet Vegeta and immediately looked at the younger brothers around him with interest. My king, this should be a low-level Saiyan warrior who has just been born. His combat power is only 2 points. Do we need to eliminate him? Gula smiled and shook his head, it's just a Saiyan. Frisia is a waste. He cleaned up the Saiyans and let the remnants escape. Let's go to planet Vegeta and take a look. When Frisia lands, I will create a moon and rush over to kill him by surprise. King Vegeta discussed with the surrounding warriors for the last time. Frisia flew out of the spaceship in a baby carriage at this time. He looked at the Vegeta planet in front of him and chuckled. He raised his fingertips and slowly began to condense his power. In an instant, all the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were attracted by it. King Vegeta looked up at the sky and couldn't help shrinking his pupils. It's over. Everything is over. Frisia is so cautious that he doesn't even land on planet Vegeta. King Vegeta slumped on the throne. The surrounding warriors also looked desperate. Bardock looked at the sky and everything was just like what he saw in his mind. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he rushed into the sky resolutely. Oh, there are still bugs that dare to come forward. Frisia chuckled and looked at Bardock who was blocking him. At the same time, the energy ball began to move gradually. Looking at the gradually descending energy ball, Bardock trembled all over, and gathered all his strength in his hands. This blow will change the fate of us Saiyans. Change Kakarot's fate. Bardock roared and hit Frisia with the energy in his hand. Under the gaze of countless Saiyans on planet Vegeta, Bardock's energy was easily swallowed up, and planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed. Bardock looked at the energy ball that was about to touch him, and he had no more strength. A picture appeared in his mind again. It was the scene of Kakarot turning into yellow hair in the future and confronting a person who looked like Frisia. Ha! Ha ha, my son, Kakarot, will end you. Bardock smiled with relief. Just as the energy ball was about to destroy Bardock, a voice came, "Yes, my designated general is still available." What? Bardock turned his head with great effort and looked to the side. I saw a Saiyan standing beside him, raising his hand and easily dissipating the energy ball in front of him. Seeing the huge energy ball dissipate, the Saiyans on planet Vegeta were all ecstatic. King Vegeta took this opportunity to lead a group of warriors to come. "Oh? Where are you from?" Frisia was not annoyed when he saw his attack dissipated, and said with a smile. Fortes glanced at Frisia and ignored him. He turned his head and said to King Vegeta who came over, "Take Bardock back, and you go back too, don't bother me." Looking at the domineering Fortes, King Vegeta was slightly stunned. He was about to frown and shout, but when he thought of this person's powerful fighting power, he hurried forward to help Bardock up, and everyone left. "Oh, this is the first time someone dares to ignore me like this." Frisia smiled and shook his head, and the baby carriage under him suddenly exploded. Ford slowly landed on planet Vegeta, looked up at Frisia, and was eager to fight. "Hey, the Emperor of the Universe? Come on, let's fight." Hearing Ford's contemptuous tone, Frisia was slightly stunned, and lightly tapped his fingers, and the Qigong wave kept hitting Ford's. Ford's frowned slightly, raised his hand and slapped him away. "If you don't take it seriously, I will do it." Seeing Ford's easily slapping away his attack, Frisia was not angry. "You wild monkey, you are quite arrogant." Frisia slowly lowered his body. Looking at Frisia's playful posture, Fortes couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes became fierce, and he appeared in front of Frisia and punched him into the ground. Both the Frisia army in the universe and the Saiyans who were observing the situation on the side couldn't help but be stunned. "Oh, this punch is really a bit, ah." Frisia slowly floated up, and while he was still talking, Fortes stepped forward and punched Frisia again. Chapter 23. Seeing that Fortes seemed to have suppressed Frisia, countless Saiyans couldn't help but cheer. Looking at this situation, the day when Saiyans escaped from Frisia's rule is today. Suddenly, a strong pressure swept across the entire Vegeta planet. The Saiyans who were still cheering and jumping for joy were involuntarily silent, looking in the direction of Frisia with dull eyes. "Oh, oh, oh, wild monkey! You really pissed me off this time." Frisia's voice came out again, and at the same time Frisia's form had changed. Is this Frisia?" King Vegeta muttered in disbelief. Oh, wild monkey, I can change my form, but because my fighting power is too strong, I have to suppress it." Fortes shook his head, bullied himself again, and punched again, and Frisia was knocked to the ground again. In that case, just transform into your ultimate form, stop wasting time. Fortes snorted, clenched his fists, and his aura suddenly exploded. Bang! 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 All the combat power detectors on Vegeta exploded. Even on Frisia's spaceship, only one combat power detector with the highest power was still alive. What? This SAIYAN actually has 50 million combat power. A terrified and noisy voice came from the spaceship. As soon as the words came out, they instantly spread throughout the spaceship and Vegeta. Upon hearing the news, Frisia's army panicked and lost their footing, and even some soldiers began to flee. Dodoria and Sabo shot out Qigong waves from their hands to kill all the fleeing soldiers, and said through the spaceship, "Kill those who desert in battle." At this time, only Dodoria and Sabo knew Frisia's true combat power in the Frisia army outside Vegeta, so they were not panicked at all, and had the energy to clear out the trash. At the same time, the SAIYANs on planet Vegeta fell into silence first, and then cheered. They saw the hope of overthrowing Frisia. A moment later, the pit where Frisia was located slowly erupted with the same sense of oppression. Wait! Is this the combat power of King Frisia? Ha ha ha, but it has 60 million combat power. As soon as this was said, both the Frisia army and the SAIYANs on planet Vegeta fell into silence, and they quietly waited for the collision between the two. Oh, SAIYAN, you are very good, 50 million combat power, but it's a pity that you met this king, but I have a full 120 million combat power. Frisia has now turned into a petite prototype floating in the air. Bardock, who had recovered some strength at this time, suddenly opened his eyes. The figure he saw confronting Kakarot before was exactly what Frisia looked like at this time. Fortes' muscles twitched slowly, and he felt extremely excited. But it seems that I only need to use half of my strength to deal with you, oh. Frisia's laughter was still echoing. Fortes was too lazy to pay attention to Frisia anymore. He should let the future Kakarot fight with this kind of opponent. Fortes quickly flew towards Frisia. Frisia stared at Fortes and ran towards him. The two punched at the same time. After the bombardment, Fortes couldn't help but take a step back, while Frisia took 3 steps back. The people observing the battle here were all shocked. They didn't expect that Frisia's combat power was even 10 million higher than Fortes at this time, but he was still at a disadvantage. Frisia couldn't help but stand there in a daze. After a moment of silence, he laughed. I didn't expect that you. Fortes was too lazy to communicate with him, and bullied him again and fought with him. Frisia couldn't even adapt to his own fighting power. He usually relied on transformation to suppress his fighting power. It can be imagined that his fighting experience was a world apart from Fortes. After a few short moves, he was directly suppressed by Fortes. The SAIYANs watching around all burst into cheers. Once Frisia was knocked away, he looked gloomy and stopped making jokes. His aura slowly rose. Fortes felt that Frisia's fighting power on the opposite side rose slowly from 60 million to 120 million. Oh, SAIYAN, this is all the power of this king. Next, it's your turn to bear the anger of this king. After saying that, Frisia rushed up instantly. The huge gap made Fortes, who had rich experience, only have the power to parry for a while. No, he's in danger. Bardock looked at Fortes, who seemed to be trapped, and said anxiously. Just as he was about to rush forward, he was grabbed by King Vegeta. Wait, with your fighting power is going to cause trouble. King Vegeta was also anxious. Got it. Transform into a gorilla. King Vegeta and Bardock looked at each other and hit it off. King Vegeta immediately started making an artificial moon and threw it into the sky. What? Not good. Frisia was also attracted by their movements and exclaimed. Fortes also looked up at the sky, and saw that his body began to change slowly, gradually getting bigger, and finally turned into a giant ape that was 100 meters tall. 500 million combat power. A voice suddenly came from Frisia's spaceship. At the same time, Gula's spaceship was also approaching Vegeta Star. They all looked at the values displayed on the combat power detector and fell into deep thought. Frisia's face was covered with cold sweat, and only 2 identical explosions were heard. The high-power combat power detectors on Frisia and Gula's spaceships exploded. At the same time, Gula's mocking voice came, "My brother, why are you so embarrassed?" Frisia was relieved when he heard Gula's voice, and then snorted coldly, "I'm afraid you can't deal with this wild monkey." Just as the two were talking, Frisia suddenly shot a laser at the artificial moon. FORTES calmly blocked the attack, and at the same time, the giant ape's huge tail suddenly whipped Frisia's head. The huge humiliation filled Frisia's mind. At this moment, 2 attacks came from the Gura spaceship, one of which smashed the artificial moon, and the other hit Vegeta Star. FORTES instantly recovered and blocked the attack on Vegeta Star with a cold snort. A trace of gloom flashed in Frisia's eyes, and the Kigong in his hand quickly hit Vegeta Star. "What? Not good!" Many Saiyans watching the battle exclaimed. "Oh, wild monkeys, your good luck is about to end." Frisia smiled and watched the scene before Vegeta Star was about to explode. Surprising or not? Omega. Chapter 24. Boom! With a loud bang, planet Vegeta exploded instantly, and all the Saiyans on it disappeared with a golden light on their bodies. Frisia was in a ruin and flew quickly to his spaceship. "Haha, my stupid brother, was messed up by a wild monkey." Gula walked out of the spaceship and came to Frisia. "Humph, I was just careless for a moment. Even if they are stronger, I will still be the one who survives. Inferior races can't even survive in the universe." Frisia snorted coldly. "I remember there are still a few Saiyans in your army, don't make trouble." Gula sneered and turned away. "Humph, Prince Vegeta is under my nose, how could he get into trouble?" Frisia shook his head and returned to the spaceship. Congratulations to King Frisia on his safe return. Dodoria and Sabo hurried forward to greet him. After this battle, the combat effectiveness of Frisia was also known by the people of Frisia's army. They all knelt on the ground respectfully with their heads down, fearing that they would be destroyed by Frisia's bad mood. "If anyone dares to leak out the actual combat effectiveness of this king, all of you will disappear," Frisia said to the people kneeling on the ground below. Even if these people were not considered the elite of Frisia's army, he would still be thinking about whether to destroy him. At this time, all the Saiyans appeared on the planet Shadera in an instant. We are still alive." King Vegeta looked at the environment around him in disbelief. Bardock was also shocked and looked around. When the Saiyans saw Forte's figure, they all came forward and surrounded him. Suddenly, a voice came, "Your Majesty, you are back? These people, are they all your people? It looks like there are tens of thousands of people." Fortes nodded gently, and King Sina and Lucia walked forward with a group of Sina people. "Your Majesty." King Vegeta frowned and looked at Fortes calmly. "What, are you dissatisfied?" Fortes noticed King Vegeta's gaze and turned his head to look at him and spoke in a light tone. King Vegeta's expression froze, and he lowered his head and dared not speak. "I, Fortes, will be the king of the Saiyans in the future. Are you convinced?" Fortes slowly rose and looked down at the Saiyans below. Although they all knew Fortes' fighting power, they looked at each other in hesitation. Fortes chuckled and exerted force with his fists. In an instant, Fortes' aura turned yellow and his hair also turned yellow. This is... Bardock couldn't help but exclaimed first. At this time, Fortes' form was the same as Kakarot he saw. Fortes glanced at Bardock, "This is the Super Saiyan." "What?" Tens of thousands of Saiyans said in disbelief. "We have seen Emperor Fortes." In an instant, the legend of super scions that had been circulating for countless years became concrete, and countless scions showed fanaticism in their eyes, kneeling down to pay homage. King Vegeta also had a flash of shock in his eyes, and slowly knelt down. Bardock also stepped forward and knelt down respectfully, "Your Majesty." Hundreds of people from the Sina and Green Plant tribes also knelt down and shouted, "We have seen Your Majesty." Fortes looked at everyone in front of him who surrendered, nodded slowly, bent his legs, and a throne instantly appeared under Fortes, and he sat down gently. "Everyone stand up." Fortes's faint voice sounded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Another mighty voice came out. "Vegeta, Bardock, from now on you are the Scion royal family of the planet Shadera." Fortes said slowly. "King Sina, your tribe just needs to develop technology. Green Plant tribe, as for you, just live peacefully. If nothing unexpected happens, your talents should not be needed." King Vegeta was slightly stunned, nodded gently, and looked at Bardock, and both stepped forward. "Thank you, Your Majesty. By the way, build your houses and so on by yourselves. Don't expect the Sina tribe, Bardock and Vegeta to come to me after building the houses." Fortes left after saying that. After all, it was also under strong pressure that the Scions surrendered, but Fortes was not worried. There was still a long time to go, and these people would definitely surrender sincerely. At this time, Kakarot's aircraft was about to approach the Earth. The patrolling Jack saw the aircraft logo belonging to the Scions under the Frisia Legion with his good eyesight. Jack, who was about to escape, detected Kakarot's combat effectiveness again. "Oh? A little Scion with only 2 points of combat power. For I patrol the peace of the area, and I, the elite Jack, must take action." Jack made a quick move and caught up with Kakarot. He even didn't notice it for a moment, and he actually surpassed Kakarot and arrived on Earth first. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Jack climbed out of the abandoned aircraft in a mess. "Pa! How can the quality of this aircraft be so poor?" Jack spit out the iron filings that fell into his mouth and couldn't help complaining. "Oh? What happened?" Only a voice was heard. Jack turned his head and saw that it was Tai's leading Bulma, who was just 4 years old, approaching. Bulma looked at the aircraft that had become a ruin and her eyes lit up. "This is an alien spaceship, right?" Tai's didn't notice it for a moment, and Bulma actually climbed up directly and stood on the top of the aircraft. Jack looked up and blocked her sight. Kakarot's aircraft entered the Earth at this time, and the two passed each other perfectly. "You kid! What's going on?" Jack couldn't help but said dissatisfiedly. "Hey, you are an alien, what are you doing on Earth?" Bulma asked, touching her chin. "Of course, I am the elite galactic patrol Jack. But I came to Earth for a very difficult mission." Jack looked up and said. "Oh? What?" Tai stepped forward and asked. At this point, Jack said with a serious expression, "When I was patrolling this area, I found an evil Scion cub, and I specifically tracked it to Earth." "Evil? Scion?" Tai couldn't help but look at Jack with a smile. "That's right. As Frisia's subordinate, Scion has done all kinds of evil things. If he is not dealt with, the Earth may be in danger." Jack said seriously. "It seems that your spaceship is broken. Do you want me to help you repair it?" Bulma looked up and down at the aircraft and said. "Oh? Can you repair it?" Jack's eyes flashed with a glimmer. He even thought that with the technology on Earth, he might have to wait for his teammates to pick him up at some point. Chapter 25. Of course, I have perfectly inherited my father's scientific research talent. Bulma nodded. "That's great, please help me fix my aircraft." Jack stepped forward quickly, his eyes slightly shining. "Leave it to me." Bulma took out the universal capsule and put it in. "I'm going to find the Scion cub. It's hard for Vegeta to encounter a planetary impact. Let's quickly solve this potential demon. Jack ignited his fighting spirit. What? Vegeta is in trouble? What about the scions on it? Tais asked with his head raised suddenly. I heard that the whole army should be wiped out. Jack touched his chin and thought for a while before speaking. What? Forts shouldn't be in trouble. He is so powerful. Tais staggered and muttered. The god Piccolo, who was paying attention to the news, had no ripples in his heart. He knew Forts relatively well, and he also remembered the wish Forts made that year. I see, Forts is really a shrewd man. The god Piccolo couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Boom! Kakarote's aircraft entered the deep mountains and landed on the ground with a loud noise. Hey? What's going on? Son Gohan, who was practicing, looked up and saw a puff of smoke rising. He frowned slightly and walked away. Son Gohan couldn't help but grin as he looked at Kakarote in the automatically opened aircraft. What a cute child, have you been abandoned? Follow your grandpa from now on. Son Gohan reached out and picked up Kakarote, and was stunned when he looked at the tail behind him. You are a member of the Forts tribe, and I will be your grandpa from now on, and you can call me Son Goku. Son Gohan put Son Goku in the basket behind him and walked farther and farther. Haha, good grandson, call me grandpa. Unexpectedly, Kakarote moved around and accidentally fell out of the basket. At this time, Son Gohan happened to be walking on the cliff, and Kakarote fell straight off the cliff. Sensing the abnormality behind him, Son Gohan turned his head and suddenly shouted, "Not good." Then he went down the cliff to look for it. After an unknown period of time, Son Gohan finally found Son Goku, who was covered in blood, and even had a huge wound on his head. Son Gohan picked up Son Goku with trembling hands. He realized that he was still breathing, so he quickly held him in his arms and stepped on the rocks in the air to quickly return home. Son Gohan exhaled suddenly, and Son Goku's breath had gradually stabilized. Suddenly, Son Goku opened his eyes, looked at Son Gohan quietly, and smiled obediently and stretched out his hands to Son Gohan. Okay, dear Goku, I will be your grandfather in the future. Son Gohan kindly picked up Son Goku and said with a smile. Your Majesty, do you want to tell us what you want to do? Bardock and King Vegeta stood in front of Fortes and said respectfully. Humph, you don't know how to use your energy, and you've wasted the talents of scions like me. Come with me to a good place and develop your combat power. Fortes couldn't help but snorted coldly when he felt the rough breath of the two people in front of him. This, is it? The two looked at each other and nodded helplessly. King Sena, you come with me. I'll introduce you to a great talent and we can have a discussion. Fortes said as he walked out. King Sena quickly appeared behind Fortes, following closely behind Bardock and King Vegeta. You just need to live quietly in the days ahead. The Sena tribe will provide you with food. Fighting is prohibited during my absence. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Fortes's cold voice made the scions shudder. Your Majesty, please rest assured. We will remember your Majesty's teachings. Naba and other senior warriors hurriedly stepped forward to salute. The other scions also stepped forward to salute and promised. Lucia, Shadera planet will be handed over to you while we are away. Fortes instructed Lucia, who was standing aside. Yes, Your Majesty. Lucia stepped forward and said. Let's go to Earth. A glimmer of light flashed in Fortes' eyes. At this time, Jack had been on Earth for 2.5 months. According to his own calculations, he had searched for so long but still had no clues. He could only stay at Bulma's house temporarily and wait for Bulma to repair his aircraft. In the heaven, the god Piccolo instantly looked up at the sky. These two auras. The god shook his head gently and no longer cared. After so many years of receiving guidance from the great elders and teaching the secrets that belonged to their clan from time to time, his dimension had reached the 2nd level. At the same time, even if his potential was divided out, although he was not a major in combat, he also forcibly turned combat into the power has been raised to 50,000. It can be said that it is easy to deal with King Vegeta and Bardock. The spaceship entered the Earth, and Bardock and King Vegeta felt the light gravity, and couldn't help looking at FORTES in confusion. FORTES ignored the two, just closed his eyes and waited quietly for the spaceship to land. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment in front of him, FORTES smiled and shook his head, stepped out, and returned to the Earth again. The god who was silently observing in the heavens showed joy at this time, and stood up with Popo and went to FORTES' landing point. In a short while, the god appeared in front of the four people. "FORTES, you are here again, it can be seen that you are already very strong." The god couldn't help but sigh. "Haha, God, I came to the Earth this time to ask for something." FORTES couldn't help but smile when he saw the arrival of the god. "Oh? You said it, with our relationship, I will try my best to help you." The god nodded gently. "These two are my people. I want you to teach them how to control their chi." FORTES pushed Bardock and King Vegeta out. "These two people? This one is better, but this one is quite violent." The god first looked at Bardock and then pointed at King Vegeta, saying with a headache. "Indeed, so I came to you, I believe you." FORTES scratched his head and smiled carelessly. "You kid, okay, then I will help you train them." The god nodded with a smile, and gently waved his hand to control the two people, and followed him to the heaven. "Then I'll go first, and you should go find your girlfriend." FORTES' old face turned red, he smiled, put away the spaceship, and took King Sina to Dr. Brief's house. "Your Majesty, are you sure that space technology was invented by people on this planet?" King Sina has been looking at it since entering the Earth. However, he discovered that the technological level of this planet is obviously far behind and it is not even at the stage of mastering space technology. Chapter 26. FORTES smiled and shook his head, "You will know when you meet them later." The two slowly landed in the yard of Dr. Brief's house. Just at this time, Jack appeared from the house. Seeing the two strangers, he subconsciously took out his gun and pointed it at the two. "Where did you come from?" Jack asked vigilantly. FORTES was slightly stunned, snorted, and looked at Jack. "I remember this is Dr. Brief's house, are you trying to turn the tables?" Jack and FORTES looked at each other for a moment and felt dazed. The gun in his hand fell to the ground with a plop, and he also stumbled and fell to the ground. "You, who are you?" Jack said in horror. "Oh? Can't you see?" FORTES said with a smile while his tail swayed slowly. SAIYAN." Jack's eyes condensed, his tone stuttered, and he suddenly felt that he had lost his life. With the cruel character of the SAIYANs, the Earth might be in danger. Dr. Brief's family, who heard the noise, all came out to check the situation. You are, FORTES." Dr. Brief recognized FORTES at a glance. "No, leave quickly, he is a cruel SAIYAN." Jack looked at Dr. Brief's family and warned them with fear. Ties glanced at him, ignored him, stepped forward quickly, and hugged FORTES directly. "You are finally here. If you leave this time, take me with you." FORTES saw Ties also touched her head distressedly, and said gently, "Don't worry, I will take you with me in the future." "Is he the FORTES that my father and sister mentioned?" Bulma hid behind Dr. Brief and showed a little head to look at FORTES. Watching the conversation between Dr. Brief's family and FORTES, Jack's brain, which was not very bright, was instantly blocked, and he stared blankly at the warm interaction between the people in front of him. "I am so stupid, really." Even until Jack, who was sitting at the dining table to eat, couldn't help muttering to himself. "King Sina, this is the scientific genius I mentioned, Dr. Brief, this is my subordinate King Sina." FORTES introduced Ties with a light cough while holding Ties. King Sina first greeted Dr. Brief, and then asked various questions, and Dr. Brief answered them one by one. The more the two communicated, the brighter the light in their eyes became. After a while, the two ignored Fortes and others around and went directly into the laboratory. Fortes was not surprised, and flew away with Ties in his arms. "Master Kame, I'm back." Fortes' voice came from behind Master Kame, and Master Kame, who was reading an unknown magazine, was frightened and fell on his back. "Ahem, Fortes, you're back." Master Kame coughed lightly and put the magazine away calmly. "There is one thing I need to trouble you with, old man. If a little guy named Sun Wukong comes to you in the future, please teach him." Fortes stated the purpose of looking for Master Kame. "Is that so? No problem. By the way, the two auras that appeared before are related to you. You are as powerful as ever." Master Kame couldn't help but sigh. "It's just a racial advantage. If you are really powerful, you won't be so ostentatious." Master Kame shook his head and sighed. "It's really enviable." Master Kame nodded with a smile. "Okay, old man, I'm going to see Uncle Gohan." Master Kame grinned and disappeared with Ties. "This kid is so cool." Master Kame shook his head and continued to take out the magazine to read. "This is Kakarot when he was a child. He is so cute." The figure of Fortes suddenly appeared beside Son Gohan, who was holding Kakarot. Son Gohan turned his head and looked, and his tense muscles just relaxed. "Fortes, you are back. Is this child your tribe member you mentioned before?" Son Gohan teased Son Goku. "Yes, this time I'm not the only one here, the little guy's father has also come to Earth." Fortes nodded. Son Gohan's movements could not help but stagnate. "Then, are you going to take this child away?" Fortes chuckled and shook his head. "No, I'm going to leave him on Earth. Only on Earth can his potential be fully developed." Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, leave Goku to me, don't worry. By the way, our clan has a talent. When the moon is full, we will transform into gorillas, and our combat power will increase tenfold. As long as the tail is cut off, it will recover." Fortes suddenly remembered the experience of Son Gohan in the original book and reminded him quickly. "Oh? Is it so magical? Okay, I'll pay attention." Son Gohan nodded in surprise. "You are Ties that Fortes often talks about." Son Gohan turned his head and looked at Ties again. "Ah. Yes." Ties was stunned at first, and nodded quickly. "Not bad, a talented man and a beautiful woman, you must send me a petition when you get married." Son Gohan laughed. Ties blushed and nodded slightly. "Okay, Uncle Gohan, I'm leaving first. Kakarot will be handed over to you, and I will come to see you with his father in a while." Fortes took Ties and slowly disappeared from the spot. "How is it? Is it fun?" Fortes held Ties and flew freely in the sky. "Haha, so exciting." Ties' eyes were full of light, and she hugged Fortes with excitement. Let's go back, it's time to have enough fun." Fortes' speed slowly slowed down, and soon he landed in Dr. Brief's yard with Ties. "Hey! We've had so much fun these days." Ties couldn't help but say excitedly. "Haha, there are still many happy days in the future. By the way, why haven't King Sina and Dr. Brief come out yet?" Fortes looked helplessly in the direction of the laboratory. If he hadn't been able to feel the steady breath of the two, and the food that went in and the food residue that came out from time to time, Fortes would have been unable to help but break in to see how they were doing. "Your Majesty, I've been waiting." Fortes had already felt the breath of Bardock and King Vegeta, and nodded gently. Jack looked up, his body trembling slightly, and he lowered his head and dared not speak. "You've learned to control your breath. Remember to give it to the tribesmen on the planet Shadera when you go back." Fortes smiled slyly. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other helplessly. "Okay. What can we do with such a king? Bardock, do you want to meet Kakarot? I found an adopter for him." You know, only on Earth can he achieve achievements. FORTES suggested, stroking his chin. Chapter 27. Bardock also nodded excitedly. His son had a very low starting point. He must have suffered a lot to achieve such achievements in the future. At this moment, Bardock and King Vegetal looked at each other. FORTES was speechless when he saw that he was about to speak. Just say whatever you want to say, really. FORTES rolled his eyes helplessly. Well, our child is still under Frisia's command, Your Majesty, you see. The two of them were full of worry. FORTES touched his chin and thought for a while, and said to himself, indeed, Vegeta has a combat power of 10,000 now, and it will be less than 20,000 in more than 20 years. This is really a pity. Don't panic first, I remember that there are 3 people in Vegeta's team. Don't worry, they won't be in trouble. Even if something happens, I will go to find Shenlong to revive him. As for the rest, let me think about it first. FORTES frowned and said. Hearing that their son would not be in danger, the two were relieved and continued to look at FORTES, waiting for FORTES' decision. The North Galaxy is not brave enough to change the situation too much for the time being. If they are discovered by some extraordinary existence, it will not be fun to wipe them out while they are still weak. Okay, they will stay in the Frisia army for the time being. If it takes too long, Frisia may deliberately weaken their potential. I will find a place for you to learn some skills and secretly serve as sparring partners. FORTES decided. Ah, this. Okay, Your Majesty. Although the two did not understand FORTES' meaning, they also understood that FORTES would not let Frisia hurt them, and they reluctantly let go. Click. King Sina and Dr. Brief finally came out of the laboratory. Seeing the two smiling, FORTES stepped forward. Well, you two are both talented. King Sina shook his head and stepped back. Your Majesty, I am not as good as Dr. Brief, he gave me a lot of inspiration. Dr. Brief smiled and shook his head. King Sina is polite, I also gained a lot from communicating with you. FORTES' eyes lit up. Dr. Brief, how about we cooperate? You provide us with technology, we provide resources, first equip our Shadala planet, and then we sell it in the universe. FORTES paused for a moment and continued, as for the share at that time, we will talk about it then, anyway, neither we nor you care about money. Dr. Brief nodded, remember to get me more rare resources. If there were materials back then, the upper limit of your gravity chamber would be far more than 100 times. Taisai snorted, stop talking, why are you still talking about these things at home, let's go, it's time to eat. Ha ha ha, okay, let's go. FORTES laughed. Bardock and King Vegetal looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They just saw Tais standing next to FORTES, but they didn't expect her to speak to FORTES so casually. Seeing FORTES naturally holding Tais up, the two nodded slightly. After FORTES had a woman, he would have a child. They were relieved. At least the royal bloodline had an heir. Looking at the 3 scions around him, Jack didn't dare to pick up the food with the chopsticks in his hand, but just kept eating the rice in the bowl. But the 3 of them ate heartily, and the plates they had finished were piled up several meters high. Bardock and King Vegeta's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, the food on Earth is so delicious. Let's take some when we go back. FORTES smiled and shook his head. You are promising, but what you said reminds me. When the time comes, we will send some people to learn some skills on Earth to improve the food level of our planet Shadara. Long live Your Majesty! The two couldn't help but exclaimed. Doctor, can you make a machine that can cook automatically? I'm afraid it will take a long time for us to send people over, and there must be food in the meantime. FORTES smiled. Dr. Brief nodded with a cigarette in his mouth. It's just a small matter, just give it to me. Bulma, who had finished her meal peacefully, suddenly said, by the way, Jack, I have repaired your aircraft for you. When are you going to leave? Hearing Bulma's voice was like hearing the sound of heaven. Jack quickly raised his head, then I will leave in a while. Several scions around him turned their heads and looked at Jack. Oh? People from the Galactic Patrol, are you so unwilling to stay with us? King Vegeta's gloomy voice came. Jack's body shuddered instantly, and he shook his head quickly. How could it be? I have been on Earth for so long and I have a lot of official business to do. Haha, you mean the official business? I'm afraid you're going to arrest my son Kakarot. Bardock's eyes were also fixed on Jack. Ah! This, no. No, we are friends, how could I do such a thing? Ha! Ha ha! Jack was sweating. Haha, Jack is stupid, and you guys are teasing him. Bulma couldn't help laughing. Jack glared at Bulma, and Bulma glared back without fear, slightly opening her mouth. Brother-in-law. Jack immediately withdrew his gaze and sat upright. Ties blushed and patted Bulma's head lightly. Fortes smiled and shook his head. Jack, let's go tomorrow. Then I will accompany you to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to discuss important matters with your Galactic King. Jack was slightly stunned, and just wanted to refuse, but he saw Fortes' unquestionable eyes and nodded quickly. Ties was slightly startled, and turned to look at Fortes. Are you leaving again? I'll be back soon, wait for me for a few days, I'll discuss some things with the King of the Galaxy, don't worry. Fortes touched Ties' head and said softly. Okay. Ties nodded firmly. Let's go, Bardock, since you can restrain your breath, take back your breath, let's go see your son. After the group finished their meal, Fortes looked at Bardock. Bardock nodded excitedly and followed Fortes. King Vegeta also hurriedly followed. I'll go too. Uncle Gohan, I'm here again, this is Kakarot's biological father. Fortes instantly appeared in front of Son Gohan, pointing to Bardock who quickly arrived behind him. Are you Goku's father? Hello, I'm Son Gohan. Son Gohan looked at Bardock standing in front of him and hurriedly stepped forward and said. Chapter 28. Bardock stretched out his hand and shook hands with Son Gohan. Goku. Oh, yes, this is the name I gave my child. When I met Goku, he accidentally fell off a cliff. He has been a lot better, but it seems that he has lost all his previous memories. Son Gohan explained. What? Bardock was shocked. Several people came to Son Gohan's house. Seeing the well-behaved Kakarot, Bardock was relieved. It's good that you are okay. Bardock shook his head and stepped forward to touch Kakarot's face gently. Mr. Gohan, then I'll trouble you with Kakarot. Bardock turned his head and looked serious. Haha, Goku will be my grandson in the future. Son Gohan laughed and nodded. Bardock was slightly stunned and felt that something was wrong, but he still smiled and nodded. Uncle Gohan, then we will leave first. If Kakarot turns into a gorilla and goes crazy, remember to cut off his tail. Ford waved his hand and took off slowly with the two of them. What a pity. Bardock has such a high combat power, but I didn't expect Kakarot to have only 2 points of combat power. My son is still the best. King Vegeta said casually. Flying in front, Fortes couldn't help but glance back at King Vegeta, but didn't say anything. Bardock thought of the scene of Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan, and glanced at King Vegeta, but didn't say anything. King Vegeta was slightly stunned when he looked at the two of them, and didn't know why. His voice became smaller and smaller, and he didn't say anything more. Fortes, you're here. God Piccolo looked at Fortes' slowly landing figure and nodded with a smile. God, thank you for these two people. Fortes sat directly on the chair. Haha, what's the matter? Anyway, this heaven is boring, and it's not bad to have someone to accompany me and Popo to relieve boredom. God Piccolo was not surprised by Fortes' behavior. Bardock and King Vegeta also landed at this time and saluted God Piccolo slightly. Your dimension has been improved this time, and you look a lot younger. It seems that you will be able to return to the peak after practicing for a while. Fortes sighed as he looked at the much younger god Piccolo. As the dimension is improved, the lifespan will naturally increase. After practicing for more than 10 years, you should be able to return to the state of youth. God Piccolo also nodded and admitted. By the way, God, do you have any idea to get your talent back? Fortes said with a smile. God Piccolo was stunned, looked at Fortes' eyes and was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. Well, that's right. With your personality, if you can really do it, you wouldn't have done such a stupid thing back then. Fortes shook his head helplessly. But let's see what happens after that. If there is a chance, I will help you. Don't refuse it then. Don't worry, I won't take action. Just let it go. Fortes looked down, as if he saw the little guy with the crab head. God Piccolo was silent for a moment and nodded gently. Bardock and King Vegeta listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help but ask, "This? Your Majesty, what happened to the god?" Fortes looked at the two and explained, "There is a physical defect and it is not in good condition. If this problem is solved, I am afraid that I will not be weaker than I am now." Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. "Then we will leave first. I would like to trouble you to pay attention to Kakarot, but you don't have to help him deliberately." Fortes stood up and flew away, smiling and said. When the three returned to Dr. Brief's house again, Jack had already taken the aircraft back from Bulma and was ready to leave. "Jack, you are in such a hurry to leave, don't you want to see us?" Fortes stepped forward and patted Jack's shoulder gently with his tail. Jack's face froze, turned his head stiffly, and said quickly, "Ah, no, Bulma helped me fix the aircraft, let me check it." Bardock and King Vegeta stared at Jack fiercely with torches in their eyes. Cold sweat kept flowing down Jack's face. "Let's go, there's nothing to worry about. Taisai, I'll be back in a few days, don't worry." Fortes shouted to Taisai in the house. Fortes entered the aircraft first, and the remaining three quickly followed. Jack took a step forward, set the target on the base planet of the Galactic Patrol, and then took a step back. Sir, can I ask what you are going there for?" After a long silence, Jack couldn't help but ask. Looking at Jack's vigilant eyes, Fortes smiled and shook his head, "Don't worry, it won't harm you, go to your Galactic King to seek cooperation." Jack looked at Fortes' serious expression and was relieved. "This Sir shoot, it's not a lie." After Bulma's repair and modification and Dr. Brief's guidance, the speed of Jack's aircraft increased by several levels. It originally took several days to reach the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, and it only took 5 hours to take off from the Earth. The aircraft slowly landed, and Jack walked out of the aircraft with his head held high. "Jack, why haven't you heard from me these days? Don't you have to report your work progress to the headquarters every once in a while?" A voice came. Jack turned his head and looked at the guard on the side, smiling disdainfully. "As an elite of the Galactic Patrol, of course there are big things to do. This time I brought 3 distinguished guests to discuss important matters with the King of the Galaxy." Fortes walked out with Bardock and King Vegeta. The staff members who saw the 3 people were stunned at first, and then subconsciously took out their weapons and pointed them at the 3 people. "This SAIYAN? Jack, what are you going to do?" Jack quickly stepped forward to stop their guns. "Don't be nervous, they are cooperating with Lord Galaxy King." Looking at Jack's anxious expression, several people looked at each other and hesitated to put away their guns. Jack breathed a sigh of relief, walked forward, and said to the 3 people, "I will take you to find Lord Galaxy King first." The people around didn't say much in the end. Fortes walked forward expressionlessly. King Vegeta looked at the small fish around him and snorted coldly, and also followed Fortes. Bardock also followed Fortes expressionlessly. Soon, Jack stopped in front of a big door and turned his head to look at Fortes. "Sir, Lord Galaxy King is inside." Fortes nodded lightly. Bardock stepped forward and opened the door, and the Galaxy King turned his head in surprise, wanting to see who was so unruly. Fortes stepped in, and the Galaxy King stared blankly at the three scions standing in front of him. "You, what are you doing?" The Galaxy King took a few steps back, his eyes alert. Chapter 29. Jack brought us here. Bardock said lightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Jack, this guy." The Galaxy King couldn't help but curse secretly. "What's wrong with you?" the Galaxy King said lightly on the surface. Fortes looked at the Galaxy King, who pretended to be calm, and chuckled, and took a step forward. "We scions are ready to cooperate with your Galaxy Patrol." The Galaxy King nodded seriously, suddenly raised his head, and looked at Fortes in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you talking about the kind of cooperation I understand?" the Galaxy King said in a deep tone. Fortes nodded. "Planet Vegeta disappeared, but it doesn't mean that Planet Shadera has disappeared." "Planet Shadera?" The Galaxy King frowned and looked up the information directly in front of the three people. "Didn't Planet Shadera be destroyed a long time ago?" the Galaxy King couldn't help asking. "Don't ask so many questions. Our planet Shadera has recovered," Fortes said lightly. "How many scions do you have left? How much combat power do you have?" "Although my galactic patrol can't do anything to those frozen demons, we have hundreds of thousands or even millions of strong men with combat power," the King of the Galaxy said seriously. He was worried that the scions would not change their bad habits and would wantonly kill people on their own territory, so he wanted to scare them in advance. "Don't worry, the scions will no longer work for Frisia, but we are a fighting nation after all, so we might as well do something for the development of the universe. What do you think?" Fortes looked at the King of the Galaxy. The King of the Galaxy still frowned, and Fortes raised his energy helplessly. The value of the combat power detector in front of the King of the Galaxy increased rapidly, and it stopped when it reached 10 million Fortes. "If I want to do something with my combat power, I'm afraid it will be useless for all of you to come together, so do you believe my sincerity?" Fortes thought to himself that it seemed that Mels had not yet come to the Galactic Patrol. The King of the Galaxy was slightly stunned when he saw Fortes, who had a combat power of tens of millions, and nodded repeatedly, completely agreeing with Fortes' statement. The Galaxy King waved his hand gently, and several chairs slowly rose up. "Let me introduce myself. I am the current King of the Scions. These two are our Scion Kings, King Vegeta and King Bardock." Fortes sat on the chair and said. King Vegeta and Bardock also sat on the chairs, with pride on their faces. The Galaxy King nodded slightly and greeted, then turned to Fortes. "How are you going to cooperate? Leave a part of your Galaxy Patrol's mission to us. I want to train my people who have neglected exercise for a period of time. At the latest, in 2 years, they will take the mission on their own." Fortes touched his chin, obviously having an idea. The Galaxy King looked at Fortes in a daze. He really didn't expect that such a great thing would fall on him. The Galaxy King took a deep breath. "As long as the scions don't mess around, the rest can be satisfied. When you leave later, I will leave you a real-time mission display." Fortes nodded slightly. "Don't underestimate my place. It's located in the center of the universe, and it's extremely prosperous. The frozen demons still don't dare to attack me. I have someone above me." The Galaxy King was worried that he couldn't suppress the scions, so he thought for a moment and then spoke. Fortes chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't covet your territory. The scions will definitely surprise you in the future." Seeing that the initial cooperation had been reached, the Galaxy King was no longer worried. He smiled and nodded, and ordered the surroundings to take out countless delicacies. "Since we have reached a consensus, then you can try my delicacies." The Galaxy King raised his head proudly and said. Fortes and the other two looked at each other, and started eating the food that looked good in front of them. But the three of them fell silent after just taking a bite, and put down their chopsticks at the same time. Well, Galaxy King, we still have things to deal with, so we won't stay for now. When we SAIYANs go on a mission, we will tell you. FORTES got up and left quickly. Watching the figures of FORTES and the other two leaving, the King of the Galaxy was slightly stunned, thinking to himself, it seems that they really take this matter very seriously. I have heard that SAIYANs have big appetites. I didn't expect that they would not even eat such a delicious meal and go to deal with things. It's ridiculous that I judged others by my own meanness. The King of the Galaxy couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for such a big deal this time, he would not be willing to eat these delicacies, but since he was already on the stage, he had to enjoy it quickly. FORTES and the other two walked out of the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol and looked at the aircraft that appeared from time to time above. Your Majesty, this is also it is indeed prosperous. Bardock could not help but sigh. What kind of life does the King of the Galaxy live? I am afraid he is deliberately trying to drive us away. King Vegeta was still brooding over it. FORTES smiled and shook his head, you may have been spoiled by the delicacies of Earth. Didn't you eat these before? Well, let's go to Earth first, and then we can go back. King Vegeta was slightly stunned, scratched his head, and followed FORTES to board the spaceship with Bardock one after the other. A white light flashed across the sky, and FORTES stood in the air with King Vegeta and Bardock. When they were about to fall, they directly put away the spaceship. Let's go to Dr. Brief's house, get some things, pick up some people and go. FORTES flew forward at high speed. We are back. FORTES' voice resounded throughout Dr. Brief's family. Dr. Brief's family walked out slowly, only to see FORTES and the other two slowly landing in the yard. FORTES, you came back so quickly. By the way, I have already made the automatic cooking robot you wanted, and I made a lot for you. Dr. Brief said with a cigarette in his mouth. Hee, thank you, Doctor. Give us some food. The food in the Galaxy King's place is not edible for humans. FORTES shook his head. Bardock and King Vegeta also had bright eyes, following FORTES to eat and drink. For a long time, the three SAIYANs patted their bulging stomachs with satisfaction, and the plates on the side had even been moved down several piles. Your Majesty, I have learned from Dr. Brief how to reduce the cost of the universal capsule, and we can increase production when we go back. King Sina looked at FORTES and said after he finished eating. Is that so? Remember to take the share that belongs to Drive Brief's family when the time comes. FORTES touched his chin and nodded. By the way, when you return to the planet Shadala, you will contact the Galactic Patrol. FORTES handed a flat object to King Sina. Chapter 30. King Sina took it and looked at it briefly. Okay, Your Majesty. Dr. Brief handed over a universal capsule, and FORTES quickly took it. This is the robot, all cooking type, Dr. Brief explained. FORTES nodded and handed it to Bardock beside him. Bardock took it seriously and looked around vigilantly. Okay, I'm full, and it's time to go back. FORTES stood up and stretched. Tais stepped forward. FORTES, will you take me this time? Looking at Tais's stubborn eyes, FORTES shrugged helplessly. Let's go with us. Tais' face showed a smile, nodded repeatedly, and followed FORTES. Then we'll go first. FORTES waved his hand and took the lead in entering the spaceship with Tais, followed by Bardock and King Vegeta, and finally King Sina also reluctantly bid farewell to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief had a cigarette in his mouth, not worried about his daughter's thoughts at all. He stood there quietly and smiled as he watched the spaceship take off. FORTES, are we going to Shadara now? Tais asked, standing beside FORTES. Yes, we still have to settle those useless people of mine first. FORTES sighed and said helplessly. By the way, King Sina, give that to Tais. FORTES said to King Sina who was studying the mission display given by the Galaxy King. King Sina looked up and nodded slightly, took out a bracelet from his arms and handed it to Tais. The gravity of Shadara is 10 times that of the Earth. If you enter without any preparation, I'm afraid something will happen. This little thing can adjust the gravity around you. Fortes explained. Thais nodded suddenly and put it on her hand. After several technical upgrades, the spacecraft's driving speed has greatly increased, and it soon returned to Shadara. The spaceship opened, and Fortes stepped out directly. The scions of Shadara have been quite obedient recently under Fortes' restraint. But the fighting nation will sooner or later become ill if it does not fight. As soon as Fortes' spaceship entered Shadara, it was detected by the Sina people. At this time, a group of scions and the Sina people led by Lucia quickly arrived. Your Majesty, welcome back. Lucia smiled and said as soon as she saw Fortes. Lucia, you have worked hard these days. Is there anything you need to report? How are my people doing? Fortes said lightly. Lucia stepped forward and shook her head slightly. Everything is normal, and your people have been living a stable life recently. Fortes' eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he nodded after a long time. Very good. In my opinion, it is stupid to judge potential based on what is just born. Fortes slowly floated up, and all the scions looked at Fortes. From now on, all warriors with combat power less than 10,000 are low-level warriors, warriors with combat power less than 100,000 are mid-level warriors, and warriors with combat power less than 10 million are high-level warriors. Fortes looked around and spoke slowly. What? As soon as Fortes spoke, the surrounding discussion appeared instantly. Except for your Majesty, how can others reach a combat power of 100,000 or even 1 million? Someone shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that except for your Majesty, we don't have many mid-level warriors now. Someone looked at the few with combat power exceeding 10,000. There is one more thing. I found a job for you. It's from the Galactic Patrol. As for how you will take it later, the Sina tribe will do it well later. Fortes interrupted the noise of the tribesmen below. If you want to go out and fight, there are two requirements. One is that Bardock and Vegeta will teach you how to control your breath. The other is that after you learn to control your breath, you can withstand 5 times the gravity in the gravity chamber behind you. By the way, each team must have at least 6 people. Fortes waved his hand, and Bardock and King Vegeta came up. How about it? It's okay to give you the task of teaching the tribesmen. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Your Majesty, don't worry, just leave it to us. Fortes nodded with satisfaction. After the tribesmen learn to control their breath, if there are tribesmen who are unwilling to fight, you pick them out. I have other arrangements. By the way, you can also go to the gravity room to train in your spare time, the effect is very good. After that, he left with Thais. Bardock took out a universal capsule from his arms and handed it to King Sina, with a serious expression. Thank you for your trouble. King Sina was also serious, nodding. Don't worry, King Bardock, I also like earth food. Looking at her father and Bardock, Lucia tilted her head and continued to work behind King Sina. Lucia, this is the minimum production cost of the universal capsule. You can take a look at it when the time comes. There is also this. Contact the Galactic Patrol as soon as possible. As for this, you will know in a while. King Sina smiled while holding a universal capsule, and hurried to the kitchen to release the cooking robots. Fortes, the environment of Shadala planet is really good. Taisai couldn't help but say. Of course, our green plant tribe has greatly improved the greening by relying on the racial advantage. Several people from the green plant tribe came out from the side. Your Majesty. Several people saluted to Fortes. Stand up. Fortes nodded gently. They are the green plant tribe, and they are born close to nature. Fortes explained to Taisai on the side. Taisai's eyes lit up slightly. If this is written into a novel, it must be very popular. Fortes' mouth twitched slightly. Taisai's character of liking to write novels has never changed. It's decided. Since my book is already a bestseller on Earth, I will write one in the universe. Taisai was full of confidence. Fortes held his forehead and nodded helplessly, okay. As long as you are happy. By the way, I wrote about the things in the universe that I learned from you. Do you think it's okay for me to continue writing in the universe like this? Taisai touched her chin and thought. Look, whatever you want to do, I support you. Fortes had to respond helplessly. Fortes, why don't we travel in the universe when the time comes? Taisai suddenly said. Okay, wait until the tribe is on the right track. Fortes nodded gently. Let's go, let me tell you more about the so-called Emperor of the Universe, and give you some material. Fortes took Taisai and returned to the palace. Chapter 31. You guys, what's wrong? Is it difficult to take back your breath? Control your breath. I didn't ask you to release your breath. Bardock and King Vegeta's scolding sounded from afar. Bardock, come on, it's time to eat. Jine's gentle voice came. Bardock snorted coldly, lucky for you, I'll continue later. After that, he instantly changed his smile and came to Jine's side. The robot you brought from Earth cooks delicious food. Even though she had eaten it many times, Jine couldn't help but praise it. Of course, don't you see who came out? Bardock proudly puffed his chest. You said that even you have learned to control your breath, why are there so many people who can't learn it? Bardock couldn't help complaining. Okay, Bardock, don't think too much, eat quickly. Jine chuckled and persuaded quickly. Jine, His Majesty asked to distinguish the tribesmen who are unwilling to fight. With your personality, I'm afraid you are not willing to fight either. Bardock said while eating. Jinnah nodded, wait for His Majesty's arrangement later. Soon, 2.5 weeks later, with the efforts of Bardock and King Vegeta, all the SAIYANs finally learned to control their breath. Although there are some flaws, they can be improved slowly in the future. Fortes also nodded with satisfaction, stepped forward and said, next, all the tribesmen who don't want to fight can stand up. The SAIYANs below looked at each other, and Jinnah flew out first under Bardock's encouraging eyes. Fortes nodded gently, not bad, is there any more? Hurry up. With Jinnah acting as the first bird, the other SAIYANs with ideas gradually followed Jinnah. Since you are not interested in fighting, you should do the logistics work for the tribesmen. Jinnah will be the leader of the logistics team. The robots will be handed over to you next. You can select a few people to go to Earth to learn some skills these days. Fortes said, touching his chin. Yes, Your Majesty. Nearly 100 SAIYANs led by Jinnah nodded. Well, you can withdraw. Go and get familiar with your work in the next few days. Fortes waved his hand. As for you, you have learned to control your breath. Life has been very comfortable these days. You don't need to be too murderous when you are on the planet Shadala. Enjoy being with your family on weekdays. Fortes couldn't help but say a few more words. He wanted a peaceful life to increase the S-cells of these tribesmen in front of him as much as possible. Next, you form your own team, with at least 6 people in each team. Now, let's start. Fortes looked down at the SAIYANs below and spoke slowly. Yes. Everyone nodded and found their former teammates. After 2.5 minutes, most people had formed a team. But there were still dozens of people standing alone. Fortes frowned slightly and looked at them. What are you doing? Your Majesty, our teammates have died due to various accidents, and there are less than 6 people. Someone looked around and said with a stiff upper lip. Oh? Is that so? Fortes touched his chin and thought for a moment. Let's do this. I see that there are about 50 of you. The 50 of you will form the guard of our planet Shadala. Bardock will be the commander and will be directly under my command. Fortes turned his head and looked at Bardock. Bardock was slightly stunned and flew in front of Fortes. Yes, I will obey your Majesty's order. The 50 people were all excited and quickly followed Bardock. Okay, Next, you all saw the gravity room made by the SAIYAN tribe. First adapt to the 5 times gravity, and then you can take tasks and fight everywhere. Fortes waved his hand and left. The SAIYANs below all nodded excitedly, and hurriedly entered the gravity room in groups to start training. Bardock looked at the 50 people behind him who were looking at each other in bewilderment and smiled helplessly. Let's go to the largest gravity room. After that, he flew towards the gravity room where Fortes had practiced. Oh? King Vegeta, you're going too? Bardock smiled and nodded as he looked at King Vegeta who was walking side by side with him. King Vegeta glanced at Bardock and said, at least there are so many sparring partners. You've also been through gravity training, and you know the effect. Bardock shrugged, and the two walked into the gravity room side by side. Lucia, I'll leave the technology to you. By the way, take these senzu beans and study them to see if they can be propagated. Fortes came to the territory of the SAIYAN tribe, took out a dozen senzu beans and handed them out. Lucia recognized that this was what she had eaten at the time, and quickly took it and nodded seriously, saying, Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will do my best. But if there is the green plant tribe has a good chance of success. Lucia suddenly thought of something and said. Fortes touched his chin and nodded, yes, then you call the green plant tribe back, and both tribes should work hard to cultivate the senzu beans as much as possible. Okay, Your Majesty. Then I'll leave it to you. It doesn't matter if you can't complete it. It's not a big deal. I'm leaving first. Fortes said and left. Although Fortes had fun on the Shadala planet these days, it was still too monotonous for Tais, who was full of adventurous spirit. Fortes, I want to go to the universe to take a look. Tais hugged Fortes' arm and said coquettishly. Fortes, who had known Tais' character for a long time, nodded helplessly. The Shadala planet is about to get on the right track, and basically I don't need to do anything anymore. Let's go, then I'll give you a few more instructions. Fortes held Tais and felt the breath of Bardock and King Vegeta, and the two disappeared instantly. Your Majesty. The two who were still fighting saw Fortes stop instantly and saluted Fortes. Well, the improvement is good. I plan to walk around the universe. If there is anything big happening on the planet Shadara, you try to be angry. If I sense it, I will come back immediately. Bardock will be responsible for the safety of the planet Shadara, and Vegeta, you will handle politics. Fortes gave 2 simple instructions and disappeared again. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other. Although they didn't understand what Fortes meant, they also knew their tasks, and from the skills that Fortes just demonstrated, they also nodded with peace of mind. Let's go. Fortes stepped into the spaceship holding Tais. The spaceship flew out of the Shadala planet quickly, and the SAIYAN tribe's technology instantly knew the news of Fortes' departure. Hey, Our Majesty, why does he always like to run around everywhere? King SAIYAN got the news at the first time, sighed helplessly, and continued to do his own thing. Chapter 32. It's this planet. It's really too much. The fish refused to take the bait and swam back and forth around me. I can spoil it and evolve it into a grilled fish. Not to mention, it tastes really good. Fortes pointed to the planet in front and couldn't help but snorted. Thais looked at the planet in front of her, which was mostly liquid, and couldn't help but smile. Is it so interesting? Let's go and take a look. Fortes shrugged and controlled the spacecraft to slowly land on the land area of the planet. Ah, the air on this planet is really good, and the scenery is really good. Taisai opened her hands and enjoyed the sea breeze. Fortes first threw out some food, then took out his fishing rod with ease, sat in his previous position, and threw it out skillfully. Wow, so amazing! Taisai praised Fortes' actions. Look, there are fishing rods there, you can also take one to play with. Fortes grinned and pointed to the side. Taisai nodded with interest, and sat next to Fortes and threw out a line. Looking at the countless fish swimming underwater, Fortes nodded with satisfaction, this time we will definitely catch a big fish. Oh! FORTES turned his head and saw that Taisai's fishing rod was bent down, and the powerful force even made the fishing rod about to slip out of his hand. FORTES quickly put his fishing rod in place, and grabbed Taisai's fishing rod with a flash, and fished it up with a light force. Bang! With a loud bang, a big fish that was 2 meters long fell to the ground. FORTES smiled and nodded, "Not bad, Taisai, you have a good talent." Taisai's eyes lit up and continued to throw the line out. "Ah, wait, you haven't put the bait yet," FORTES said quickly. Taisai also reacted and was about to collect the fishing rod, but another huge force came. FORTES reacted quickly and stepped forward again, only to see a fish that was no less big than the first fish land next to the first fish. It seems that there is no need to put bait. Taisai looked at the fish and tilted her head, wondering. FORTES' tone stagnated, and he waved his hand helplessly and sat back down. In the next 2.5 hours, the fish on this planet seemed to have set their sights on Taisai. After eating the food that FORTES used to make a nest, they came under Taisai's hook. FORTES watched Taisai catch fish numbly. Looking at his still clear bucket, FORTES took a long breath, "No more fishing, let's go after we finish eating." After saying that, he stood up, and Taisai also picked up the fishing rod and stood up. "Okay." At this moment, the fishing rod suddenly flew into the sea, and Taisai, who was holding the fishing rod tightly, was also pulled down uncontrollably. FORTES appeared beside Taisai in an instant, holding Taisai with one hand and grabbing the fishing rod with the other hand, and raised it upwards, and saw a huge fish flying through the air. Both of them stared blankly at the big fish that was struggling on the ground, which was dozens of meters long. "It seems that we only need this one to have a full meal." FORTES looked at the big fish. "Well, then let's release the rest of the fish, it's not easy for us to take them away." Taisai nodded in agreement. FORTES waved his hand lightly, and except for the biggest fish, the rest were swept back to the sea. It should be said that this biggest fish is delicious. FORTES grilled and ate. Taisai had eaten a long time ago. And at this time she took out a notebook from her arms to record something. "Hey? Taisai, what are you doing?" FORTES glimpsed it and couldn't help asking. "Of course, I'm recording all kinds of interesting things I encountered during the trip," Taisai said and wrote. FORTES nodded and quickened the speed of eating fish. As soon as Taisai finished recording, FORTES also finished eating the fish that was as big as a small mountain. "Then let's go." FORTES patted his belly with satisfaction. Taisai also nodded, and the two walked into the spaceship side by side. "Go wherever you think is fun. I'm going to practice for a while. Call me if something happens." FORTES ordered and walked into the gravity room. "Okay." Taisai nodded, set the spaceship to fly freely, and picked up the book to continue his new book idea. The gravity room has been continuously upgraded by the SAIYAN people. At this time, FORTES is in a 2000 times gravity environment. There are also dozens of robots distributed around, quickly shooting light at FORTES. Although FORTES has been playing with Taisai these days, his own combat effectiveness is slowly increasing. FORTES' practice is also about work and rest. Combined. At this time, practicing again, FORTES also made great progress that was visible to the naked eye. Boom! After an unknown period of time, the spacecraft suddenly shook. FORTES wiped the sweat off his body and walked out of the room. "Taisai, what's wrong?" "No, I accidentally entered the meteorite turbulence." Taisai put down the notebook in her hand and observed the surroundings, and said with a pale face. Originally, if the spacecraft was in automatic navigation, the spacecraft would automatically avoid this danger, but Taisai didn't know when to adjust it to manual. She wanted to satisfy her addiction to flying a spacecraft, and she had inspiration again after a while. So Taisai decisively dropped it, but who would have thought that the spacecraft continued to fly forward by inertia and plunged directly into the pile of meteorites. FORTES nodded calmly, looked around, turned back and said, sit down in your seat, I'll be back in a while. Then he opened the door and walked out directly, exposing his body to the universe. FORTES stood on the spaceship, raised his hands, and saw countless light waves shooting out. The smoke from the explosions had already enveloped the entire spaceship. FORTES kept using his hands to practice Qigong, and the smoke became larger and larger. After a long time, FORTES stopped attacking and turned his head back to the spaceship. Thais, who had lost her vision, was relieved to see FORTES come back. What's wrong? You'll know in a while. The speed of the spaceship increased, and it quickly rushed out of the smoke area without any obstruction. Seeing that the surrounding environment had returned to normal, Thais looked back and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It's really dangerous. You're still so careless even though you know it's dangerous. FORTES looked at Thais seriously, and Thais also sincerely admitted his mistake. Where is this? We've already reached the Eastern Galaxy. It seems that you've been practicing for quite a while. Well, since we're here, let's have some fun. FORTES shrugged, not paying any attention or fear to Kurd, the father of Frisia and Gula. Chapter 33. Run! The Kurdish army is coming. Ha ha ha, bugs, run quickly. FORTES and Thais were walking on the street, and there was chaos everywhere. Oh? You two are not afraid of me? Interesting. Several people from the Kurdish army noticed that FORTES, who had a calm face, surrounded him with a grin. Several people in front of them started shooting at the limbs of FORTES and Thais. A burst of smoke filled the air, and several people laughed. How is it? Very comfortable? Show off to us again. Wait, no, why is there no scream? Suddenly someone reacted and looked at the smoke with a serious expression. The aura around FORTES and Thais had resisted all the attacks. FORTES waved his hand lightly, and the smoke dissipated instantly. You scum have really messed with the right people. FORTES sneered, and his figure flashed slightly. The people in front of him all screamed, their limbs twisted in strange shapes, and they collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. FORTES was originally worried that Thais would be scared, but he turned his head and found that she was still excitedly recording something. Sure enough, Dr. Brief's big personality was inherited intact. FORTES smiled and shook his head. You devil, how dare you mess with our Kurdish army? The Kurdish king will avenge us. Looking at these scums who were still threatening him even though they were in pain and unable to move, FORTES could only smile and send out several Qigong, and all the noise in front of him disappeared instantly. Soon, more and more people from the Kurdish army noticed the situation here, and they quickly came to support, and when they saw FORTES, they attacked directly. FORTES frowned and caught all the tickling attacks with his body. Looking at the dense number of people in front of him, FORTES held Thais in one hand and slowly rose. He opened his left hand slightly, and the energy in his palm quickly gathered, and instantly hit the annoying grasshoppers in front of him. Kurd, I haven't provoked you yet, but you come to give me a blow. FORTES sighed, exerted a little force in his hand, and the Qigong wave circled half of the planet. Directly destroyed the spaceship of this invading force. Not good, it is detected that there are millions of combat forces on this planet, run away. The moment FORTES took action, the small troops in space instantly sensed it. The powerful combat power made them have no idea, and they quickly turned their heads and fled the planet. FORTES looked up, felt the rapidly escaping spaceship, snorted coldly, and didn't care, it was just a frozen demon. After FORTES' big fuss, most of the invaders on this planet were eliminated. Such a big commotion also attracted the attention of the natives on this planet. They all cheered when they saw FORTES' heroic figure, and the rest of the people spontaneously organized to encircle and suppress the remaining invaders. Sir, I am the patriarch of the human race on this planet. Thank you for your help. Just as FORTES and Thais slowly landed on the ground, several people appeared in front of them and supported an old man and walked forward slowly. FORTES waved his hand indifferently, it's okay, these scums provoked me first. The old man's expression changed for a while, but he still reminded, "Sir, they are all Kurds men, you should leave quickly." "Oh? Aren't you afraid that they will continue to come back to invade your planet? Even next time? Kurd may come in person." Fortes looked at the people in front of him and asked curiously. "Haha, I am old, so what if I die, sir? I have already provided time for my people to escape." The old man laughed. "From what you mean, you are not going to leave?" Fortes said with interest. The old man nodded slightly. "I have lived on this planet for so long, so let me disappear with it. As long as the fire is still there, I will have no regrets." Fortes nodded gently, without saying anything more, and looked at Thais beside him. "How about it, what is your goal next?" Thais thought for a moment and looked at Fortes. "What about Kurd, are you really okay?" Fortes smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, it's just a little frozen demon. At least there is no problem in ensuring our safety. Then let's stay for a while. We were interrupted by those people just after we arrived on this planet. We haven't taken a good look at this planet yet." Thais had a bottom line in her heart and decided immediately. The people in front of them looked at each other after hearing the conversation between the two people. The old man hesitated and said, "This. Sir, are you still not leaving? Kurd may come at any time." Fortes waved his hand. "Okay, go and arrange your affairs, we will leave soon." After saying that, he walked away with Taisai. "This. Chief, aren't they afraid of Kurds? Okay, stop talking, let's go and arrange for the young people to leave the planet." The old man looked at Fortes' back and his eyes flickered slightly. Within a few days, the spaceships on this planet flew away one after another. At this time, except for Fortes and a few elderly elders such as the chief of this planet, there was no one left. "Fortes, we have met fewer and fewer people recently. It's so boring." The two hadn't met a living person for a day, and Taisai couldn't help but speak. Their planet encountered an irresistible external force and had to escape. Now there are almost no humans on this planet. Fortes could feel countless breaths flying into space these days. "My king, it's not good. What's the big deal? You're so irritable." Kurd frowned and scolded his subordinates who ran to him and shouted. "There is a strong man on the planet at the edge of the Eastern Galaxy. Except for the few people we met in the universe, the rest have lost the news. I'm afraid they have been wiped out." "Oh? Strong man, how much combat power?" Kurd shook his head indifferently. "According to some of the survivors, there are at least 1,000,000 combat power." "A million combat power, he is also a talent. I don't have a subordinate with a combat power of more than 1,000,000. Kurd touched his chin and thought with interest. "This time, I will personally go out and subdue this strange strong man." Kurd stood up and gently twisted his tall figure, and a crackling sound came out. Kurd's spaceship quickly headed to the edge of the Eastern Galaxy. "This strong man I've never heard of should be from the Southern Galaxy," Kurd thought as he hurried on. Chapter 34. Fortes suddenly looked up at the sky with a smile on his face. "An interesting guy is here." Thais was slightly stunned. Could it be that Kurd? "Smart, I'll take you to a safe place first." Fortes put his left hand on Thais's shoulder, and touched his forehead with his right index and middle fingers, and the two disappeared instantly. "Is this the place we played before?" Thais's scene changed instantly, and she looked around blankly and said. Fortes nodded gently. "You stay here first, I'll go meet this overlord, you can contact me directly if you have anything." After Fortes finished speaking, he flashed and disappeared again, appearing in Kurd's spaceship. Looking at the planet in front of him, Kurd touched his chin. "Are my future subordinates on this planet?" "Oh? What a big tone, this is the future subordinate. I really have to say that you frozen demons are really disgusting enough." Fortes' mocking voice came. "Bold. Who are you?" Kurd's eyes widened slightly and he turned his head to look. "Hey? Are you a SAIYAN? Kurd was slightly stunned. Didn't Frisia clean it up? No, that's not right, planet Vegeta has exploded. Kurd frowned and muttered to himself. Who are you and where are you from? Kurd stared at FORTES. FORTES chuckled and bowed slightly like a gentleman. As you can see, I am a SAIYAN. As for where I come from, of course it is the ancestral planet of our SAIYANs, planet Shadara. Looking at FORTES' sincere eyes, even Kurd was a little stunned. Planet Shadara? It seems that there is such a thing. Kurd finally remembered the purpose of his trip. He sat majestically on the chair and slowly said, no matter who you are you willing to join me and serve me? It's an honor to be invited by the Overlord of the universe. FORTES raised a gentle smile on his face. Since you agreed, then we. Kurd was also overjoyed, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. No, I didn't agree. I want to see your fighting power, okay? Kurd looked at FORTES' smile and felt that he deserved a beating. Are you kidding me? Kurd suddenly reacted, snorted coldly, stood up, and his momentum slowly increased. You just found out, I really didn't expect that the dignified overlord of the universe is so brainless. FORTES slowly restrained his smile, and his momentum also pressed forward, confronting Kurd. At this time, Kurd's face was flushed with anger, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly. Frisia didn't even know to clean up after doing things, and he still needs me to clean up his ass. FORTES smiled and shook his head. I said, I'm from the planet Shadara. Even Kurd's eyes were a little incredible. Judging from the momentum, the fighting power of the SAIYAN in front of him would not be inferior to his fighting power at this time. At this time, the environment between the two people was even a little stagnant. Mr. Kurd, I don't think you want your spaceship to be destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Why don't we go to that planet to have a hearty battle? Kurd snorted coldly. Just when he was about to attack, he suddenly thought of the SAIYANs who could not live in the universe. Kurd turned around and gave a few instructions to his trembling subordinates behind him. After a moment, in the surprised eyes of FORTES, Kurd's spaceship actually deviated slightly and landed on a desert planet with extremely low air content. The top of the spaceship slowly opened. And Kurd smiled and said, as you wish. The two slowly rose, and as soon as they got out of the spaceship, they quickly pulled away. How about it, SAIYAN, are you satisfied with the grave I chose for you? Kurd could already imagine the scene of FORTES having difficulty breathing and begging for mercy. FORTES shook his head disdainfully, said no more, and rushed straight to Kurd. Kurd was not careless at all, and his hands quickly fired energy. The Qigong flew past FORTES and hit the ground, stirring up a huge smoke. The smoke completely covered FORTES' figure, but Kurd still did not take it lightly, and the Qigong in his hand continued to hit the smoke. After a long time, there was no movement, and Kurd stopped attacking. I thought this suspicious SAIYAN was so powerful, but it's just like this. Kurd shook his head while saying, yeah, this SAIYAN is really lame. Suddenly, FORTES' voice came from behind Kurd, and before he could react, FORTES had kicked out, and Kurd fell to the ground hard. Oh, so miserable, although there is no life on this planet, you are really too much. FORTES looked relaxed. Kurd's aura suddenly rose and he slowly floated up. You SAIYAN, are you too confused about the big and small kings? Are you so excited about taking a small advantage? Kurd's momentum was getting higher and higher, and his combat power was also slowly increasing. We, the Frozen Demon Clan, have a strong combat power by nature. In order to control it, we have to transform and suppress ourselves. And the combat power of my two children has reached hundreds of millions. Do you want to guess my combat power? FORTES' expression gradually became serious. Kurd is worthy of being Frisia's father. This combat power is definitely 400 million, and it's not even certain. After such a long time, I have almost controlled my combat power, so I can maintain the final form, but suppressing combat power has become a habit, and my final combat power is a full 500 million. Kurd laughed loudly, and the planet below couldn't help but tremble because of Kurd's powerful aura. SAIYAN, now that you know the gap between us, are you willing to surrender? Serve me. Kurd continued to recruit. Based on the collision between the two just now, the SAIYAN in front of him must have a combat power of more than 10 million, but he is a real talent. It is a pity to destroy him like this. Ridiculous, keep fighting. FORTES' expression was serious. He really couldn't deal with Kurd without turning into a Super SAIYAN. But he also cherished this rare opportunity, maybe he could go further. Stubborn. Kurd snorted coldly, quickly appeared behind FORTES, clasped his fists, and suddenly smashed FORTES' head, knocking him into the ground. Boom! There was only a loud noise, and a huge smoke spread out. FORTES suddenly flew out of it and punched Kurd. Chapter 35. However, Kurd's fighting power was much higher than FORTES at this time, and he dodged it by gently turning sideways. FORTES was quick-witted and kicked out suddenly when the two passed by each other, and Kurd flew out quickly. FORTES stood in place and adjusted his state. Although FORTES' fighting power has also improved in recent days, the fighting power of the two is still 8 or 9 times different. Kurd appeared next to FORTES again as if playing and attacked. FORTES also raised his hand to fight him, and Kurd did not move a step, and FORTES retreated violently. Hiss, this is really a bit painful. FORTES shook his arms and couldn't help but say. Kurd didn't give FORTES time to adjust his state, and directly stepped forward and punched FORTES in the abdomen, and FORTES suddenly spit out a mouthful of acid. Before FORTES could fly backwards with the force, Kurd quickly appeared behind FORTES and kicked out again. Boom! FORTES fell heavily to the ground. SAIYAN, are you convinced? Kurd stood in the air with his arms folded, looking down. Only the dust was flying below, and FORTES didn't make a sound. Suddenly, Kurd saw a golden light flying into space. Are you out of strength? The attack can be deflected so much. Kurd couldn't help but sneered. Yes, I'm a little out of strength. FORTES slowly rose and looked up at the space, and his body gradually began to grow. What? Not good. Kurd was suddenly startled and looked up. The light wave that FORTES had just sent out turned into an artificial moon. The difference in our combat power is not 10 times. FORTES, who turned into a giant ape, grinned. Kurd felt his scalp tingling. He actually forgot for a moment that the SAIYAN's giant ape transformation could have 10 times the combat power. Despite the consumption just now, FORTES' combat power at this time was not inferior to his own. Now, the real battle has just begun. FORTES rushed straight towards Kurd and slapped him. Kurd quickly dodged and used his hands to hit the giant ape with Qigong waves. FORTES opened his mouth, and Qigong suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and he started to fight with Kurd. Both of them tried their best to shoot out the energy in their bodies, and they were temporarily deadlocked. At this moment, FORTES raised his hand and slapped Kurd. Kurd was not careful for a moment and was directly knocked into the ground by him. FORTES' previous attack was just a tickle for him. And this attack really made Kurd feel threatened. He rushed out of the smoke and punched FORTES. FORTES also hit Kurd like slapping a fly. Although the Frozen Demon clan is gifted and has strong combat power, they generally have little combat experience. Therefore, in hand-to-hand combat, FORTES obviously suppressed Kurd. During this period, Kurd tried to find opportunities to destroy the artificial moon several times, but was stopped by FORTES. As the battle time prolonged, both of them consumed a lot. Kurd's combat power at this time was only 200 million. FORTES was a little better than Kurd, but his combat power also dropped to 250 million. At this level, no matter how rich the combat experience is, it will still consume physical strength. However, FORTES' advantage was obvious at this time, and he was completely teasing Kurd. Damn it! I still want to recruit you and save your life, but I didn't expect that I would be pecked in the eyes by geese after hunting birds all day. Kurd resisted Ford's attack with red eyes. The dignified overlord of the universe is just like this. Fordes kept provoking, and the strong voice sounded in Kurd's ears, making him even more embarrassed. Fordes was still thinking about how to inadvertently reveal the flaws and let Kurds destroy the artificial moon. After all, Kurd's fighting power could no longer threaten him, and he couldn't improve his fighting power in this situation. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise was heard behind him. Fordes slowly recovered, and both of them were slightly stunned and turned their heads to look. It was the spaceship brought by Kurd that attacked and smashed the artificial moon. Well done! Both of them showed a hint of joy. Haha, SAIYAN, your good days are over. The situation changed instantly, and Kurd suddenly appeared in front of Fordes, punching him with a heavy punch with the grievance he had suffered before. Fordes was repelled to the ground again, and a thick smoke rose. Kurd kept his eyes fixed on the bottom to prevent Fordes from repeating the same trick. Without waiting for Kurd to see any of Fordes' skills, a powerful momentum slowly rose from below. Sure enough, for SAIYANs, fighting is the most important thing. The best way to break through. Fordes, who had already eaten a senzu bean, felt the energy in his body. I'm afraid the combat power is close to the billion level. Fordes grinned and rushed forward suddenly. Feeling the powerful momentum of the opposite side, Kurd couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. Is this SAIYAN progressing so fast? My king, the combat power of the person opposite has exceeded 90 million. A horrified voice came from the spaceship. Kurd looked calm and nodded lightly. It seems that I still can't keep you, just stay here with peace of mind. Fordes grinned. Kurd's fighting power was only twice his own at the moment, so he was not incapable of dealing with it. It should be said that what he lacked was this kind of life and death battle. The two rushed to the opposite side at the same time. Kurd had the upper hand temporarily due to his fighting power advantage, but Fordes was not inferior at all. He countered every move. At this time, Fordes's combat experience was fully effective. Kurd's face was ugly. His battle with Fordes went from a huge advantage to a disadvantage, and then to a slight advantage now. He tried his best to suppress Fordes, but found that it was useless. Fordes was like a loach and he couldn't catch it. As the battle continued, Fordes was slowly expanding his advantage. Kurd punched Fordes in the abdomen, and Fordes also hit Kurd's head with his back elbow. The two started fighting like this. Seeing Fordes' advantage getting bigger and bigger, Kurd couldn't bear it anymore this time, and suddenly burst into air to force Fordes back briefly. Fordes retreated dozens of meters and looked at Kurd calmly. Oh? King, what's wrong? Why are you so embarrassed? No way, you are so embarrassed to deal with a little SAIYAN. Fordes said slowly. Kurd snorted coldly, SAIYAN, you are very powerful, but that's all. After that, he hit the ground with a qigong wave in his left hand, and hit Fordes with a qigong wave in his right hand. Chapter 36. Fordes raised his hand and took it. Seeing Kurd's action, he knew his purpose. I have to say that these three frozen demons are worthy of being father and son. They even have the same idea. Fordes smiled and shook his head. In order to prevent Fordes from escaping, Kurd kept shooting the energy in his hand at Fordes. In a moment, the planet below burst out with a powerful force. Boom! The planet exploded. Kurd didn't care about his current state. He hurried forward to check. Except for a piece of blood-stained clothes, Fordes could no longer be found. Haha, SAIYAN, if you don't want to be my subordinate, you can only die. Kurd was silent for a moment and smiled. After checking and confirming that the SAIYAN had no bones left, Kurd returned to the spaceship with peace of mind. My king, do you still want to go to this planet? A subordinate quickly responded and said respectfully. No, go back. Kurd waved his hand casually, sat on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. He was also exhausted. The spaceship slowly drove away. Looking at the amazing pressure coming from space, and the light wave special effects that appeared from time to time, the few people left on this planet calmly welcomed the arrival of death. It was just that the Kurdish army was still missing after a long time after the battle, and the Patriarch couldn't help blinking. "We survived, thanks to that strong man." At this time, FORTES had appeared beside Thais. Seeing FORTES covered in blood, Thais couldn't help but exclaimed, "How did you get so badly injured?" Thais stepped forward and supported FORTES' arm distressedly. FORTES smiled and shook his head, "It's okay, this battle has gained a lot." While speaking, FORTES ate a fairy bean, and suddenly exploded, and all the broken clothes and filth around him were destroyed. Looking at FORTES' naked body, Thais blushed and turned her head away subconsciously. FORTES coughed lightly, quickly took out clothes from the universal capsule and put them on. "Now, even if I don't transform into a giant ape or a super saiyan, I am sure I can crush Frisia." FORTES clenched his hands, feeling the expanding power in his body, and couldn't help but speak. Thais was relieved to see that FORTES was really fine. "Then what should we do next?" After this incident, Thais didn't dare to walk around casually even if she was a big nerve. Looking at Thais's frightened expression, FORTES smiled and shook his head, "Don't worry, believe me, I am invincible at this stage." But Thais looked at the fragments on the ground and looked over with obvious disbelief. FORTES' face darkened, and he explained, "We Saiyans can transform into giant apes, which can increase our combat power tenfold. We also have a unique transformation, the Super Saiyan." Thais was slightly stunned. 10 times the combat power, how can I say that, it is really invincible? She subconsciously ignored FORTES' words. Seeing that Thais didn't pay attention to the key point, FORTES didn't emphasize it, and smiled and nodded, "Now you can rest assured, don't worry, let's go," and continue on the road. Time passed quickly, and soon 2.5 years passed. "I suspect that the previous Saiyan is still alive." Kurt's sinister voice echoed. In the past 2.5 years, their Kurdish corps has encountered difficulties in the Eastern Galaxy. There are always inexplicable strong people who make their corps' actions fail. It seems that the Saiyans of Shadera planet were very active in the Southern Galaxy half a year ago. They should be the tribesmen of that Saiyan. Kurt squinted and said, "FORTES, this Kurdish army is so annoying. Why are there so many of them in the places we have been to?" FORTES dealt with another wave of blind guys, and Thais couldn't help complaining. "We have almost walked through the distinctive places in the Eastern Galaxy, so let's leave here," FORTES said slowly. Just looking at the refugees around, because FORTES drove away the Kurdish army and cheered, Thais opened her mouth but couldn't say the words of leaving. "If it doesn't affect you, let's do something." Thais was silent for a moment and spoke. FORTES immediately smiled and nodded, "Then I will do something. My king, it's bad. All of our 9 legions have suffered a blow, and the death toll is countless. According to the description of the survivors, their appearance meets the characteristics of Saiyans." Kurt snorted coldly, "Saiyans, I didn't deal with you, but you still provoked me. Come on, go to the Southern Galaxy, Shadera planet." "Wow, FORTES, you are so powerful, you beat the Kurdish army these days and made them dare not speak, and they all retreated." Thais shook his fist and said excitedly, "It's a bit strange, why haven't I seen the Kurdish army recently?" FORTES frowned and thought, "Haha, you must have scared them." Thais said with a smile, and kept recording something. "Maybe, no, Kurt's breath doesn't seem to be in the East Galaxy anymore." FORTES was suddenly startled. Usually, he would leave immediately after feeling Kurt's breath after making trouble. Where can he go? Go to Frisia and Gula to cry? Impossible, no, Shadera planet. FORTES was suddenly startled, and quickly calmed down and felt it. Kurt doesn't hide his breath, so the powerful energy source was quickly felt by FORTES. "Hey, I feel relieved." Fortes exhaled and no longer paid too much attention. After 2.5 years of training, almost all the fighters on Shadera have adapted to the 5 times gravity of Shadera. The combat power is also very different from that of Vegeta. The combat power of Bardock and King Vegeta has even exceeded 500,000 combat power, and the combat power of other high-level fighters such as Naba has exceeded 100,000. Except for some people and children who are unwilling to fight, the combat power of all those who are on a mission has reached more than 10,000. Your Majesty has not returned yet. Bardock and King Vegeta found King Sina together. According to Your Majesty's spaceship, Your Majesty is still playing in the Eastern Galaxy. King Sina looked at the screen in front of him and smiled bitterly. The three looked at each other helplessly. They had no way to deal with such an emperor. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and King Sina hurried forward and pressed a few times on a keyboard. There is an energy source with a combat power of 500 million. The estimated destination is Shadera Planet. It will arrive at Shadera Planet in 2 hours. King Sina frowned and said. Chapter 37. Friend or Foe? According to the data sharing analysis with the Galactic Patrol, and the fact that Your Majesty is currently in the Eastern Galaxy, and various details added in, the computer calculates that there is an 87% chance that it is King Kurd. King Sina frowned. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other, and both understood that things were serious. Hiss! I saw it, King Kurd was standing outside our planet Shadela, and his subordinates were fighting with our people. Bardock suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and said subconsciously. The two had known about Bardock's situation for a long time, so they were not surprised. Why did King Kurd suddenly target us? King Vegeta frowned and thought. Suddenly, the three of them spoke at the same time, Your Majesty. The three of them thought the same thing, and they all couldn't help but hold their foreheads. It seems that Your Majesty has done something these days. This King Kurd can't do anything to Your Majesty, so he came to us. Although the three of them had a helpless tone, they were not desperate. Ever since Fortes rescued the Saiyans on planet Vegeta, with Fortes leading them, they would no longer submit to anyone. Therefore, even though King Cold had a fighting power far superior to Frisia, the three of them had no intention of surrendering, but were more eager to fight. King Sina pressed a button and said, Your Majesty, King Cold's target is planet Shadera, urgently requesting help. After that, he looked at the stunned two people and explained slightly, if there is an accident here, Your Majesty will know. Then the two of us will go to arrange the defense of planet Shadera first. King Sina, you should ask those guys who are not on planet Shadera not to come back for the time being. The detection depends on you. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other and said seriously, and then the two hurried away. Time is tight, and they have to arrange it as soon as possible. Beep. 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 A whistle sounded from the planet Shadela, and the 50 guards who were training rushed to the sky first, and felt Bardock's aura and rushed over quickly. King Bardock, what happened? The 50 people stood in front of Bardock and asked. Bardock smiled. The 50 people in front of him were all strong men with combat power exceeding 100,000. This was also the result of his and King Vegeta's concentrated training over the time. The enemy is approaching, we must unite all the tribesmen. The enemy is very strong, much stronger than Frisia. Bardock said with a serious face. The 50 guards looked at each other and said with a smile, Since Your Majesty saved us, we have never been afraid of the enemy. Is the enemy as strong as Your Majesty? Even if there is, so what? We are not afraid of fighting Frisia to the death. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, next you should be prepared, the enemy may come at any time. Yes. The 50 guards turned around and left to start making arrangements. Then the battle teams on the planet Shadela appeared in front of Bardock one after another. As for King Vegeta, he immediately went to settle the old, weak, sick, disabled and pregnant. As most of the battle teams received various tasks and began to deploy, Bardock led the last batch of SAIYANs to stay at the landing point calculated by King Sina. Everyone controlled their breath and looked up to wait for Kurd's arrival. At the same time, King Vegeta quickly arrived and stood with Bardock. All arranged. Bardock's voice sounded. Well, once things are impossible, we can activate the button, and our seeds and the old and weak will leave on the most advanced spacecraft of the Sina tribe, and people from the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe will take care of them. King Vegeta nodded. The two said no more, just quietly waiting for Kurd's arrival. FORTES received the message sent by King Sina and nodded gently. FORTES, aren't you going back? Taisai also heard what King Sina said and couldn't help asking. It's okay. I have locked Kurd's breath. If there is any fluctuation in his breath, I can rush back instantly. FORTES chuckled and explained. Is that so? That's good. Taisai was no longer worried and nodded with a smile. Is the planet Shadera in front of us? It's so beautiful. Kurd couldn't help but praise the huge planet in front of him. Pass the order, don't destroy this planet is my favorite. Kurd ordered the people around him. Yes, my king. Although the Kurdish army was destroyed a lot by FORTES, it still has a lot of foundation over the years. This time, Kurd brought all these people here for revenge. Kurd slowly walked out of the spaceship and stood in the space. Several spaceships circled the Shadera planet and slowly landed on the ground. The spaceship was still in the air, and the door opened directly, and countless enemies poured out. But before they landed completely on the ground, the SAIYAN warriors who had been ambushing nearby for a long time had already started a powerful attack. The enemies where Bardock and his team were located were the most numerous and the strongest. Although they had an advantage in combat power, the number of the opponents far exceeded their own. After they showed their strong combat power, the opponents scattered, and Bardock and his team could not do anything to them for a while. Fortunately, Kurd had ordered not to destroy the Shadera planet, otherwise these invaders would have squandered the environment of the Shadera planet. Seeing the difference between the two teams as soon as they came into contact, Kurd's expression changed slightly, and he even felt a little jealous of the SAIYAN. Ha! Bardock and King Vegeta shot light waves to the surroundings at the same time with their backs to each other. The SAIYANs who were fighting all landed on the ground tacitly and also shot energy upwards. After several waves of energy attacks, Kurd was surprised to find that there were not many of his men left. Ha ha ha, good. 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 You SAIYANs have almost dealt with my men. It's amazing. Kurd was stunned for a moment and then suppressed his anger and said. Bardock and King Vegeta's chests rose and fell slightly, and they looked at Kurd. Kurd grinned, his eyes focused, and his momentum suddenly burst out to suppress them. Bardock and King Vegeta changed color instantly, and King Vegeta slowly fell down. Bardock was also hit hard, and his head was about to lower, but an unwilling thought forced him to raise his head. Kurd snorted coldly, and the pressure was even greater. Bardock just tried his best to get up a little and was suppressed again. Countless SAIYANs below felt Kurd's strong pressure and fell silent. His heart was filled with anger, but it was of no use. He looked at the figure that looked like Frisia, and the lowered figure began to move up and down. Chapter 38. Just when Bardock was about to collapse, Jin appeared beside him, covered in blood, and propped up his waist that was about to bend. All the SAIYANs on the ground were startled, and turned their heads to look, and those tribesmen who were supposed to be evacuated appeared. They struggled to approach their tribesmen under the huge pressure. Countless SAIYANs below couldn't help but bow their heads in shame, and then raised their heads, with firm eyes, and slowly flew up. Bardock was stunned when he saw Jin, who was supporting him, and the bright red blood kept stimulating him. Jin. Bardock's waning breath rose instantly, protecting Jin beside him, and at the same time slapped Jin out with a palm, and the people in the logistics department quickly caught it. Before they could urgently force Jin, a figure appeared in front of them, gently shook his hand. "I'll do it." After that, he took out a senzu bean and stuffed it into Jin's mouth. Jin swallowed it with all her might, and her injuries healed instantly. "Your Majesty." Just as the people around were about to speak, FORTES smiled and shook his head. "Don't speak, let me see the performance of my warriors." In the sky, Bardak's eyes were full of anger, and his breath was floating unsteadily. King Vegeta also forced himself to stand beside Bardock again. Beside the two, countless Saiyans also flew up, staring stubbornly at Kurd in space. Kurd's eyes flashed with contempt, raised his right hand, extended an index finger, and a huge energy ball slowly condensed in front of the index finger, and the energy ball slowly flew towards the planet Shadara. Looking at Kurd's actions, it was very similar to the scene of Frisia on planet Vegeta. It instantly aroused the anger and unwillingness of all Saiyans, and at the same time, Bardock's mind flashed the scene of Jin donating blood just now. A lightning bolt struck from the sky and suddenly appeared in front of Bardock, and his breath began to change from yellow to white. Seeing the huge energy ball getting closer and closer, Bardock roared, rushed forward, and used all his strength to fight against the energy ball. However, Bardock's strength alone was useless. King Vegeta also rushed forward and exerted strength with him. The Saiyans around him also used Qigong to hit the sky. Suddenly, Bardock's breath stabilized and turned completely yellow. A powerful force emerged from his body, and the speed of the energy ball in front of him gradually slowed down. King Vegeta also resisted the strong pressure at this time, and turned yellow along with Bardock's breath. The two roared, and the ground of Shadara planet slowly cracked. Stones and trees were attracted to the sky by the powerful breath and crushed into powder. The explosive power of Bardock and King Vegeta, plus the countless Saiyans around them who burst out energy with all their strength towards the sky. They actually directly destroyed the energy ball shot down by Kurd. Kurd's eyes first showed a hint of surprise, followed by a strong fear. Countless Saiyans on the planet Shadara fell to the ground exhausted. Bardock and King Vegeta also fell slowly, panting. "You, let me look at you in a new light, let me, open my eyes." Kurd clapped his hands and slowly fell down. "But, that's it." Kurd looked down at the countless Saiyans below and raised his finger again, "Destroy it." A huge energy ball appeared again in an instant. Kurd no longer gave the Saiyans a chance, and the energy ball flew down quickly. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy ball suddenly exploded in mid-air. "Kurd, don't be so angry. Look at my people. They are so good. Why do you want to die?" Ford's laughter came. "Your Majesty." Hearing Ford's voice, the people who were still holding on fell to the ground in an instant, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. They successfully resisted Kurd's. "SAIYAN." Kurd was furious when he heard Ford's familiar voice and turned his head to look. "You are still alive." Kurd looked at Ford's with a sinister look. "I wanted to keep you as a stepping stone for my people, but it's a pity. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish." Ford still had a smile on his face. Kurd couldn't help but sneered, "You still want to transform into a giant ape? The spacecraft I left in space is to prevent you from making an artificial moon. Yes, it's a bit boring to transform into a giant ape all day long, so let's try something new today." Ford seemed to have heard Kurd's words and nodded seriously. Kurd was about to sneer, but he saw Ford's expression suddenly become indifferent, his hair turned golden, and a terrifying pressure pressed on him. "Golden hair. Be careful of the Saiyans who will turn into blonde hair." Kurd suddenly remembered the last words left by his ancestors. He looked at Ford's in shock. "You, who are you?" "Me? I'm just a simple king of Saiyans." Ford's grinned, appeared in front of Kurd in an instant, and punched him. Kurd suddenly vomited a mouthful of stomach acid, instantly lost his ability to fight, and fell to the ground. Kurd raised his head with all his strength, only to see Ford standing in front of him, with one palm facing him. Wait, I didn't know this was your chassis, your majesty, I am willing to surrender to you. Kurd said hurriedly with fear. The light spot condensed in FORTES' hand slowly disappeared. It sounds good, but I refuse. Kurd, die. After FORTES finished speaking in a cold voice, he exerted a little force in his hand, and Kurd instantly turned into a piece of powder. After recovering, Jin stepped forward to support Bardock, and King Vegeta rolled his eyes and walked side by side with him, standing in front of FORTES. Meet your majesty. Well, you are very good, and you manage the planet Shadala very well. FORTES looked at the tribesman who collapsed on the ground and struggled to get up and nodded slowly. This. Your majesty, what were we just doing? Bardock couldn't help but speak when he recalled the state he had just fallen into. Pseudo Super Saiyan, King Vegeta, you have benefited from Bardock. Practice well, and when your combat power reaches 3 million, it will not be difficult to transform into a Super Saiyan. FORTES also nodded in surprise. As soon as FORTES finished speaking, Bardock and King Vegeta couldn't help but look at each other, and both nodded excitedly. At this time, the Saiyan, who had recovered some strength, was standing behind Bardock and King Vegeta and saluted FORTES. Okay, no more formalities. Those who can move should go to the hospital. Let the Sina tribe and the logistics team treat you quickly. Gather for a meeting in 3 days. FORTES waved to the tribesmen who were holding on in front of him. Chapter 39. Your Majesty, we have intercepted all the messages sent out by the Kurdish spaceship outside the Shadara planet. King Sina led the Sina people to arrive. FORTES nodded gently and flew quickly into space. The combat detectors that were scrapped because they detected FORTES' powerful combat power sent messages out as soon as possible, and prepared to leave and escape after failure. When FORTES entered space, the spaceships that were about to escape were destroyed by his several Qigong waves. By the way, you don't need their spaceship technology, right? If you need it, I didn't leave it. FORTES, who returned to the ground, suddenly spoke to King Sina beside him. We are sure that the entire Sina tribe plus Dr. Brief's ideas, our spaceship on Shadara planet will not be worse than the others. King Sina said after a moment of silence. FORTES heard the underlying meaning, but their technology may give us inspiration. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. FORTES held the back of his head with one hand and pulled ties with the other hand and hurriedly fled the scene. With Kurt's disappearance and the annihilation of his army, the Eastern Galaxy fell into a brief peace. 3 days later, FORTES floated in the air, looking at the many Saiyans below, and slowly spoke. Everyone, after these years of development, our planet Shadara has gradually entered a stable state. Now, I want to formulate a 10-year plan. During the 3 days, all the Saiyans who were outside came back, and they also learned about the crisis on the planet Shadara from their colleagues. The injuries in the battle were also fully recovered. As soon as FORTES' words fell, a noisy discussion sounded around. After waiting for a while, FORTES' breath was slightly released, and the bottom instantly became quiet. I set up a 10-year plan. From now on, within 10 years, we will clean up all the sins in the Southern Galaxy. 10 years later, I will become the Emperor of the Southern Galaxy. FORTES said lightly. Listening to what FORTES said, countless Saiyans were excited and couldn't help but step forward. I will obey the order of my Emperor. Remember, invasion and plunder are not the way we want to go. Peace, development, and becoming stronger are. If you can't help fighting, I will find the Galactic Patrol. If you do what you did when you were under Frisia on planet Vegeta, I will take action. FORTES' eyes were fierce, and all the Saiyans were frightened by FORTES' fierce eyes and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Also, Earth, Namek, Yadrit and Metamor are our friends. You will understand these later. FORTES remembered something and said hurriedly. Go and get busy, Bardock and Vegeta stay. FORTES waved his hand tiredly. The SAIYANs who were almost holding their breath were instantly overjoyed and fled from here as quickly as possible. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other, sighed, and stepped forward to stand in front of FORTES. You two can go to Udrit and Metamore to learn in the coming years, FORTES said while looking at the two of them and touching his chin. Bardock and King Vegeta were slightly stunned and looked at each other. Just as they were about to step forward to speak, FORTES raised his hand to stop them. Our planet Shadara is basically on the right track. Next, it will be up to the Sina tribe to stabilize Shadara. I will also stay on Shadara in the future. You don't have to worry. FORTES looked at King Vegeta and enlightened him. King Vegeta was in charge of the politics of Shadara, so he was also a little concerned about this aspect. There are unique skills on Udrit and Metamore. For example, I can teleport and survive in space. I learned them on Udrit. FORTES looked at the tangled eyes of the two and couldn't help explaining. No wonder His Majesty supported so quickly. The two looked at each other and expressed this meaning. King Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he nodded first, Your Majesty, then I request to go to Udrit. Bardock turned his head helplessly and looked at King Vegeta, Your Majesty, then I will go to Metamore first. FORTES looked at the two people who were secretly competing and shook his head helplessly, Okay, anyway, you will know my good intentions later. Remember, don't be too arrogant and respect others. Bardock and King Vegeta nodded seriously. You go first, I will go there after I settle this place. If I know that you offend them, hee. FORTES waved his hand after speaking. Bardock and King Vegeta looked at each other and got on the spaceship and left. FORTES returned to the palace, glanced at Tais who was still writing a novel, and chuckled, Tai-si, you write first, I'll go out to deal with something. Tai-si didn't even turn her head, and waved her hand in a leisurely manner, Go, go. FORTES' expression froze, and he left with a wry smile, took out the spaceship and left the Shadara planet. Well. His Majesty left again, this time even King Bardock and King Vegeta left. Never mind, anyway, His Majesty can teleport back. King Sina looked at the information on the monitor and shook his head speechlessly. Well. Let me see, Vampa. Vegeta is really unkind, he actually drove my future god of war from the North Galaxy to the South Galaxy. FORTES snorted coldly while adjusting the destination. Soon, the spaceship rushed out suddenly, and it arrived at Vampa in a moment. This environment is really unfair to my future god of war, FORTES said with a heartache. There were still some plants and animals on the planet Vampa at this time. Thinking of how Paragus raised Broly in this environment in the original book, FORTES couldn't help but sigh. FORTES walked towards the most powerful energy source on the planet. Who is it? Paragus, who heard the noise, quickly blocked Broly behind him, even though Broly's combat power had long been higher than his. Looking at FORTES' slowly emerging figure, Paragus couldn't help but shout angrily, The spaceship is destroyed, and my father and I are trapped on this planet. Doesn't King Vegeta want to let us go? Paragus obviously thought that FORTES was sent by King Vegeta to wipe out the roots. Let me introduce myself. I am FORTES, the king of the planet Shadara. I sensed that my future god of war is here, so I came here to look for him. FORTES said with a smile. Paragus was slightly stunned, and his tense body slowly relaxed. Are you really not sent by King Vegeta? Paragus continued to ask. Wampa planet should be placed in the southern galaxy. Chapter 40. Vegeta. King? Humph, how brave is he? FORTES snorted coldly. Paragus was slightly stunned. Anyone who could say such a thing should not be Vegeta's subordinate. But he still did not relax his vigilance. Planet Shadara? What a joke, wasn't planet Shadara destroyed a long time ago? FORTES nodded with a smile, yes, so I restored it. Paragus's tone stagnated, and he looked at the SAIYAN in front of him in disbelief. Alas, it really depends on strength. Fortes shook his head, and his breath only revealed 100,000 combat power. Paragus felt this strong pressure and pressed against Broly. See, if I want to do something, you can't stop me. Fortes then put away his breath and spoke lightly. Paragus was completely relieved. How could such a combat power be a subordinate of Vegeta? At this time, Paragus had not yet regarded Broly as his own machine, and he was still very concerned about Broly. Get up quickly, let me see my big baby. Fortes stepped forward to pull Paragus away, raised his hand and hugged Broly. Paragus was stunned by the irresistible force and was pulled aside, watching Fortes pick up Broly. Yes, this power, if it is well cultivated, can definitely guard the planet Shadera. Fortes nodded with more satisfaction the more he looked at it. Okay, let's go. Fortes held Broly and walked not far away. What? Paragus was slightly stunned, and hurriedly followed Fortes' figure. Looking at the spaceship in front of him, Paragus took a long breath, and followed Fortes into the spaceship with excitement. Return to the planet Shadera, Fortes said, and the spaceship rushed out in an instant. Crude breath use, you taught me Broly like this. Fortes snorted coldly and looked at Paragus with a squint. Paragus was about to retort, but then he thought that he couldn't feel Fortes standing in front of him, and even his combat power detector didn't show his combat power, so he fell silent from the heart. Oh? Your Majesty, you're playing so fast this time. King Sena said in surprise as he looked at Fortes' spaceship on the monitor. Fortes carried Broly and followed Paragus out of the spaceship slowly. The people around felt Paragus' undisguised combat power and came to check with some doubts. Your Majesty. They saw Fortes hurriedly saluted, and Fortes nodded slightly, and their eyes all looked at Paragus. A little familiar. Is this Paragus? Naba, who arrived first, suddenly said in surprise. Fortes turned his head and looked at Naba. Naba, Paragus will be handed over to you, let him master the breath and information of our Shadera planet. Naba looked bitter, he didn't expect that Fortes would arrange a job just when he was thinking about taking a rest, but he didn't dare to shake his head, so he had to agree. Then, Your Majesty, Broly. Paragus was full of confusion but still called Fortes Your Majesty, turning his head to ask him how he was going to deal with Broly. Fortes touched his chin and nodded, let's do this, Broly will be my apprentice in the future, I will teach him to practice. After Fortes said this, the surrounding Saiyans all looked at Broly in disbelief, looking at Broly and Paragus who was stunned on the side with envy. Okay, don't worry, Your Majesty, are you still worried? Let's go, there are a lot of things to teach you, look at your crude breath use. Naba sneered disdainfully, and enviously pulled Paragus away. Fortes quickly brought Broly back to the palace, and Taisai, who was still thinking about the novel, heard the noise and looked up. Hey? Who is this child? Taisai couldn't help asking. He is Broly, and he will be my apprentice in the future. Fortes smiled and lifted Broly up. Why haven't you spoken for so long, kid? Are you so introverted? Fortes looked at Broly who had been silent and asked softly. Broly glanced at Fortes and continued to remain silent. If he hadn't felt goodwill from Fortes and felt comfortable being held by him, he would have exploded if it had been someone else. Fortes smiled and shook his head, forget it, since you don't want to talk, I'll teach you how to control your breath first. After that, he took Broly to the yard. Look at your breath, noisy, impetuous, rough, in addition to feeling the yearning for a quiet life, I'm afraid it will develop into a violent one. Fortes commented after feeling it carefully. Be calm, clear your mind of distractions, and take back your breath. Fortes and Broly looked at each other. Then Fortes demonstrated it to him personally, and Broly learned it instantly, and his noisy breath slowly retracted. Although Broly's surface breath was only 10,000 combat power, Fortes knew that if his apprentice really exploded, it was estimated that only he, Bardock and King Vegeta on the planet Shadala could subdue him. Very good, worthy of being my apprentice, with the style of my master in the past. Seeing Broly following him and learning it in a short time, Fortes couldn't help but praise. You don't need to worry too much about your combat power, your bloodline is enough, but your mental power must be strengthened. Fortes thought about the legendary Super Saiyan he knew. In this way, mental power should be grasped from childhood. Let's go, I will take you to learn a good skill and train your mental power well. Fortes took Broly's hand and entered the spaceship again. After a few simple operations, the target is Yadrit. The spaceship quickly took off from the yard and flew away from the Shadara planet. Well, your majesty just came back and left again. King Sina shook his head slightly. I can see the murder you committed in your eyes. The Yadrit tribe leader looked at King Vegeta and spoke slowly. King Vegeta was silent for a moment, looked up and said, I have returned to the right path under the leadership of our majesty. I wonder if the tribe leader can give me a chance. The Yadrit tribe leader nodded slowly, wait for Fortes to come. King Vegeta was slightly stunned, Your Majesty? Is he coming? The Yadrit tribe leader said no more, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. King Vegeta suddenly felt angry, and then quickly suppressed it. He snorted and closed his eyes to rest. In a moment, Fortes' spaceship slowly landed, and the Yadrit tribe leader and King Vegeta both slowly opened their eyes and looked at Fortes' figure. Chapter 41. Your Majesty. King Vegeta bowed slowly to Fortes. Fortes was slightly stunned and nodded in response. Chief, what are you doing here? Fortes was slightly stunned when he looked at the two people sitting cross-legged on the ground. Suddenly, many elders of the Yadrit people appeared beside them in an instant. Fortes, you are here again. The one who smiled and spoke was the elder who first opposed but finally taught Fortes. Elder. Fortes also smiled and returned the greeting. For a while, everyone was chatting with a smile. After a long time, Fortes looked at the Yadrit tribe leader again. Chief, what are you doing just now? This King Vegeta still needs to meditate, cultivate his mind and eliminate the previous killing sins. The Yadrit tribe leader explained. King Vegeta retorted unconvincedly, I have obeyed your majesty's orders for these years, punishing evil and promoting good in the southern galaxy. The chief of the Yadrit star and the elders all looked him up and down, and shook their heads gently, not enough, you need to practice more. King Vegeta's tone stagnated, and he turned his head to look at Fortes. Fortes scratched his head, since the chief and the elders have said so, you should listen to them and practice well. If there is any problem in this regard, you may have problems in transforming into a Super Saiyan. Looking at Fortes' serious expression, King Vegeta also understood that Fortes was serious, and nodded repeatedly, okay, Your Majesty, I will practice well. By the way, Your Majesty, who is this child? King Vegeta noticed Broly, who had been silent beside Fortes. A sly look flashed in Fortes' eyes, let me introduce you to one, my disciple. Broly. King Vegeta nodded first, and just as he was about to congratulate him, his face changed again, and he stammered, this. Could it be? Could it be, that child? Yes, you guy. Fortes nodded first, glanced at King Vegeta, and shook his head. This. Your Majesty. Listen to my explanation. King Vegeta's mouth twitched. Well, go ahead. Fortes nodded gently, wanting to know how King Vegeta wanted to fart. When we were on planet Vegeta, we basically had to fight with Frieza, and there happened to be such a talented child, but he was too young, and his talent could not be transformed into strength. So I thought about sending him and Paragus away from planet Vegeta. If we fail, at least we Saiyans still have blood. King Vegeta explained slowly. I'm afraid you're also thinking that if you succeed, you can immediately get rid of this little guy who threatens your position. Fortes glanced at King Vegeta. King Vegeta lowered his head and said no more. Forget it, it's all in the past. At worst, let this little guy catch you, your son, little Vegeta, and Bardock and his son, and vent your anger in the future. Fortes shook his head unhappily. King Vegeta exhaled lightly, yes, your majesty. Although he didn't know why Bardock and his son were involved, it was very nice to have someone to take the blame together. Achoo! Bardock, who had just been defeated by the chief of the Metamor Star, couldn't help but sneeze. Oh? Bardock, what's wrong? The chief of the Metamor Star quickly appeared in front of Bardock. Haha, it's okay, chief, you are really awesome. Bardock smiled and waved his hand, his eyes shining as he praised the chief of the Metamor Star. Ahem, it's still a long way to go. The chief of the Metamor people shook his head, as if he was recalling something. Fortes, but I have seen the most talented person, talent, character, self-confidence, everything seems to be arranged. Ah? Your Majesty? Bardock was slightly stunned, but nodded seriously, indeed, Your Majesty is really strong. Your Majesty? What Your Majesty? The chief of the Metamor people couldn't help asking. Our Majesty has restored our SAIYAN ancestral planet. We SAIYANs have returned to the planet Shadala to accept His Majesty's management. It was also he who asked me to come here. Bardock explained. So that's it, no wonder your breath has a hint of Fortes. The chief of the Metamor people laughed. This little guy. But he is a rare childlike heart. Fortes, listen to me, you must hand him over to me for guidance. The elder who taught Fortes looked at Broly seriously and couldn't help but speak. Bah, you're dreaming. You've already taught Fortes, and you still want to teach this little guy. Now it's my turn. Another elder pushed him aside and said hurriedly. I haven't taught my brother son, it's my turn. Go away, you've been in seclusion all day, what can you teach? Fortes' mouth twitched slightly, and he rubbed his head with a headache. Okay, stop arguing. The chief of the Udrid people walked forward with a serious face. Fortes, this little guy is not simple, although he has a pure heart, but there is a sense of violence in his blood. You brought him here to solve this problem. Fortes also nodded seriously, yes, this child has a good talent, but no matter how powerful he is, if he becomes a slave to power, it is better not to have this power. Therefore, I brought him here to learn the secret method, to enhance his mental strength, so that he can control his own power. Well, this is indeed a big problem, okay, I'll take you there first, by the way, when this child comes out, you have to let me teach him. The chief of the Udrid tribe looked around and whispered. Fortes smiled bitterly, pulled Broly and followed the chief. Okay, go in, just remember what the chief just reminded you, you must learn the secret method of strengthening your mental power. If you still have the energy, you can continue to choose, but try to choose one first. Fortes gave him some instructions and pushed Broly into the cave. Fortes, I'm afraid your mental power is about to break through. The chief of the Udrid tribe looked at Fortes for a long time before asking uncertainly. Fortes nodded gently, it does feel like a breakthrough. I guess if it breaks through, it should be able to have a third-order dimension. The chief of the Udrid tribe was sincerely happy for Fortes, haha, I knew you were the most talented person I've ever met. Thank you for the praise, chief. I'll have to trouble you with Broly's affairs in the future. Fortes blushed and laughed. Haha, just leave Broly to me with confidence. Just as the chief of the Udrid tribe finished speaking, the voices of the elders came from behind him. What? Chief, you actually want to monopolize Broly? Chapter 42. Ah, this. The elders and the clan leader argued for a while, and finally decided to teach Broly together. Half a month later, Broly slowly floated out of the cave where the secret technique was passed down. Everyone appeared in front of Broly in an instant. Broly was startled and subconsciously walked to Fortes. Broly, come with us, we will teach you to improve your mental power. The clan leader and several elders said with a smile. Broly subconsciously looked up at Fortes, who nodded gently, go, they are all very good people, don't worry. Broly was silent for a moment and then walked in front of the clan leader, elders, and others. Haha, good boy, let's go. The clan leader of the Idrit Star put his hand on Broly's head, and everyone disappeared instantly. Fortes chuckled and continued to sit cross-legged in the same place to enhance his mental power. As for King Vegeta, he was also next to Fortes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating his mind and temper. After an unknown amount of time, Fortes slowly opened his eyes, looked at King Vegeta who was sitting cross-legged beside him, and said softly, come on, accompany me for a walk on this planet of Idrit. King Vegeta opened his eyes, nodded gently, and stood behind Fortes. Fortes walked forward quietly, looking at the scenery while saying, Vegeta, I know you used to be all-powerful on planet Vegeta, but now there is someone above you, you will be more or less dissatisfied. King Vegeta was slightly stunned, and slowly shook his head, Your Majesty, to be honest, I was still a little uncomfortable at the beginning, but as time went on, I saw that my life was getting better and better now. I knew I shouldn't have any other ideas. Although Your Majesty is not on the planet of Shadera all year round, the people on the planet of Shadera now only recognize one Your Majesty. Fortes listened to King Vegeta's words, smiled slightly, and knew that what King Vegeta said was true. Come on, walk with me for a while, and then you can go and learn the secret method. Ah! But didn't the chief of the Idrit people say? King Vegeta was interrupted by Fortes before he finished speaking. State of mind, deep cultivation is fine, but enlightenment is also important. You have figured it out, haven't you? Fortes said with a smile. King Vegeta was startled. He knew that he had been recognized by Fortes, and the depression that had arisen in his heart instantly dissipated. Yes, Your Majesty. Fortes suddenly stopped without looking back, go, the chief and the elders will explain to you. After saying that, he said no more, and stood there in a daze, looking at the scenery in front of him. King Vegeta nodded, his eyes slightly red, and turned around and left. Fortes didn't know how long he stood here, the sun set, rose, set, and rose. Everyone on Idrit suddenly felt an indescribable feeling, only feeling a moment of mental depression, and then feeling mentally comfortable. Idrit even vibrated slightly. Fortes opened his eyes and felt an indescribable strong sense of oppression coming from him. This wave slowly spread from Idrit. The North Kai King, who was racing, opened his eyes wide instantly, and was distracted inadvertently. He only heard a bang, and the car hit the tree. The North Kai King waved his hand to fan the smoke and walked out with a shocked face. Where did this god come from? A mortal actually cultivated into a dimension on his own. And in my North Milky Way, he. The North Kai King couldn't help laughing in shock. At the same time, the other three kings were also alarmed, looking at the North Kai King's territory with envy. The South Kai King hadn't finished envying it before he realized that this was not the overlord of his own galaxy, and his eyes lit up instantly. Haha, the scions of the planet Shadera have been helping me stabilize the South Milky Way under the leadership of this guy, those three guys are probably going to envy me to death. The South Kai King grinned and laughed. The Great King Kai felt the strange fluctuations, narrowed his eyes slightly, put down the speaker he was carrying, and looked over, young people are formidable. After saying that, he continued to jump. In the King Kai realm, King Kai Shin and Jebit were both stunned when they felt this breath, and their eyes could not help but cast towards the lower world. Mortals, have cultivated into a dimension. Jebit couldn't help but exclaimed. Jebit, don't worry about that, the priority now is Majin Buu. Shin couldn't help but scolded. Yes, Lord King Kai. Jebit nodded in response. In the Destruction God realm, Whis was also slightly stunned, and the figure of Fortes appeared in the scepter in his hand in an instant. Oh? SAIYAN? Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus has an opponent now. Whis chuckled and no longer paid too much attention. Forts? Did you succeed? The Adrit tribe leader and the elders all appeared and looked at Forts in shock. Yes, I succeeded, the fourth dimension, I still have to thank you all. Forts nodded and bowed slightly. No, it's still because of your talent. The Adrit tribe leader shook his head. After a brief conversation, the Adrit tribe leader and the elders were relieved. With the friendship with the SAIYANs, there would be no major problems in the future. I'm afraid your lifespan has also increased. The elder who taught Forts asked. Forts was slightly stunned, and after feeling it, he felt that he seemed to have infinite vitality in his body, and his face showed joy. I'm afraid it's not long, so I don't have to worry about the problem of lifespan. Where's Broly? How is your study? Forts calmed down and asked. Broly has a pure heart, but his bloodline is too strong. Even if we join forces, it will probably take half a year for him to control himself. The clan leader and elders looked serious. Control himself? Forts was slightly stunned, and even felt surprised. That's right, but Broly still needs to continue to practice his mental power, otherwise he will be easily affected by the beast in his bloodline. Thank you for your trouble. Forts bowed slightly. You're welcome. You can rest assured that Broly will be left to us. Several people looked at each other and chuckled. Let's go, let me see Broly's current situation. Forts nodded, and everyone disappeared instantly. Master. Broly suddenly spoke when he saw Forts' figure. Forts was overjoyed and nodded in reply, well, not bad, it seems that your mental power has also made great progress. Fortes saw Broly's situation at a glance. Broly could now communicate normally. After that, he just needed the elders and clan leaders to help him completely control himself. Haha, you guys continue. I'll just practice beside you. Fortes sat cross-legged on the side and stopped disturbing Broly's practice. Chapter 43. I have been training my mental strength for these years. It's time to seriously increase my combat power. The god of destruction Beerus still makes me very nervous. Fortes slowly stood up and took out the gravity chamber. At some point, King Vegeta had come out. Several people looked at each other and were unwilling to give up teaching Broly. In the end, they arranged a most talented disciple for King Vegeta. King Vegeta finally chose to practice teleportation. Unknowingly, 2.5 years have passed. Broly's mental strength has increased greatly under the guidance of everyone, and he can control his current power. Broly, let's go back. Fortes looked at Broly who was in a daze and said softly. Okay, Master. Broly quickly appeared in front of Fortes. Although the clan leaders, elders, and others were very good to him, it was always boring to practice here alone. Fortes, are you ready to leave? The chief of the Adrit Star suddenly appeared in front of Fortes. Chief, we have troubled you for so long. Broly has learned it, so we will not bother you anymore. Fortes smiled while touching his head. Haha, okay, what do you mean by not bothering me? I saw that your people will come later. The chief of the Adrit people laughed. Haha, please take care of me, chief. Fortes also nodded with a smile. What, Fortes, you and Broly are leaving? The elders appeared instantly. Before Fortes could say anything, several people surrounded Broly and began to instruct him. A black line appeared on Fortes' forehead instantly. Okay, do you still need to worry about Broly? Fortes is leaving. The chief of the Adrit people pulled the elders apart and said helplessly. Haha, thank you chief and the elders for your care. We are leaving. Fortes took Broly into the spaceship. King Vegeta, who had not learned teleportation for so long, stared blankly at Fortes leaving the planet, sighed, and continued to learn. Master, where are we going now? Broly asked, looking at the scenery outside the spaceship. Let's go to Namek to do something. Fortes touched Broly's head and said with a smile. Oh? This is? Fortes. The elder looked at the spaceship that landed in front of him and was slightly stunned, and smiled, and spoke. Who is it? Dare to offend the elder? A voice came. Fortes and Broly, who had just walked out of the spaceship, were stunned, turned their heads and looked, and it was Nalu. Haha, Nalu, long time no see. Fortes smiled and greeted him. At this time, Nalu had grown up and had the demeanor of a strong man. You are, Fortes. Haha, long time no see, who is this? Nalu quickly approached Fortes, and the two hugged each other fiercely. Let me introduce one. This is my disciple, Broly. Fortes revealed Broly's figure. Haha, hello, Broly. Neru stepped forward and shook Broly's hand. Hello, Neru. Broly nodded. Let's go, let me go see the elder first. Fortes smiled and put his arm around Neru's shoulders. Elder, long time no see. Fortes stood in front of the elder and bowed slightly. Long time no see, Fortes, oh? Have you used the dimension? The elder said in shock. Haha, it's just luck. Fortes smiled and nodded. Haha, this is not luck. I have lived for so long and have not entered the dimension. It is difficult for ordinary humans to improve the dimension without the help of gods and gods. The elder couldn't help but sigh. Then why don't you become a god, elder? Fortes couldn't help but ask. The elder smiled and shook his head. Not all planets are qualified to give birth to gods. If the inheritance of gods is interrupted, it will be difficult to have gods, and I am not suitable for gods. Fortes frowned and thought for a while, and nodded slowly after a long time. Elder, I have something to ask you this time. Haha, I thought of it a long time ago. I need to use Dragon Balls. Neru, you accompany Fortes to collect Dragon Balls again. The elder smiled and instructed Neru on the side. Okay, elder. Neru nodded and left with Fortes. Broly, who was left behind by the two, looked at the two people leaving in a daze. The elder smiled and said, Child, come here, let me see you. Broly knew that this was a senior respected by his master, and he did not set up defense. He nodded and stood in front of the elder. The elder raised his broad palm and placed it on Broly's head. This, potential, bloodline. If I improve your combat power, I'm afraid I will destroy you. The elder laughed bitterly. He was deeply shocked. Broly's potential shocked him. My master also said that I should focus on improving my mental strength first. Broly nodded and bowed like Fortes. Fortes has accepted a good disciple. The elder laughed loudly. He was more and more satisfied with Broly. No, I met the master. I am very lucky. Broly shook his head. In a moment, Fortes returned with Neru, and 6 Dragon Balls floated behind them. The elder looked at the two and nodded, took out the last Dragon Ball from his arms, and slowly floated towards the two. Hehe, thank you, elder. Fortes took the Dragon Ball and smiled. Neru placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and chanted, Come out, Porunga. The sky suddenly became gloomy, dark clouds rolled out, and lightning kept hitting the ground. I can fulfill your 3 wishes. Porunga's voice appeared first, followed by Porunga's huge body. Let Porunga help me reinforce the planet Shadala for all 3 wishes. Fortes looked at Neru. Neru nodded slightly and chanted again. Porunga in the sky was silent for a moment after hearing the wish, and then the powerful voice sounded again, This wish is extremely simple. Your wish has been fulfilled. After that, Porunga slowly became illusory, and the 7 Dragon Balls appeared, and the 7 Dragon Balls instantly flew away to Namek. This. Master. Is this the dragon you mentioned? Broly was also stunned, staring blankly at the operations of Fortes and Neru. Haha, disciple, are you shocked now? Your master knows that there is another kind of dragon that is as big as the universe. I will take you to see it later. Fortes walked forward and touched Broly's head with a smile. Chapter 44. What? Fortes, are you serious? Neru also looked at Fortes in shock. Haha, how can this be false? That kind of Dragon Ball is even as big as a planet. Fortes smiled and nodded. Neru, I can see that you have been practicing hard these years. Fortes couldn't help but praise him as he felt the energy in Neru's body. Haha, I'm far behind you. Neru shook his head. Okay, Neru, Great Elder, Broly and I will leave now. Thank you very much. Fortes took Broly into the spaceship and waved outside. Neru and the Great Elder both smiled and nodded, and the spaceship took off quickly and disappeared on Namek. Hey, since you have come to these places, I will take you to see the planet of Metamor again. Fortes touched his chin and thought. Broly nodded slightly and just stood quietly beside Fortes. Fortes, you are here. Fortes and Broly heard a loud laugh as soon as they got off the spaceship. Chief, long time no see. The person who came was the chief of the Metamor. Who is this child? The chief of the Metamor was instantly attracted by Broly and couldn't help asking. Haha, my disciple, Broly. Fortes patted Broly on the shoulder. I see. The chief of the Metamor nodded and stopped asking. How has Dart been these years? Fortes suddenly asked. Dart, he has been stimulated by you. He has been immersed in the martial arts tower for these years. The chief of the Metamor smiled. By the way, he is worthy of being your tribe. He has made rapid progress. He was easily crushed by me when he first came, and he has grown to be better than me now. Fortes was slightly stunned. Bardock? Haha, his talent is not weak either. Fortes thought that if it was normal, Bardock would sooner or later travel through time and space to become a Super Saiyan. Fortes, you're back. Your Majesty. Two shouts came, and several people turned their heads to look. It was Dart and Bardock who felt Fortes' breath. Haha, long time no see, Dart, you've become much stronger. Fortes couldn't help but praise Dart as he felt his breath inadvertently flowing out. And you, Bardock, you've improved a lot. If you work harder, I think you'll be able to transform into a Super Saiyan soon. Fortes nodded to Bardock. Your Majesty, who is this? Bardock looked at Broly and was slightly stunned. My disciple, Broly, the child of Paragus. Fortes explained simply. I see, I've heard of this. Bardock nodded. Broly, who was lowering his head, heard Bardock discussing him and couldn't help but look up. Cockroach, cockroach. Broly muttered, and his breath was a little unstable, and gradually began to fluctuate. Calm down, control yourself. Fortes said in a calm tone. Broly nodded, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged on the ground. After a long time, Broly's eyes regained clarity again. This. Your Majesty. Why did Broly call my youngest son's name? Bardock looked at this scene with a confused face. Broly and Cockroach were also neighbors in the nursery. Broly was born with too strong fighting power, which scared Cockroach, so he kept crying and annoyed Broly. The impression has been in his mind. Fortes chuckled and shrugged. Ah! Not to mention Bardock was confused, even Dart and the chief of the Metamor Star tribe beside him were a little confused. Is this little guy so vengeful? Dart couldn't help but whispered. Haha! Fortes laughed and shook his head. Broly's expressionless face blushed slightly, and he continued to close his eyes to adjust. Have you learned the skills of the tribe leader? Fortes suddenly winked at Bardock. Bardock was slightly stunned, scratching his head and looking at Fortes in confusion. It's the fusion technique, the skills to survive in the universe, the recovery technique and so on. Fortes continued. Bardock shook his head and said, "Not yet. The tribe leader said they would teach me, but I refused. I want to improve my combat effectiveness first." Fortes looked at Bardock's serious expression and nodded, "Okay, in that case, then you practice first, remember to learn it when the time comes, and teach it to the tribe members when you go back." Bardock nodded. Seeing the two people plotting their own skills, the tribe leader of the Metamor Star was not angry, but just looked at them with a smile. Yes, Fortes, you succeeded." The chief of the Metamor tribe pondered for a moment and finally spoke. "Yes, I already have the fourth order dimension." Fortes nodded. "It's incredible, you are really a genius." The chief of the Metamor tribe couldn't help but praise. Fortes grinned, "Thank you for the compliment, Chief. I have to thank you for your help. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid it would be almost impossible to take that step." "Haha, okay, I came back to see you today, Bardock. You and Vegeta should practice well. I will take Broly back first. Shadera planet can't be without a leader forever." Fortes shook his head and entered the spaceship with Broly, waving goodbye to the people below. "Let's go back." Fortes set the destination of the spacecraft to Shadera. Swish! The spacecraft crossed the universe. "Your Majesty is finally back. I wonder how long he plans to stay this time." King Sena sighed as Fortes' spacecraft quickly entered Shadera. "Haha, we are back. The environment of Shadera is still comfortable. Broly, you can go and have fun after that. Just keep a good mood and continue to exercise your mental strength." Fortes ordered Broly irresponsibly. Broly was slightly stunned, nodded, and followed Fortes silently. He didn't know what he wanted to do. "Fortes, you are finally back." Fortes returned to the palace, and Taiza's voice like a resentful woman came. Fortes was instantly in a hurry. "Ah! No, Taiz, listen to my explanation, I am doing this for Broly's future." Taiz stared at Fortes for a long time before snorting, "Okay, for Broly's sake, I'll forgive you. I've almost finished organizing my next novel in recent years. I want to return to Earth to try publishing it first. If the results are good, I will publish it in the universe." Taisai blinked and looked at Fortes. Chapter 45. "Okay, let's go, I'll accompany you back to Earth." Fortes sighed. Broly followed silently behind. "Here. Let's go, Broly, come with us." Fortes was slightly stunned and touched Broly's head. Broly's expression obviously became much happier. His Majesty went out again. King Sena was used to it. There is a slight pressure." God Piccolo frowned and looked up. "Oh? Fortes' spaceship? Then, could it be?" God Piccolo opened his eyes slightly, watching Fortes' spaceship gradually landing in the heaven in disbelief. "Haha, God, long time no see." Fortes was followed by Broly and Taiz. "Fortes, did you succeed?" God Piccolo was also happy for Fortes. "Haha, it's just luck, I think you're about to break through." Fortes looked at God Piccolo's increasingly younger appearance. God Piccolo nodded, "By the way, I see that your people have come to Earth, hiding their bodies and following Sun Wukong all day long." Fortes frowned slightly and said uncertainly, "Jine. We didn't think it through." Fortes sighed lightly. It was no wonder that Jine came to see Kakarot after the Shadala planet stabilized after such a big thing happened to the SAIYAN race. Fortes nodded, "I know, God, then I'll go first, and I will definitely let you return to the peak at that time." God Piccolo was slightly stunned. Before he said anything else, Fortes took Broly and Taiz into the spaceship and drove straight to the yard of Dr. Brief's house. "Oh? What's the noise?" Dr. Brief came out with a cigarette in his mouth to see what happened. "Dad, I'm back." Taiz rushed down the spaceship first and hugged Dr. Brief excitedly. Tais, how are you playing with forts? Mrs. Brief also heard the noise and came out. Wow, sister, is he your and Ford's child? Bulma exclaimed, and the three of them looked at Broly. Tais blushed and waved her hands repeatedly. What? This is Ford's disciple, Broly. Fords also walked forward speechlessly. Yes, where is the child? That's not okay, you two have to have a baby quickly. Mrs. Brief looked at the two people worriedly. Tai's mouth twitched repeatedly at her mother's eyes. Okay, Mom, don't worry about it, we know. Ahem, I have something to do. My people seem to be with Kakarot. I'll go over and take a look. Fords coughed lightly and flew away quickly. Broly looked at Bulma who surrounded him, his mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly flew away with Fords. The two slowly came to Bayazai Mountain, and suddenly found that Jin looked at Kakarot who was practicing basic skills with Son Gohan with a kind face. Broly followed Jin's gaze to Kakarot, and was stunned for a moment. Kakarot. Fords frowned and looked at Broly, only to see veins popping up on Broly's forehead. He was about to explode subconsciously, but then he slowly calmed down. However, this made a lot of noise, and was also discovered by Jin and Son Gohan. Ah! Your Majesty! Meet your Majesty! Jin hurriedly stepped forward and saluted in front of Fords. It's okay, but Bardock and I didn't think it through, and we wronged you. Fords' tone was full of apology. No, I know that your Majesty and Bardock are fighting for the planet Shadara, so you don't need to bother your Majesty with this little thing. Jin shook her head. Fords, you're here, are you, the one who has been watching secretly for the past 6 months? Son Gohan also arrived and said to the two of them. Fortes nodded slightly to Son Gohan, but he didn't expect that Jin had been here for half a year. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Jin was slightly stunned, and hurriedly explained, I came to Earth to learn how to cook first, and I will come to see Kakarot when I have nothing to do on weekdays. Son Gohan frowned and said, could it be that you are Goku's mother? Jin looked at Kakarot who was still below and nodded slightly. Let's go, it's nothing to always watch Kakarot from a distance, but you have to let him know you. Fortes shook his head helplessly. I'm not afraid of affecting Kakarot's growth. Jin showed a happy face. Several people walked towards Kakarot together. Long time no see, Fortes, the pressure on you is getting heavier and heavier. Son Gohan couldn't help but sigh. Haha, there is a breakthrough, Fortes explained modestly. But Jinna did not react. For her, no, for all the Saiyans on the planet Shadala, Fortes was absolutely powerful. Grandpa, where have you been? Who are these people? Kakarot was stunned when he saw the people in front of him. Goku, they are all your people, this is your mother. Son Gohan pointed at Jinna. Jinna stepped forward and hugged Kakarot, tears slowly seeping out. You are so old now, you have suffered so much in these years, and you left the planet at a young age. Kakarot stayed in this warm embrace in a daze, only feeling kind, and after a long time he said blankly, are you my mother? Yes, child. Jinna picked up Kakarot. Haha, mother. Kakarot nodded happily. Kakarot looked at Son Gohan and Fortes in front of him, his eyes focused on Broly. Who are you? You look familiar. Kakarot said blankly. Broly was slightly stunned, and stepped forward and said, Kakarot, I am Broly. Jin put Kakarot down, and the three looked at the two children and hugged them. It's worthy of Kakarot. Fortes said with emotion while eating. Broly, who was unwilling to play with his peers on the planet Shadala on weekdays, actually played with Kakarot. Haha, it's good for Goku to have a playmate. It's not good for me to accompany him all day. Son Gohan said with a smile. Jin was also eating, and her eyes were full of satisfaction when she saw Kakarot playing. She didn't expect Broly to be Fortes' disciple, but she was satisfied just by seeing Kakarot happy. Jin, how about this, if you are willing to look after Kakarot, why don't you stay on Earth for a while, and let a few more people from Shadala come to learn how to cook. When Bardock comes back after finishing his studies, I will also let him come. Fortes said, touching his chin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jain was stunned, then overjoyed, and nodded quickly. Let me tell you what I think of Broly. In the original book, he grew up in the environment of Vampistar. He had no childhood and no good memories. Only the cry of Kakarot when he was a child was always imprinted in his mind, so he was deeply impressed. No one taught Broly the world view or anything. The older Broly got, the more Paragus was afraid that he would be out of control. Even Paragus was still using him. Broly was also very good to Paragus, at least when he was conscious, right? Now that Fortes is with Broly to enhance his mental strength and accompany him, at least he won't have such extreme ideas. So Broly was well taken care of since he was a child, played with Kakarot, and they were good friends. It was very reasonable, right? Hysterically trying to make it round. If someone can't accept it, then I can't do anything about it. Chapter 46. Fortes, the effect is very good. Taisai's eyes were bright, looking straight at Fortes. I told you. There will be no problem. Fortes smiled and looked at the excited Taisai. Then I will release it in the universe at that time. Taisai's eyes were filled with joy. Haha, okay. Fortes nodded gently. I'm going back to Shadara planet. Do you still want to go? Fortes looked at Kakarot and Broly playing in the distance. Taisai nodded, seeing that my parents are fine, I have nothing to worry about. Of course I will go. Broly, are you going back to Shadara planet? Fortes shouted forward. Master, are you leaving? Broly flew over when he heard the voice. Do you want to go back or stay here? Fortes stepped forward and touched Broly's head and said with a smile. Go back, come and see Kakarot later. Broly turned his head to look at Kakarot, and finally decided to go back. Ah, Broly, are you leaving? Sun Wukong also ran over. Yes, Kakarot, I will come to play with you later. Broly nodded. Your Majesty. What about me? Jain looked at Fortes and said hesitantly. It's okay, you stay on Earth and learn how to cook with them on Earth. When they learn, they will come back and you stay here. Fortes shook his head. By the way, Uncle Gohan, you have to pay attention. If Kakarot transforms into a giant ape, you must not show mercy. By the way, cough cough, you can go to the 5 Elements Mountain if you have nothing to do. Fortes nodded seriously at first, and then showed a strange smile. Sun Wuhan didn't understand what Fortes meant, but nodded to show that he knew. Well, we'll leave first. Don't worry, we will come here often. Fortes took Broly and Tais into the spaceship. King Sina was used to seeing Fortes' spaceship coming back from time to time. Tais, then go find Lucia and the others to help you. Fortes walked off the spaceship and turned around and said. Tais nodded gently and walked towards the place where the Sina tribe was. Broly, follow me to practice, haha. Fortes grabbed Broly and went to the practice room together. Next, you should practice your mental power with all your heart. Fortes and Broly sat cross-legged on the ground together. Fortes actually entered the gravity room to practice during the day, and practiced mental power with Broly at night. Time passed slowly. 5 years had passed since Bardock and King Vegeta went to further study. Bardock finally returned after completing his studies and was sent to Earth by Fortes. 7 years later, King Vegeta finally came back. Broly also grew up gradually and became more and more stable. 10 years passed in a flash. Fortes slowly stood up, and Broly, who had grown up, also stood up and stood behind Fortes. The two slowly came to the palace. At this time, the planet Shadara had changed greatly, and there were countless strong people. Bardock and Jin, who had been staying on Earth, also rushed back early. Fortes flew up and saw that all the SAIYANs had returned, the Sina tribe and the Green Plant tribe had also arrived, and countless people stayed quietly in place. Vegeta, tell me about the current combat power and sphere of influence of the planet Shadera. Fortes' tone was flat, and his voice exuded a faint majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. King Vegeta nodded in response, and also slowly floated up and stood in front of Fortes. After 10 years of development, there are 3 Super Saiyans on the planet Shadera, and there are 300 high-level warriors with combat power of more than 100,000. Among them, the 50 members of the guard team all have combat power of more than 100,000, and 20 of these 300 have combat power of more than 1 million. There are countless intermediate and low-level warriors with combat power of more than 10,000. At the same time, after 10 years, we Saiyans have maintained justice in the Southern Galaxy. Our Saiyan reputation in the universe has changed greatly, and it has even spread to other galaxies. Countless planets in the Southern Galaxy have joined us. King Vegeta's slightly trembling body showed his inner excitement. He never dreamed that the Saiyans would have such strength one day. Long live His Majesty! Countless people on the planet Shadera also couldn't control their tears and couldn't help but shout. Very good, not bad. Fortes nodded with satisfaction. King Sina, come forward to report your results. Fortes gestured to him. King Sina nodded, and a flying vehicle appeared under his feet and came to Fortes. After 10 years of development, with the help of Dr. Brief, the technology of our planet Shadela has developed rapidly. At the same time, the Universal Capsule has become very popular in the universe. The planet that was once jointly ruled by the 3 races has become a hot topic in the universe. The planet has become the largest and most prosperous trading planet in the Southern Galaxy. After King Sina finished speaking, he bowed slightly to Fortes and returned to the team. Fortes took a step forward, even more majestic. My people, the current situation of the Shadera planet is inseparable from your efforts. Next, everyone can take a break. If you want to continue fighting, you can go to the Sins in the Southern Galaxy. If you want to leave the Southern Galaxy, I have 2 requirements. First, learn the skills to survive in the universe from Bardock and Vegeta, and second, learn the fusion technique from them. Now we have to keep a low profile and make progress secretly, understand? Fortes said in a light tone, his eyes circled around. Okay, Your Majesty. The huge sound waves kept spreading outward. Fortes said no more. With the Sina tribe and King Vegeta helping him manage, he didn't have so many things to do. He just had to grasp the general direction. My king, Vegeta, his combat power has reached 70,000. Dodoria and Sabo reported to Frisia immediately after receiving the news. Oh, 70,000? Prince Vegeta is really talented. Frisia said nonchalantly while sitting in the stroller. Dodoria and Sabo also thought of Frisia's fighting power and said nothing more. Frisia looked at the universe for a long time before saying lightly, Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Sabo, you said that my father has been missing for so long in the East Galaxy. Should we march into the East Galaxy? At the same time, Gula was shaking the red wine glass and asked Shaviza beside him, do you think my father's disappearance is related to the recent rule of the South Galaxy by a force? Shaviza didn't dare to say more, the king should be cautious. It seems that the last thing my father did before he disappeared was to go to the South Galaxy. Frisia and Gula said at the same time with narrowed eyes. Chapter 47. Never mind, let's send troops directly to the Eastern Galaxy to prevent my brother, younger brother, from occupying the territory first. Frisia and Cooler ordered their subordinates at the same time. Prince Vegeta, what's wrong with that guy? Why did he come to beat us up for no reason? Naku couldn't help but speak. Vegeta's face darkened, snorted coldly, turned his head and said nothing more. Raditz, what do you think? Naku didn't ask for trouble, turned his head and looked at Raditz. Now he didn't dare to disrespect Raditz. Radit's fighting skills had even far surpassed his own. Bardock, who will go this time? King Vegeta walked towards Bardock, with a slight smile on his face. Bardock thought for a moment, why don't we go together and put some pressure on them? Okay. Let's go, haha. King Vegeta smiled darkly. The two slowly changed their bodies. This was the transfiguration they learned on the planet Metamor. It just couldn't change their aura, but it was enough for Vegeta and the others to not sense aura. After the two finished their transformation, they changed their clothes, looked at each other, and put their fingers on their brows at the same time. They instantly disappeared from the spot. Vegeta was still leading Naruto and Raditz to move forward when a voice suddenly came. Hey, Prince Vegeta, we meet again. Do you want to join our team? The three heard the familiar voice and looked up. It turned out to be the 5 people holding awkward postures. Jinyu Special Forces. I said. I won't join. Get out of here. Vegeta looked at the pose of the 5 people in front of him with a sullen face. Vegeta, are you not satisfied with our appearance posture? We can change it. Jinyu hurried forward and wanted to hold Vegeta's hand. Vegeta took a step back in disdain and shook his hands. Jinyu didn't care. The combat power detector on his ear still showed a strong power response. And Raditz, you should join us too. I see you have 40,000 combat power. Jinyu's eyes lit up when he saw Raditz's 40,000 combat power. Raditz's face also darkened, and he shook his head decisively, no. Why did you two become so powerful after your planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite? Jinyu said something irrelevant. Vegeta, Raditz and Naruto all looked at Jinyu with anger on their faces. Jinyu also felt that what he said was a bit inappropriate, so he stood there and said no more. Guldo on the side had a trace of sadness in his eyes. He was originally the one with the lowest combat power. If Vegeta and Raditz joined, his status would probably continue to decline. Hehe, our captain has invited you again and again, you better not be ungrateful, and Raditz, you better listen. Guldo stepped forward and snorted. Although Jinyu was a little dissatisfied with Guldo's self-willed speech, he still looked at Vegeta and the others in silence. Seeing that Jinyu did not interrupt him, and Vegeta and the others on the opposite side just looked gloomy and dared not say much, Guldo became more excited and stepped forward to humiliate them. Vegeta looked gloomy, looked around, and snorted coldly, go. The 3 of them have been fighting together for many years, and they rushed forward at the same time in tacit understanding. Guldo panicked and held his breath in an instant. The time in this small area was actually still, and Vegeta had already rushed in front of him. Guldo's eyes flashed with fear. And he quickly ran to the back and breathed heavily. Vegeta threw a punch, but it hit the air. Raditz also stopped behind Vegeta at this time, and then Naga also stood behind the two. Vegeta looked around and saw Guldo, who had already fled far away. He snorted coldly, I have heard about the talent of your family for a long time, but it's a pity that the strong talent does not have enough fighting power. After that, Vegeta gave Raditz a look, and Raditz immediately fired a Kigong wave into the sky. Vegeta nodded slightly and rushed straight towards Guldo again. Guldo looked at Jinyu and the others who did not move, gritted his teeth and held his breath again, and ran away again while time was stopped. Guldo's face had turned blue at this time, and he realized that he had reached a safe distance and took a deep breath. Haha, is that all? Are you the only one left in your family? Vegeta chuckled. Raditz spoke again, it's a pity, then your clan will be exterminated. What? No. Save me. Guldo was slightly stunned. Just as he reacted and wanted to ask for help, he saw a Kigong bullet hitting him. Boom. Guldo suddenly exploded. You two, are you happy now? Can you join the Jinyu Special Forces? Jinyu smiled and looked at Vegeta and Raditz, as if he had the person who just died was just a stranger. What, you guy, your teammate died, and you are so indifferent. Naruto couldn't help but speak. Haha, what qualifications do you have to say that to me? Everyone knows that you SAIYANs are cold-blooded and ruthless. Jinyu was slightly stunned and shook his head with a smile. Vegeta was silent for a moment and shook his head. No, I don't know about the past, but I won't in the future. Raditz also chuckled. Don't talk nonsense, at least we won't abandon our teammates now. Are you going to reject me again? Jinyu's face gradually became gloomy. I spent a lot of effort to come up with a perfect move, and now there is one person missing. I have to think about it again. You don't join? It's a heinous crime. Jinyu's forehead was bulging with veins. Vegeta and the other two looked at each other speechlessly after hearing this breathtaking reason. Humph, come and fight if you don't agree. Ha ha ha, okay. You guys. Jinyu nodded slightly to the remaining three people, and the Jinyu Special Forces, which had lost Gilder in an instant, rushed towards Vegeta and the others. Jinyu Special Forces, can you hear me? Frisia's voice came from the combat power detector beside his ear. Ah! King Frisia, we heard it, what happened? The Jinyu Special Forces stopped immediately and said respectfully. You go to the East Galaxy immediately and occupy the territory for my Frisia Corps. Frisia's voice disappeared after he finished speaking. This. Humph, you are lucky. Let's go. Jinyu snorted coldly, and the four of them hurriedly left in the aircraft. Hey! We almost died. Naruto couldn't help but sighed. No, you have new enemies. How dare you invade our planet? An angry roar was heard, and the combat power detectors of Vegeta and the other two all showed that more than 100,000 combat powers were approaching them. Chapter 48. Two figures appeared quickly, and several Kikong waves attacked, destroying the combat power detectors on the ears of the three people. Who are you? Vegeta and the other three had already learned from the combat power detector that the two people in front of them both had combat power of more than 100,000. The three of them could not help but stand together and look at the two people in front of them with vigilance. Humph! Stop talking nonsense, come and get beaten. King Vegeta rushed forward and punched several times. Vegeta and the other two had their pupils slightly dilated, and were easily hit, falling heavily to the ground, stirring up a puff of smoke. Bardock floated in the air with his arms around his chest, watching King Vegeta abuse the three people below in various ways. Damn it! How come there are hidden strong men on so many planets in recent years? Vegeta roared unwillingly, rushed out of the smoke, and attacked King Vegeta directly. King Vegeta just shivered slightly and dodged Vegeta's attack. Weak, too weak. King Vegeta threw a punch and hit Vegeta's abdomen hard. Puff! Vegeta spurted out a mouthful of acid and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Raditz hurried forward to catch him. Vegeta, how are you? Ahem, no. Nothing. Vegeta took a deep breath, frowned and covered his abdomen and slowly stood up. This is not a good person. Even though Nagui was only hit by a punch, he was about to lose his fighting power at this time. He couldn't help but mutter as he watched Vegeta's experience just now. While Vegeta and Raditz were adjusting their states, King Vegeta also stood on a high place and did not take action. Raditz, there are two people on the other side, and their fighting power is about the same. If we join forces, we should have a chance to contain one of them. But there is still one person, and judging from the attack of that person just now, we are afraid that we are in danger this time. Vegeta frowned and analyzed. We have to fight hard this time. Raditz nodded, his eyes fixed on King Vegeta above. Go! Vegeta suddenly shouted, and the two rushed forward at the same time. It's good that you are not the kind of coward. King Vegeta's eyes lit up, and his hands slowly floated to deal with the attacks of the two. Damn it, why is it like a turtle shell, it can't be hit. Raditz couldn't help complaining after his punch was resolved. King Vegeta raised his eyes, and the strength in his hand increased slightly. Raditz hit again, and was instantly knocked down by King Vegeta with a light punch. Bardock's temple jumped suddenly in the air, and slowly lowered his body. King Vegeta also knocked Vegeta down at this time. Okay, it's my turn to move my hands and feet. Bardock's disguised voice showed vicissitudes. King Vegeta nodded gently and stood aside with his arms folded. On the ground, Vegeta and Raditz supported each other and stood up, looking at the changed opponents and the conversation between the two who obviously looked down on themselves and others. Vegeta and Raditz looked at each other, their eyes full of anger, and saw that the two suddenly exerted their strength again and rushed straight to Bardock. Bardock dodged the attack of the two with a light dodge, and seeing Vegeta's fist coming again, Bardock also raised his fist to meet it. Boom! Vegeta flew straight out, and Raditz quickly stepped forward to fight with Bardock. Seeing Bardock feeding Raditz with moves, it is no wonder that Vegeta and Raditz have grown so much over the years. Vegeta stayed far away, panting, watching Raditz fight with the strange strong man. He suddenly raised his hands and gathered energy. Raditz! Vegeta shouted loudly. Raditz saw Vegeta's action in his peripheral vision and instantly understood what he meant. He quickly entangled Bardock with more force. Vegeta gathered the energy in his hand to the extreme and shot it out suddenly. Seeing the Qigong wave coming, Raditz twisted his body skillfully, and the Qigong wave hit Bardock directly. Boom! There was a cloud of smoke in the air. Raditz also slowly retreated and stood with Vegeta. This person is too careless. After taking my blow, I'm afraid he will lose his fighting power temporarily. Next, we will have another enemy. Vegeta looked at King Vegeta above and said seriously. Raditz was about to nod when he saw a gust of wind coming. The smoke in the air quickly dissipated, and Bardock's intact body appeared. What? How is it possible? Vegeta and Raditz looked at each other and said in disbelief. Bardock seemed to be enraged and rushed up and beat the two men violently. King Vegeta was also stunned when he saw Bardock's men were merciless and wanted to stop them, but he saw that Raditz was treated the same way and finally gave up. Didn't say anything. Okay, it's my turn to enjoy it. King Vegeta twisted his neck and stopped Bardock from continuing to attack with a grin. Bardock nodded gently and stepped aside again. Vegeta and Raditz were actually abused and beaten by two immoral fathers. Okay, it's my turn. King Vegeta stepped forward again, but Bardock's heavy hand knocked the two people who had almost no ability to resist into the ground. The two rolled their eyes and fainted directly. Bardock and King Vegeta were both stunned. King Vegeta reacted first and shouted angrily, "Don't you know to be gentle with such a strong toy?" Bardock was also unwilling to fall behind. "Didn't you also use force?" As the two talked, they slowly confronted each other. After a moment, the two actually started fighting directly. On the ground, Naku, who was only hit by one punch, had almost recovered. He saw the two people above were in an internal fight, his eyes lit up, and he quickly got up and carried the two people who were unconscious on the ground, and ran away secretly. Although they were fighting, the two people who were always paying attention to the people below breathed a sigh of relief, and stopped only after seeing Naku taking the two people away completely. "You are very cruel." Bardock looked at King Vegeta in surprise. "You are not light either." King Vegeta rolled his eyes. "Haha." The two looked at each other and laughed. "Here, is it?" Vegeta and Raditz struggled to open their eyes. For some reason, those two strong men were fighting directly. "I took advantage of them not noticing you and quickly carried you and ran away." Naku's voice sounded in their ears. Looking at the familiar spaceship, coupled with what Naku said, the two breathed a sigh of relief, closed their eyes again, and fell asleep. "Come quickly and heal them." Naruto, who had arrived at the headquarters of Frisia's army, shouted to the staff beside him. Chapter 49. Sir, we are here. Several people came and put Vegeta and Raditz into a sealed environment filled with green liquid. A few hours later, Vegeta and Raditz recovered from all their injuries. Hey? What's going on? Why did a 100,000 combat power value flash by just now? Oh? It was Vegeta's 70,000 combat power value. You must have seen it wrong. Is that so? Vegeta, Raditz, you are fine. Naga looked at the two people who had recovered and greeted them with a smile. Vegeta nodded gently. When Jinyu and the others were about to fight us, it seemed that Frisia. King, what orders are there, have you figured it out? Now nodded. Now most of the combat power in Frisia's army has been assigned to the Eastern Galaxy. It seems that something happened in Kurd. The few people looked at each other, and Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, let's go to the Eastern Galaxy too. Your Majesty, are you going to Earth? Bardock and King Vegeta, who had already returned, asked hurriedly when they saw Fortes leaving. Fortes turned his head and looked, oh? You are back, yes, Broly has been training for so long and it's time to relax. Bardock, are you going? Bardock nodded and walked behind Fortes. Haha, Vegeta, then the Shadera planet will be handed over to you. Fortes smiled and waved his hand, and took Broly, Tais, and Bardock into the spaceship. King Vegeta's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he shook his head helplessly. Oh? Your Majesty has finally stayed quiet for so many years. That's all. King Sena smiled bitterly and shook his head. Haha, I can sense your dimension from a long distance. God Piccolo smiled as he watched Fortes land. Haha, God, your practice over the years has also been effective, and you are about to enter the third order dimension. Looking at God Piccolo's restored youthful face, Fortes also chuckled. I calculated with my fingers that you are not far from recovering to your peak state. Fortes said mysteriously. God Piccolo was slightly stunned, but still didn't ask any more questions. We're leaving first, and we'll come to see you later. Fortes waved his hand and left with a group of people. What? Bulma ran away from home to take risks. Taisai was shocked when she heard this news from Dr. Brief. Don't worry, Bulma won't be in danger, Kakarot is with her. Fortes comforted. Suddenly, the sky became gloomy. Fortes looked up and saw that Shenlong was summoned. Fortes was slightly stunned and couldn't help but say, what a coincidence. After that, he disappeared instantly. I can fulfill one of your wishes. Shenlong just finished speaking, and Fortes appeared in front of Shenlong instantly. Looking at Pilaf who wanted to speak and Wulong who had already come out, Fortes waved his hand lightly, and the four people outside were pressed against the wall by a gust of wind. Reinforce the Shadera planet. Fortes said lightly. Your wish has been fulfilled. Shenlong's eyes flashed a trace of red, and after speaking, it slowly became illusory, and 7 Dragon Balls appeared instantly and were about to fly away. Fortes saw the 4-star Dragon Ball at a glance, shook his body lightly and took it in his hand, watching the Dragon Ball slowly turn into stone. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, and the full moon slowly hung in the sky. Ah! What's going on? Bulma and Yamcha stared at Kakarot's transformation into a giant ape. With panic flashing in their eyes. Roar! The giant ape transformed by Sun Wukong broke the room that restricted him, and suddenly a roar came. This kid! Fortes smiled and shook his head, and a Kigong shot out from his finger to cut off Kakarot's tail. Fortes' figure instantly attracted the attention of several people. You are, brother-in-law. Bulma suddenly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Fortes. Brother-in-law. Oolong and Yamcha, who slid down the wall, also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law. Pilaf and the other two looked at each other, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes, and the three of them quietly left in tacit understanding. Brother-in-law, are you and my sister back? Bulma was no longer worried, and jumped to Fortes. Well, you came out to play without permission, Tais is very angry. Fortes looked at the naked cockroach in front of him and said lightly. Ah! Brother-in-law, you have to help me. Bulma was startled and quickly hugged Fortes' arm and said coquettishly. Fortes pulled his arm out calmly, don't beg me, it's useless. Hello. Hello, I'm Bulma's friend. Yamcha felt under the pressure from Fortes, he spoke stutteringly. Yet. Fortes nodded lightly. Stay away from Bulma, she has a fiancé. Fortes suddenly said. Ah. Bulma was stunned and looked up at Fortes. Hiss. It hurts. Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly groaned. Sun Wukong covered his buttocks and struggled to get up. Ah! Where is my tail? Why is my tail gone? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Sun Wukong was panicked at first and then shook his head nonchalantly. Hey, you are, Uncle Fortes. Sun Wukong suddenly looked at Fortes. Asshole, you want to call him His Majesty, please forgive me. Bardock and his wife, who felt the movement, also rushed over. Wow, Dad and Mom, you are here. Sun Wukong shook his hand happily. No problem, by the way, where is Uncle Gohan? Fortes looked at Sun Wukong. Grandpa, it seems to be in some 5 elements mountain. Sun Wukong thought for a moment, touched his chin and said. Wukong, is your family so powerful? Yamcha felt the pressure from several people and said tremblingly. No. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said. Okay, let's go back first. Without saying a word, Fortes took all the people in front of him to Dr. Brief's yard. Haha, Broly. Sun Wukong saw Broly standing silently aside at a glance. Cockroach. Broly laughed and punched Sun Wukong. Ah! It hurts. Sun Wukong covered his head and retreated repeatedly. Sister, how is your novel? Bulma looked at Tais who was smiling on the side. Haha, please call me the Writer King. The novels I published in recent years are selling well in the universe. Tais raised her head proudly. Really? I'm afraid it's because of my brother-in-law. Bulma asked with her head tilted. Tais snorted and punched Bulma on the head. Chapter 50. Cockroach, go and learn from Master Kame. Fortes said. Sun Wukong nodded immediately, yes, I have already made an agreement with Master Kame before. I will go to learn from him when I collect all the Dragon Balls. Bardock was stunned for a moment and looked at Fortes. Fortes shook his head, don't say more. Now is the time for Cockroach to lay the foundation. It is not possible to improve the combat effectiveness so quickly. Bardock nodded gently. Dinner is ready. Dr. Brief's voice came. Everyone walked into the hall with a smile. It is said that the food made by this person is better than that made by machines. The plates around Fortes kept rising. The plates around Bardock, Broly and Sun Wukong also kept rising. Sun Wukong put down the bowl in his hand, patted his stomach with satisfaction, turned his head and looked, and the other 3 still did not seem to stop. This is the first time I've seen someone eat more than me. Broly and Uncle Fortes are worthy of being my father. Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaimed. Are all the strong people so good at eating? Yamcha said blankly. No, it's just that we Saiyans have a big appetite. Jin chuckled and touched Sun Wukong's head. Okay, Cockroach, it's time for you to study. With a wave of his hand, Sun Wukong was instantly knocked away and disappeared in front of everyone. After that, until Cockroach and Piccolo 2 fight, you are not allowed to intervene. Fortes looked at Bardock and his wife and said seriously. Yes, Your Majesty. The two looked at each other. Although they didn't understand who Piccolo 2 Fortes was talking about, they nodded. We can either stay at Dr. Brief's house or in the heaven during this period. Fortes said just in case. Why haven't you given birth to a child yet? Suddenly, Mrs. Brief's voice came. The rest of the people all looked like they were watching the fun. Fortes and Ties froze, and before they started talking, a voice suddenly reached Fortes' ears. Hello, King of the Scions, I am the North Kai King. Fortes frowned slightly. North Kai King? What's the matter? Seeing Fortes saying irrelevant words, the people around were all stunned and looked at Fortes quietly. There is a scion in our North Galaxy who got the seeds of the spirit tree from somewhere and has begun to plant them on a planet with life. Listening to what the North Kai King said, Fortes frowned. Spirit tree. Dales. Thinking of the same appearance as Bardock, Cockroach and others, Fortes hesitated and glanced at Jin, and put his hand on Bardock's shoulder. We have something to deal with. After that, he disappeared from the spot, and Fortes appeared in the heaven with Bardock. Fortes, what's up? The god Piccolo looked at the two people who suddenly appeared and said with a smile. Bardock, do you know Darls? Fortes nodded gently to the god Piccolo, turned his head and asked Bardock. Darls? I don't know, what's wrong, your majesty? Bardock was slightly stunned, thought for a moment and shook his head. Don't you have any other relatives, or have you ever had a drunken mess? Fortes continued to ask. The corners of Bardock's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head decisively and said, Your Majesty, don't worry, if you say there is someone who looks like me, it is probably a coincidence. Bardock saw what Fortes meant. Hey, then I'm relieved, this person, let's not keep him. Fortes nodded gently. Bardock scratched his head and said, Your Majesty, what happened? Just now, the North Kai King came to me and said that there is a scion who looks like you. He planted a spirit tree on a life planet. Fortes explained. What is this, a spirit tree? Bardock continued to ask. It can produce a fruit that increases spiritual power. It is said that it is a fruit eaten by gods. If it is not planted in the King Kai's god realm, its growth will absorb the vitality of the entire planet. Fortes' eyes lit up slightly. Okay, let's go and deal with it. Hey, North Kai King, give me a coordinate. Fortes suddenly shouted upwards. North Kai King quickly told Fortes where Darls was. Fortes nodded gently, put one hand on Bardock's shoulder, and put the index and middle fingers of the other hand on the center of his eyebrows, carefully feeling the breath of the direction mentioned by the North Kai King. Found it. Let's go. Fortes and Bardock disappeared instantly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that this planet would upload the spirit tree mentioned is actually real. Just eating one has improved my fighting power so much. Darls shouted excitedly. The people on this planet have been slaughtered by Darls, and even their vitality has been absorbed by the spirit tree. Haha, next, I just need to take the spirit tree seeds to find life planets everywhere, plant spirit trees, and I can become a strong man. King Vegeta, Frisia, will all submit to me. Darls continued to dream. Your Majesty, it seems to be here. Bardock's faint voice came. What? Who? Darls was suddenly startled and looked around. It's incredible, he really looks exactly like me. Bardock said in surprise as he looked at Darls' appearance. You are Bardock. Darls recognized Bardock at a glance. Oh? Do you know me? Bardock was slightly stunned. Hey, how can I not know you, if it weren't for you? I wouldn't have lived such a miserable life. Someone once saw my face was exactly the same as yours and thought I was your son, but after knowing that we had no relationship, he beat me up. Dale sneered at Bardock. What does this have to do with me? Bardock frowned and said. Haha, of course it has nothing to do with it. It's just that I'm too weak. But, this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. I will control my own destiny. Darls suddenly flew towards the fruit of the spirit tree. Your story is fascinating, but I'm sorry, this tree and these fruits have nothing to do with you. Fortes suddenly appeared in front of Darls. What? No one can stop my road to dominance. Darl's face was fierce, and he punched forward fiercely. Fortes twisted slightly, and then punched again, and Darls fell straight to the ground in an instant. Fortes didn't even look at Darls below, and ordered Bardock, watch him well. Chapter 51. After saying that, he flew straight to the treetops, where there were 2 spirit tree seeds. Fortes felt the breath of the spirit tree seeds and exhaled lightly. It is indeed a tree of God, it is extraordinary. Fortes went forward to put it away, touched his chin and thought, if I can't find a suitable place for this thing in the future, I will plant it in the Kai King God realm. Let me taste the effect of this fruit. Fortes said as he picked a spirit tree fruit and ate it. After the spirit tree fruit entered his mouth, Fortes' mind was instantly clear, his mental power increased greatly, and he felt a little breakthrough in the dimension. So that's it, the spirit tree, the things that gods eat are to increase the dimension, and those that increase combat power are all things that the spirit cannot absorb, and they are reflected in the flesh, which is a waste of heaven's gifts. Fortes smiled and shook his head. SAIYAN King, this is an evil thing. You must not do something irreparable. King Kai of the North on King Kai's planet saw that Fortes seemed to have the idea of breeding a spirit tree and hurriedly persuaded him. Okay, I know, don't worry. Fortes waved his hand. King Kai of the North stopped persuading with a sad face. He also learned that under the leadership of Fortes, the public security of the South Galaxy has obviously improved by more than one level. He can only rely on Fortes to know what's going on. Fortes slowly fell down and frowned slightly at Darls, who was still unconscious on the ground. Bardock, what do you think we should do with this guy? Fortes turned his head and looked at Bardock. This. Bardock was also entangled and didn't know what to do. Forget it, kill him. I feel uncomfortable with him with the same face as you. Fortes sent out a qigong in his hand, and Darls instantly vaporized and disappeared. Bardock also thought so, and he was relieved to see Fortes deal with Darls. Ahem, in that case, I'll have to trouble you to collect the fruits on this tree. Fortes coughed lightly and looked at Bardock. Okay, Bardock looked at Fortes blankly, and then looked at the countless fruits on the huge spirit tree. Why, you don't want me to do it? Forget it, let's do it together. Fortes sighed slightly at Bardock's pitiful eyes. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them quickly worked to collect all the fruits of the spirit tree and put them into the universal capsule. Not bad, it looks like there are more than 1,000 fruits in total, hee, a big harvest. Fortes put away the universal capsule with excitement, and there were still 2 spirit tree seeds hidden in his arms. The two slowly took off and looked at the huge spirit tree below. Your Majesty, what should we do with this spirit tree? Bardock frowned and looked at the huge spirit tree. What else can we do? Just destroy it. The life of the spirit tree fruit cannot be returned to this planet, but the life contained in the spirit tree itself is still good. Fortes said as he sent a huge energy down, and the spirit tree slowly dissipated, turning into life energy and returning it to the planet. At the same time, a piece of grass that was about to wither under the feet of the North Kai King slowly exuded vitality. The North Kai King exhaled lightly, although I don't know what will happen to the SAIYAN King in the future, the possible crisis of the North Galaxy has been resolved now. Bardock, let's go. Fortes said as he put his arm around Bardock's shoulder, feeling the divine aura of the god Piccolo, and whoosh. The two disappeared instantly. Have you dealt with it? God Piccolo looked at the two people who returned and couldn't help asking. Haha, of course, God, we got something good this time. Fortes winked at God Piccolo. God Piccolo was slightly stunned. Before he could continue to ask, Fortes took out 2 fruits and handed them to God Piccolo and Popo. Try to eat. Fortes motioned for the two to eat. Feeling the energy in the fruit, the two looked at each other, looked at Fortes in disbelief, hesitated for a moment and ate it. this. I am only one step away from the third dimension. God Piccolo couldn't help but exclaimed. Haha, it should be okay to eat these. Fortes took out 10 spirit tree fruits and put them on the ground. God Piccolo was slightly stunned. Just when he wanted to refuse, Fortes smiled and waved his hand, pulling Bardock out of the heaven. Broly, come on, there are good things. Fortes entered Dr. Brief's house and shouted. Master, what's wrong? After Sun Wukong left, Bardock, who was practicing his spiritual power alone, heard Fortes' ghost howling and hurried forward and said. Haha, there is something good. He handed Broly a spirit tree fruit. Take it and see. By the way, remember to digest it with your spirit, don't go to improve your combat power. Fortes reminded. Okay, Master. Broly swallowed it without asking any more questions. Broly's eyes lit up, and he sat cross-legged on the ground in an instant, and began to digest the medicinal power of the spirit tree fruit. What's wrong? Shouting like this, Taisai rolled her eyes and walked out. Fortes thought for a moment, and still took a few spirit tree fruits and handed them to Taisai. One for each of your family members, and there will be no effect if you eat too much. Although Fortes knew that the spirit tree fruit would be wasted if given to Dr. Brief, he still gave it to them in the end. After all, Dr. Brief has helped him a lot all the time. Feeling the sudden burst of hundreds of breaths from the back and quickly retracted, Fortes chuckled. Let's go, Bardock, you and Jine should also take a few, you eat and I will protect you. Fortes took out 2 and handed them to Bardock. Bardock nodded gently. Jine, digest it with your mind as much as possible. After following Fortes for so long, he also knew how to maximize the benefits of this fruit. Jine nodded and swallowed it with Bardock. The two sat cross-legged on the ground to digest the power of the spirit tree fruit. This, Fortes, who are they? Dr. Brief's family, who had already eaten the spirit tree fruit, came out and looked at the SAIYANs sitting cross-legged and couldn't help but wonder. This fruit is to improve mental power. You have no way to improve your mental power, so you can only improve your combat power. It's a pity that the potential of humans on Earth is limited, but you are already considered the strongest on Earth now. Fortes explained with a smile. By the way, you just learned to control it after improving your combat power. Haha, I've been with you often, and I've learned it a long time ago. Dr. Brief's family said with a smile. Chapter 52. Hey! Jin exhaled, and the dust around her slowly flew upwards. Soon, Jin restrained her breath and nodded slightly to Fortes. Then Bardock slowly opened his eyes, and a faint aura emanated from his body. Soon, Bardock restrained it and stood behind Fortes with Jin. After a long time, Broly looked happy, and his aura was round and round. Master, I can completely control my current power. Fortes stood in front of Broly and felt Broly's whole body. As long as you don't burst out with all your strength, it's fine. Fortes' eyes lit up and nodded with a smile. Everyone around, especially Bardock, was obviously relieved. Over the years, Broly had also lost control of his power several times, and Bardock stepped forward to help Broly vent his power. At this time, Bardock was the happiest to know that Broly could control his power. Okay, I'm going to the heaven first. You guys take care of yourselves and don't interfere in Kakarote's affairs. Fortes sternly warned Bardock and his wife. Bardock and Jin looked at each other, smiled bitterly and nodded. Mrs. Brief's voice came again. Fortes, when are you going to have a baby with ties? Fortes' body froze, and when he looked again, he had disappeared from the spot. Humph, this guy, he didn't even know to take me with him. Ties pouted and snorted. Bardock and Jine looked at each other awkwardly. Then the two of us will leave first. After that, Bardock took Jine to the heaven. Dr. Brief smiled and shook his head. At this time, he only felt that he was several dozen years younger, full of energy, and entered the laboratory with excitement. Sister, let's go, talk to me about your life in the universe." Bulma took the opportunity to pull ties away. As for Oolong, Pool, and Yamcha, who had been watching the whole process with a shameless face, they looked at each other in shock. Then Yamcha's face flashed a trace of determination, and he also went to find Kame Sennin. Oolong did not dare to stay in Dr. Brief's house and left with Pool and Yamcha. "God, hey, I'm bothering you again." Fortes landed lightly and said with a smile. "What's the matter? You can come anytime you want in heaven." God Piccolo nodded with a smile. At the same time, Bardock and Jin also arrived. Bardock touched his head and smiled. "Hey, God, we are bothering you." God Piccolo was slightly stunned and shook his head with a smile. "If you want to pay attention to Goku's situation, you can see it through the scepter." God Piccolo threw the scepter in his hand to Jin. Jinna took it quickly and bowed slightly. "Thank you, God." Jinna was concentrating on the situation of Kakarot in the scepter. "God, go and bring some spiritual tree fruits to the elder." Fortes walked to the front of the God Piccolo and said softly. God Piccolo was slightly stunned. He originally planned to give the spiritual tree fruits that Fortes left for him to the elder. Fortes handed him another universal capsule. "There are 50 fruits in it. You can take it to the elder. It should be enough for the elder to enter the first or even second level." Fortes thought about the elder's precipitation. The elder just lacks a key to open the door. Fortes couldn't help sighing when he thought of the elder's wisdom. "Okay, Fortes, then I thank you on behalf of the elder." God Piccolo was about to bow to Fortes when he was stopped by Fortes. "What a joke, if you hadn't saved me. I wouldn't know what I'm going to be like now." "There's no need to thank you for our relationship." Fortes smiled and waved his hand. God Piccolo was slightly stunned, and nodded with a chuckle. "In that case, then you stay in the heaven, I'll go back to Namek and accept the teachings of the Great Elder." God Piccolo smiled and walked towards the spaceship not far away. Watching the spaceship slowly take off, Fortes turned his head and looked at Popo again. Maybe Popo's combat power was not strong, but his combat experience was definitely far beyond his own. "Mr. Popo, can I ask you to help me practice again during this period of time?" Fortes grinned. Popo walked forward expressionlessly, and Fortes immediately knew that Popo agreed to his request, reduced his own combat power to the extreme, and suddenly attacked Popo. "Pico, you're here again." The Great Elder looked at God Piccolo who appeared in front of him and nodded gently. "Haha, Great Elder, Fortes got something good, so I came to help you deliver it." The God Piccolo obviously not only regained his youth physically, but also mentally. The Great Elder was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Smiling, "What good stuff did Fortes get?" "Great Elder, look!" God Piccolo said as he opened the universal capsule, and the 50 spirit tree fruits in it appeared in front of the two. This fruit, the rich spiritual power and life energy in it, could it be the legendary spirit tree fruit? The Great Elder was slightly surprised. "Yes, it seems that the North King asked Fortes to go and solve this matter." God Piccolo nodded. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the Great Elder. "Hey, fortunately Fortes has dealt with it, but it's a pity for this planet." God Piccolo nodded. "Fortes has also prevented possible disasters in the future." The Great Elder thought for a long time, and finally picked up a spirit tree fruit and ate it slowly. The Great Elder has survived for so many years, and his spiritual power is obviously extremely powerful, but there is a huge difference between immortals and mortals. The moment the Great Elder swallowed the spirit tree fruit, it was like a key that opened the door to the dimensional realm. The Great Elder's vast spiritual power fluctuated wildly, and waves of wonderful fluctuations slowly spread. Again, the 4 great kings, including the North King, cast their eyes down and were silent as they watched the Great Elder who was gradually experiencing the process of entering the divine realm from the mortal realm. According to the Great Elder's background, it was more than enough for him to enter the divine dimension, but it was not so easy to become a god. This fluctuation only alarmed the 4 great kings, and the gods above the great king did not care. Fortes felt this fluctuation, grinned, and did not thank him any more, and continued to practice with Popo. After a long time, the great elder slowly opened his eyes and said in a calm tone, "Success." The great elder who successfully broke through was also much younger, and his lifespan was greatly increased. Feeling that the great elder would reach the peak of the first order dimension once he broke through, the god Piccolo was also happy to congratulate him again and again. Chapter 53. I'm afraid I can enter the second level smoothly after eating these fruits. The lifespan of the elder is no longer a problem, so he made a rare joke. God Piccolo smiled and nodded. Can you teach me something after the elder successfully broke through? Haha, after entering the spirit dimension, I have some understanding of things that I couldn't understand before. Piccolo, come on, let's sit down and talk about it. The elder slowly stood up and sat cross-legged. God Piccolo also stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the elder. Time passed unknowingly. The 21st Martial Arts Conference, Tao Bibai's Pursuit, and Talenta's teaching were all over. In the blink of an eye, it was the 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference. Here we are. Fortes sat cross-legged for a long time, finally opened his eyes and stood up. Master. Broly turned his head to look. Your Majesty. Bardock and his wife also turned their heads to look. It's okay. Just watch Kakarot. You must hold back and don't interfere this time. Fortes shook his head and smiled. At this time, God Piccolo also exchanged experiences with the elders and set out on the road back to Earth. What? God Piccolo frowned slightly. He felt that the dragon was killed. At the same time, God Piccolo thought of what Fortes said before. Could it be, this is Fortes's plan? Forget it. God Piccolo shook his head and let everything go. Looking at the great demon King Piccolo who killed the dragon below, Broly and Bardock were stunned and turned to look at Fortes. You all know that the gods are incomplete. The one below is the evil side of the gods. Whether the gods can be restored to their integrity depends on Kakarot. Fortes calmly watched the scene in the scepter. Sun Wukong has come to Talon Tower at this time, asking the cat fairy for super divine water. Wukong, drinking the super divine water may kill you. Cat Immortal's face was covered with cold sweat. He was afraid that if Sun Wukong died because of him, the Bardocks would be furious. Sun Wukong had a resolute look on his face, and Yajirobe on the side looked at Sun Wukong nervously. Sun Wukong shook his head, walked forward resolutely, picked up the can of super divine water and drank it all. Ah, ah! Sun Wukong's eyes widened, his hands tightly grasped his heart, and he suddenly fell to the ground and struggled. Wukong! Cat Immortal and Yajirobe both looked at Sun Wukong nervously. Kakarot! Bardock and his wife looked at each other and were about to go down to Karin Tower to help Sun Wukong. Don't worry, you two, believe in Kakarot. Fortes' helpless voice came. Hearing Fortes' voice, Bardock and his wife and Broly, who were also nervous, slowly exhaled. They believed in Fortes' judgment. After a long time, it seemed that the SAIYAN's fighting power increased after they were on the verge of death. Perhaps it was the effect of the super divine water. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes and struggled to stand up. This power is so strong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and a white breath rose. Hey! Seeing Sun Wukong stand up, all the people who were paying attention breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, Cat Immortal, then I'll go. Somersault Cloud. Sun Wukong grinned, and the somersault cloud appeared quickly. Sun Wukong pulled Yajirobe away together. Ah! Wait! Wait, Wukong, I didn't say I was going. Yajirobe couldn't help shouting. Sun Wukong scratched his head with his other hand, pretending not to hear. At the same time, Tian Xinyan, who had already learned the Meifaha, also set out on the road to seal Piccolo with the determination to die. When he was about to arrive, Sun Wukong quickly let go of Yajirobe, and saw him flying straight towards Piccolo. "Oh? You're still alive?" Piccolo, who was about to go to the next city to destroy, chuckled at Sun Wukong, who appeared in front of him. "I'll beat you in 5 seconds. Piccolo stretched out his palm and said with a smile. Swish! Piccolo's originally smiling expression suddenly changed, and he quickly rushed towards Sun Wukong, and cut Sun Wukong's waist with a hand knife. Sun Wukong's face remained unchanged, and he stretched out his right hand to block the attack. Piccolo continued to punch with his other hand, and Sun Wukong gently gritted his teeth and grabbed it. At this moment, Piccolo was actually controlled by Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong took advantage of the situation and threw Piccolo over his shoulder, directly throwing him into the stone pillar beside him. 5 seconds have passed. Sun Wukong grinned. Piccolo, who got up in a panic, looked at Sun Wukong with a gloomy face, pointed his index finger, and the Qigong wave continued to shoot at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong exerted a little force with his legs and quickly dodged the attack. Just as Sun Wukong jumped into the air, Piccolo seized the opportunity and raised his hand to send a Qigong wave towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, after being hit, he flew backwards and returned to the ground with the help of several stone towers. While Piccolo was taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong appeared in front of Piccolo and punched Piccolo's chin to knock him back. Piccolo's face became more gloomy, and he no longer underestimated the enemy. He accelerated his pace and attacked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's trigeminal nerve jumped, and he quickly dodged, and used his thighs to distance himself from Piccolo. Piccolo snorted coldly and chased him relentlessly. Sun Wukong narrowly avoided Piccolo's attacks several times. Piccolo threw another punch, but Sun Wukong dodged it, but he stepped out again and kicked Sun Wukong hard on the waist. Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground, but before Piccolo could be proud, Sun Wukong jumped up again, raised his fist, and flew straight to Piccolo. "Ah!" Piccolo screamed, and quickly threw Sun Wukong away, covered his stomach and fell to the ground. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to rush forward again, punching Piccolo with both fists. Piccolo also endured the pain and fought with Sun Wukong. Tian Xinyan had already arrived for a long time, and looked at the two people fighting in shock. "Wukong, has he improved so fast?" Tian Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, but his body became more tense, and he was ready to seize the opportunity to help Sun Wukong. At this moment, the two jumped into the sky at the same time, but Sun Wukong was faster. He instantly appeared in front of Piccolo and output, knocking him to the ground. Before Piccolo could react, Sun Wukong knocked Piccolo away again. Piccolo tried to steady himself. A trace of cold sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sneered. "Hey, Sun Wukong, you are very powerful, you have my approval, but from now on I will exert my full strength." Piccolo sneered. Chapter 54. I saw the veins on Piccolo's forehead burst instantly, and the ground slowly cracked. Piccolo suddenly fanned his hands, and a strong wind made it difficult for Sun Wukong and Tian Xinyan, who was watching the battle, to open their eyes. Piccolo quickly rushed forward and hit Sun Wukong with one blow. Sun Wukong felt a strong sense of crisis and subconsciously dodged backwards, luckily avoiding the attack. Piccolo sneered at the corner of his mouth, quickly appeared behind Sun Wukong, and hit Sun Wukong's body with all his strength. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes and was hit hard into the ground, and a puff of thick smoke appeared. Piccolo waved his hand lightly, and the thick smoke dissipated. "Haha, it's just like this." Piccolo smiled and turned his head, and cast his eyes on Tian Xinyan again. Tian Xinyan took a fighting posture, and just as the two were fighting, the voice of Sun Wukong came out of the big pit behind him again. Sun Wukong rushed out of the pit quickly, and at the same time, his hands made a familiar gesture, "Ha!" The Kamehameha rushed towards Piccolo quickly. Piccolo panicked and was about to reach out to block it. Sun Wukong tried his best to control it, and the Kamehameha changed direction and hit Piccolo's back hard. Piccolo was hit hard and couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Just as Sun Wukong ran forward, Piccolo suddenly threw a brick and hit Sun Wukong in the eye. Seeing that Sun Wukong was forced to stop, Piccolo's eyes suddenly burst out a strong laser and hit Sun Wukong's knees. Ah! Sun Wukong was sweating all over, and his hind legs were already disabled. Sun Wukong held the Ruyi stick tightly in one hand, and the Ruyi stick suddenly stretched out. Sun Wukong directly hit Piccolo with his head. Piccolo snorted coldly, no longer caring about the injuries on his body, and continuously shot rays of light from his index fingers to Sun Wukong. The Ruyi stick was knocked away, and Piccolo used all his energy to hit Sun Wukong fiercely. With Sun Wukong as the center, a huge mushroom smoke suddenly rose. Wukong! Yamcha and other people who were paying attention to this side couldn't help shouting. Kakarot! Your Majesty, this is too dangerous! Bardock and his wife couldn't help shouting, and pleaded with FORTES behind them. Believe me! FORTES shook his head. This is... Hey, is it that kid Wukong? The god Piccolo appeared in front of everyone with a complicated expression. He was also waiting for Sun Wukong to kill the great demon Piccolo, and also to kill himself who indulged the great demon Piccolo to harm the world. God, just wait! FORTES looked at the expression of the god Piccolo and knew his thoughts. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and only Piccolo appeared in the original place. Ha, ha ha ha! Finally, he was completely eliminated. Piccolo laughed wildly, and his face suddenly changed. No, that's not right, I can still feel his aura. Impossible. With his injuries, it is impossible to dodge. Piccolo looked back and forth. A roar. Sun Wukong's voice came from the air. It was Tian Xinyan who saved Sun Wukong in a critical moment. Humph, so that's it. Piccolo snorted coldly. Tian Xinyan slowly landed with Sun Wukong. I'm saved, thank you, Tian Xinyan. Sun Wukong stood on the ground and smiled at Tian Xinyan beside him. Tian Xinyan suddenly fell to the ground. Tian Xinyan, what's wrong with you? Sun Wukong was stunned and shouted anxiously. Humph, being hit by me and the flying technique have consumed all his strength. Piccolo snorted coldly. Haha, now you can't escape from my grasp. Piccolo smiled casually. Your struggle is just to postpone the time of death. Piccolo said proudly. No. That blow just now also consumed a lot of your strength. Sun Wukong limped towards Piccolo. Haha, even if I have less remaining strength, I can easily kill you. You can't escape in your current state. Piccolo gathered his energy again. They are all weaknesses. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Piccolo. Ah! Piccolo was hit hard in the abdomen and couldn't help but cry out in pain. No, I only have one leg that can't exert its full strength. Sun Wukong landed with a face full of anxiety. You should disappear. Piccolo staggered a step and hit Sun Wukong with all the strength of his hands. Sun Wukong blocked his arms in front of him and wanted to block it, but suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Huge smoke rose again. When the smoke cleared, Piccolo was panting and Sun Wukong was staring blankly ahead. Oh my god! Tian Xinyan! Sun Wukong suddenly shouted a sound. Tian Xinyan was lying on the ground, breathing weakly, and a big pit appeared between Piccolo and Tian Xinyan. Somersault cloud! What? What? Piccolo was also stunned. He had wasted so much energy, and his two ultimate moves against Sun Wukong were blocked by Tian Xinyan in succession. His mentality gradually collapsed. Sun Wukong grabbed the somersault cloud with one hand and slowly landed. Piccolo's energy had been exhausted, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. He saw Tian Xinyan in front of him with his peripheral vision and rushed over. If you dare to move, I will crush his head. Piccolo grabbed Tian Xinyan's head and bared his teeth and claws. Wu Wukong, don't worry about me. Tian Xinyan said weakly. At this time, Yamsha and Yajirobe came around. If you dare to move him, you're dead. Piccolo picked up a stone from the ground with a grim smile, snorted coldly and threw it at Sun Wukong. Ah! Sun Wukong's left arm was injured instantly, and blood could not stop oozing out. Piccolo picked up a stone and threw it at Sun Wukong again. At this time, Sun Wukong's legs and left arm were all disabled, and he lay on the ground powerlessly. Piccolo laughed wildly and threw Tian Xinyan, and flew quickly into the sky. Ha ha ha, this battle! I won! Flew to a high place, and rushed down again, wanting to put an end to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's only remaining hand used all its strength to launch Kamehameha downwards, and rushed straight towards Piccolo with the help of the power of reflection. What? Piccolo was shocked and could not help but stop in the air. Sun Wukong raised his right fist high, and a giant ape figure slowly condensed behind him. Sun Wukong went straight through Piccolo's body. Grandpa came, Krillin, I've avenged you. Sun Wukong muttered. Piccolo couldn't help but feel his pierced stomach and looked at his shaking hands. Although his face was covered with cold sweat, he used up his last bit of strength and spit out an egg from his mouth and shot it into the distance. Kid, avenge me! A trace of hatred and relief flashed in Piccolo's eyes. Chapter 55. Sun Wukong had lost all his strength and fell to the ground uncontrollably. At the critical moment, Yajirobe suddenly appeared and caught Sun Wukong. Ha, ha ha, it worked. Sun Wukong laughed bitterly. Fortes, who was far away in the heaven, instantly appeared in front of Piccolo, and a burst of energy quickly made everyone think that Piccolo had exploded and died. Then Fortes took Piccolo to the heaven. Looking at Piccolo's miserable appearance, the god Piccolo had a complicated expression. Fortes stepped forward and stuffed a fairy bean into Piccolo's mouth, and Piccolo's injuries were instantly healed. He slowly opened his eyes, stood up, felt the strong breath all around, and looked at his body with trembling all over. Be more conscious, you should go back. Fortes snorted coldly, and a breath pressed forward. At the same time, the oppression of the spirit dimension also shocked Piccolo's mind. Bardock and his wife, Broly, were all around him, and they were inadvertently showing great pressure. Piccolo looked at his own body, and he also felt a strong pressure. Forget it, we are one body, my child will avenge me. Piccolo did not think about it anymore, and calmly placed his hand on the chest of Piccolo, and slowly turned into golden light and entered Piccolo's body. Piccolo instantly burst out with a strong breath, and at the same time, the dimension suddenly entered the third level. Fortes had expected it and surrounded this place with breath early. This is the god so powerful after recovery. Bardock stared at Piccolo, whose power was increasing. Come on, god, let's fight and see how far you are now. Bardock was excited to see the prey, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed up. With Fortes backing them up, the two did not hold back. The fighting power of God Piccolo was slightly weaker than Bardock at this time, but with rich fighting experience and some danger warnings brought by the position of God, the two fought directly to a draw. That's right, God, you are so complete now. Fortes said with a smile. This. Your Majesty, Kakarot. Fortes was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at Jinnah, who was already very worried because of the crisis several times before. Forget it, it's over. Next, when Kakarot goes to heaven, you can teach him. Fortes touched his chin and nodded. Bardock and God Piccolo slowly landed, both with satisfied expressions on their faces. Your Majesty, that Tian Xinyan is very good, and Yajirobe is also barely okay. Why don't we give them a chance? Bardock couldn't help but speak when he thought of the two who saved Kakarot's life. Haha, just do it as you see fit. Fortes glanced at Bardock and nodded with a smile. God Piccolo looked down at the lower world and frowned in thought. Is this what you're looking for? Fortes grinned and took out an egg from his arms. It was Piccolo too that Piccolo Great Demon King spit out. God Piccolo was slightly stunned and chuckled. Sure enough, Fortes was a comprehensive guy. God Piccolo walked forward and took Piccolo 2's egg from Fortes' arms. He injected his essence into it. Piccolo 2, who originally inherited everything from Piccolo Great Demon King, was only in a state of incompleteness, but now God Piccolo made up for his incompleteness. From now on, God Piccolo and Piccolo 2 are both complete, and God Piccolo has also become the father of Piccolo 2, in every sense. From now on, I am God, and Piccolo, is the name of this child. God looked at Piccolo's egg in his hand and chuckled. Click! Piccolo's egg suddenly cracked. Little Piccolo stood on the ground and looked at the god in contemplation for a moment, and finally said, "Father." The god was slightly stunned, and his smile became even stronger. "Okay, Piccolo. Kakarot, that kid, you two will have a fight in 3 years." Fortes said. Piccolo looked at Fortes and nodded blankly. "Let me revive the dragon that guy killed first." The god smiled bitterly and shook his head as he looked at the disaster in the lower world. At this moment, Popo had come out holding the dragon model he made. "Popo, thank you very much." The god nodded gently to Popo, put his hands on the dragon model, and performed the secret method unique to the name Kians. The dragon model slowly moved, a glimmer of light flashed in its eyes, and it disappeared instantly. The dragon has been resurrected. You can collect dragon balls and make wishes again in a year. Kakarot, find the cat fairy and come to the heaven. Ford nodded to the god and sent a message to Sun Wukong in the lower world. This is Uncle Ford's voice. Ha ha ha, Grandpa came and Krillin are saved. Sun Wukong laughed. Yamcha, Shenlong has resurrected. Remember to collect the dragon balls in a year. I'm going to a place. Sun Wukong exhaled lightly and spoke to Yamcha beside him. Wukong, I'm going to practice first. If we meet again next time, I won't be weaker than you again. Tien Shinyan smiled and waved away. Yakirobe, let's go back to Talon Tower. Sun Wukong turned his head and looked at the fat man next to him. Hey, I really owe you. The fat man nodded helplessly, carried the seriously injured Sun Wukong on his back, and rushed to Karin Tower. Did those heroes win? Have they left? After Sun Wukong and others left for a long time, the dog-headed king dared to come back with a group of ministers. It must be that hero, that child. The king couldn't help muttering as he thought about the picture taken by the drone. King, what should we do about this? A minister asked. This, suppress. Before the dog-headed man finished speaking, Fortes appeared in front of them in an instant. Hee, you say suppress the merits of our children? Fool the people? You are not a good guy either. Fortes touched his chin and looked at the dog-headed man in front of him. In the original work, after the incident of Piccolo, the invasion of science and other martial arts, countless people actually believed in Satan until the Cell period and the Majin Buu period. Satan enjoys wealth and glory, but the real hero has problems with food and clothing. Maybe Kakarot doesn't care, but the bystanders who know the truth are also very suffocating. And all this is inseparable from this good king who knows the truth but suppresses it. Looking at the person in front of him slowly appearing a Qigong wave like Piccolo in his hand, the dog-headed man realized that this person would really kill him. Chapter 56. Please spare my life, sir. If you have any request, just ask. I will do my best to satisfy you. The dog-headed king looked horrified and suddenly fell to the ground. Fortes put away the Qigong in his hand with disdain. Humph, they don't bother to pay attention to you, but I can't just watch. We don't bother to care about the Earth's affairs, but you can handle the rest. Haha, if. Fortes sneered and disappeared. After Fortes left for a long time, the dog-headed king and many ministers stood up tremblingly. King! King, then! Another minister trembled and said. What else do you want to do? Report everything honestly. Don't have any more tricks. The dog-headed king shuddered and said sternly. As for what happened here, Fortes didn't care anymore. Bardock was in the heaven, and he couldn't help but touch his chin when he saw SAIYAN leaving alone. What a good seedling! And that little fat guy! Haha, I like it, I'm moved. Fortes suddenly appeared beside Bardock and laughed. Haha, Your Majesty, it's true. Bardock nodded. 3 years, it seems a bit boring to rely on these two little guys. SAIYAN and the others are still working hard. Then you go and teach them. Fortes said. Haha, okay. Bardock has already thought of how to shock his little son. After Bardock finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Hey, this Earth is fun, but I still have to deal with the matter of planet Shadera. Fortes sighed softly, remembering his identity. Oh? Is this Eastern Galaxy so lively? Fortes grinned, first found the breath of King Vegeta, and instantly appeared in front of him. Your Majesty! You're back! Seeing Fortes suddenly appear, King Vegeta was startled at first, then he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Fortes with a smile on his face. Oh? What's wrong? You seem so nervous. Fortes felt King Vegeta's tense nerves and couldn't help asking. It's still the East Galaxy. Frieza and Gula, those two guys, although they didn't move themselves, their subordinates went to the East Galaxy to make trouble. King Vegeta said helplessly. How did you deal with it? Fortes nodded and asked seriously. Some of the tribesmen who have learned to survive and merge in the universe continue to take on the tasks issued by the Galactic Patrol, and some of them specifically go to the East Galaxy to make trouble. King Vegeta said helplessly. As for those with a combat power of more than 1 million, they are all stationed in the South Galaxy. Now they just pay attention to the situation of the tribesmen in other galaxies all day long. King Vegeta continued. Fortes nodded gently. Yes, you have worked hard for so long. By the way, little Vegeta and the others should be unable to bear the loneliness and run to the East Galaxy. King Vegeta nodded. Yes, their combat experience has also increased greatly under my training. I even suspect that they have learned to control their breath and are confusing Frieza and others. Ha ha ha, it should be. Fortes nodded with a smile. In the original book, Vegeta slowly learned to control his breath after coming to Earth once, not to mention that King Vegeta and Bardock educated them from time to time. Prince Vegeta, don't run. I heard that you are the second combat force under King Frieza besides the Jinya force. In the East Galaxy, Vegeta and his group fled in a panic. The 3 members of the Gurren Mecha unit behind them were slowly chasing them. It can be seen that they did not use their full strength, but just looked down like playing with insects. The weakest of the 3 has a combat power of 180,000, and the captain, Zaviza, has a combat power of 300,000. No one in the Frieza Corps can do anything to the 3 of them except Frieza. Damn it! Vegeta, I can't stand it. Raditz ran forward, gritting his teeth while listening to the sarcasm above. You have to endure it even if you can't. Vegeta was also full of anger, gritting his teeth. Naruto, who has the weakest combat power, also had a red face. If it weren't for Vegeta's order, he would have fought the other party directly. Haven't you heard about the Saiyans? It seems that they are Saiyans from the planet Shadera. How come I haven't seen them before? Although the 3 were angry, they ran calmly. Bang! The 3 people chasing in the sky suddenly shot out a Qigong wave, and the combat power detector beside Vegeta's ear shattered instantly. Vegeta was slightly stunned, anger flashed across his face, and he wanted to turn around and fight the other party, but was quickly stopped by Raditz and Naruto. 2 more energy waves came, and the combat power detectors on Raditz and Naruto's faces also shattered, and the fragments slid across the side faces of the three people. I heard that your combat power detectors are monitored. Haha, destroy your combat power detectors in advance. If you encounter any accidents, it has nothing to do with us, ha ha ha. The Gula Mecha troops in the sky looked at each other and sneered. Oh? You mean your combat power detectors are not monitored? Vegeta snorted coldly and asked insidiously. Haha, of course, our king will not always monitor us. The three people above have not realized that the situation seems to be reversed, and they still sneered. Haha, you said it earlier, if you said it earlier, we would have stopped earlier. Vegeta and the other two looked at each other, and a hint of teasing flashed across their faces, and they stopped suddenly. Looking at the three people who stopped below, the Gula Mecha troops were slightly stunned, and they didn't react for a while, and then they looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha, you bugs know that you can't escape, so you give up struggling. Shaviza laughed and slowly landed. Tisk tisk, who is the bug is still uncertain. Vegeta sneered, suddenly jumped up, rushed forward, punched Shaviza on the head and slammed him to the ground. Raditz also chuckled, no longer concealed, and appeared above the second strong man of the Gula Mecha Corps, clasped his hands and smashed down hard. Although Naki's combat power was a little weaker than the weakest one of the opponent, with the efforts of Vegeta and Raditz, the remaining one could not help but stand there. Naki took the opportunity to sneak attack and also knocked him to the ground. What? How is it possible? Shaviza coughed up a mouthful of blood and stared blankly at the three people in the air. You actually hid your combat power. Gray widened his eyes in disbelief. Nez couldn't accept it for a while and stared blankly at the top. The three people adjusted the combat power detector almost at the same time, wanting to know the combat power of the three people in the air. Chapter 57. Het, you know we can control our breath, but you still do such stupid things. Naku couldn't help but sneer. But since you are willing, I will show you. Naku said, and suddenly released all his breath. 150,000. Shaviza and Gray couldn't help but look at Nez with a combat power of 180,000. Nez blushed and stammered. Raditz also chuckled, and his combat power of 250,000 firmly attracted Gray's attention. No wonder. Gray sighed lightly, he only had 200,000 combat power. Vegeta also snorted coldly, and his aura was no longer concealed. What? There is a full 350,000 combat power. How is this possible? You are obviously just a little Saiyan. Shaviza's heart was cold, and he couldn't help shouting. Hehe, you should already know what's going on. Vegeta sneered and rushed up first. Great. King. It's bad. The three members of Gula's Mecha unit have all disappeared. Gula was still tasting the red wine in his hand when several people appeared behind him and shouted in panic. Gula put down the red wine in his hand gracefully, turned around and pointed a laser. Ah! Only one of the people who came in to report the news was left in an instant. I told you not to make a fuss. Look, you lost your life. You, tell me, what happened? Gula asked softly while sitting on a chair. The only remaining person said tremblingly, Great. King, the combat effectiveness and life breath of Shaviza and others have all disappeared. You mean, they are dead? Gula said expressionlessly. According to the situation, it seems to be so. The only remaining person nodded tremblingly. Gula tapped the chair with his index finger for a long time before he continued, Look for the detector in their combat power detector and see what happened to them in the end. Yes, my king. The man nodded and left the room as if he was shocked. Gula was still tapping the chair while thinking, with a combat power of 300,000, I'm afraid no one can kill them except Frieza himself. My king, it's out. Several technicians played the last voice of Shaviza and others to Gula. Oh? Science? Interesting, it seems that there are some scions from the planet Shadala recently. The 3 scions under Frisia seem to be rebellious. Gula frowned and said, "My king, what should we do now?" The people below looked at each other and asked with a stiff upper lip. "Haha, send this message to my brother and see his reaction. Then, our Gula corps will hunt down these 3 scions." Gula touched his chin and ordered. "What? Vegeta and the others have such high combat power under your surveillance?" Frisia suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand and looked at the person who reported it sinisterly. "Please spare us, my king. We don't know how Vegeta and the others learned to control their combat power." The people below knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Frisia looked relaxed and chuckled as he looked down. Dodoria and Sabo, who knew him well, looked tense. They all saw that Frisia was in a very bad mood at this time. "My king, don't be angry for these rubbish. Besides, we didn't expect that Vegeta and the others would learn such skills." Dodoria and Sabo hurried forward to persuade him. Frisia pondered for a moment and nodded gently. "Oh, you are right. It is this king who is affected. Now issue an order to find Vegeta and the others and report as soon as possible." Frisia sneered and waved his hands casually at the people below. The people below were shocked and quickly stood up and retreated. Suddenly, several lasers shot at them, and they all struggled to death. Dodoria and Sabo dared not say much, and stood quietly behind Frisia, watching Frisia easily harvest the lives of the people below. "Vegeta is very patient," Frisia muttered as he looked outside the universe. "Not good." "Vegeta, Raditz, Frisia, and the Cooler Army are all trying their best to find us." Naruto, who had been trying to find out the news, came back with an ugly face. Vegeta and Raditz looked at each other with an ugly face. "It's better to be quiet now, don't get caught by them." "Your Majesty, King Vegeta, we have learned that Prince Vegeta, Raditz and Naruto are being wanted by Frisia and Cooler. Do we need to do anything?" King Sina walked slowly, and he had long been accustomed to Ford's elusiveness. Ford turned his head to look at King Vegeta, shrugged and said, "Your son, you look, if you want to save them, then save them." King Vegeta frowned and pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head. "King Sina, can you detect the safety of the 3 little guys?" King Sina shook his head. "If they carry combat power detectors with them or do not conceal their breath, it is still possible, but in this way, they may be detected by others. So the 3 of them should not choose this. Similarly, we cannot know their safety." King Sina frowned and said. King Sina and Fortes both looked at King Vegeta, and King Vegeta took a long breath. "In this case, let's leave them outside." Fortes nodded gently. He could understand King Vegeta's feelings, and King Sina also nodded with a serious expression. "Hey, Your Majesty, I will go to find Naba and Bardock. I want to discuss with them. They should also have the right to know." A glimmer of tears flashed in King Vegeta's eyes. If they were caught by Frisia or Cooler, Vegeta and the others would really die, so King Vegeta made this decision with a heavy heart. "Go ahead, discuss it. If anyone is afraid that their offspring will die, I will take action to bring him back." Fords nodded and said to King Vegeta, who turned around. "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty." King Vegeta turned around and saluted and left in a hurry. "Is that so, Naba, what do you think?" Bardock, who was brought back by King Vegeta with teleportation, already knew everything and turned his head to look at Naba, who was frowning on the side. "King Vegeta, King Bardock, to be honest, Naba's strength is the weakest. I am a little worried, but King Vegeta can make up his mind. I am willing to believe them, and when they return, they will definitely be extraordinary." A trace of determination flashed in Naba's eyes. Bardock chuckled and nodded. "Since you all agree, then my eldest son of Bardock cannot be an exception." The 3 people who were hiding everywhere, who thought they had no background, were sold for a good price by their own fathers without knowing it. Chapter 58. "Oh, right. I recently found some good seedlings on earth. Do you want to go and have a look? Bardak's eyes lit up when he thought of Tian Xinyan and the others. King Vegeta knew Bardak's character. If he said it was a good seedling, it must be a real good seedling. This. I do have some ideas, but Shadera can't do without me. You also know that His Majesty is a pure hands-off boss. King Vegeta shrugged helplessly. Naba nodded with interest. I'll go and have a look. Bardock looked at the tangled King Vegeta and coughed lightly. Tell King Sina and the others, let's go directly. After all, this is His Majesty's territory. He can't be unfamiliar with his own chassis. The three looked at each other, a smile flashed in their eyes, and hurried to find King Sina. What? You all leave? What about Shadera? King Sina's face was full of black lines. Don't worry, there's still His Majesty. Okay, we'll go. King Vegeta hasn't been out for a long time, so let's just give him a holiday. Bardock waved his hand and pulled Naba away instantly. King Vegeta also chuckled and followed Bardock to move to the earth instantly. That's the thing. King Sina covered his head helplessly and came to Fortes. Fortes was slightly stunned, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, it seems that I really squeezed too hard. Fortes didn't care, turned his head and looked at King Sina. Then I will stay in the Shadera planet during this time. King Sina nodded. He was extremely confident in Fortes's combat power, and even the idea of worrying about Frisia and Cooler's attack disappeared instantly. By the way, Your Majesty, it's been so long, and our Shadera planet still hasn't had a little prince born. Isn't it a bit bad? King Sina scratched his head and reminded. Okay, don't worry about this problem. With my current cultivation, it doesn't matter whether I live or die. Fortes waved his hand helplessly. Your Majesty, only with the little prince can we all feel relieved on Shadela planet. King Sina said firmly. Okay, I know. It's not easy for me to have children at my current level. Don't worry. Fortes explained seriously. Okay, Your Majesty, just know it. King Sina saw that Fortes really listened and said no more, and left slowly. Look at that little bald guy. He should be resurrected in less than a year. During this time, you can enjoy the delicacies of the earth. Bardock introduced to Naba. Look below, the little fat guy next to the cat fairy, except that he looks a little timid, everything else is good. Do you want to teach him? Bardock pointed to Yajirobe below and said. Yes, then I will teach him. King Vegeta looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. After Fortes's reminder and the role of Senzu beans at the critical moment, the cat immortal also realized the great role of Senzu beans and did not allow Yajirobe to waste them. Okay, I have already found my target, so I will go first. Bardock said and disappeared on the spot. Who are you? In the primeval forest, Tian Xinyan was shocked when he saw Bardock suddenly appearing, and asked hurriedly. Hello, Tian Xinyan, I am Kakarot's father, that is, the father of Sun Wukong in your mouth. I see that you have good talent and want to teach you personally. Are you willing? Bardock nodded slightly and explained to Tian Xinyan, while his aura slowly increased. What? Such a powerful force! Tian Xinyan looked at Bardock in front of him in shock, and the crab heads of the father and son were exactly the same, so there was no need to doubt their identity. Please train me, I want to become stronger. Tian Xinyan's eyes condensed, and he bowed respectfully to Bardock. Haha, your will has been recognized by me. From now on, you are my disciple. Bardock laughed loudly. From now on, Tian Xinyan's fate will change. Yajirobe, I want to take you as my disciple and help you become stronger. King Vegeta not only listened to what Bardock said, but also learned everything about Yajirobe from the gods, and nodded with satisfaction. Ah! Me! Yajirobe was slightly stunned and pointed at himself. That's right, from now on, we have to start training. We can't be weaker than that guy Bardock. King Vegeta said softly. No, I don't want it, I don't want to train, I want to be here. Yajirobe shook his head frantically. Looking at the reaction of the little fat man in front of him, even King Vegeta was stunned, and his breath was a little unstable. Feeling the breath that King Vegeta inadvertently revealed, Yajirobe's whole body froze, and he could only nod helplessly. Okay, Master, I'll listen to you. Looking at Yajirobe, who seemed to be resisting a lot of psychological pressure in front of him, King Vegeta couldn't help but panic. This guy won't play me. King Vegeta couldn't help thinking in his heart. Forget it, it's already like this, let's see what this guy can achieve. King Vegeta accepted his fate, holding Yajirobe in one hand and nodded slightly to the cat fairy, and then looked for a good place to practice. This earth is really good, those people in the logistics department just didn't learn the skills finally. Naba sighed while walking on the street and tasting the earth's delicacies. Captain, I heard that Vegeta and his team's combat effectiveness is far superior to ours. The remaining 3 people said to Jinyu. Well, if the news is true, it's no wonder they are unwilling to join us. Jinyu nodded with a gloomy face. Captain, what if you change their bodies? The 3 continued to give advice. That's a good idea, but there are 3 people on the other side. I will exchange one, and you can barely contain one. If the other person attacks, we will be dead. Jinyu shook his head and rejected this idea. Okay, don't say more. They haven't betrayed King Frieza yet. King Frieza said that he just found their traces. Maybe we can absorb them. Jinyu touched his chin and said. But, if they join us, the appearance action that I designed with great difficulty for the 4 of us will have to be changed again. Jinyu couldn't help shaking his head with a headache. The remaining 3 looked at each other and quickly advised, Captain, don't be discouraged. You are the soul of our team. I have to trouble the captain to bear more. Chapter 59. Let's find them first. Jinyu shook his head and said. Frieza and Gula also came to the East Galaxy in tacit understanding. Oh? My good brother, why are you here with your father instead of staying in your North Galaxy? Gula stood in the universe and looked at Frieza in the baby carriage in front of him. Oh, Gula, my father has been missing for so long, of course I am anxious, I came here to find clues. A trace of coldness flashed in Frieza's eyes. You are worthy of being my good brother, you think the same as me. Gula chuckled. By the way, I know that my father should have gone to the South Galaxy in the end, and the Saiyans in the South Galaxy seem to be very famous recently. Don't you want to go and see it? Gula reminded with a bad intention. Hey, what do I want to see? Frieza snorted coldly. You had a group of Saiyans under your command back then. The inexplicably strong man who appeared on planet Vegeta, even now there are 3 Saiyans who have killed my favorite warrior. Gula laughed sinisterly. Frieza's face darkened. He didn't dare to go to the South Galaxy, and Gula didn't dare to go to the South Galaxy either. If everything was just the 2 of them thinking too much, it would be fine, but I'm afraid that there are really strong people stronger than them in the South Galaxy, and there may even be Super Saiyans that have been circulating in planet Vegeta for a long time. I'm not that interested. If you are interested, I can help you. Frieza shook his head disdainfully. Looking at Frieza who didn't take the bait, Gula chuckled regretfully. Forget it, quickly find your Saiyans and see what's going on. Gula shook his head, turned around and left to return to his spaceship. Frieza looked ugly, and he admitted that he was indeed a little afraid of Saiyans. How is it, our Saiyans have achieved good results, right? FORTES looked at the Galaxy King on the screen and said with a smile. The Galaxy King nodded flatteringly, thank you, Saiyan King, for your contribution to the peace of our universe. Nowadays, there is almost no crime in the Southern Galaxy, and the other 3 galaxies also have Saiyans going on missions from time to time. The restoration of peace in the universe is just around the corner. The Galaxy King rubbed his two tentacles excitedly. I would also like to trouble the Galaxy King to pay attention to my people on weekdays. FORTES nodded without comment. Of course, Emperor FORTES, don't worry. The Galaxy King nodded repeatedly. Jack did a good job on this matter. The screen in front of him went black, and the Galaxy King couldn't help but exclaimed. Your Majesty, this senzu beans have some results. Lucia brought a few people from the Green Plant clan to FORTES. Oh? How is it? FORTES looked at the people in front of him with interest. With all our technical research, we can't develop all the effects of senzu beans, but the senzu beans we developed can meet the food needs of a day and restore a small amount of physical strength and injuries. Lucia and the others looked at each other and stepped forward to speak. In other words, it is a weakened senzu bean? The effect is worse than the original senzu bean. FORTES touched his chin and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, we have tried our best, but it seems that we are lacking some elements and we can't reach the best level. Lucia said her guess. Forget it, no problem. Give each of you 10 of the things you developed, and prepare them for those who are going out to perform tasks. FORTES nodded and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Lucia immediately left with several people from the Green Plant clan. Senzu beans? Forget it, it's not very scarce now. It's not bad to have the castrated version of senzu beans made by Lucia and others. FORTES murmured. By the way, King Sina, come here. FORTES ordered the machine beside him. King Sina hurriedly stood in front of FORTES. Your Majesty, what's wrong? What do you want me to do? FORTES took out a spirit tree fruit from his pocket and threw it to King Sina. Eat it and digest it with your mental power as much as possible. Although King Sina did not understand what FORTES meant, he still stuffed the spirit tree fruit directly into his mouth. This is it. King Sina instantly understood FORTES' instructions and hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to digest it. After a long time, King Sina got up from the ground, and his aura around him could not help but increase a little. Thank you, Your Majesty. King Sina looked at himself in the mirror, who looked much younger, and immediately saluted to FORTES excitedly. No problem, okay, go down and do your thing. FORTES waved his hand and ignored King Sina. FORTES, who got the spirit tree fruit, has been using the spirit tree fruit to exercise his spirit recently. Power. After 10 years of accumulation, with the addition of rare treasures, FORTES' cultivation progress has been rapid. Time passed slowly, and the 3-year period has come. Ah! Your Majesty, you are leaving again. King Sina looked at FORTES, who gave him instructions, and said with a wry smile. This time there are exciting things. Okay, I won't say more to you. If there is any emergency, just call me. I'm leaving first. FORTES grinned and disappeared on the spot. King Sina covered his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Why is this Majesty so disobedient? Hey, I'm back. FORTES suddenly appeared beside the gods. How are you doing? The gods who were watching the lower world turned their heads and looked at FORTES. No big deal, where are you now? FORTES waved his hand and asked. Goku and Piccolo just left the heavens. Tien Shinyan, Yajirobe, and Krillin have also received good training. I'm afraid this martial arts tournament will be very exciting. The gods' eyes also had a hint of expectation. Haha, let's wait and see. FORTES also turned his head and looked down. In the past 3 years, Naba not only taught Krillin, but also successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan with the help, abuse, of Bardock and King Vegeta. Who do you think will be the champion this time? Bardock looked at the group of people who went to register from a distance and asked the 2 people around him. I trained Yajirobe very well. Although King Vegeta did not say it clearly, they also saw his confidence in Yajirobe. Krillin is also very hard-working. Naba touched his chin and nodded. What? You said you are Gaku. Bulma and others couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the taller Son Goku. He does look exactly like Goku when he was a kid. Yamcha said as he got closer. No, wait. Are you Yajirobe, this muscular man? Even Sun Wukong couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Yajirobe. Chapter 60. Humph, Goku, I haven't fallen behind in my training in these years. A trace of helplessness flashed in Yajirobe's eyes. That's great, I'm already excited. Sun Wukong smiled. Are you all here? Tien Shinyan's voice slowly sounded. Tien Shinyan. It seems that you have also been working hard in these years. Sun Wukong spoke excitedly when he felt Tien Shinyan's aura. Of course, I have gained a lot. Tien Shinyan was stunned when he saw that Sun Wukong had the same face as his father, and nodded. How can I be missing? Krillin suddenly appeared beside them, smiling and patting Sun Wukong. Krillin. Haha, it seems that this world's first martial arts conference is really interesting. By the way, there is a very interesting guy here. You will definitely be surprised when you see him. Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo with his arms folded in the distance and chuckled. Sun Wukong, we finally meet again. A girl's voice came, and everyone turned their heads to look. It was a young and beautiful girl. Ah? That, who are you? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, scratching his head and asked in confusion. What? You don't recognize me? The girl was stunned for a moment, and walked to the side with tears in her eyes. Looking at the girl leaving, everyone around looked at Sun Wukong in surprise. You actually know such a beautiful woman? Krillin couldn't help but said loudly. But I really don't know her. Sun Wukong looked innocent. Several people around wanted to say something else, but suddenly a huge voice came. Dear contestants, the competition is about to begin, please enter the venue in an orderly manner. Let's go. Hearing the sound of the horn, a group of people walked into the house together. You are Tien Shinyan. Yes, contestant, go in. No. Tien Shinyan? One of the people who fought bravely against Piccolo a few years ago. The staff member's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at Tien Shinyan. You are Son Goku? What a good name, the same name as the one who defeated Piccolo before. The staff member checked the list again and said. Ha! Ha ha, yes. Son Goku smiled awkwardly and walked in scratching his head. A moment later, a cry of surprise rang out, wait. No. That should be the hero who defeated Piccolo. The staff member held his head with regret on his face. Suddenly, a man in black walked up to him, and the staff member quickly recovered his mood. What's your name? Pico. Piccolo said lightly. Pico. I found it. Okay, you go in. It's really strange, how can there be someone with the same name as Piccolo? The staff member couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Piccolo's ears moved slightly, and when he heard the staff's words, his face twitched and he snorted coldly and continued to walk inside. Hey, Bardock, look at that girl, look at your son's eyes, the original joy has all turned into resentment. King Vegeta and Nappa pushed Bardock and teased. Yes, my son already has a girlfriend at a young age. As a father, I am really worried that he will make a mistake. Bardock nodded seriously and said. Looking at Bardock's serious expression, King Vegeta and Nappa looked at each other, and they felt uncomfortable as if someone was shitting next to them while eating. Humph, don't be complacent, your eldest son doesn't have one yet. King Vegeta and Nappa snorted lightly. Yes, I still have to accompany Prince Vegeta and Nappa. Bardock nodded. Speaking of this, a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the three people, but then they dispersed. At most, they could make a wish to the Dragon Ball. After Ford's warning, the dog-headed king did not dare to have any more tricks. Martial arts on Earth actually had a brilliant omen. There were countless candidates participating in this martial arts competition, and even the audience seats were 5 or 6 times larger than in previous years. There were still many people who had no place and could only look at the big screen above. "Mr. Wu Tian, don't you want to go on stage?" Bulma looked at Master Kame on the side. "No, they have all grown up and have surpassed me." Master Kame shook his head gently, and a trace of white light flashed in the sunglasses he was wearing in front of him. Speaking of Bulma, with Ford's relationship, she did not have some messy feelings, nor was she taken advantage of by the indescribable old grandfather. "Hey, what does brother-in-law mean? He doesn't allow me to fall in love. I really want to have a vigorous love with the down-and-out prince." Bulma couldn't help but complain. Sun Wukong and others easily, that is, he has solved the preliminary round and entered the quarterfinals. In the first game, this player is the hero who solved Piccolo back then, Sun Wukong. The host stood beside Sun Wukong with a microphone in hand and introduced excitedly. "What? He is Sun Wukong. Come on, great hero. Come on, Sun Wukong." With just a few words from the host, Sun Wukong was recognized by all the people on Earth, and countless people cheered to support this hero who saved the Earth. "Please calm down and look forward to the battle between the two players," the host said quickly. Fortunately, the audience was also reasonable and gradually quieted down. "Unforgivable. Sun Wukong, I will never forgive you." Kikai stared at Sun Wukong and frowned. "Oh? I still don't understand, did you mistake me for someone else?" Sun Wukong raised his hand and pointed at himself. "Absolutely not wrong. You are Sun Wukong, right?" Kikai shouted. "Who is that woman?" Krillin and Yajirobe were watching the scene from behind and asked curiously. "It's really worrying. What are these two people talking about on the field if they don't play?" Lan Chi and Kame Xianren in the audience couldn't help but ask. "Is it someone they know?" Bulma touched her chin and guessed. "But looking at this atmosphere, it seems that there is some deep hatred." The fat pig Wulong guessed with his arms around his chest. "Are you all ready? Please start." The host couldn't help but say as he looked at the two people who were hesitant to move. Chi rushed towards Sun Wukong in an instant, and continued to hit Sun Wukong with his hands and feet. Sun Wukong dodged easily and asked in confusion, "Have I really met you before?" Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Chi became even angrier, and her hand skills also accelerated, but Sun Wukong easily dodged them all. After dodging Chi Kai's flying kick again, Sun Wukong quickly retreated a distance. Chapter 61. Really? When? Sun Wukong continued to ask. Hearing what Sun Wukong said, Kikai rushed forward with an angry face and spoke. "It's because you forgot everything that I'm angry." Sun Wukong hurriedly dodged Kikai's attack. "You don't understand the hearts of us girls. We have been waiting for you," Kikai said while attacking. Sure enough, Wukong really knows that girl. Krillin and others watched the two talking about love on the court with cold sweat on their faces. "You said you were waiting for me? What are you waiting for me for?" Sun Wukong asked blankly while confronting Kikai. "What's going on?" Even the host who listened to the grievances between the two couldn't help but speak. "You even forgot the agreement. Didn't you?" Kikai roared and hit Sun Wukong. "Agreement? It means the two of us." Sun Wukong jumped into the air. "That's right." Kikai also jumped up and chased Sun Wukong and started fighting. "Although I don't know what happened to them, that girl is still quite powerful, and her moves have the shadow of the Kame style." Kame looked up at the two people fighting in the air and commented. Sun Wukong and Chi slowly landed on the ground while fighting. "What did I agree with you? Tell me." Sun Wukong still stared at Chi blankly. "You can't remember it no matter what? Then I'll tell you." Chi closed her eyes and suppressed her anger. "You once promised me that when I grow up, you will marry me as a bride. Chi-Chi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sun Wukong. Hey! Came and his group below all opened their eyes in shock. Ah! Bride! Krillin and the others couldn't help but open their mouths and stared blankly at the two people in the field. Puff! Bardock, King Vegeta and Nappa couldn't help but spit it out. You, son, you are really good. King Vegeta stared at Sun Wukong blankly. Bardock heard King Vegeta's ridicule, snorted coldly, and punched him. The expression on Sun Wukong's face also showed a slight reaction. Hey, it seems that you finally remembered it. Chi-Chi snorted lightly, holding the hand knife state with both hands, facing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked at the few people watching the excitement. Ah! Krillin, what is a bride? Tell me quickly. Ah! When Sun Wukong said this, everyone who was paying attention here except the gods and FORTES couldn't help but be stunned. You idiot! It means that you two are going to get married. Krillin couldn't help shouting loudly. It means that you two are going to get married, and then live together forever. Yajirobe continued. You guy, when did you get engaged to such a cute girl? It's so despicable, I didn't even know. Krillin couldn't help but sighed with complaint. Live together? With you? Did I promise this kind of thing? Sun Wukong also barely reacted and looked at Chi-Chi. Who are you? Please, tell me quickly. Sun Wukong asked, scratching his head. Humph, I really can't do anything with you. If you beat me, I'll tell you. Kikai said as she took a fighting stance. Really? That's great. Sun Wukong grinned, raised his right hand, and gently pushed it out, and a strong wind came. Although Kikai was prepared, she was still swept off the ring by the strong wind. It hurts. Kikai couldn't help but hold her head and said. Are you okay? Sun Wukong squatted on the edge of the ring, looking at Kikai in front of him. It hurts, it's amazing, you are so powerful now? You are worthy of being the man I chose to be my husband. Kikai said as she stood up. What's your name? Sun Wukong continued to ask. Humph, you still can't remember, I am the daughter of Bull Demon King, Kikai. Kikai. Sun Wukong stared and said in surprise. I remember. I said it. I really said it. I said I would marry you as my bride. Sun Wukong nodded quickly as a memory flashed in his eyes. You finally remembered. Kikai couldn't help but sigh. I always thought that the bride was something delicious. Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Delicious food, then, what about the promise? Kikai asked softly with tears in her eyes. But it doesn't matter, since I promised you. Sun Wukong nodded with his hands folded across his chest. Then he walked up to Kikai and said seriously, then let's get married. Kikai's tears disappeared instantly, and joy appeared on her face instantly. Okay. The conversation between the two had already ended. The megaphone has been used to make it known to everyone. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong had completed his engagement with Chi-Chi, the host also said at the right time. Good. Everyone began to cheer loudly for the hero who saved the earth. However, Kame Sennin and others, Krillin and others couldn't help but stare in amazement. Bardock and the other three in the distance also stared at this scene in amazement. This, your son, is really amazing. King Vegeta didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. Yes, yes. Bardock didn't care, he was also stunned. Chi-Chi walked up and took Sun Wukong's arm. Sun Wukong twisted his body awkwardly, but Chi-Chi held Sun Wukong tightly. Haha, cheer for our hero, who has completed a major event in life. The host shouted hurriedly. The atmosphere of the whole audience instantly took off, and Krillin and others also applauded with smiles on their faces, feeling happy for Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong didn't understand the meaning, he still covered the back of his head and laughed as he took Chi-Chi away. When the audience's cheers for Sun Wukong gradually died down, the host quickly seized the opportunity. Please welcome the next two contestants, Tian Xinyan and Krillin. Bardock and the other two looked at each other, and took the two away in an instant while Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi were leaving the stage. Ah, who are you? Chi-Chi was shocked by the scene that changed instantly, and was slightly stunned by Bardock's and Sun Wukong's identical faces. Little girl, I am Kakarote's father. Bardock nodded to Chi-Chi kindly, and he became more and more satisfied the more he looked. Kakarote! Chi-Chi exclaimed. Hee, that's me. Sun Wukong scratched his head and grinned. Take them to heaven. Ford's voice sounded. Several people looked at each other and nodded slightly. Bardock came forward to take Son Goku and Chi-Chi, and King Vegeta took Nappa. Several people disappeared in an instant. Because the author has something to say, the number of words is limited, so I will write a little in the text. I hope brothers will forgive me. Brothers, I know that some people may want Goku and Bulma to be together. To be honest, if I were a reader, I would also think so. Chapter 62. The gods, Forts and Jin were all in heaven, and Bardock and the others appeared in front of them in an instant. Good boy. Forts stepped forward and patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder. You are Uncle Forts. Sun Wukong laughed and said. Humph, call him your majesty. Bardock snorted. Forget it. Forts smiled and waved his hand. Introduce them to the little girl. Forts nodded gently at Sun Wukong. Okay, Shishi, this is Uncle Forts, very strong, this is my mother, and this is the gods. You are surprised, right? When I first saw the gods, I thought it was the resurrection of the great devil Piccolo. Sun Wukong took Shishi to meet them one by one. Shishi also greeted them one by one with a red face. Good boy, but it's still a bit hasty. After your conference is over, find a special time and hold a wedding properly. Forts touched his chin and said softly. Jinna and Bardock also nodded repeatedly. Chi-Chi blushed and lowered her head, while Sun Wukong touched his head and said carelessly, haha, good. Boom. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Tian Xinyan and Krillin who started the battle. Both of them stood on the edge of the ring, and from time to time they tried to move forward and exchanged positions, but it was just the simplest test, and the ring had been damaged repeatedly. So amazing! As expected of the man who participated in the battle with Piccolo, I heard that Krillin was also a disciple of Master Wu Tian with Sun Wukong, and his achievements in the previous sessions should not be underestimated. Some viewers couldn't help but sigh. Krillin, this death has given you a different understanding. Tian Xinyan felt that Krillin's strength was not inferior to his own and couldn't help but nodded. Tian Xinyan, you are not bad either. It seems that you have not slacked off in these years. Krillin raised his hands and looked at Tian Xinyan seriously. Suddenly, the two disappeared at the same time. There were bursts of explosions in the air. With the ring as the center, a strong hurricane broke out and hit the audience. Not good. Yajirobe and Piccolo couldn't help but exclaimed. They attacked at the same time, standing above the audience, blocking the aftermath of Tian Xinyan and Krillin. The audience looked at the coming aftermath with panic, but it was soon dissipated, and everyone soon noticed Piccolo and Yajirobe above. Haha, thank you too. The audience shouted. Yajirobe couldn't help but curl his lips and didn't say much. Piccolo, who was in a black robe, also looked at the two people fighting in front of him expressionlessly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously. Seeing that Yajirobe and a familiar but unknown black-robed man were covering for the two, Tian Xinyan and Krillin also breathed a sigh of relief and stopped holding back. Krillin punched Tian Xinyan in the abdomen. Tian Xinyan suddenly vomited stomach acid, and at the same time raised his foot to kick Krillin in the waist. Krillin was thrown to the ground. Tian Xinyan also landed in a mess, holding his stomach. Many people in the audience did not see the fight between the two. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, and they saw the situation between the two people became like this. What's going on? In the audience, there was silence, and someone said blankly. Tian Xinyan and Krillin just performed very fast, which is difficult for ordinary people to observe with the naked eye. The two just fought for several moves and were evenly matched, until Krillin got angry and hit Tian Xinyan in the abdomen with a heavy blow. Tian Xinyan also kicked Krillin away at the right time, and both of them were injured. The voice of Kame's explanation slowly sounded. So that's it. So powerful. Everyone in the audience nodded blankly, looking at the two people above with fanaticism in their eyes, and shouted even more crazily. Krillin coughed lightly and struggled to stand up from the ruins. The two men shook their bodies, their eyes full of strong fighting spirit. Krillin took a deep breath, no longer caring about the injuries on his body, gritted his teeth and rushed straight towards Tian Xinyan. Just when Krillin was about to make contact with Tian Xinyan clenched his fists and put them on his waist and whispered, "Four-body fist." What? Krillin's pupils shrank, and he saw Tian Xinyan, who was about to make contact, disappeared instantly. Krillin stopped suddenly and was directly surrounded by four Tian Xinyan. While Krillin's old strength had just been exhausted and the new strength had not yet been generated, Tian Xinyan no longer held back, and the four clones attacked instantly, punching and kicking Krillin quickly. Even after long-term training, Krillin could not resist the attacks of the four Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan seized the opportunity, and the four attacks were launched at full force at the same time, and Krillin was hit hard on the ground. Krillin! Sun Wukong, who saw this scene in the heaven, couldn't help but exclaimed. Hey, Tian Tsuhan's power is a little stronger than Krillin, and he has lost the initiative. FORTES commented. Dad, send me back. Sun Wukong looked at Bardock on the side. Bardock nodded slightly and raised his hand to put it on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Wait. FORTES threw 5 senzu beans to Sun Wukong, take these just in case. Sun Wukong raised his hand and took it, grinning at FORTES, thanks, Uncle FORTES. Bardock put his index and middle fingers on his forehead and instantly brought Sun Wukong to the martial arts conference. Krillin! Sun Wukong ran towards Krillin and threw a senzu bean to Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan let out a long breath, released the four-body fist, raised his hand to take the senzu bean and put it into his mouth. Sun Wukong squatted down to help Krillin up, stuffed the senzu bean into Krillin's mouth, and Krillin swallowed it subconsciously. Hey, Wukong! Thank you very much. Krillin opened his eyes and saw Sun Wukong's figure. He was stunned at first, and then he understood what happened and slowly stood up. Tian Xinyan, you won, but I won't be defeated by you so easily next time. Krillin turned his head and looked at Tian Xinyan. Haha, good. Tian Xinyan nodded with a smile. It seems that our Tian Xinyan has entered the semi-finals. Let's cheer for him. The host said. The audience couldn't help holding their breath watching this wonderful battle, and only then did they let out a long breath and cheered. Next, congratulations to Piccolo for entering the semi-finals. Congratulations to Yajirobe for entering the semi-finals. Piccolo and Yajirobe certainly defeated their opponents easily. Although they were considered strong among ordinary people, passers-by are always passers-by. The host also quickly called out the results. Piccolo and Yajirobe looked at each other, and the other party was their next opponent. Now, let's invite Son Goku and Tian Xinyan to the stage. The host's simple words instantly ignited the whole audience. Chapter 63. Haha, Goku, we finally meet again. Tian Xinyan looked at Sun Wukong opposite with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Hey, Tian Xinyan, come on. Sun Wukong grinned and nodded gently. The two disappeared in an instant, and only bursts of air explosions could be heard from time to time. The two players disappeared again. Could it be that they entered high-speed movement like the battle between Tian Xinyan and Krillin? The host could only observe the stones that exploded from time to time on the ring, and couldn't help exclaiming. Very strong. Tian Xinyan said secretly. Sun Wukong's current speed was a little unclear now. The two suddenly exchanged fists and turned over to the ground at the same time. Hey, Gaku, you are really strong. Tian Xinyan's tone became more and more excited, and the third eye on his forehead was slowly released, staring at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong saw that Tian Xinyan had begun to use all his strength, and he didn't hide it anymore. He slowly shook his body and threw all the weight on his body off the ring. Boom! The weight hit the ground and a big hole appeared. This. Sun Wukong was wearing such a heavy weight during the battle. The host tried to touch the weight thrown by Sun Wukong and couldn't help but exclaimed. He couldn't even lift Sun Wukong's weight. The host refused to admit defeat and handed the microphone to the staff beside him. Under the eyes of countless audiences, he used all his strength to move it slightly, and just this little bit made the host sweat all over and couldn't help but fall to the ground. When the staff beside him helped him up, the host panted and couldn't help but say to the microphone, "This weight, ordinary adults may find it difficult to move. Is this the strength of Sun Wukong?" When the host said this, Piccolo and others didn't care. The countless audiences in the field and watching the big screen were all watching the host's actions quietly. Hearing what the host said, the whole audience started to be in an uproar instantly. The two people on the field didn't care about the opinions of others. Sun Wukong shook his head, stretched his body gently, and took a long breath. This is much easier now. Hey! Here I come, Tian Xinyan. Sun Wukong's body rushed out instantly, and Tian Xinyan looked surprised. He could see Sun Wukong's movements but couldn't effectively counterattack. Tian Xinyan was punched in the abdomen by Sun Wukong. Puff! Tian Xinyan suddenly coughed up stomach acid, knelt on one knee on the ground, and his three eyes were still injecting Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was moving quickly in the entire ring at this time. Just as Sun Wukong continued to prepare to punch, Tian Xinyan suddenly gritted his teeth, four body fist. In an instant, Tian Xinyan turned into four people, and Sun Wukong's punch was deflected. Qigong wave. Tian Xinyan seized the opportunity, and the four of them raised their palms, and the index fingers and thumbs of their hands touched each other, and a strong pressure was pressed on Sun Wukong. What? Not good. Sun Wukong was suppressed by the Qigong waves of the four Tian Xinyan. Watching Tian Xinyan's attack. Boom! A huge cloud of smoke rose. Wukong! Chi-Chi, who saw this scene in the heaven, couldn't help but exclaimed. Countless audiences in the audience couldn't help but exclaimed. And Piccolo, Yajirobe, and others all looked at the smoke below with calm faces. The people who were still worried saw Tian Xinyan still looking at the smoke with a heavy face and slowly calmed down. In a moment, the smoke dissipated, and a figure standing upright appeared. Hey! Tian Xinyan, your move is really powerful. Sun Wukong already had some injuries on his body, but it didn't affect his condition at all. Sure enough, it has no effect. Tian Xinyan smiled with relief. Tian Xinyan put away his four-body fist and defended with all his strength. Now, Gaku, use your full strength to eliminate me. Looking at Tian Xinyan's firm eyes, Sun Wukong nodded slowly, and the aura around him suddenly increased. With a hand knife, Tian Xinyan was already lying softly on the ground. Countless people in the audience watched this scene in silence for a long time, and then countless audiences suddenly roared. Tian Xinyan! Tian Xinyan! Tian Xinyan! In the heaven, FORTES turned his head and looked at Bardock. Tian Xinyan is a person who truly pursues martial arts. Bardock was slightly stunned, nodded gently, and chuckled at Tian Xinyan, who had been taken away by Son Goku in the field. Yes, I am very satisfied with this apprentice. Thank you Son Goku and Tian Xinyan for bringing us a wonderful game. Then, please welcome Piccolo and Yajirobe. The host picked up the microphone and shouted excitedly. Piccolo jumped onto the ring with a light jump, and Yajirobe also walked up with a tangled face. Feeling the strong sense of oppression emanating from the other party, a drop of cold sweat fell on Yajirobe's face. Hey! I choose to give up. I admit defeat. Yajirobe took a long breath and scratched his head. Everyone who originally looked at Yajirobe's serious expression and thought he was going to say something could not help but stagnate. Even Piccolo, his opponent, could not help but be stunned. This kid, wait until he comes back and see how I deal with him. King Vegeta's face turned black in an instant, and he snorted at Yajirobe on the screen. Bardock and others could not help but chuckle. Ah! Well, Yajirobe's request is also normal, so let us congratulate Piccolo for his successful promotion. The host was stunned at first, and then hurriedly spoke. Pika, please wait for Sun Wukong to recover his physical strength before starting the battle. The host thought for a moment and continued. No need, I have recovered. Sun Wukong's voice came, and a person appeared on the ring in an instant where Yajirobe, who had just left, was. Sun Wukong, has this day finally come? Piccolo chuckled at the Sun Wukong opposite him, and suddenly took off his black robe. What? What? Piccolo. As soon as Piccolo's face appeared, it instantly caused panic in the audience. Humph, I'm not the incarnation of evil. Piccolo snorted. Sun Wukong also hurriedly began to explain, no, he is not Piccolo, he is the child of God. Hearing the two voices, although the audience had doubts, they still believed Sun Wukong and slowly calmed down. It's finally started. Fortes took out a chair and sat on it, took out popcorn in his hand, and looked at this scene with a relaxed expression. Bardock and others looked at each other, all looking at their own majesty in a conspicuous bag with helplessness. So Bardock and others also took out a chair and sat behind Fortes, holding a glass of juice in their mouths, looking at the picture above with interest. 2 chapters a day, occasionally 3 chapters. Chapter 64. Suddenly, the sky changed drastically, a small crack appeared, and an old man walked out. The whole Dragon Ball world was shaken, including ordinary people on the life planet, gods, Hades, King Kai, Great King Kai, King of the Kings, gods of destruction, angels, high priests, and all kings. All the creatures in the Dragon Ball world saw a kind face, with a gentle smile on his face, and he was mumbling something in his mouth. Eraser, kitten, good daughter, and this world I created, all good. The old man laughed with relief, but for some reason, all the creatures in the Dragon Ball world couldn't help but shed tears from their eyes, slowly flowing down their cheeks. Hey, children, don't cry, I just came to the world I created. Children, listen carefully, do activities well, study well, play games well, eat well, rest well, live a happy and interesting life, Dragon Ball is with you. The naughty old man waved his hand with great effort, and disappeared in the Dragon Ball world with one step. I wonder where he went to play again. A wonderful wave swept across the entire Dragon Ball world. Everything that happened just now seemed to have no effect on the creatures in the Dragon Ball world. They have forgotten everything just now. Just a gentle look is constantly watching everything in the Dragon Ball world. The Dragon Ball world returned to normal again, and everyone except Fortes, including the king of all, did not find any abnormality. Hey, old man, don't worry, the world is worth it, you have encouraged many people. Fortes looked at the battle between Sun Wukong and Piccolo above, a trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and he sighed softly. Ha ha ha, then I'm relieved. A faint laughter came out. In the lower world, the host wiped away the tears that appeared for no reason, picked up the microphone and continued to speak. In this case, the finals begin. As soon as the host finished speaking, Sun Wukong and Piccolo disappeared from the spot. After a few breaths, the two appeared in each other's position. This. Before the host could ask, a strong wind suddenly appeared between the two and spread outward, and the ring was overwhelmed and suddenly burst. Sun Wukong and Piccolo looked at each other, chuckled, and the two slowly floated in the air. Sun Wukong, don't hide anymore, use your full strength. Piccolo also threw the weight on his body to the ground and said lightly. Haha, I was discovered by you. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. The two approached each other at the same time, and a punch and kick attack, Sun Wukong's fist slightly force, Piccolo came to fly higher, and a set of Prince tactics was played. Countless shock waves hit Sun Wukong, and when the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong's upper body clothes disappeared, and he was lying on the ground in ruins. It's bad, Sun Wukong has lost the initiative. The host hurriedly reported. Humph, such an attack won't knock you down, get up quickly. Piccolo snorted and shouted at Sun Wukong who was lying. The audience was all terrified. But Sun Wukong on the ring smiled and patted the stones on his body and stood up. The two looked at each other, and instantly began to gather their energy tacitly. Sun Wukong kept emitting red breath, and Piccolo also kept emitting blue breath. When the breath of the two reached the peak, they rushed to each other at the same time, interlocked their fingers, and held each other tightly. Just when the two were still evenly matched, Piccolo's eyes lit up slightly, and two lasers shot out of his eyes. Sun Wukong thought to himself that it was not good, and quickly lowered his head to avoid the attack. At the same time, he held Piccolo tightly with both hands and kicked Piccolo in the face. Piccolo was distracted, and Sun Wukong disappeared on the spot. Piccolo's eyes moved slightly, and suddenly he elbowed to the side. Sun Wukong's shadow appeared and slowly disappeared. Piccolo's eyes twitched slightly, and he thought to himself that it seemed so. Sun Wukong appeared behind Piccolo again, and hit Piccolo's head heavily with both hands. Piccolo suddenly staggered forward, and came into the air with several consecutive somersaults. Piccolo looked at Sun Wukong who was still on the ring, stretched out his hands, and gathered his energy with all his heart, and suddenly shot out a strong Qigong wave. Sun Wukong thought to himself that it was not good, and quickly used Kamehameha Chi waves with both hands to confront him. The aftermath of the confrontation between the two people actually began to spread slowly, and the ring below collapsed step by step. Seeing that it was about to spread to the audience, Yajirobe, Tian Xinyan, and Krillin quickly took action, forming a triangle to block the aftermath of the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo. Boom! The Qigong of both of them suddenly exploded, and Son Goku flew into the sky, and Piccolo's clothes were also destroyed. Ah! Ha! Piccolo suddenly shouted, his whole body trembling slightly, and Piccolo's body suddenly became larger, as tall as 3 or 4 floors. Sun Wukong suddenly jumped, and a moment later, Piccolo's huge palm slapped Sun Wukong's ear. Before Sun Wukong could get lucky, Piccolo's attack came forward again, but he would lose if he defended for a long time. After several attacks and defenses, Piccolo seized the opportunity and slapped him. Boom! Sun Wukong fell to the ground again, and before Piccolo could relax, Sun Wukong on the ground disappeared. Crack! Sun Wukong had already come to Piccolo's waist and kicked him suddenly. Piccolo couldn't control himself and twisted to the side. Sun Wukong disappeared again and kicked Piccolo's left eye. Piccolo cried out in pain and covered his left eye. Sun Wukong wanted to continue kicking Piccolo's right eye, but the laser shot from Piccolo's right eye instantly injured his knee and fell on the ring. Although Piccolo's left eye temporarily lost sight, his right eye was intact. In addition, he felt Sun Wukong's breath and stepped forward. While stepping and twisting back and forth, Sun Wukong endured the pain, grabbed Piccolo's feet with both hands, and suddenly exerted force to flip Piccolo over. While Piccolo's huge body fell to the ground, Sun Wukong hurried forward and began to counterattack. When Piccolo reacted, he quickly returned to his normal size and fought with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong suddenly shot a stream of Qigong downwards, turned around and raised his hands to rush towards Piccolo. Piccolo's 2 tentacles also discharged electricity instantly. Sun Wukong was electrocuted and his hair stood up all over his body. Piccolo was hit hard by the inertia of Sun Wukong's rush. Both of them had consumed a lot of physical strength at this time, and they stood in the air and panted at the same time. Piccolo gritted his teeth and began to gather his energy again. The powerful force made Tian Xinyan and the other two who were controlling the aftermath of the fight between the two people stunned. Son Goku looked at Piccolo with serious eyes. Ha! Piccolo suddenly shouted, and the energy wave went straight to Son Goku. Boom! A huge sound came out, and Piccolo hit it. Occasionally. Chapter 65. A cloud of smoke rose and slowly dissipated. Sun Wukong was seen blocking forward with his arms, looking up at Piccolo, with a slight smile on his lips. I blocked it. That move just now has exhausted all your energy. Sun Wukong grinned and put down his arms, his eyes firm. After that, he suddenly rushed towards Piccolo, punched and kicked him away again, and fired a Kamehameha, Piccolo lying on the ground in embarrassment. Sun Wukong waved to the host beside him seriously, please count the seconds. The host nodded slightly and walked up quickly. Seeing that 10 seconds were about to come, Sun Wukong smiled and raised his thumb to point to himself. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes, and a Qigong wave suddenly shot out of his mouth and hit Sun Wukong. Puff! Sun Wukong's right chest was suddenly pierced, and the host also saw that the situation was not good and hurried off the ring. Piccolo used his legs to move in front of Sun Wukong, and his attacks were aimed at Sun Wukong's injuries. Sun Wukong was unable to fight back due to his injuries, and Piccolo's eyes flashed a hint of cruelty, and he elbowed Sun Wukong in the chest again. Piccolo's eyes shot out a laser again, and Sun Wukong's limbs were all disabled, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Piccolo panted heavily, forced his body to slowly fly up, overdrawn again, squeezed out the air from his body, and suddenly a Qigong wave hit Sun Wukong. Not good. Kikai and others couldn't help but exclaimed. Forts and others watched with interest. The Qigong wave hit the ground, ruins, and the light disappeared, but there was no trace of Sun Wukong. Piccolo was slightly stunned, and just as he was about to circle around, an attack came from his waist. Piccolo's eyes rolled up, and he fell straight to the ground and fainted. It was Sun Wukong who used Qigong to escape at the most critical moment, and appeared behind Piccolo at the same time, and a headbutt made Piccolo completely lose his fighting power. Seeing that Piccolo did not get up for a long time, the host came forward to check, and stood beside Sun Wukong and shouted, "Congratulations to Sun Wukong for winning." The atmosphere in the whole audience instantly exploded. No, it should be that the whole world knew this news. At this time, the Earth's martial arts had been known to ordinary people, and the few people who appeared in this martial arts conference would definitely be praised by countless people. Sun Wukong grinned with difficulty, finally won. As he said, he took the senzu beans thrown by Tian Xinyan and put them in his mouth. Sun Wukong's injuries were instantly healed. Haha, Tian Xinyan, give me another one. Sun Wukong smiled and moved his body and shouted to Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan nodded gently and threw the last senzu bean to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took the beans and chuckled, walked to the unconscious Piccolo, put the beans into his mouth, and swallowed them subconsciously. Piccolo's injuries were also completely recovered, and he opened his eyes and looked at Sun Wukong. Is it true that I lost? Piccolo smiled bitterly and shook his head, standing up and looking at Sun Wukong in front of him. Let's go to heaven. Sun Wukong looked at the friends who gathered around and smiled. Bulma took out a universal capsule and threw it out. The white smoke dissipated, and a large plane appeared in front of everyone. Let's go. Let's fly the plane. Bulma raised her head proudly and took the lead in stepping into the plane. The others no longer cared about the martial arts conference and walked in one after another. Just when Sun Wukong was about to leave, the host hurriedly stepped forward and held Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, you can't leave so soon. Look, as a hero who saves the world, shouldn't you say something? The host looked at Sun Wukong and said. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned, scratched his head and said, "What's there to say, but if you have the idea of practicing martial arts, there are many talented people all over the world. If you have confidence, you can challenge Talon Tower." Sun Wukong didn't know what to say, but when he heard the discussion of the audience around him, he opened his mouth and pointed out a clear way for everyone, and then he quickly entered the plane. After getting the answer, everyone stopped pestering Sun Wukong and watched the plane leave. After this martial arts conference, the earth finally ushered in the signs of national martial arts learning. Strange, why can't I go up all the time? Bulma frowned while controlling the machine. Fortes turned his head and looked at the god beside him. The god chuckled and tapped the scepter lightly, and Bulma's plane continued to rise. "Wukong, I knew you could win." Looking at Sun Wukong who got off the plane, Kikai rushed forward and hugged Sun Wukong tightly. She was also full of fear when she saw Sun Wukong's injuries before. "This, brother-in-law? When did you come?" Bulma saw FORTES was slightly stunned and quickly greeted them. "Yeah, I've been watching these little guys compete." Fortes smiled gently. Seeing that their master was also there, Tian Xinyan and others hurried forward to greet him. Piccolo instantly appeared behind the god of heaven without saying much. "Dad and Mom, these are all my friends." Sun Wukong pointed at Tian Xinyan and others and turned to introduce them to Bardock and Jin. "Haha, okay." Jin also nodded kindly. "You still have to choose a good day to get married." Bardock touched his chin and thought slightly. Jin, King Vegeta and Naba all nodded in agreement. Chi Kai's face flushed, and she looked at Sun Wukong shyly. "I'm fine, just watch Wukong." Sun Wukong nodded gently, "Then listen to your arrangements, Dad." Sun Wukong didn't care. Bardock turned his head and looked at Fortes. "Your Majesty, when do you think it would be better to choose?" Fortes was slightly stunned and was about to think for a moment. "Why not, next week?" Bardock and Jin looked at each other and nodded gently. "Kakarot, remember to bring your grandfather out from Taishang Lejun, you can't leave him behind." Fortes smiled and instructed Sun Wukong. "Okay, Uncle Fortes, I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time." Sun Wukong took the task without hesitation. "Brother-in-law, you say, you don't want to be with my sister for no reason, get married and have children for no reason." Bulma suddenly squinted and looked at Fortes. Fortes was slightly stunned, and subconsciously thought, "Aren't you the same as Vegeta? But you definitely can't say that." How could that be?" "Don't worry, Bulma. After Kakarot gets married, I will hold a wedding with ties." A trace of cold sweat seeped out of Fortes' forehead, and he quickly explained. "Humph, it's better to do so. My mother has been nagging you why you don't hurry up and have a baby." Bulma snorted lightly, and then sighed helplessly. Chapter 66. Fortes shook his head helplessly. "My dimension has been raised, so it is difficult for me to give birth to offspring." Bulma nodded doubtfully. "Okay, you and my sister should hurry up." Ha ha, don't worry, let's solve Kakarot's problem first," Fortes said with a smile. Krillin and others who had never seen Fortes were shocked at Fortes. Although Fortes was not arrogant in daily life, he was the king of Saiyans and had majesty. Krillin couldn't help but approach Sun Wukong and whispered, Wukong, how strong is your Uncle Fortes?" The people around were not ordinary people, and they all heard what Krillin said. Bardock and others also brightened their eyes and looked at Fortes. The god stepped forward and asked, "Fortes, how far have you come now?" Fortes didn't have any taboos, but it was just a habit to hide in daily life. He chuckled and took the lead in not hiding the dimension realm. A mysterious breath wave slowly came from Fortes. The others did not have any abnormal reaction, but the god was the most touched, and a huge pressure was pressing on him. "What, the sixth order dimension? It seems that you are not just simply entering the sixth order, I am afraid you have been polishing this realm for a long time. The god could not help but exclaimed. Although they could not feel it, Bardock and others also knew more or less about this aspect. They all looked at FORTES in astonishment. The glory of the SAIYANs. King Vegeta's eyes became brighter and brighter. Although he did not know FORTES' current combat power, his previous combat power was enough. Coupled with FORTES' long life, there was no need to worry about the SAIYANs not rising. King Vegeta became more and more excited as he thought about it, and suddenly laughed. Bardock and others could barely understand King Vegeta's thoughts, because although they were not as excited as King Vegeta, they were almost the same. FORTES exhaled lightly, and the dimension realm that was originally radiating was instantly restrained. You guys, watch out for what's next. FORTES looked at Bardock and the other SAIYANs. This is Super Saiyan 1. FORTES said and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Feeling FORTES' peaceful aura, Bardock and the others couldn't help but look at each other. This. Your Majesty, when we transform into Super Saiyans, our emotions fluctuate greatly, and the energy consumption is also not small. Why is your transformation different from ours? Bardock frowned and asked. To be precise, this is the full power state of Super Saiyan 1, which almost turns the Super Saiyan state into a normal state, without any emotional fluctuations, and the energy consumption is similar to that of daily life. FORTES introduced. Bardock and the others nodded slowly, and Sun Wukong and the others beside him also gathered their eyes, not daring to speak. Next, it's Super Saiyan 2. FORTES chuckled, and his aura instantly increased. A strand of hair dropped, and strands of lightning flowed from FORTES' body. What? Bardock and the others looked at each other, couldn't help but exclaimed, and looked at FORTES more carefully. What a strong aura! The gods could not help but sigh. In fact, FORTES' normal state has surpassed the gods, Bardock and others, not to mention the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Don't worry, there is also Super Saiyan 3. FORTES snorted lightly, clenched his fists. And a terrifying pressure came from FORTES. FORTES' hair grew slowly, his eyebrows disappeared, and a strong and desperate breath came over him. What? Where is this breath? This breath instantly reached the Kai King God realm, but before the Kai King God began to look for people, the breath disappeared instantly. FORTES quickly returned to normal and looked at Bardock and others. How is it? Very powerful, but in my opinion, Super Saiyan 3 is not the right direction to move forward, and even Super Saiyan 2 is beginning to deviate from the track. FORTES said lightly. Bardock and others sat upright and listened carefully to the teaching of Teacher FORTES. Normal combat power is our foundation. If we only study how to transform, it is obviously putting the cart before the horse. I have discovered that we Saiyans actually have a better transformation. FORTES paused slightly. Your Majesty, what is it? Bardock asked hurriedly. Apification, atavism, or Super Saiyan 4. FORTES said softly. According to my observation, Broly can be said to be a natural ape Saiyan. Therefore, in the future, Broly will fully control his power and should have his own transformation. FORTES looked at the side who was listening attentively. Broly. I'm trying to enter Super Saiyan 4, but it's too dangerous. My initial idea is to abandon all rationality, completely activate the transformation into the giant ape form, and then completely control myself. A trace of yearning flashed in FORTES' eyes. Even though he has a very high chance of success, he still doesn't dare to try it now. If he is not careful, the 7th universe without Beerus and high-level combat power will be finished in an instant. Bardock and others also looked at each other and nodded gently. Sun Wukong looked at Bardock and others who were listening to FORTES' explanation carefully and couldn't help but ask, Dad, could it be you? Also. Bardock and others subconsciously straightened their chests. Hey, Kakarot, I didn't expect to be discovered by you, kid. That's right, Your father and these two are already Super Saiyans. Bardock nodded. At the same time, the three of them all transformed into Super Saiyans with indifferent expressions, and several powerful auras appeared instantly. Compared with Forte's endless aura, Bardock and others' aura is also chilling and difficult to surpass, but at least there is a feeling of being able to see the back. Broly was not affected by this aura at all, but just controlled himself with a calm expression, not letting himself burst into the desire to fight. Although Bardock and others' aura did not deliberately target Sun Wukong and others, even so, it was not a group of people with a combat power of only 4 digits that could resist. The god came forward with a cane in his hand and gently scolded, "Nonsense!" Then a powerful force appeared on the god's body, helping Sun Wukong and others to withstand the pressure. The four looked at each other and restrained their aura at the same time. Who? Sun Wukong and others couldn't help but breathe heavily. How is it? What do you feel about meeting a strong man today? Bardock turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong and others looked at each other and were silent for a moment. Chapter 67. Suddenly, Sun Wukong raised his head abruptly, "Very strong, next, I will catch up with you, father." Seeing the stronger light bursting out of Sun Wukong's eyes, Bardock and Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on their faces. Next, there is a goal to surpass. Tian Xinyan slowly stood up and bowed slightly to Bardock. "Haha, good, I'm looking forward to the moment when you little guys surpass us." Bardock grinned and laughed. Piccolo couldn't help but yearn for the breath of the gods, and his eyes became more determined. Although Krillin and others didn't speak, they all showed a resolute expression. "Not bad, this is decent." Fortes nodded gently. "Practice well, there will be strong enemies waiting for you to solve later," Fortes said, touching his chin. Bardock and the others were slightly stunned, and turned to look at Fortes. "Your Majesty, are you talking about Frisia and the others?" "Yes, it should be a foregone conclusion that you have captured Frisia now, and even if you join forces with Cooler, you can't escape. In this case, Frisia and the others will be handed over to the younger generation, and of course Vegeta and the others can't escape either." Fortes smiled with narrowed eyes. Bardock and the others looked at each other and nodded slightly. "Since your Majesty has said so, then we won't care." Sun Wukong and the others were slightly stunned when they heard it, and turned to look at Bardock and the others. Do we have any opponents?" Sun Wukong asked. "Don't think too much, your opponents are very strong, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands times stronger than you are now. What you need to do now is to become stronger," Bardock said in a deep voice. Sun Wukong and the others were all silent, and the joy of the original gathering of partners gradually dissipated. "Okay, don't think too much now, just have fun during this time." The god felt the oppressive atmosphere and spoke quickly. "Yes, we have to bring Uncle Gohan out first." Fortes thought of Son Gohan who was staying with Taishang Lejun in the Five Elements Mountain and chuckled. "Kakarot, go and invite your grandfather back." Bardock's face darkened and he waved his hand helplessly. "By the way, don't forget to show your saints in front of people, and guide ordinary people when you have nothing to do. After all, average strength is also important." Fortes couldn't help sighing when he thought of the nonsense ranking of the 7th universe. Bardock and others were slightly stunned. "Your Majesty, what does this mean?" "Don't ask so many questions, that bastard in our universe. Anyway, after Kakarot gets married, I will marry Tais, and I will announce it at that time." Forte's strength is not enough now, and he swallowed the abuse of Beerus very sincerely. "Since our planet Shadala has become the overlord of the southern galaxy, we have only achieved peace initially, but the development of the whole people must be put on the agenda," Fortes thought, stroking his chin. "Okay, don't think about these things anymore, just do the things in front of you." Fortes waved his hand gently. Sun Wukong and others also slowly left the heaven. "Wukong, what do you think the uncle with the strongest sense of oppression means? What about the southern galaxy, the overlord, etc.? It sounds so exciting. Krillin couldn't help but say. Broly, who sneaked in quietly, couldn't help but say. Why do you think so far? This is not something you should care about. Now you still have to get through Frieza and the others first. Hehe, Emperor Fortes, look, can you also make a little move to include our northern galaxy in your sphere of influence? Looking at the only remaining Fortes and others, the North Kai King hurriedly said. Fortes and the others were all slightly stunned. Now that Frieza and Cooler have gone to the East Galaxy, only some scum are left. Wait for Kakarot and the others to grow up. The development of the universe is inevitable. Don't worry, King Kai of the North. When Fortes released the dimensional realm, King Kai of the North was shocked and looked at the earth. It was also a coincidence that he knew the powerful fighting power of Fortes and Bardock. Therefore, King Kai of the North, who had suffered from Frieza for a long time, waited for Son Goku and the others to leave, and then contacted Fortes. A smile appeared on King Kai of the North's face. He had endured Frieza's rampage in his territory for so long, and it would be okay to wait a few more years. Although Fortes and the others said that Son Goku and the others would solve it, according to King Kai of the North's idea, even if Fortes looked down on a small shrimp like Frieza, how could Bardock and the others not help their son? Therefore, the North Galaxy will eventually be liberated. According to Fortes, the entire universe will prosper under the leadership of the planet Shadera. Hehe, ha ha ha. The more King Kai thought about it, the happier he felt. He couldn't help but lie down on the grass and roll over. Emperor Fortes, do you have any specific plans? King Kai of the North was secretly excited for a long time before he continued to speak. Look, you're anxious again. Fortes shook his head helplessly. Emperor Fortes, I want to make progress too much. King Kai of the North nodded with a serious expression and a calm tone. Okay, I will arrange for my people to go to the other galaxies to get rid of those soldiers at that time. Fortes sighed lightly. He could barely understand King Kai of the North's emotions. The few people who left after seeing the world in the heaven gradually parted ways. Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi to sit on the somersault cloud together. Broly casually pulled one from the cloud above Karin Tower and turned over to sit on it. Kakarot, where are we going to play now? Broly hadn't played with Sun Wukong for a long time, and he spoke excitedly. Let's go to the Five Elements Mountain first and find my grandfather. Sun Wukong thought of Sun Wuhan, and his somersault cloud instantly accelerated and flew forward. Broly also followed closely behind Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi. Krillin learned that there was a strong enemy, and returned to the island where Kame Sensei was, and began to continue to accompany Kame Sensei in his practice. Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi also began to practice hard. Lan Chi looked at Tien Shinyan's leaving back and felt sorry for him, so she went forward to walk with him. Yajirobe didn't think so much, and came to the cat immortal with a shameless face, ready to accept the teachings of the cat immortal while fishing. Yamcha was the best one, and the others had no idea of showing off in front of people. Only Yamcha gradually began to abandon martial arts and teach ordinary people martial arts, but he gained both fame and fortune. When Bulma brought back the news that Fortes would marry Tais after Sun Wukong got married, the brief couple was slightly stunned, nodded slightly, and Tais also nodded indifferently. Chapter 68. Oh? Goku, are you getting married so soon? Son Gohan looked at Son Goku in surprise when he learned the purpose of Son Goku's visit. Yes, Grandpa, this is Chi-Chi, the daughter of Uncle Bull Demon King. Son Goku pulled Chi-Chi to his side and introduced her. Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Bull Demon King, not bad, very good, this is Broly, he has grown up so much, it seems that I am old. Son Gohan couldn't help but sigh. Broly was not good at speaking, and silently took out a spirit tree fruit and handed it to Son Gohan. This is what Master asked me to take care of you. Sun Gohan took it with a puzzled look on his face, and Taishang Lejun, who was silent on the side, was stunned for a moment and quickly appeared beside Sun Gohan. This fruit. Taishang Lejun's eyes were full of seriousness. Oh? Do you know her? Sun Gohan turned his head and looked at Taishang Lejun. I don't know her. Taishang Lejun shook his head decisively. But I feel the benefits from it. Eat it quickly. This kind of thing is hard to come by. Taishang Lejun observed and stepped aside. Grandpa Sun Gohan, remember not to rely on your physical body to digest the effect of the fruit, use your mental power. Broly continued to remind him. Sun Gohan frowned and nodded, and quickly ate all the fruits of the spirit tree. Sun Gohan's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat down and began to digest. Sun Wukong, I can feel the extremely powerful energy in your body. I wonder if you can help me. Taishang Lejun felt the breath of Sun Wukong and his eyes lit up. Oh? Okay. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned and nodded. There are some problems with my Bagua furnace. A piece of debris collapsed, so can you please go down and send this piece of debris down to prevent the flame from entering the world through the crack? Taishang Lejun's eyes were full of seriousness. Sun Wukong realized the seriousness of the situation, nodded, turned his head and looked at Kikai. Don't worry Kikai, I will be fine. Kikai clenched her hands and nodded gently. Taishang Lejun took out a fragment from his arms and handed it to Sun Wukong. I will help you to minimize the power of the flame at that time. You just hurry up and go to the bottom of the Bagua furnace and put it into the crack. Sun Wukong nodded seriously and took the fragment. Taishang Lejun suddenly became bigger, grabbed the pot with both hands, and shot a ray of light from his eyes to suppress the Bagua furnace below. Now! Wukong, please help me! Taishang Lejun shouted. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and rushed to the Bagua furnace. There was no obstruction along the way, and he came straight to the bottom of the Bagua furnace. Sun Wukong stood at the bottom with both feet, and a strong heat came from the soles of his feet. Sun Wukong was scalded and grinned, and hurriedly began to look for cracks everywhere. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt a cool feeling, and when he looked down, he saw the crack. Sun Wukong quickly took out the fragment and gently put it on. The fragment melted into the crack as soon as it touched the fragment. The bottom of the Bagua furnace was instantly intact, and the temperature inside the Bagua furnace was getting higher and higher. Sun Wukong, it's done, come up quickly. Taishang Lejun also noticed the change and shouted hurriedly. At this moment, Sun Wuhan had digested the nutrients in the fruit of the spirit tree, stood up straight. And his eyes were bright. Hiss! This! Taishang Lejun had been paying attention to Sun Wuhan's situation. When he saw him completely digest the fruit of the spirit tree and stand up, Taishang Lejun was also stunned. I saw that Sun Wuhan's originally old body had returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man, with bright eyes and outstanding temperament. Taishang Lejun had been suppressing the flames in the Bagua furnace and couldn't help but be distracted. The flames of the Bagua furnace instantly counterattacked, and Taishang Lejun was suddenly pushed back several steps. Not good! Taishang Lejun suddenly exclaimed, and her hands were still tightly holding the pot at this time. Looking at the Bagua furnace sealed by the flames, Broly, Chi-Chi and Sun Gohan all hurried over. Taishang Lejun, what's going on? Broly suddenly turned his head and asked Taishang Lejun beside him. A trace of guilt flashed in Taishang Lejun's eyes. This. Originally, the Bagua furnace should have come out as soon as it was repaired, but Son Goku didn't come out at the first moment, and I was distracted and the flames returned to their peak. Then you continue to suppress the flames. Broly frowned and said. Now the Bagua furnace has been restored, the flames have also been restored, I can't suppress it anymore. Hearing Taishang Lejun's words, the pupils of the three of them shrank slightly. What should we do now? Broly became more and more anxious, looking directly at Taishang Lejun. Now, we can only wait for Sun Wukong to break through the flames or be burned to ashes, Or a strong man went in and brought Sun Wukong out. Taishang confidence was getting weaker and weaker. Strong man? Got it. Broly took a long breath and suddenly raised his breath. Swish! Ford's figure instantly appeared behind Broly. What's wrong? Why are you looking for a master? Fords gently patted Broly's shoulder to suppress his breath. Master! Quick! Broly quickly explained to Fords. Fords turned his head and glanced at Taishang, nodded helplessly, forget it, I'll go now. After saying that, the breath on his body, the dimension radiated at the same time, formed a layer of protection outside his body, and slowly walked into the flames. Really, it doesn't make me worry. Fords shook his head and sighed, while slowly walking inside. Soon Fords saw Sun Wukong struggling at the bottom. Kakarot, I'm here. Fords walked up to Sun Wukong and spoke softly. Sun Wukong looked at the familiar figure in front of him with blurry eyes, and finally couldn't hold on any longer, looking up and fainting. Fords smiled and lifted Sun Wukong by the waist, and at the same time, the breath on his body also isolated the flames for Sun Wukong. It's out! Broly shouted suddenly, and then Fords took Sun Wukong out of the flames. Wukong! Several people quickly surrounded him. Taishang also breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly put the pot in his hands back with both hands, and then it returned to its normal size. Fords put Sun Wukong on the ground, raised his hand and stuffed a magic bean into his mouth. Sun Wukong swallowed it subconsciously, and his injuries and consumption were instantly restored. It's Uncle Fords, I knew the figure I saw was you. Sun Wukong stood up with a smile, but he didn't blame Taishang. He smiled and greeted Fords. Taishang hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. Even Sun Gohan was a little unhappy, but Taishang sincere attitude of admitting his mistakes soon made everyone forgive her. Unified reply to questions about dimensions: if you don't understand anything, it's best to ask more specifically. Brothers should have a general understanding of the dimensions corresponding to each position. Setting dimensions is just to better distinguish them. There are two ways to obtain dimensions in this book. One is to inherit a certain position, such as King Kai. You can directly through the position of King Kai, you will be enlightened and have the corresponding dimension. However, this dimension is only for the position itself. You will still be in the same dimension as before, but because you are King Kai, you can have the corresponding dimension. If you want to continue to improve the dimension of the position of King Kai is fixed, but you can make your own dimension stronger through the second method, which is training. The dimension itself has no combat power bonus, only the enhancement of lifespan and the future transformation of the protagonist into a Super Saiyan God when he reaches the 9th order dimension. Of course, the great God of the 1st order dimension may also sense the weak chicken of the 9th order dimension, thinking that the other party is a big boss and dare not take action. To be honest, this is my setting for the reasonable plot. Why are you digging into this? But if you don't understand anything, just continue to comment, I will try my best to make it round. Chapter 69. Uncle Gohan, Sashi ignores me. Fortes smiled and waved at Sun Gohan on the side. Fortes, long time no see, thank you for your fruit. Sun Gohan nodded. Haha, Kakarot is getting married soon, you need to show up as Kakarot's grandfather. Fortes said with a smile. Haha, Goku has grown up so much, don't worry, I will go of course. Sun Gohan nodded gently. Okay, in that case I will leave first. Fortes smiled and waved and left. Go. Gohan, who is that person? Taishang frowned and asked. Oh, him, he is Fortes, Broly's master, Goku's clan. Sun Gohan said, touching his chin. A few days later, the sky was clear and the whole earth was in a carnival. Today is the day when our great hero Sun Wukong officially gets married. The host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament shouted in front of the camera. Ah, Uncle Forts, there's no need to be so grand. Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly and looked at Forts. Bardock and his wife, Sun Gohan, and Bull Demon King didn't think anything of it. How can we not do it? You are now the sustenance of the Earthlings. You have to show up occasionally. Okay, you listen to me on this matter. Forts shook his head, his tone unquestionable. Looking at Forts' eyes, Sun Wukong was silent for a moment and didn't say anything more. Chi-Chi is here! Bulma shouted, and Chi-Chi slowly walked to Sun Wukong in a gorgeous dress. So beautiful! Everyone who saw Chi-Chi couldn't help but sigh. Let's go! Chi-Chi took Sun Wukong's arm and walked towards the hall with him. The Bull Demon King had tears in his eyes when he saw Chi-Chi and Sun Wukong walking towards him, and he even had a silk scarf in his mouth. Wow, my daughter is getting married! The Bull Demon King cried and tears flowed. Sun Wuhan stepped forward helplessly and patted the Bull Demon King. Okay, junior brother, don't be like this. The Bull Demon King held back his tears and sniffed hard. The Bardock couple looked at Kakarot and Chi-Chi walking towards them with joy. Sun Wukong's friends and the powerful people on Earth also gathered around. At the same time, countless drones and cameras in the sky were broadcasting this wonderful scene live. Today, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi got married and received blessings from countless people on Earth. After a wedding, Forts came to Dr. Brief's house and looked at Ties beside him. How about it? Ties, why don't we hold a wedding too? In the South Galaxy. Forts touched his chin and said softly. Ties also nodded softly, okay. Seeing the wedding that Forts and others asked Sun Wukong to hold this time, Ties couldn't help but envy him. Let's go back to the planet Shadala to make arrangements first. Forts smiled and stepped forward to hug Ties' waist, and the two disappeared instantly. Bardock, King Vegeta and others were slightly stunned, and said with a headache, in this case. Let's go, then let's go back to His Majesty's wedding, how can we not be there? Just when several people were about to leave, Sun Wukong suddenly called them. Father, wait, Uncle Forts is getting married, do we have to go too? Tien Shinyan and others on the side also turned their heads to look. Bardock scratched his head. How about this, you go with the gods, and I'll give you some experience. After that, the few people disappeared. The gods, who were originally going to take Piccolo on the spaceship, were slightly stunned by the pitiful look. And shook their heads with a chuckle. Forget it, you can go with me when the time comes. Great! Thank you, gods! Sun Wukong and others looked at each other and said with a smile. Your Majesty? You're back! Forts suddenly appeared in front of King Sina. King Sina was startled at first, then calmed down and said helplessly. Haha, King Sina, make arrangements. I'm going to marry Ties. You can handle it. Forts smiled and handed all the questions to King Sina. King Sina was slightly stunned, and then he showed excitement. Okay. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely arrange it clearly for you. Forts nodded lightly and left with Ties. Come on, start making arrangements. Recall all Saiyans who are out there. What? What's the reason? Is the reason of His Majesty's wedding enough? Have the surrendered planets in the southern galaxy ready to come to the audience at any time, and also, hurry up and make a big show. King Sina excitedly gave orders everywhere. Swish! Swish! Bardock and the others also returned. Looking at the busy King Sina was slightly stunned. Oh? You are back too? Well, since you are back, Jine, you lead your logistics team to do a good job of logistics. Bardock, you maintain the law and order of the Shadara planet. King Sina continued to command. Bardock and others looked at each other, didn't say much, nodded slightly and walked out to do their own jobs. They also understood King Sina's thoughts. After all, it was Forts who rescued them. Seeing Forts' wedding, King Sina was of course happy. Yes, yes. His Majesty said that those planets that are friendly with our Shadera planet should send people to ask for a gift. King Sina thought of something and added hurriedly. Haha, Forts, it seems that you are still very popular. Taisai looked at the people who were getting busy these days and said with a smile. Hee, of course. Forts raised his head slightly. In the eastern galaxy, Frisia sat in a stroller, frowned at the scenery outside and said, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, why do I feel that the situation in this universe seems to have changed a little? Sabo and Dodoria looked at each other, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, King Frisia, how can anyone defeat you? Listening to the compliments of the two people around him, Frisia's brows eased slightly. It's just that my father's situation makes me very worried. Frisia looked at the eastern galaxy. Don't worry, King Frisia, who in the entire universe can do anything about King Kurd's strength? I'm afraid King Kurd is deliberately testing you. Sabo and Dodoria hurriedly comforted Frisia. Is that so? What the two said was not unreasonable, and Frisia's mood was slightly better. Hey, don't you have any information about the 3 wild monkeys? Frisia continued to ask. This. Lord Frisia, I heard that we did encounter the Jinyu force several times, but Captain Jinyu's fighting power is far inferior to Vegeta and his team. Vegeta and his team were determined to escape, and we have not been able to get any news from them. Sabo stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Chapter 70. Oh, Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, let's hurry up and catch those 3 wild monkeys. I always feel that I can get something incredible from those 3 people. Frisia was silent for a moment, and laughed. Seeing Frisia return to normal, Sabo and Dodoria looked at each other, and they were relieved, and hurried forward to respond, Okay, King Frisia. Gula suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand, turned his head with a cold expression, no news about the 3 wild monkeys. Big. King, their spaceship seems to have been handled by someone, they don't wear combat power detectors, and they don't usually expose their breath. It's really difficult for us to find them through scientific means. Looking at the trembling technicians in front of him, Gula snorted coldly, but he knew it had nothing to do with them. Our spaceship should also go out and search everywhere. This little wild monkey has caused me to lose 3 generals. Gula lowered his head and ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. The technician nodded quickly, slowly retreated, and began to look around according to Gula's instructions. Your Majesty, we are ready, just waiting for you to tell us a time. King Sina, Bardock, and King Vegeta slowly came to Fortes and reported. Is that so? So soon, in that case, let's do it in 3 days. Fortes touched his chin and spoke softly. Beep. Suddenly, the watch on King Sina's hand instantly issued a warning sound. A few people looked over, and King Sina quickly tapped on the watch a few times, and a projection of a spaceship appeared in front of everyone. This is the spaceship of the gods, it's okay, let them in. Fortes recognized at a glance that this was the spaceship from Dr. Brief's hands with his spaceship. Yes, Your Majesty. King Sina nodded gently, hiding all the attack methods of the Shadala planet. Let's go and see our friends. Fortes chuckled and walked forward first. The spaceship landed slowly, and the god walked out. He frowned slightly when he felt the gravity that was 10 times that of the Earth. How is it? Can you adapt to this gravity? Fortes looked at the god. Hey, fortunately, I can adapt to it soon. The god nodded gently, and his expression returned to normal. Wait, that's not right. The god suddenly looked behind him. But he saw that some people who had almost no combat power or weak combat power were walking on flat ground, while Sun Wukong and others supported their bodies with red faces. What is going on? The god was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. Haha, you were discovered by our people just after entering the range of Shadera planet, and our technicians controlled the gravity around them remotely. Fortes explained with a chuckle. So that's it. The god was relieved. How is it, Kakarot, you can't even overcome the gravity of Shadera planet? Broly smiled and walked to Sun Wukong. Ha, ha ha, how could it be? Sun Wukong let out a long breath, resisted the pain in his body, resisted the gravity of this planet, and stood up straight. Seeing Sun Wukong stand up, Tian Xinyan and others also burst into air and stood up straight. The movement here attracted the attention of many people. Oh! Look over there, that person's face is exactly the same as King Bardock's. Judging from his age, could it be Prince Kakarot, the youngest son of King Bardock? Someone whispered loudly to the people around him. This, if it's really Prince Kakarot. How can he be unable to resist the gravity of our planet? You are stupid, Prince Kakarot was sent away since he was a child. I'm afraid he has lived on those planets with extremely weak gravity since he was a child. Prince Kakarot's breath is only a few thousand. The voices of several people talking were also heard by Fortes and others. Fortes looked at the gossiping people helplessly, but ignored them. How about it, Kakarot, do you guys need your gravity to be restored to the gravity of your Earth? Fortes looked at Sun Wukong and others. No, Uncle Fortes, let's just do it, I can hold on. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, and Piccolo, Krillin and Tian Xinyan behind him also gritted their teeth and shook their heads. Okay, you have backbone, then I don't care. Fortes smiled and turned his head, and walked forward with Tian Shen and others. He was not worried about the state of Sun Wukong and others. After all, they are now much stronger than when they were exposed to 10 times gravity in the original book, and they will soon adapt. Sun Wukong and others gritted their teeth and slowly followed Fortes. How my palace is great, isn't it? Fortes turned his head and looked at the god and introduced with a smile. It is indeed really magnificent. A familiar voice came from the side. Oh? Chief of the Udrid people, haha, you are here. Fortes said with a smile. Not only him, we are all here. The elders also appeared behind the chief of the Udrid people. Haha, welcome, everyone. Fortes greeted with a smile. Your Majesty, it seems that the spaceship belonging to the Metamor star is outside our Shadala planet. The voice of King Sina came. They are all friends, just let them in. Fortes said with a chuckle. Haha, Fortes, congratulations. The chief of the Metamor star and Dart have appeared in front of everyone. This is. It should also be the spaceship made by Dr. Brief. I put the spaceship in directly. The voice of King Sina sounded again. The spaceship slowly landed, and the elder who had become much younger and his guard near walked out of it. Fortes, thank you very much. The elder looked at Fortes and thanked him with a smile. What did the elder say? I hope it can succeed. Fortes waved his hand seriously. You are all famous sages. This time we can take this opportunity to get to know each other. Fortes smiled with narrowed eyes. Ha ha ha, the elder of Namek, the chief of the Metamor people, is famous far and wide. The chief of the Udrid people spoke first. Haha, how can I, a mere warrior, compare with you two wise people? The chief of the Metamor people smiled and shook his head. Haha, it's Fortes who have benefited from it. The elder laughed. Fortes, that is Piccolo too. Nero looked at Piccolo. Fortes nodded slightly, he is also the child of a complete god after all. His potential is not inferior to that of a god at all. Chapter 71. Let's go, my dear guests. We have to trouble you to wait for another 3 days. During this period, you can watch freely on the Shadera planet. Fortes said with a chuckle. Haha, good. The great elder and Nero came to the god and Piccolo. Pico, no, you are the god, so he is Piccolo. The great elder smiled and stepped forward and raised his hand to Piccolo's head. Suddenly a white light flashed, and Piccolo's breath was slowly increasing. Piccolo, whose breath was increased, also quickly adapted to the gravity of the Shadera planet. He looked up at the Great Elder, and his inherited memory had the appearance of the Great Elder. "Thank you, Great Elder," Piccolo said with a slightly excited tone. Looking at Piccolo's powerful breath, Sun Wukong and others couldn't help but be stunned. The Great Elder did not favor one over the other. He walked in front of Sun Wukong and others and also developed their potential. "Wow, thank you, Great Elder. I feel much stronger now." Sun Wukong jumped back and forth excitedly and said excitedly. "Ha! Thank you, Great Elder." Krillin, Tian Xinyan, and others also bowed to FORTES and saluted. With the help of the Great Elder, the little guys from Earth are able to walk freely on the planet Shadela. What a powerful ability! Countless people watching couldn't help but sigh. "Metamor Chief, do you need my help?" The Great Elder turned his head and looked at the Metamor Chief with a hint of envy in his eyes. "No, thank you, Great Elder, but I'll practice on my own. Our tribe believes in ourselves. If we want powerful power, we also have fusion skills." The Metamor Chief shook his head and said. "Are you Namekians?" Several people from the Green Plant clan arrived and saw the Great Elder and said. "Oh? Yes, judging from your aura, you are all races that love nature." The Elder turned his head and looked at the Green Plant tribe that was full of forest aura, and said with a smile. The gods also came over and exchanged their feelings together. At the same time, all the life planets in the entire southern galaxy received accurate information that the Emperor of the Shadera planet would be married in 3 days, and countless people began to go to the Shadera planet to meet FORTES. 3 days passed in a flash. A huge palace rose outside the Shadera planet, and countless spaceships were parked outside in the universe, and countless SAIYANs walked in the universe to maintain order. "Welcome, Your Majesty." King Sina's voice resounded throughout the southern galaxy universe. "Don't worry about the vacuum without a medium that can't transmit sound, it's not important." FORTES slowly walked out of the Shadera planet, standing in the universe with arrogance, and the terrifying aura weighed heavily on everyone's heart. "Is this, the Emperor of the Shadera planet? Is he also the Emperor of our southern galaxy?" A voice could not help but come out. The entire universe was boiling instantly. With the protection of this powerful Emperor, the creatures of the southern galaxy were free from worries. "Come in," FORTES said softly, and his voice slowly fluctuated, full of majesty when it reached everyone's ears. Under the arrangement of the Sina tribe, countless races and spaceships docked in an orderly manner, and countless people lined up to enter. After everyone was seated, the voice of King Sina sounded again. "Please return to your seat, the princess." A huge red spaceship slowly appeared, the spaceship opened, and Bulma appeared first with Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and others. Then Tais walked out slowly in a gorgeous dress. "Is this the princess? Her breath is so weak." Countless people looked at Tais with envy and whispered. The god slowly got up from the seat next to FORTES, and appeared in front of Tais in one step. "FORTES, our children of Earth are in your hands." FORTES was slightly stunned, then he understood that the gods were supporting Tais, and nodded with a smile. A powerful aura suddenly burst out from the gods, and everyone could feel the power without being overbearing. Some people who had some small thoughts also shut up instantly, not daring to say anything more. The scepter in the hands of the gods lightly tapped, and a transparent road extended from Tais' feet and came straight to FORTES. Tais bowed slightly to the gods and stepped forward directly. FORTES held Tais' hand, and the two slowly sat down on the high seats. The gods, Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and others also sat down quickly. Looking at the quiet environment below despite the countless people, FORTES slowly said, "Thank you all for coming to attend my wedding with Tais." After FORTES finished speaking, the greetings below appeared instantly, and FORTES waited for a few seconds and slowly raised his hand. The audience instantly fell silent. Maybe countless creatures in the southern galaxy know who I am now. Let me introduce myself. I am the Emperor of the Shadera planet, the Emperor of the Southern Galaxy, and will be the Emperor of the entire universe in the future. FORTES' faint voice was full of majesty. Your Majesty! Countless Scions were so excited that their breath was unstable, and the powerful breath swept through the surrounding creatures from time to time like waves. Countless creatures in the Southern Galaxy also pondered for a moment and chose to surrender. Their peace and security were brought by the Scions of the Shadera planet. Take this opportunity to talk about the plan for the future development of the universe. FORTES said softly. No one made a sound below, and they all waited quietly for FORTES to speak. First, I hope that our Southern Galaxy will form a whole, and then I will send strong people to strengthen your strength. If you have talent, you can study with the Sina tribe. FORTES said his plan. What? All the creatures in the Southern Galaxy could not help but be stunned. They were originally only following the planet Shadela, but they did not expect that Emperor FORTES would actually help them develop. This plan is now launched in the Southern Galaxy. In the future, I hope that the entire universe will implement it, without time limits. Keep executing it. FORTES said lightly. I am willing to die for your Majesty. Hundreds of thousands of Scions were overwhelmed and stood up suddenly. The powerful momentum surged in the entire universe. Bardock, King Vegeta, and Nappa slowly stood up, and the surrounding aura instantly turned golden, which made the Scion's momentum go further. Piccolo and others were all shocked, looking up at FORTES, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, FORTES was a decent person. If an ambitious person had this kind of combat power, I'm afraid the universe would be in danger. Boom! My king, there is a high-energy reaction in the Southern Galaxy. The combat power detectors of Frisia and Gura's spacecraft all made sharp explosions. What? Is there really a problem with the South Galaxy? Frisia and Cooler snorted at the same time, looking in the direction of the South Galaxy with fear on their faces. Chapter 72. FORTES smiled lightly, and his aura suddenly changed. Okay, sit down, today's food is all authentic delicacies, don't waste it. FORTES instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his powerful aura instantly suppressed everyone in front of him. Yes. Your Majesty. Countless Scions sat down instantly, restrained their breath, and began to wait for the food. After this commotion, all the creatures in the South Galaxy were stunned, and the idea that a few people might have thought of maintaining the independence of the planet was also extinguished. Instead, they yearned for the beautiful life described by FORTES. More importantly, what FORTES said was not just a big deal. With the strength of Shadera planet, this plan can be fully promoted. With the bottom line of Shadera planet's combat power, the rest of the people were relieved and prepared to fully cooperate with Shadera planet's actions, so as not to be regarded as an enemy by Shadera planet and crushed to death at will. At the same time, when FORTES showed his aura, the high-powered combat detectors on the spaceships of Frisia and Gula in the East Galaxy exploded instantly. What? What? Frisia and Gula couldn't help but exclaimed. It seems, Father really fell in the South Galaxy. It's just that palpitating feeling, I hope it's not a Scion. Frisia inadvertently shrank back into the baby carriage. No. I can't stay in the East Galaxy anymore. The strong men in the South Galaxy may come back at any time. Gula's eyes were firm. My king, what about those wild monkeys? I guess my stupid brother, is also afraid. Let's explore it one last time and try to force those wild monkeys back to the East Galaxy. Frisia and Gula made the same decision with deep eyes. Vegeta, Raditz, it's not good. Naga returned and said in a panic. What's wrong? Vegeta looked up at Naga. I don't know what stimulated the Frisia and Cooler Corps to conduct a carpet search. If we stay in the East Galaxy, they will find us soon. Nagui's words made Vegeta and Raditz, who were practicing, stop their actions at the same time. What? Are you sure? Raditz frowned and asked. That's right. It seems that we can only escape from the East Galaxy in our current situation. Nagui couldn't help but sigh. Vegeta and Raditz looked at each other and pondered for a moment. Let's go. Let's go back to the North Galaxy. Vegeta and Raditz said at the same time. Let's go, what about the South Galaxy? Nagui nodded gently. After such a long escape, Vegeta and the others also understood that Frieza and Cooler wanted to know the news about the Saiyans from them. The problem is that they don't know anything, and Frieza and Cooler don't care so much, they just keep tracking. South Galaxy. I feel that the possibility that the overlord of the South Galaxy is our Saiyan is too small. After all, the ancestral planet Shadera does not exist, and there are not many people on our planet Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head and said. Boom. There was only a loud noise outside. Oh no, they are here. Vegeta and the others looked up quickly. Let's go. The three of them quickly took out the universal capsule produced from nowhere, entered their own aircraft, and all three of them set the address of the North Galaxy and quickly flew away from the planet. Wait, look, is that the view of the aircraft flying away? Someone pointed to the distance and said to the people around him. Even if it is, what? Can we really stop them? They are all powerful people with a combat power of hundreds of thousands. Don't stand there, and send a message to them quickly. Someone rolled his eyes and quickly turned on the communicator. This Earth food is good. The creatures of the South Galaxy couldn't help but sigh after tasting the Earth food. Haha, it's not easy to eat. When the time comes, we can either get some robots from Shadala or send people to learn. Someone nodded gently. Chief of the Metamor Star people, I'm afraid I have to trouble you to guide the South Galaxy. FORTES came to the head of the Metamor Star people. Haha, FORTES, don't worry, just leave it to us, let us have a sense of participation. The head of the Metamor Star people laughed. Look, if we use solar energy in this way. The elder taught the Green Plant tribe members on the side. In this way, the efficiency will be greatly improved. The effect of the fairy beans we make will also become better. Several Green Plant tribe members looked at each other and said excitedly. Father, I have roughly looked at the Shadala planet these days. There are many strong men and places for training on the surface. Sun Wukong followed behind Bardock. This time it's because of His Majesty's important event. After you leave this time, you want to come back next time, but you have to meet His Majesty's conditions. Bardock looked at Sun Wukong and said lightly. Ah? What's the matter? Sun Wukong was slightly stunned and asked hurriedly. Tien Shinyan, Piccolo, and others on the side also pricked up their ears to know. First, you go back and improve the combat power of the Earthlings a little, and then you should meet teammates later, and then you can kill Frieza. Listening to what Bardock said, Sun Wukong and others looked at each other and nodded resolutely. By the way, Kakarot, when the time comes, let the gods send you to the King of Hell, and then go to the North King to practice for a while. FORTES stood beside Bardock and stroked his chin in thought. The god was slightly stunned, turned his head and looked at FORTES. FORTES, it seems that living people can't go. Okay, when the time comes, you just take Sun Wukong and the others to the King of Hell, I will tell them in advance. Before the god finished speaking, the voice of the North Kai King could not help but sounded. Who are you? The god frowned and looked around. I am the North Kai King, you just send them to me when the time comes. The North Kai King pretended to be indifferent. The god nodded suddenly, so it was Lord Kai, then I understand. Asshole, when did you get in touch with that emperor? The other three Kai Kings all listened to what the North Kai King said in a daze, and couldn't help turning their heads and shouting. Besides, forget about the two of them, I, the great South Kai King, didn't get in touch with the Saiyan Emperor, how come you still intercepted it? The South Kai King's eyes became more and more unfriendly. Haha, let's not talk about those Earthlings are all from my northern galaxy, even those SAIYANs on planet Shadara are all from my northern galaxy Vegeta planet. The North Kai King raised his head and said proudly. Chapter 73. Humph, the villain is getting ahead. The other three kings all snorted coldly and ignored the North King. After seeing the Emperor and the Queen of Shadara planet and learning about the actions of Shadara planet, everyone gradually left after eating and drinking. Forts, we will leave first. If you have any questions, just come to us at any time. The chief of the Adrit Star people and a group of elders waved to Forts and disappeared instantly. Haha, Forts, we are leaving too. Come on, I am looking forward to the moment when Shadara planet makes the whole universe better. The elder took Neru slowly into the spaceship and left Shadara planet. The gods also left with Piccolo, Sun Wukong, and others, and asked the younger generation to prepare to deal with strong enemies. As for the chief of the Metamor Star people and Dart, they did not leave. Shadara planet specifically wanted to discuss with them how to allocate combat power to improve these life planets. Forts. Taisai looked at Forts lovingly, we are now a legitimate couple. Forts was slightly stunned and nodded, yes. Before he finished speaking, he looked at Taisai's eyes and instantly understood what he should do at this time. Let's go, I have a bill worth hundreds of millions that I need to discuss with you. Forts picked Taisai up by the waist and disappeared quickly. King Vegeta, King Sina, the rest is up to you. Forts left only a voice. Several people looked at each other, all couldn't help but smile at each other, and continued to discuss. A week later, Forts walked out of the palace refreshed, and Taisai packed up everything after a long time and walked out. Hey, if the senzu beans are in this situation, it's really unbearable. Forts shook his head gently. He didn't eat the senzu beans. After all, his dimension is considered a high-level god, and his recovery ability is strong. But Taisai really couldn't stand it. She had consumed a lot of senzu beans in the past week. If Taisai's spirit hadn't been so exhausted, I'm afraid Fortes would have continued. Your Majesty, how do you think about this plan? King Vegeta saw Fortes, who hadn't been seen for a week, with a flash of envy in his eyes. He walked forward and a screen appeared in front of the two of them. Fortes glanced at it and saw that the general direction was fine, very good, just follow this and do not deviate from the main point I said. King Vegeta nodded slightly, turned around and went to finalize it with King Sina and others. Bardock also looked at Fortes with envy, Your Majesty, what about me and our Shadara planet's guards? Fortes touched his chin and thought for a moment, you just continue to guard Shadara planet and keep an eye on the movements around us at any time. Okay, Your Majesty. Bardock nodded seriously and led the guards behind him away. My, Super Saiyan 4 is about to start. Fortes looked at the people who were doing their own things and couldn't help but secretly said. King Kai, find me an area without life. Fortes shouted to the sky. Soon, the South King Kai, who had been focusing on the planet Shadara, spoke. Emperor Fortes, with the planet Shadara as the center, there are no living creatures in the March 6, 48 area. Okay, thank you, South King Kai. Fortes smiled and made a good gesture to the sky. Let me see, the closest breath to there. Fortes muttered while closing his eyes and comprehending. Found it. Fortes disappeared in an instant and appeared on a planet with life. Before the people around him could react, Fortes left at full speed again and disappeared on this planet. Wow, the place that King Kai found is really good. This should be the center. Fortes rushed at full speed for 2 days and arrived at the center of this area. This area is full of rubble, cracks, and meteorites. It is really difficult to drive the spacecraft. Fortes can only shuttle through the universe in his physical body. It's decided to be you. Artificial moon. Fortes suddenly threw a beam of energy upwards. A small moon quickly appeared above Fortes' head, and Fortes suddenly looked up. Roar! A giant ape slowly grew larger and appeared in the universe, and then the brown hair of the giant ape instantly turned golden. Is that it? Not enough. Deep words came from the giant ape's mouth. I need to become more violent until I lose my mind. A hint of insight flashed in the giant ape's eyes. The giant ape incarnated by FORTES began to stimulate the violence of the blood in his tail. The giant ape's eyes gradually became blurred, and his mind gradually began to disperse. Bad things, said the South Kai King, who had been paying attention to the situation here. No. It's bad. Look over there. The other Kai Kings looked at the coordinates provided by the South Kai King. What? This is... The aura of the giant ape incarnated by FORTES was not revealed, but every move had begun to inadvertently destroy the surrounding environment. This is the SAIYAN King. He asked me for the coordinates of the no man's land before. It seems that he wants to break through. The South Kai King's eyes flashed with helplessness, and explained to the other three. What? This kind of flattery? No, how could you not tell us such an important thing? The North Kai King could not help but roared. Humph, let's see what to do in this situation first. It seems that Emperor FORTES wants to be completely violent and seek reason from it to break through. The South Kai King said with a snort, not caring about what the North Kai King said. A ball of energy suddenly shot out of the golden giant ape's mouth, and countless meteorites exploded along the way. This scene seemed to please the giant ape, and the energy balls in the giant ape's mouth continued to shoot out. Suddenly, a black hole appeared out of thin air, and the surrounding gravel was attracted by it and rushed quickly in that direction. The giant ape was also attracted by it, and countless energy balls in its mouth shot towards the black hole, but it was of no use at all. The giant ape roared, as if it felt that its dignity was offended, and suddenly rushed forward, trying to tear the black hole apart. But the giant ape disappeared on the spot as soon as it approached, and the black hole also slowly disappeared. What? The four Kai Kings couldn't help but exclaimed. What should we do now? The South Kai King frowned and said. With the fighting power of Emperor FORTES, he should not encounter any danger, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to come back in a short time. The North Kai King analyzed while stroking his chin. The other three Kai Kings also stopped talking and listened to the North Kai King's voice. Why don't we keep the news of Emperor FORTES' disappearance a secret for now, so as not to worry them? The North Kai King suggested. Okay. The four of them agreed immediately. Alas, the author broke up with his girlfriend and was a little confused for a while. Chapter 74. This. Somewhere, in the pitch-black space, a golden giant ape's eyes flashed with a trace of clarity, and he spoke hoarsely. The violent color in the giant ape's eyes quickly faded, and his reason quickly recovered. Then a burst of intense light suddenly burst out from the giant ape, and his momentum suddenly increased. If there were someone here at this time, he would be crushed by the violent breath in an instant. FORTES' figure slowly emerged from the strong light, but his image at this time had changed greatly. A wild brown-red hair covered his whole body, his hair pressed on his shoulders, and his sharp eyes made people palpitate. Is this, accidentally entering a black hole? Or turbulence? FORTES' mind instantly recalled what he did when he lost his mind. I don't know how long he has been floating in this space, and the turbulence that appears from time to time is just a tickle. No, I have to find a way out. FORTES frowned and stopped thinking. He looked around and saw that it was all dark, without a trace of other light. Humph! Another turbulent flow appeared and scraped on FORTES' chest. Looking at the injury on his chest that was recovering quickly, FORTES frowned slightly without caring. Ha! FORTES' aura was no longer hidden, and he suddenly burst out with all his strength. The surrounding space with a surging aura around him kept shaking. FORTES' eyes flashed with a hint of understanding, and he opened his mouth and shouted suddenly. There was a crack in the space in front of him, and a ray of light appeared in front of him. The crack soon recovered, and the light slowly disappeared. It works. Fortes smiled, and a stronger energy appeared in front of Fortes and hit him suddenly. The space in front of him was broken step by step, and the crack slowly appeared, slowly turning into a circle that was as big as 2 Fortes. Fortes grinned, "It works." Seeing that the crack was about to get smaller, Fortes did not delay any more and stepped out suddenly. Wow, so comfortable. A strong divine aura came towards him. Fortes just took a big breath and felt instantly relieved. "Who is it?" A loud shout came. Fortes turned his head and saw 2 familiar figures in front of him. "Are you King Kai and Jebet?" Fortes frowned and asked. "Feel your aura, are you also a god? You have a dimensional realm of the 7th level peak, which is not bad." King Kai Xian felt Fortes' dimensional realm and nodded and praised. Fortes' aura was hidden well enough, so it was normal that they couldn't feel it. "But where did you appear from? Why haven't I seen you before?" Xian frowned and said. Fortes slowly exited the Super Saiyan state, turned his head and looked at the 2 people. "If you haven't seen it, then you haven't seen it. What time is it now? Did Kakarot defeat Frieza and the others?" "Kakarot? Are you talking about Goku? Didn't he defeat Frieza a long time ago, and even solved the big problem of Majin Buu for the universe?" Xian frowned slightly and explained. "What? Have I been away for so long? What about planet Shadara?" Fortes hurriedly asked. "What planet Shadara? I remember it was destroyed a long time ago." Xian continued to frown. "Wait, are you a Saiyan?" Xian and Jebet suddenly looked at Fortes' slowly floating tail and asked. "You, a mere mortal, actually cultivated yourself into a god?" Xian looked at Fortes in surprise. Fortes frowned and thought, planet Shadara has never recovered? Majin Buu has also been destroyed a long time ago? Could it be? Fortes' eyes flashed a glimmer. "You don't know the god of destruction." Fortes continued to test. "What god of destruction?" Xian was slightly stunned and shook his head. As expected, Fortes sighed secretly. He didn't expect to come to this world. "What is Kakarot doing?" Fortes continued to ask. "Well, wait, let me see. I found it. Hey, why did Goku become smaller? It looks like he is traveling in the universe." Xian said while touching his head. "Well, okay, I know, thank you." Fortes bowed slightly and walked to the side. He felt another breath of gods. "It's okay, wait, what are you going to do?" Xian just smiled and saw Fortes walking towards the place where his ancestors lived. "Who are you?" The old Kai who was reading a magazine looked up when he saw a figure approaching him. "Lord Kai, do you know the god of destruction?" Fortes said slowly. "What? How do you know the god of destruction? Are you from that place?" The old Kai was shocked and jumped up suddenly. The magazine in his hand fell to the ground, and the old Kai also he didn't care, just stared at Fortes. As for how Fortes knew that he was in the 7th universe with the god of destruction, of course he learned about the god of destruction from King Vegeta. "Lord Kai, do you know how I can go back?" Fortes didn't answer, but continued to ask. "Sure enough. I can't go back. Since I was sealed by that bastard Beerus, I don't know what went wrong in this universe. The universe has become only the size of the North Galaxy in the past. And all the gods such as the god of destruction can't be contacted, it seems that our universe has been exiled." The old Kai's eyes are deep. Fortes frowned and listened, then nodded gently, "Is that so? I understand. In that case, Lord Kaishin, I think I can stay in the Kaishin realm for a while, right?" Looking at Fortes, who was still grinning with a relaxed expression, the old Kaishin was slightly stunned, and waved his hand casually. "You are really a Buddhist boy. You are not panicked by such a big thing." What Lord Kaishin said is surprising. "I just know that it is useless to be anxious. It is better to take the opportunity to practice and find a way. Fortes shook his head gently. You kid, too, but it seems that you have a good talent. The old Kaishan smiled and shook his head, noticing that Fortes' own dimension eyes lit up. Good. Very good. Boy, you have a good talent. Do you want me to help you develop your potential? The old Kaishan looked at Fortes as if he had seen a piece of unpolished jade. In that case, you will trouble Lord Kaishan. Fortes also had this idea, and nodded immediately. You, what's your name? Old Kai turned his head and asked. Fortes. Okay, Fortes, just sit here and don't move until I tell you to move. Old Kai began to perform various rituals and dance. Okay, Lord Kai. Fortes nodded immediately. This. Xian and Jebit were both stunned as they watched the development of the situation. The two of them just said a few words casually, and the ancestor began to improve Fortes' potential. Chapter 75. After sitting quietly for a month, Fortes could not help but open his eyes and look at the old Kai who was lying on the ground reading a magazine. Xian couldn't bear it anymore, so he stepped forward and asked, Grandfather, has Fortes' potential not been fully developed? The old Kai was slightly stunned, put away the magazine in his hand, and suddenly jumped up. Oh, I forgot the time, I finished it 2 days ago. Fortes' face flashed a black line, and he stood up slowly. The moment he stood up, a powerful force poured into his body from all directions. This is really worthy of being the Lord Kai. Fortes' eyes were full of excitement, and his dimension had reached the peak of the 8th level. Yes, Fortes, it's just because you have the corresponding perception, so it's easier to enter the 8th level, but if you want to enter the 9th level, you have to polish it for a long time. The old Kai nodded with a smile. Fortes nodded gently, his combat effectiveness has also improved a lot, and now he is afraid that he can easily suppress the 5 selves a month ago. But because you are already very powerful, it took a long time to improve your potential, and it can't be improved to the maximum extent. It's a pity. I'm looking forward to you going back to deal with that cat in the future. Old Kai stood in front of Fortes with his hands behind his back and said. Fortes grinned, haha, don't worry, Lord Kai, I've been annoyed with that irresponsible bastard god of destruction for a long time. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Xian looked at the sinister communication between the two and shuddered suddenly. By the way, Fortes, Wukong, and the others seem to be in trouble. Xian interrupted while looking at the glass ball in his hand. A creature called Baby has parasitized many earthlings, and even Vegeta and the Scions have been infected. Xian said in shock as he looked at Sun Wukong's helpless look. No. I have to save him. Xian exclaimed at the revenge death bullet that was about to hit Sun Wukong, and disappeared instantly. Sun Wukong watched the powerful energy approaching him. Suddenly, Xian appeared in front of Sun Wukong, grabbed Sun Wukong and disappeared again. A huge pit appeared in the original place. Baby, who was in Vegeta's body, sneered and looked at the pit and turned away. However, the impact of the revenge death bomb was too large, and the space was violently shaken. Xian accidentally let go of Sun Wukong when he moved instantly. Fortes, who had a premonition, sighed softly and quickly appeared to catch Sun Wukong. Hey! It's a close call. I was almost trapped. Sun Wukong patted his chest and said in panic. Hey, who are you? Sun Wukong looked at Fortes who put him down and asked. I'm just a passing Scion King. Don't worry about me. Fortes waved his hand gently and walked aside. Looking at the strange Fortes, Sun Wukong scratched his head. Old Kai also smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. Lord Kaishan, is there any way to defeat Baby? Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh. Tail, as a scion, I even gave up my tail, how can I become stronger? Fortes snorted coldly. Yes. Sun Wukong also suddenly remembered that his tail was broken for various reasons, and his strength increased greatly after it grew back. This. How can I make my tail grow back? Sun Wukong scratched his head. Xin also understood what Fortes meant, and stepped forward to break the seal imposed by the gods. Okay, I have helped you break the seal, and then you just have to wait for your tail to grow back. Xin nodded. Sun Wukong nodded excitedly, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing a short tail coming out of the tailbone, Sun Wukong couldn't help but sigh, when will it grow up? Besides, baby has already controlled the earth these days. No, Gaku, baby has given up the earth. He is taking everyone to a new planet. Xin has been paying attention to the situation in the lower world these days. Haha, Gaku, why don't we pull it out for you? Old Kai came to Sun Wukong with a smile. What? Pull it out. Sun Wukong couldn't help but cover his hands behind his back. That's right. If it grows naturally like this, I don't know when it will grow well. It's better to have a short pain than a long pain. Just pull it out. Old Kai nodded. Sun Wukong unconsciously looked at Fortes, who was practicing calmly on the side. After a few days of getting along, he also understood Fortes' value as the king of science. Fortes knew a lot about science, and Sun Wukong benefited a lot these days. Of course, he didn't know Fortes' powerful fighting power, otherwise he would have kept pestering Fortes to fight him. Fortes looked at the look in Sun Wukong's eyes and nodded gently. It's okay, I don't know about the others, but it won't affect you to pull out your tail here in the Kai King God realm. Sun Wukong was completely relieved this time, closed his eyes, and lay on the ground. Okay, I'm ready. A large pliers appeared in Xin's hand instantly, and the old Kai King God and Jebet also stepped forward. The large pliers clamped Sun Wukong's tail, and the three of them slowly exerted force. Ah! Sun Wukong's head veins popped up, and he couldn't help but roared. Yes! It works! Xin smiled as he felt the large pliers slowly moving backwards. The three continued to exert force, and Sun Wukong's tail was pulled out little by the three of them. Hey! The power is really much stronger. The large pliers disappeared, and Sun Wukong stood up with cold sweat on his face. Haha, thank you Lord Caitian and Fortes, I'm leaving first. Sun Wukong waved his hand slightly at the few people, and then he put his 2 fingers on his forehead and disappeared instantly. Wukong should be fine now. Xin also wiped the sweat from his cheeks with great effort. No, it's still far away. Fortes shook his head gently. You need to solve those live eggs that baby parasitizes in people's bodies. Fortes looked at Xin. Ah? Me? Xin pointed at himself and was slightly stunned. That's right, as a Caitian, you still have to do something. You can't rely on me, an outsider. Fortes nodded as a matter of course. Okay, Fortes, what do you think I should do? Xin nodded gently. Go to the heaven of the earth and find the super divine water to eliminate the live eggs of baby. This will be left to you, the Caitian. Fortes said with a chuckle. Xin looked at old Kai, who added a few words and waved his hand to signal Xin to go back quickly. Fortes, you look like you don't think highly of Gaku. No, I just don't think highly of Kakarot now. He still has a chance. Fortes looked at the glass ball, with no intention of taking action.